Deputy Leader. Rayon frowned as he looked at Rimmer. Have you been drinking? Though there was no scent of alcohol, Rimmer's sudden appearance and demand for a sparring match made Rayon suspect otherwise. If you're drunk, you'd be better off going to sleep. I haven't been drinking. Rimmer extinguished the crimson glow in his eyes and shook his head. Even you think so little of me now, me, your esteemed mentor. He pounded his chest with his fist, feigning heartbreak. Now, Glenn raised an eyebrow, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Hasn't Rayon been dismissive of you since your days as an instructor? Irk. Rimmer's lips quivered as if Glenn had struck a nerve. Anyway, I haven't been drinking, not even a sip. That's exactly what drunk people say. I said I'm not drunk. Rimmer, attempting to prove his sobriety, balanced himself on his hands, performing a handstand with perfect control. Then why are you suddenly asking for a sparring match? Rayon narrowed his eyes, watching Rimmer's acrobatics. There's something I want to see. Rimmer flipped upright, flashing a bright smile. Something you want to see? Yeah, only you can show it to me. Though his grin held its usual playful charm, his eyes were steady and serious. I've been overtraining recently, so I'm not exactly in top form. Rayon glanced into Rimmer's determined eyes and clicked his tongue softly. His body and mind were both exhausted from relentless training, and he doubted he could meet Rimmer's expectations. It's fine. The conditions are the same. Rimmer shook his head with calm confidence. I've been training nonstop too. He chuckled, claiming that such exhaustion made for the most exciting duels. Just once. Do this for me. The door to the training ground opened, and Cheryl entered. That gambler has genuinely been training nonstop lately. Cheryl nodded, confirming Rimmer's sincerity. Glenn, observing silently, stepped back. It seems he's telling the truth. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Rimmer appears slightly different. Earboy has changed a bit, it seems. Wrath squinted at Rimmer, his tone contemplative. What's different? Rayon tilted his head. Unlike the others, he couldn't sense any noticeable changes in Rimmer. You'll feel it yourself. It's more a shift of the mind than the body. Wrath settled on Rayon's shoulder, urging him to proceed seriously. With so much validation from those around him, Rayon felt inclined to accept the challenge. All right. Rayon nodded, stepping forward. You said you were serious, so we're using full strength, of course. Otherwise, what's the point? Rimmer tilted his chin upward, unsheathing his sword with a smooth motion. Clang, Rayon and Rimmer crossed swords lightly before retreating 5 paces each. It won't take long. Rimmer raised his sword skyward and pointed his free hand toward the ground, a stance that symbolized dominion over both heaven and earth. Sword field creation, song of wind and thunder. His quiet voice transformed the air. The once calm training ground erupted into a storm, thunder cascading down in blinding arcs. Rayon swallowed dryly as the intensifying wind and lightning swirled around him. Each streak of lightning and gust of wind seemed like an extension of Rimmer's blade, ready to claim his life at any moment. Huff, taking a deep breath, Rayon raised the heavenly drive in an upper stance and gripped the soul requiem sword in reverse. Sword field creationum, divine demonic harmony. His voice rang out, splitting the storm and thunder as golden sunlight and silvery moonlight rose against the blackened sky, pressing down on the chaotic winds. Chi-ying. With the divine sword in one hand and the demonic blade in the other, Rayon advanced toward Rimmer. Rumble. Behind Rayon, fire and frost clashed in a dance of extremes. Behind Rimmer, winds and thunder raged in defiance. The instant their gazes locked, both swordsmen lunged for each other's throats. Boom. Flames and thunder collided with a thunderous roar, leaving a massive crater in the training ground. Whoosh. Rimmer, finding his initial attack blocked, sidestepped with blinding speed as if teleporting. He aimed his blade straight at Rayon's chest. Clang. Rayon tilted his demonic blade downward, intercepting the wind-laden strike. F-whoosh. Frost collided with Rimmer's wind, unleashing a blizzard-like storm that covered the training ground in winter's chill. Rayon's eyes narrowed as he carefully analyzed Rimmer's relentless strikes, which sparkled with the intensity of lightning. He's truly serious. Rimmer had heightened the power of his technique to a point where it strained his own body. His speed, wrapped in thunder's embrace, seemed impossible to match even at Rayon's full strength. If I can't match him in speed, I'll slow him down. Instead of competing with Rimmer's pace, Rayon opted for slower yet heavier techniques, employing blunt, weighted, and decisive strikes. It was typically impossible for slowness to triumph over speed, except under specific conditions. By anticipating his opponent's moves, Rayon could strike late but still land his attacks first. This principle of delayed preemption became his strategy. Rimmer's movements, focused on speed and power, had grown more predictable. Rayon needed to exploit that. Hummum. The ring of fire resonated intensely, ushering Rayon into a heightened state of focus where time seemed to slow. He carefully analyzed every aspect of Rimmer's swordplay and footwork. Lower right. When Rimmer's thunder-wreathed blade lunged for his knee, Rayon blocked it with a burst of divine fire from the heavenly drive. Clang. Rimmer retreated as swiftly as he'd attacked, redirecting his next strike toward Rayon's right flank. F-whoosh. This time, Rayon didn't just defend, he countered with a fiery strike from the divine sword. Rimmer stumbled backward, red lightning crackling around him as he groaned in disbelief at how perfectly Rayon had deflected him. It's not easy as expected. Rimmer smirked, his lips twisting as he accelerated further, his form becoming a blur. Rayon's narrowed eyes followed the vanishing figure. It's not just his mindset, his body has grown significantly stronger. Rimmer's enhanced speed and power suggested rigorous physical training. His desperation to win was palpable. Still, my approach doesn't change. Rayon didn't panic as Rimmer grew faster. He remained steadfast, focusing on what he could do. Boom! Rayon's divine and demonic swords created an intricate web that intercepted Rimmer's relentless strikes. Any lesser opponent would have been shredded by the sheer intensity, but Rayon's transcendent physique held firm. Slash! Rayon predicted Rimmer's charge and struck his shoulder, tearing through flesh and spilling blood, yet Rimmer didn't falter. Lightning evaporated the blood as he pressed forward with even greater determination. As if signaling a final attack, wind and thunder formed wings on Rimmer's back. Even wind and thunder are my blades. Rimmer's voice, imbued with will, resonated as he commanded the winds and thunder to converge upon his sword. There's nothing I cannot cut. With a confident smile, he unleashed a strike that transcended speed itself. Before Rayon could blink, wind and thunder crashed down like an unstoppable force. In the face of Rimmer's overwhelming strike, Rayon extinguished his divine demonic harmony technique. Instead, he raised the heavenly drive upright. Sword field creation, Genesis blade. Golden radiance erupted from the fading embers of his sword. Rayon's fully realized blade imbued with the essence of myriad swords, including phantom and demonic, opened the way to a new horizon. Boom! Wind and thunder, mere parts of the sky, were crushed beneath the overwhelming might of Rayon's sword manifestation. The clash erupted into a massive explosion, flipping the ground, crumbling walls, and raising clouds of dust in every direction. Are you too insane? Cheryl raised both hands, exasperated. Did you really have to go this far? Without a word, Glenn stomped his foot lightly, dispersing the dust to reveal the training ground split cleanly in half. Rimmer sat slumped on the ground, his sword fallen to his side. Opposite him, Rayon stood with the heavenly drive tilted downward, a clear victor. I lost, Rimmer admitted with a defeated smile, flopping onto his back and waving his hand. I gave it my all, but you completely overpowered me. He lay spread eagle on the ground, accepting the result. Huff. Rayon exhaled deeply, lowering his arms with exhaustion. That was no easy fight. Rimmer's swordsmanship produced results far beyond the physical realm. His speed and power were overwhelming. A single moment of carelessness would have cost Rayon the match. It solidified Rimmer's role as the most capable deputy for the Light Wind Division. However, Rayon glanced at the heavenly drive, its blade still trembling slightly, and licked his dry lips. Has my sword manifestation also grown stronger? His Genesis blade technique seemed more powerful than before. No, it had undoubtedly evolved. It must be, while Genesis blade had always been designed for continuous growth, the rapid improvement seemed less about physical growth through stats and more a result of mastering demonic and phantom swordsmanship. It had brought him closer to true omniscience of the blade. Rayon clenched his fist, satisfied with his steady growth. You look happy about something, Rimmer remarked, looking up at him with a faint smile. Now that it's over, tell me, Rayon said as he sheathed the heavenly drive and approached Rimmer. What was it you wanted to see from me? Huh, what are you talking about? Rimmer tilted his head as if hearing the question for the first time. You said you wanted to see something, which is why you asked for this duel, Rayon replied, blinking in disbelief at Rimmer's blank expression. Did I say that? Rimmer pointed to himself with wide eyes. I don't remember saying anything like that. He scratched the back of his head, feigning confusion. Of course. Rayon shook his head, exasperated. Who could have guessed? Why did you even bother dueling him? You wasted our snack time. Wrath groaned, shaking his head in frustration. What could Earboy possibly have changed? Nothing. You were the one who said he'd changed. I only meant physically. His mind is the same. You said it was his mind that had changed. Did I? I don't recall. Wrath scratched his head with his small hands, adopting Rimmer's clueless mannerisms. For a being who claimed never to lie, he was surprisingly adept at it. Rayon silently resolved to feed Wrath only the despised Nadine bread when they returned to the annex. Meanwhile, Glenn and Cheryl said nothing, merely watching Rimmer's antics with amused smiles. Get out of the training ground already, Rayon shouted, waving Rimmer away. The gambling monster and I can't handle watching everyone on our own. All right, I'll start coming tomorrow. Today, Rayon corrected, adamant as he retreated. As Rayon was leaving the training ground, Rimmer raised a hand. Don't you want to become the family head? His question came abruptly. What? Cheryl snorted, staring incredulously at Rimmer. Who do you think you are, talking as if you're the family head? Her brows furrowed in disbelief. What are you talking about? Rayon asked, his tone steady. I've asked you before, haven't I? Rimmer shrugged, as though merely revisiting an old question. Rayon shifted his gaze from Rimmer's subdued green eyes to Glenn. The family head, the Zeeghart family head. It was true that Rayon had developed a deep attachment to Sieghart, but he'd never considered ascending to the family's throne. In the past, he might have sought Sieghart's power to crush Darius, but now things were different. Far from harboring ambition, Rayon wanted to avoid causing any harm to the family. I have no interest, Rayon said firmly, turning back to Rimmer. Is that so? Rimmer murmured, nodding as though he'd expected the answer. Family head, I'll stay and clean up. I'll take care of it, Glenn interrupted, waving him off. Let's take tomorrow off from training. Understood, good work today. Rayon bowed to Glenn and Cheryl before turning to leave. Hey, why aren't you bowing to me? Ignoring Rimmer's complaint, Rayon exited the training ground. So cold-hearted. Rimmer clicked his tongue, watching the swaying door. Rimmer. Glenn approached him, tilting his head slightly. What are you thinking? I just wanted to see what kind of man Rayon is now. Rimmer chuckled, claiming it was just a swordsman's curiosity. And are you satisfied? Yes, from the way he took my strikes to how he ended the duel, he revealed a lot. Rimmer nodded, content with what he'd learned. Your conclusion, huh? Rimmer exhaled deeply, standing upright. Family head, I've served you as my lord until now. From the moment I first saw you, I knew you were a king worthy of my loyalty. Dusting off his clothes, he stood before Glenn. You became a king, and I was satisfied, devoting my life to protecting you. However, Rimmer pulled his sword from the ground, holding it upside down as he adopted the traditional Sieghart salute. Through this recent war, my perspective has changed. Wind and thunder belong to the vast and open sky. Rimmer's voice grew steady, his stance noble. From today I will serve Rayon Sieghart as my lord, not as a small king, but as a true king. A majestic and solemn aura radiated from Rimmer, blanketing his surroundings. Please grant me your permission. Rimmer, Glenn stood at the center of the ruined training ground. You've always said you'd make Rayon the family head. You've often referred to him as a young king. But now. He looked down at Rimmer, who was kneeling in a formal sword salute. Why have you suddenly decided to make Rayon a true king, especially when Rayon himself doesn't even think about becoming the head of the family? Glenn frowned, unable to understand Rimmer's actions. It doesn't matter what Rayon thinks of Sieghart's throne. Rimmer slowly raised his head to meet Glenn's gaze. I want to follow the path he chooses. Rayon's path, yes. If Rayon desires to become the head of Sieghart, I will pave the road to the throne. If he wishes to leave the family and build his own castle, I will be the first to grab a shovel and lay bricks. His eyes glimmered with resolute determination. Glenn swallowed a thin breath. He's serious. Rimmer's aura was as sharp as it would be during a battle. It signified that he had made a decision and come here with that resolve. When Rayon was attacked and went missing, I thought about many things. Rimmer, with his head bowed, bit his lips so hard it seemed his flesh would tear. Why couldn't I protect him? Why couldn't I stop it? Why was I so careless? I was so devastated by my own incompetence that I couldn't eat or sleep, swinging my sword endlessly in despair. He trembled as he continued, his hand gripping the sword hilt shaking. When Rayon returned and saved the family head, I realized something. I realized how significant Rayon is to me and to the Light Wind Division. Rimmer let out a deep breath and lifted his gaze again. In the end, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, but if the same thing happens again, if Rayon really dies. Grinding his teeth, he shook his head as if to dispel the thought. I want to set my own resolve. That's why you say you'll serve Rayon as your lord. Glenn nodded, finally understanding. Currently, the first person I must protect is the family head. Even if Rayon and the Light Wind Division are dying right in front of me, I must prioritize the family head. Rimmer exuded a chilling killing intent, as if he were standing in the middle of a battlefield rather than a training ground. I want to break free from that. I want to protect Rayon and the Light Wind Division before anyone else. He struck the ground with his clenched fist. I swear, no one will harm Rayon as long as I live. Rimmer, as if pledging an oath, struck his bleeding fist against his heart. Please grant me permission. He knelt on both knees, signaling his determination not to rise until his request was granted. Cheryl, with her arms crossed, quietly observed Rimmer. It seemed she had anticipated this situation. Rimmer, you're as impulsive as ever. Glenn looked up at the gaping sky before lowering his gaze. He slowly directed his gaze to Rimmer's sword. I didn't steal it. Rimmer shook his head vehemently, insisting it was rightfully his. I liked that reckless side of you. That's why I accepted you. Glenn locked eyes with Rimmer's clear gaze. Ever since those children died, you've hidden your emotions behind a false smile. But now you've finally returned to being the Rimmer I know, the light sword Rimmer. Glenn smiled brightly, as if genuinely pleased. Do as you please. He firmly grasped Rimmer's shoulder, encouraging him to walk the path he had chosen. Rimmer trembled as he deeply bowed his head. Ha! Cheryl let out a long sigh, relieved the conversation had ended well. You fool. She leaned her head against a wall, her exhaustion evident. It does feel a bit lonely, though. Rimmer stood up and clicked his tongue. I haven't even thought about how to treat the family head if I don't serve him as my lord. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly. It's simple. Glenn looked back at Rimmer with a faint smile. Comrade, friend, isn't that enough? It was something he would never have said before. However, his time with Rayon and Sylvia had softened his emotions. Now he felt he could forge new relationships not only with Rimmer but with others as well. That sounds good. Cheryl nodded gently, seeming pleased with the notion. Rimmer trembled with emotion at Glenn's words. What are you waiting for? Cheryl nudged Rimmer's elbow lightly. Answer him. She tilted her chin, urging him to speak. Family head. Rimmer's eyes turned red as his lips quivered. I'm sorry, but the age gap is just too big for us to be friends. He covered his mouth, shaking his head. I look like I'm still in my 20s wherever I go, but family head, with all those wrinkles, it wouldn't be strange if you ascended to the heavens right now. You crazy bastard. Cheryl, who had been smiling, closed her eyes tightly, her face stiffening. If we became friends, people would curse at me. For now, I'll keep serving you as family head. As Rimmer rambled, spreading his arms, a crimson lightning bolt gathered in the sky, forming the shape of a sword. A family head. Rimmer's lips trembled as he stared at the red lightning sword covering the entire night sky. My aura is completely drained right now, so if that hits me, I'll really die. He awkwardly smiled, waving his hand. Then die. At Glenn's command, the lightning sword split the sky and descended. Wait, comrade, friend, family Heir. Rimmer's scream echoed as the massive lightning bolt struck, shaking the family training ground to its core. Boom! Rayon, sensing the overwhelming energy, turned around. Red lightning. Seeing the giant crimson bolt fall from a clear sky, he guessed Rimmer had annoyed Glenn and got himself hit. I guess today's training will just be with gambling monster. As it was an everyday occurrence, Rayon shook his head and headed back to his room. That looks a bit intense. Wrath narrowed his eyes, sensing the unusual aura. Don't worry, that elf will never die. Rayon smiled as he removed his outer garment. Even if he and Wrath were to perish, Rimmer seemed like someone who would outlive them all. Oh, there's a sandwich here. Wrath licked his lips at the sight of a sandwich sitting on the desk. This is Helen's work. Quickly, bring it to me. Wrath, who loved Helen's cooking the most, began drooling. Before that, there's something I need to check. Check, what do you mean? The gift from the Soul Requiem Sword. Rayon inspected the reward given by the Soul Requiem Sword. The Soul Requiem Sword has absorbed the energy of the soul-severing orb. The Soul Requiem Sword offers purified energy. All stats have increased by 25 points. A new trait, Blood Road, has been created. The power contained within the orb hidden by the Demon King had exceeded expectations. All his stats rose by 25 points, and he even gained a new trait. Wrath groaned as if he'd only now processed the information. It's maddening. First, it siphons off power from my true form, and now it even feeds on the blood and hatred of humans. It's a parasitic creature. You're the parasite here, not me. Rayon smirked, pointing at Wrath. You experience taste whenever I eat. You can't do anything without me. If that's not parasitism, what is? Wrath blinked at a loss for words. What nonsense. I am no parasite. My purpose here is not food, but your body and vengeance, so I can just settle for this as a midnight snack. Rayon dangled a loaf of hard bread in front of Wrath's face. No, don't eat that. There's a sandwich right there. Wrath, trembling, gestured frantically at the sandwich. I need to activate gluttony first. Rayon grinned at Wrath and bit into the loaf. The bread's tough texture and cloying flavor filled his mouth as though he were chewing on rubber. You wretched being, it's really not bad. Nuo, your bias is why you don't like it. It's actually not unpleasant. Wretched mortal. Wrath's anguished screams continued until Rayon finished the sandwich. A gray mist enveloped the 5th training ground at dawn. Rayon stood opposite Martha, drawing the heavenly drive. Are you ready? Ready. Martha brushed back her black hair, which had fallen over her forehead, revealing a fierce smile. I've been waiting so long I almost rusted. Hurry up. She let out a deep breath, eager to begin. Let's start with your swordsmanship. Rayon motioned with a nod, standing 2 steps back. This is the tyrant sword I learned from my father. Martha nodded, lifting her sword high above her head. As she swung down, the atmosphere trembled and the ground shook. The sheer power was overwhelming. The tyrant sword, Rayon rotated his wrist, observing Martha's explosive strikes. Still all about raw power. No, it's even more extreme now. Martha's swordsmanship had always emphasized speed, precision, and brute force. Now she had even incorporated the mastery of overwhelming power that characterized the tyrant sword. I sensed sorrow in that sword. Wrath furrowed his brows in sympathy. A sword meant to save her mother. Martha, knowing she might only have one chance to stab the white blood cult leader, was relentlessly training her overwhelming swordsmanship, focusing solely on the moment she couldn't afford to miss. It exuded a chilling yet sorrowful determination, a resolve to kill her opponent even at the cost of her own life. How is it? Martha, having displayed the full range of the tyrant sword, rested her sword on her shoulder. It's recklessly aggressive. Rayon twirled the heavenly drive and stepped forward. You're ready to start. You've already analyzed it. Your sword is straightforward, easy to read. I've also seen it plenty of times. Rayon gestured with a flick of his fingers, inviting her to come at him. I'll make you regret it. Martha let out a fierce cry as she charged forward, slashing down with her sword. The blade, imbued with the aura of a titan, descended with the force of a storm. The power is undeniable. Rayon narrowed his eyes, watching Martha's devastating strike tear through the ground. She doesn't need to change her approach. Unlike other swordsmen, Martha had a precise understanding of the swordsmanship she needed to pursue. Rayon thought it better to guide her to further develop her strengths. Chi-eyeing, Rayon intercepted Martha's strike with the same form she had used. Boom! The clash of their swords unleashed a massive shockwave, shaking the entire training ground. Martha staggered back 5 steps, barely keeping her balance. Meanwhile, Rayon hadn't budged an inch. What? Martha bit her lip as she watched Rayon calmly raise his sword again. His aura was clearly weaker than mine. Rayon's aura had only been at the lower master level earlier, and he hadn't relied on his monstrous physical strength. Despite using greater power in the same form, she couldn't understand why she had been pushed back. I can't figure it out with just one attempt. Grinding her teeth, Martha unleashed the 5th technique of the Tyrant Sword, Violent Overthrow. Her strike descended heavily like storm-laden clouds, bearing crushing weight and force. Rayon once again used the same form to counter her attack. Boom! The clash of their identical techniques caused another explosion, sending Martha reeling backward. No way. Martha swallowed hard, her gaze fixed on Rayon, who stood unaffected, his clothes untouched by the shockwave. Is it balance? Her lips trembled as she swung her sword furiously. Is the difference caused by something as simple as balance? It's not simple. Rayon shook his head calmly. The center of balance in the body can change the essence of swordsmanship itself. It's a crucial factor that makes heavy strikes heavier and light strikes lighter. But I followed the exact movements in the swordsmanship manual. Martha stomped her foot in frustration. The manual doesn't know who you are. Lowering the heavenly drive, Rayon opened his eyes and spoke evenly. Don't settle for following someone else's teachings. Find your own sword and direction. Strong swordsmanship doesn't create strong people. He added that she of all people could understand this as he rolled his shoulders. There's no need to rush. You're not alone. Martha bit her lip, repeating Rayon's words in her mind. The impatience in her eyes began to fade. Was I that obvious, even to this dense guy? Then again, it would have been hard not to notice. The white blood cult leader she had faced on the battlefield had grown far stronger, almost mockingly so. The overwhelming aura she exuded made it feel impossible to even approach her. Ever since experiencing that crushing power, every day had been a torment. Even as she trained her swordsmanship and refined her footwork, the thought that she couldn't save her mother weighed heavily on her. Her nights were haunted by nightmares. On the surface, she appeared as calm and disciplined as ever, but it was a facade. Rayon's words, coupled with her trust in him and the rapid growth of her fellow division members, rekindled hope within Heir belief that she could also succeed. Yeah. Martha nodded. The Rakshasa who crawled out of hell isn't going to stop here. With a fierce battle cry, she charged at Rayon once more, her sword swinging down. Boom! By slightly leaning her knees forward and adjusting her arm's angle, the force behind her strikes increased by half. The result was astonishing, leaving even her breathless with disbelief. You're not there yet. Instead of praising her, Rayon beckoned her forward with a flick of his finger. I know. Determined not to lose the sensation she'd just discovered, Martha unleashed all the forms of the Tyrant Sword. Using Rayon as her mirror, she began refining her movements and making them her own. Let me make this clear. Rayon parried her strike and spoke with a calm, piercing gaze. You've talked about becoming a grandmaster, but before the next war, the odds of you or any other squad leader reaching that level are slim. It's practically impossible. He shook his head, his tone brutally honest. Then what are we supposed to do? What else? Martha's savage yet radiant smile appeared. We keep going anyway. This wasn't the reckless defiance of her past. It was a determined pledge to do her best in the face of any challenge. Only after pushing Rayon back by a step did she lower her sword, exhilarated by the realization that she might reach the next level if she consolidated her newfound understanding. I'm not done yet. Let's keep going. Just as she prepared to charge at him again, a voice interrupted. That's enough. Run-On stepped in front of Martha, shaking her head. Why now? Time. Run-On pointed to the sky, now well past noon. But I was just getting into it. Next is me, Miss Rakshasa, you're done. Run-On declared the session over, firmly shaking her head. Who are you calling Miss Rakshasa? Martha scowled at her. You called yourself that, a Rakshasa from hell. Run-On tilted her head, quoting Martha's earlier words verbatim. You little, step aside, Miss Rakshasa, just as Martha and Run-On were about to draw their swords and clash. Boom, an intense surge of aura rippled from the right side of the training ground. Kying, it came from Dorian and Crane, whose swords were blazing with tangible aura. That's aura manifestation. Have they reached the master level? Run-On and Martha's eyes widened as they watched the blazing aura emanating from Dorian and Crane's swords. Is this aura manifestation? Crane, on the verge of tears, seemed unable to believe what he had achieved. My hand's about to fall off. What do I do? Help me. Dorian, trembling in fear at his own aura, shook his hands wildly. With this. Rayon smiled as he watched their auras, each radiating a distinct hue. The first piece has fallen into place. In front of Darius Roberts' faded throne, 4 gray screens appeared. It's been a while, or should I say this is our first time meeting in this form. Darius gestured with his fingers toward the figures reflected in the gray screens. Darius Robert, the white blood cult leader, visible in the first screen, lifted the hem of her dress as she crossed her legs. You've been deceiving everyone for a long time. She frowned, clearly displeased with Darius. The fallen one, reflected in the second screen, chuckled faintly. Of course, if he had explained things to us, we could have gained even more. He muttered regretfully, his eyes glinting at Darius. Crackle. The third gray screen showed no figure, only a deep, churning abyss of darkness. So why call this meeting of the 5 demons? The white blood cult leader waved her hand dismissively at the fourth screen. If that sword-crazed old man and the scoundrel are dead, isn't it just the 4 demons? She scoffed, questioning if Darius could even count. Whether the Holy Sword Alliance leader lives or dies, the Alliance participated in this meeting. At Darius's gesture, the last gray screen shimmered to reveal a sharp-eyed elder with a fearsome presence. From now on, I will lead the Holy Sword Alliance. The man, Rictor, known as the Blood Sword Master and the Sword Demon, raised his chin confidently. If anyone has objections, speak now. His fiery gaze burned brightly, illuminating the darkness. Leader of the Holy Sword Alliance, the white blood cult leader smirked at the image of Rictor reflected in the final gray screen. Do you think someone like you can handle the Holy Sword Alliance? She waved her hand dismissively, calling his claim nonsense. That's none of your concern. I've already claimed the position of leader, Rictor replied, tilting his chin smugly as he returned her sneer. How arrogant. The white blood cult leader uncrossed her legs and leaned forward. A decrepit man who used to cower behind the former leader dares to. Her voice brimmed with killing intent. Do you wish to die the moment you become the leader? Let's all take a moment. The fallen one raised his hand to calm the narrowing eyes of the white blood cult leader before turning toward Rictor. Lord Rictor, claiming to be the leader of the Holy Sword Alliance implies that you've taken full control of it, correct? Had I not, I wouldn't have come here, Rictor replied, his tone as dry as his gaze. Impressive, however. The fallen one's eyes began to glow a sinister red. To swallow up such a colossal force so seamlessly, it seems you were prepared for this even before the former leader's death. His snake-like gaze scrutinized Rictor's every move. Interesting. Darius Robert leaned back into his throne, stroking his chin as though savoring the intrigue. Think what you want. Rictor ignored both the white blood cult leader's mockery and the fallen one's provocations. His voice turned colder, showing no hint of attachment. If my presence bothers you, I can leave. Good, leave then. The white blood cult leader scoffed, nodding as though she wouldn't miss him. I don't need someone like you around, she added, twisting her lips in disdain. Wait. Darius raised his hand, stepping in between the two. Though there are a few concerning factors, the 5 demons are currently more united than ever. Abandoning a force like the Holy Sword Alliance in such times would be a foolish move. He turned to the white blood cult leader with an unyielding stare. Maintaining the 5 demons won't harm us. The Holy Sword Alliance was strong because of its previous leader. Do you think this old man can replace that sword-obsessed monster? The white blood cult leader tapped her temple with her white finger, urging Darius to think carefully. Of course not. He knows that better than anyone. Darius shifted his gaze to Rictor, a faint smile on his lips, but everyone here can sense that his power is far beyond that of an ordinary transcendent. Even the white blood cult leader, though irritated, couldn't deny Rictor's strength, furrowing her brow slightly. Outside of the leaders of the 6 kings, no one on this continent can match the sword demon. Perhaps if the previous emperor or sword emperor returned, or if some prodigy among the 5 kings emerged, it would be a different story. Darius spoke with certainty, as though he had measured the strength of every individual on the continent. Not true. The white blood cult leader shook her head, narrowing her eyes. There's someone, even if he isn't widely known, who can rival that old man. But that card can't be played recklessly, can it? Darius replied with a calm smile, as if he already knew. You. Her expression hardened. How much do you know? Who knows? Darius didn't answer, turning his head away with a mysterious smirk. Regardless, we should acknowledge the sword demon's strength and his swift takeover of the Holy Sword Alliance. If there are no objections, let's proceed with the meeting. Darius nodded, inviting dissent by gesturing for anyone to raise their hand. Neither the Fallen One nor the Black Tower Master moved a muscle, and though the white blood cult leader frowned, she didn't raise her hand. Then Darius glanced at Rictor and nodded. As a fellow newcomer, I look forward to working with you. HMPH. Rictor snorted and leaned back in his chair as if he had expected this outcome, but still. The white blood cult leader glared at Darius, her brow furrowing. Why is the newcomer running the meeting like he's in charge? Because I convened this meeting. Darius shrugged as though it were obvious. By using the 6 Kings protocols, I've opened a more discreet channel for our operations. Isn't that worth tolerating? He tilted his head slightly, as if asking not to be stingy. I don't mind. The Fallen One smiled faintly, his tone indifferent. Rumble. The Black Tower Master's screen trembled violently, exuding an ominous energy that gave no clear indication of agreement or dissent. It seems there are no objections, so let's begin. Ah, one moment. The Fallen One raised his hand, his chilling smile sharpening. Could you tell us which archangel you summoned? His gleaming eyes turned toward Darius. Uriel, Darius answered without hesitation. Is that creature on our side? The white blood cult leader asked, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized him. It's not that simple. It's more of a mutual benefit relationship. Darius shook his head calmly. I help him with his work, and he helps me with mine. You could say it's similar to our arrangement, so at least he's not an enemy, Rictor remarked, crossing his arms with a faint smirk. Correct. As long as we don't provoke him first, Uriel won't attack the 5 demons, that I can guarantee. Darius tapped his finger lightly, signaling his assurance. I don't like it. The white blood cult leader's frown deepened. What are you hiding? Believe or don't, it's up to you. Just don't provoke Uriel. To put it simply, you could call him the newest addition to the 6 demons. Darius smirked, suggesting Uriel could be considered part of the group. Does that answer your question? It does. The Fallen One nodded, his eyes steady. Then let me ask something. Darius leaned against his armrest, his voice calm but probing. Why hasn't the so-called heavenly demon made an appearance? His dark gaze gleamed with curiosity. I went to meet him, the Fallen One replied, sighing softly. But I couldn't even get close. It seems he's not ready to appear yet. He clicked his tongue as if mildly disappointed. Ha, and you can't even deal with him properly. The white blood cult leader scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. As I've said countless times, our relationship is one of equals. I can't simply command him. The Fallen One brought his hands together, asking for understanding. I see. Yes, exactly. Darius and the Fallen One exchanged faint smiles. If your questions are resolved, shall we begin the meeting? Rictor furrowed his brow, urging them to move along. Impatient as always. Very well. Darius nodded and spread his right hand. Currently, the 5 kings are using the Black Market's intelligence network to locate the 5 demons' headquarters. The moment they pinpoint us, they'll deploy transcendent forces to wipe us out. He smirked, clearly aware of the Black Market's movements. In this situation, making a direct move is unwise. Acting carelessly could result in being picked off one by one. So what do you suggest? The white blood cult leader gestured impatiently with her pale hand. In times like these, the key is to create disturbances externally, rather than internally. Externally, yes, it's better to build strength from the edges of the continent. A detailed map of the continent unfolded behind Darius. The 5 kings have been consolidating their power in the gap we left. If this continues, the difference in strength will crush us. Therefore, we must bolster our forces as well. As he raised his hand, lights began to flicker at the edges of the map. There are plenty of places untouched by the 5 kings on this vast continent. The distractions created by the Black Tower's offshoots will also help cover our movements. Darius assigned specific regions to each member of the 5 demons, places where they could grow stronger. I don't like this spot. The white blood cult leader wrinkled her nose in disapproval. Then I'll take it, the Fallen One offered, smiling without a care. Do as you wish. Darius, indifferent, nodded in agreement. The locations I've chosen are lands filled with ancient relics and dungeons. They'll be dangerous and challenging, but the rewards will far exceed the risks. He curled his lips into a cold smile, clenching his fist. Send trustworthy subordinates to grow their strength. We'll need every sharp blade we can muster for the coming war. Darius bared his teeth, emphasizing the need to keep moving forward. Don't state the obvious, the white blood cult leader snapped, furrowing her brow and shaking her head. And don't talk like you're giving orders. It makes me want to kill you. Her eyes glimmered with a chilling threat, demanding he remember his place. Understood, Darius replied with a tranquil smile, seemingly unfazed by her murderous intent. HMPH. The white blood cult leader snorted and erased her gray screen from the meeting. Rumble. The third gray screen, which reflected the Black Tower master, also disappeared in an instant, its owner silently ending their participation without uttering a single word. A pointless meeting, Rictor muttered coldly before vanishing from the gray screen. Lord Darius. The Fallen One gazed at the now empty screen where Rictor had been and smiled faintly. Do you trust Lord Rictor? Who knows? Darius gestured for the Fallen One to continue, his expression expectant. Lord Rictor has saved Rayon Sieghart 3 times now. While he always used the excuse of the Holy Sword Alliance, I suspect he has another agenda. The Fallen One avoided making a definitive statement, leaving his words vague. I share the sentiment, Darius said with a thin smile. Whatever his motives may be, it's true that we need his power for now. Darius's lips curled slightly as he spoke. And of course there's much to exploit. Don't you agree? You've gathered quite a bit of information while playing the hero, haven't you? Have you planted spies among us as well? The Fallen One smiled, his tone light despite the loaded question. It's the same with you, Darius replied, tilting his chin with an equally relaxed smile. The 2 transcendent beings exchanged sharp smiles as though probing each other's intentions before ending the meeting. Shrewd bastard. Darius scoffed as he erased the screen showing the Fallen One. So he's met the heavenly demon after all. Although the Fallen One claimed he hadn't met the heavenly demon, Darius was certain he had. He suspected the heavenly demon was preparing something, even if he hadn't taken action yet. Lord Darius. Kubara, who had been observing the meeting from the background, stepped forward. Are you planning to hide the fact that Rayon Zeekhart wields the power of the Demon King? Kubara bowed slightly, his tone laden with curiosity. That card is too valuable for those fools to use. Darius shook his head lightly, his cold eyes twisting into a sinister smile. I alonianly am worthy of crushing Rayon Zeekhart. Ha. Rictor leaned back in his chair, exhaling a long sigh. Well done, master rather, leader. Mustin approached Rictor and bowed his head. Just call me master like you always have, Rictor replied, waving a tired hand as he slumped into his chair like a liquid mass. Are you all right? I've just lost a bit of energy, Rictor assured him, waving away the concern. They're not easy opponents. Sitting behind the previous leader of the Holy Sword Alliance had been entirely different. Even through a virtual meeting, the pressure from the participants felt suffocating, but it's not unbearable. Though Darius Roberts' power was vast and seemingly endless, the other three were not on the same level. While he couldn't defeat them, he thought he might be able to stall them for a while. Darius and the Fallen One must be suspicious of me. Given their intelligence and keen observation, it was impossible for them not to harbor doubts. He was certain they had ulterior motives. Still, I have to keep going. It was too late to turn back now. Having climbed onto the tiger's back, he would have to ride it to the end, even if his body and soul were torn apart. For Rayon and Sylvia, as a father-in-law and grandfather, he had done nothing for them. He was determined to use this aging life of his to provide them with critical information and opportunities, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Rictor let out a short sigh and lowered his gaze. What about the formless sword lord and the white demon swordsman? They still refuse to acknowledge you as the leader, Mustin replied, grimacing as though the situation was far from easy. Of course, they joined because they were captivated by the Holy Sword Alliance's madness. Rictor shook his head, lamenting that nothing came easily. His eyes caught a squirrel outside the window. It froze as if sensing danger, clutching an unripe fruit in its mouth before scurrying down a tree. Master, it's nothing. Rictor rose from his chair and descended the platform. I'll have to go see them myself. Though his broad shoulders exuded reliability, there was an air of solitude about him. Clang, Rayon, and Burin's swords clashed and separated violently. Huff. Burin gasped for air, bending over with a pale face as if he were standing before an insurmountable wall. Your sword isn't bad, Rayon remarked, lowering the heavenly drive with a nod. It's fast, precise, and sharp. But that's all. The essence of each sword form isn't connected. Though Gale's swordsmanship was excellent, Burin couldn't fully integrate its techniques into his combat style. You should know why that is. Rayon struck Burin's thigh with the flat of his blade. Thud. Burin staggered back, biting his lip. Refined elegance, Rayon said, following him closely and speaking in an icy tone. You can't let go of the finesse you've had since the beginning. Rayon struck at Burin's openings, narrowing his eyes. If you're going to incorporate it, do it completely. If you're going to discard it entirely. Right now, you're doing neither. Burin coughed, blood flecking his lips as he collapsed to his knees. Ha ha. He panted heavily, struggling to catch his breath. If you don't make a clear decision, the gap between you and Martha or Runnon will only widen. I know, Burin said, nodding as he forced himself to his feet. I'll figure it out. Let's continue. Just as he steadied himself to resume, Rayon raised a hand to stop him. You've reached your limit. If you push further, you won't improve, you'll injure yourself and regress. Besides, it's already late. Rayon pointed to the moonlit night sky, indicating how much time had passed. Most swordsmen had already left to eat dinner. Boy's personality really has changed. Wrath rubbed his nose, commenting on how Burin's determination would ultimately lead him to great heights. Of course, Rayon nodded. Because he trusted Burin, he had been pushing him harder than anyone else. I see. It's already this late, Burin said with a regretful smile as he lowered his sword. I'll just have to wait again. As he turned to leave for personal training, Rayon, Burin, Dorian burst in over the wall, a loaf of bread still in his mouth. The central martial palace lord has emerged from the room of ego. He waved his arms wildly, shouting that the master had gone to the family head's hall. Are you going? Burin asked, pausing mid-step. I am. Rayon nodded, sheathing the heavenly drive. With heavy steps, Rayon left the training ground, letting out a short sigh. Karun Zeekhart, whether Karun had taken his place before him or still held on to it. Rayon narrowed his eyes at the sight of the swordsmen gathered in front of the main hall. It wasn't just the warriors of the central martial palace. It seemed the entire Zeekhart family had assembled here. Are they all here to see the master of Central Martial Palace? That's right. Dorian swallowed the bread he was chewing and nodded quickly. If the master of Central Martial Palace ascends to transcendence, Zeekhart will become the only one among the 5 great families to have 3 transcendents. Everyone from the inner citadel to the outer fortress and even the vassal families is talking about Karun Zeekhart. Dorian clenched his fists, clearly caught up in the excitement. Indeed, Burin trembled slightly, his satisfaction evident as he bit his lip in anticipation. Who cares about the man? The bread is what matters. Wrath, unconcerned with Karun, stared greedily at the crumbs Dorian had dropped. Why are you obsessing over a piece of bread? Because of you. Wrath shouted indignantly as he lunged forward. He tied a white band around his head, waving his hands dramatically. Awaken. This king demands his dining rights be respected. The demon king, speaking of human rights, ridiculous. Rayon ignored Wrath's cries and strode toward the family head's hall. At this rate, there won't even be a good spot to watch from. Over here, sir, this way. As Rayon scanned for a vantage point, Crane, who had been waiting in advance, waved him over. This guy never misses a chance. Rayon chuckled and walked toward Crane. The master of Central Martial Palace entered the reception hall over 30 minutes ago. He should be coming out soon. Crane gestured reassuringly, clearly confident they wouldn't have to wait long. What do you think happened? Dorian clasped his hands tightly, swallowing hard. He seemed both hopeful for Karun's success and curious about the alternative. Who knows? As Rayon casually replied, a steady rhythm of footsteps resounded from inside the family head's hall. Step. Step, the sound grew louder, focused, and deliberate. Karun Sieghart, dressed impeccably in his neatly pressed uniform, emerged. Ah. The moment Rayon saw Karun's crimson eyes, he knew. Karun had stepped into an entirely different realm. He ascended. Wrath nodded as if confirming Rayon's realization. His energy is already stabilized. It seems he has firmly grasped both will and image. Despite his usual disdain for Karun, Wrath begrudgingly acknowledged his achievement. It's clear. Rayon nodded solemnly. He's not just improved, it's a completely different person. Karun's previously fierce and imposing aura was gone, replaced by an eerie calm. Within his quiet gaze, a blade gleamed with the precision of a pendulum, sending chills down Rayon's spine. I can't beat him right now. Before entering the room of ego, Karun's skills at the peak of Grandmaster were evenly matched with Rayon's, but now defeat was certain. Father. Burin trembled as he recognized the transformation in Karun's presence. You've improved. Karun noticed Burin's progress with a single glance and nodded calmly. No, it's nothing. Burin awkwardly brushed his hair, clearly flustered. Karun's gaze shifted past Burin to Rayon, locking onto him. What? Rayon stepped back instinctively, swallowing dryly. Did he just thank me? That man, it felt like hearing a curse. Every hair on Rayon's body stood on end. Even if that boy has talent, such rapid growth in such a short time is not easy. Karun praised Rayon's teaching, his eyes momentarily closing before opening again. It's the third squad leader's own effort, I see. Karun's gaze lingered on Burin longer than usual, his interest apparent as he nodded slightly. Father, about transcendence. Burin stepped closer, asking the question everyone wanted answered. I've reached it. Karun nodded without hesitation. Yuwu, congratulations, my lord, we knew you could do it. Sieghart now has a third transcendent. The Central Martial Palace Division and direct family members swarmed Karun with cheers and congratulations. Of course, congratulations. Even members of rival factions, mindful of the ongoing war against the five demons, sincerely applauded Karun's success. Karun's voice carried none of the arrogance or intimidation it once did. Instead, he received their praise with calm humility. Rayon Sieghart. After accepting the crowd's congratulations, Karun stepped toward Rayon. Speak, Rayon replied, exhaling a tense breath as he faced Karun's tranquil yet overpowering gaze. I may be ahead of you now, but one day you will catch up to me. Karun's gaze softened momentarily. It will take a long time. Rayon acknowledged that closing the gap would require extraordinary effort. Karun was now far ahead. No, you will reach this realm sooner than you think. Karun shook his head as if certain of Rayon's potential. But the throne of Sieghart is mine. His previously calm eyes surged with emotion, like waves breaking against the shore. Even if you match my level or surpass it, the throne will remain mine. Are you? Rayon widened his eyes. Karun had just declared his claim to the Sieghart family headship in front of everyone. Yes, it's a declaration. Karun nodded confidently, his tone dry but resolute. Then you've come to the wrong person. I have no desire for Sieghart's throne. Rayon lowered his gaze, speaking with genuine indifference. Well said. Wrath jumped up, perched on Rayon's shoulder. All this boy cares about is the sword, its obsession, Nalav. Wrath flailed his arms, imploring Rayon to spare some interest for food. No, you and I will face each other before the Golden Throne. Karun spoke with a conviction that suggested he had already foreseen the future. I will wait. With those final words, he turned and walked back toward the Central Martial Palace Division. Lord Karun, wait for us. The swordsmen and direct descendants followed Karun, leaving the area. Rayon. Burin clenched his fists as he watched his father's retreating figure. My goal to earn his recognition hasn't changed. I know, the elegance and precision in Gale's swordsmanship. Burin smiled, his confidence evident. I won't give up. I'll make it work. With a determined expression, he turned and headed toward the 5th training ground instead of following Karun. As Rayon watched the father and son move in opposite directions, he couldn't help but feel detached. Father and son, having never experienced a father in either of his lives, it was a relationship Rayon doubted he would ever fully understand. But still, Rayon frowned, recalling the resolute gleam in Karun's crimson eyes. Why did Karun claim I'd contend for the position of family head against him? What could he have seen? Before midnight, Rayon headed to the family head's training ground. To his surprise, Glenn was already there, gazing at the night sky a departure from his usual habits. Greetings, Lord Glenn. Rayon bowed deeply toward Glenn's back. I heard you met with Karun. Glenn turned around, a faint smile on his lips, as though he already knew the details of their conversation. Yes, he's ascended to transcendence. Rayon nodded, replaying the memory of Karun's calm yet razor-sharp presence in his mind. What did you think of him? It felt like standing in a dark forest at night, where you don't know what might leap out. You saw him clearly. Glenn gestured lightly, commending Rayon's keen perception. I expected him to reach transcendence, but his achievements exceeded my expectations. His talent has finally blossomed. He chuckled, sounding eerily similar to Wrath. It seemed that those at the same level often shared similar perspectives. Rayon, do you believe you can reach transcendence? Yes. Rayon answered without hesitation, bowing his head slightly. It's undoubtedly a distant and towering mountain, but it's not insurmountable. Seeing Karun today had solidified his belief. Transcendence might be far away, but it wasn't an unreachable sky. A response befitting you. Glenn clasped his hands together, satisfied with Rayon's confidence. But Karun mentioned something about the family head's throne. Do you truly have no interest in it? I don't. Rayon lowered his gaze, answering succinctly. My main goal was to secure my mother's place among the direct lineage. If the position of family head had been necessary for that, perhaps. But now it's not something I'm concerned about. Good, that's all that matters. Glenn nodded in approval, agreeing that the family headship wasn't a role to be taken lightly or forced upon someone. Then what you're curious about now must be the room of ego. He stepped forward, his hands behind his back. Unfortunately, the room of ego won't be usable for some time. Glenn clicked his tongue, remarking that Karun had taken far too much from it. Consider it unavailable until next year. I understand. Rayon bowed deeply, accepting the news without complaint. Having seen Karun's transformation, he had anticipated this. Let's begin today's training then. This time I'll teach you the Mystic Soul Sword. Glenn took a solemn stance, gripping the heavenly drive. It's an advanced sword technique leaked from the Holy Sword Alliance. Even for you, it will be a significant challenge. He raised his blade toward the heavens as if preparing Rayon for the struggle ahead. Shing. Clearing his mind of thoughts about transcendence and the family head's throne, Rayon lifted the heavenly drive with composure. His crimson eyes glowed faintly, like embers burning in the dark. I'm ready. A towering woman moved through a sprawling forest of massive trees that seemed to rise chaotically from the earth. Her face was obscured by a black orc helmet, but her pale and youthful skin hinted at a surprisingly young age. As she walked, the dense underbrush parted, and branches shifted to clear her path. It was as though the forest itself welcomed her, as if she were an elf. Even more astonishing were the beings following her. Monsters born of the fertile forest and soil trailed behind, forming a slow-growing horde. Goblins, kobolds, orcs, gnolls, trolls, and even massive ogres marched together. Creatures that should have been fighting to the death moved in eerie unison as if possessed. Whistle. A man wearing a green snake helmet let out a whistle as he observed the surreal procession. Awakened kings really are something else. His voice carried genuine astonishment. This is so much more effective than using the mask rituals. Is that why you brought her along? No, I didn't know, replied a two-headed figure standing beside him, shaking its heads. Her mother's bloodline seemed useful, so I thought she could be a good red ghost or green ghost. I had no idea she could control not just greenskins but all monsters. The figure chuckled, as though marveling at their luck. Fortunate indeed, especially with that included. The man in the green snake helmet gestured toward the severing sword lying nearby. I brought that one intentionally, the two-headed figure said, smirking as it turned to glance at the sword. The aura was weak, but the swordsmanship was insane. It licked its lips, expressing a desire to fight again. You're still such a freak. The green snake helmet man scoffed, unfolding his arms. We'll need to pace this gathering. If it happens too quickly, they might come for us. I know. The two-headed figure waved its hand dismissively. I'm curious to see how much this force can grow, but we'll have to wait. Too many tasks as it is. The man in the green snake helmet grumbled about being overworked in Eden before disappearing. As the man left, Severing sword quivered before trailing after the woman in the black orc helmet. The two-headed figure chuckled as it watched the sword follow. Instinct, or something else. Near midnight, Rayon stood in the 5th training ground, his faint smile illuminated by the glint of dozens of swords shining in the darkness. They've all grown significantly. To be honest, they're on a completely different level compared to 3 months ago. Wrath nodded in agreement, remarking on the Light Wind Division's dramatic improvement in both power and spirit. I didn't expect them to develop this much either. The Light Wind Division had upheld their determination to rise above mediocrity. Except for Ewa and Julius, all had surpassed the barrier to the master level. Burin, Martha, Runnon, and even Mark Gorton had reached the pinnacle of the master stage. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say every swordsman in the training ground had advanced significantly. I'm the only one who hasn't undergone a breakthrough, but there was no need to rush. Even if his power remained the same, the techniques he had learned from Glenn had significantly enhanced his swordsmanship. He had also mastered several new techniques, many now ready for practical use, especially the Mystic Soul Sword. The Mystic Soul Sword, technique from the Holy Sword Alliance, fit Rayon like a glove. Its mixture of severity and grandeur seemed to bind his past and present lives together. Carrying the intense energy of the training ground in his heart, Rayon headed toward the family head's training ground. As he practiced the Mystic Soul Sword under the soft glow of the lights, Glenn entered the room. "Greetings, Lord Glenn," Rayon bowed respectfully. "I saw the 5th training ground on my way here." Glenn returned the greeting with a wave before stepping closer. "They've all made great progress. Aside from the 2 newest additions, everyone's level has advanced significantly." He smiled faintly, clearly proud of the Light Wind Division's dedication over the past 3 months. "They still have a long way to go." Rayon shook his head humbly. Then, before Rayon could finish, Glenn raised his hand. "You're ready to take on a new mission." Rayon tightened his grip on the heavenly drive and nodded. "I have been in the family for quite some time. The swordsmen are ready to see real action." The current Light Wind Division was undeniably strong, with 2 at the peak of Grandmaster, 4 high-level masters, and all but Yua and Julia surpassing the master level. It could be considered the strongest combat unit in Zeekhart. However, having spent the last 4 months in pure training and sparring, there was an unmistakable need for practical experience. The timing was perfect for an assignment, I understand. Rayon lowered the heavenly drive and looked at Glenn. "I'll attend the next officers' meeting to receive our mission." "There's no need for that." Glenn waved his hand dismissively. "The Light Wind Division's mission has already been decided." He looked down, indicating that he had made the decision himself. "What kind of mission is it?" While practical experience was important, the nature of the mission mattered greatly. Rayon wasted no time inquiring further. "There's intelligence that a floor master from the Black Tower and a sword master from the Holy Sword Alliance will be meeting." Glenn's crimson eyes darkened like dried blood. "Both the shadow agents and the black market have verified this information, so it's reliable. If a floor master and a sword master are meeting, then..." Rayon's eyes narrowed as he quickly deduced the reason for such a meeting. "Exactly, it's obvious." Glenn nodded, reading Rayon's expression. "It's likely a trade of swords or swordsmanship for artifacts." He twisted his lips, indicating disdain for the 2 factions' probable dealings. "I think so too." Rayon followed Glenn's gaze, nodding thoughtfully. "The Holy Sword Alliance is obsessed with swords, while the Black Tower is fixated on magic and artifacts. Given their respective interests, a trade meeting made the most sense. Your mission is to raid the transaction site, steal the swords and artifacts, and eliminate the sword master and the floor master." Glenn's brow furrowed, acknowledging the difficulty of dealing with 2 powerful factions simultaneously. "Can you do it?" "I will." Rayon met Glenn's steely gaze with a calm smile. "The more difficult, the more rewarding." Though it was undeniably a challenging mission, it was an ideal opportunity to test the might of both himself and the Light Wind Division. You're such a lunatic." Wrath shuddered as if exhausted by Rayon's enthusiasm. "Your subordinates are pitiful. Someday this king will rescue them." The spirit dramatically raised his hand as though making a solemn vow. "Where is the location?" Ignoring Wrath, Rayon stepped closer to Glenn. "The outlaw territory of Harlem, located to the southwest." However, the exact timing is uncertain. Glenn frowned, advising Rayon to prepare for an extended wait at the site. "The leader of the shadow agents will visit the Light Wind Division tomorrow to provide detailed information." "I understand." Rayon nodded, mentally reviewing the information Glenn had just provided. "Now, let's begin your final lesson." Glenn smiled faintly, though his tone carried a note of finality. "A final lesson, it feels a bit regretful." Rayon exhaled softly. These lessons had allowed him to understand the essence of numerous sword techniques. Knowing this was the last brought an unexpected heaviness. "Ahem." Glenn cleared his throat, his ears reddening slightly. "Does this mean he enjoys spending time with me?" Hearing his grandson express regret over the lesson ending sent Glenn's heart racing. His face grew warm, and he struggled to contain his rising emotions. Suppressing his trembling lips, he forced himself to maintain composure. "If you perform well and earn merit, there's no reason I can't continue teaching you." He turned his gaze aside, his voice slightly strained. "I'll do my best." Rayon nodded firmly, pressing his hand against his chest. Glenn bit his lip as he looked at Rayon again. His grandson was a complete package: strength, personality, character, and even appearance reminiscent of himself. There was nothing lacking. Even though Glenn hadn't eaten dinner, he felt full. However, to ensure Rayon's proper growth, it was now time to get serious. "Let's begin today's lesson." Taking a deep breath to cool his excitement, Glenn's smile faded, replaced by a sharp intensity. "The final lesson always comes with a test." His expression grew cold as he raised the heavenly drive. "Show me everything you've learned and built up so far." Glenn's voice was dry, his sword lifted as though daring Rayon to prove himself. Rayon swallowed hard and stepped back. Everything, it seemed Glenn wanted him to showcase his entire repertoire, unlike his sparring sessions with Reimer. There's only one way, Swordfield Creation Genesis Blade. Rayon knew that the only way to respond to Glenn's challenge was to grow through his culmination of swordsmanship. You're correct. Wrath watched Glenn intently, a strange longing in his voice. That old man wants to feel the full extent of your abilities. Wrath's voice held a peculiar mix of envy and admiration. I understand. Rayon inhaled deeply, stepping into position before Glenn. The ring of fire within him resonated to its peak, heightening his concentration. It felt as though Glenn Sieghart was the only existence in the world, the sky fading away, the earth sinking, and time itself slowing to a crawl. Before him stood the pinnacle of martial arts, Swordfield Creation Genesis Blade. As if uttering a sacred incantation, Rayon swung the heavenly drive. The silver blade cleaved the air between heaven and earth, drawing upon the full extent of his swordsmanship and techniques honed in the realm of his mind. Sheathing, as pure and dark forces clashed, light and shadow intertwined. The energy within the heavenly drive didn't waver but grew stronger, erupting into a brilliant, golden glow. Rumble, an endless, colossal strike rippled outward, twisting the earth and collapsing the walls of the training ground. Boom. The heavenly drive trembled under the weight of Glenn's blade, but the elder's stern expression melted into a smile of approval. Your path isn't straightforward, but it's the right one. Glenn twisted his wrist, causing Rayon's attack to soar like a dragon, illuminating the dawn sky with faint violet hues. Heir. Rayon collapsed to his knees, exhaling heavily. He had poured everything he had into the strike and could no longer stand. Have I changed? He had thought his growth was negligible, but the sheer power of his technique had exceeded his expectations. If he had used this during his sparring with Rimmer, the elf would have been gravely injured. Excellent. Glenn shook off the trembling heavenly drive and smiled. Your mastery of swordsmanship is exceptional. Even a transcendent would struggle to defeat you in swordsmanship alone. He nodded approvingly, his satisfaction evident. Ah. The efforts you've made, as natural as breathing, have built a solid foundation in both your body and soul. When you ascend to transcendence, it will all erupt like fireworks, so don't rush. Glenn's voice was gentle as he offered reassurance. The test, you've passed, of course. You may leave now. He clapped Rayon's shoulder and entrusted the light wind division to him before departing. Rayon bit his lip and nodded. To have his swordsmanship acknowledged by Glenn brought him more joy than receiving any reward. He could feel his heart pounding with exhilaration. On the morning of your departure, bring the light wind division to the family head's hall. With those final words, Glenn left the training ground. Who? Rayon lay sprawled on the shattered ground, staring up at the sky. This is fun. Having someone capable of receiving his all was a rare and exhilarating experience. He couldn't help but smile. Next time. Wrath hopped onto Rayon's shoulder, his round eyes glimmering. I'll be the one to face your sword manifestation, your sword technique. Next time I'll take it head-on. Wrath gestured dramatically as though issuing a formal challenge. Why the sudden change? Because of something you said before, among other things. Wrath turned his gaze away awkwardly, trying to hide his embarrassment. I don't know why, but I'm not eating a midnight snack. It's not about food. Wrath grabbed Rayon by the collar, shouting indignantly. You've been summoned by the Shadow Agent's leader. The council leader, Chad, ascended the platform with heavy steps. He met the gazes of the swordsman brimming with intensity and bowed his head. This mission is a dangerous one, intercepting a trade between the Holy Sword Alliance and the Black Tower to eliminate both factions. The location is the outlaw territory of Harlem. Chad elaborated on the mission's details while flipping through documents. Harlem, true to its reputation as an outlaw territory, has no established security and is open on all sides, allowing for easy escape. If you fail to act during the trade itself, your targets may slip away, so be thoroughly prepared. Additionally, the area is controlled by local overlords, so caution is advised. After outlining the potential pitfalls, Chad stepped back. May the Light Wind Division find success in this mission. Rayon hid his probing gaze and bowed respectfully to Chad. Holy Sword Alliance and Black Tower. Are we taking on both at once? This won't be easy. Even the usually confident swordsman felt a palpable tension at the thought of confronting two major powers simultaneously. Clap, Rayon stood before them, clapping loudly. The idle chatter ceased immediately, and the swordsmen straightened, their eyes fixed on him. As you've all heard, this mission won't be easy. We must eliminate both the Holy Sword Alliance and the Black Tower forces and seize their goods. The risks are obvious, and our plan and execution must be flawless. If the unit doesn't move like a perfectly synchronized machine, failure is inevitable. Dorian swallowed hard, his eyes darting nervously, but Rayon's voice sharpened as he gripped the hilt of the heavenly drive. This mission was given to the Light Wind Division directly by the family head. It means he trusts us. At the mention of Glenn's trust, the swordsman's eyes gleamed fiercely, like sharpened blades ready for battle. This is our chance to unleash everything we've built. It's time to show that the Light Wind Division is the strongest combat unit on the continent. Rayon unsheathed the heavenly drive and pointed it skyward, chi-eyeing. The swordsmen, as if waiting for this moment, drew their swords in unison and raised them high. Over 30 blades shone brightly, their combined energy forming a massive sword that seemed to pierce the heavens. Whoa, Chad, standing at the back, let out an involuntary gasp at the overwhelming sight of the entire division's power. Unbelievable. Though he had heard rumors that most of the Light Wind Division had reached the master level, seeing it firsthand left him speechless. Rayon's claim that the Light Wind Division was the strongest was no exaggeration. I made the right choice aligning with them. The Shadow Agent's leader rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Rayon's imposing back. My life is set. The next morning, before heading to meet Glenn, Rayon practiced the Mystic Soul sword by the lake behind the annex. As expected of an advanced sword technique, the more he practiced, the more facets it revealed. Its refined rhythm brought him peace, and he found himself focusing intently on it these days. Kaya, after finishing the final form of the technique, he turned to see Sylvia standing there, holding a tray with a dazed expression. Mother, I'm sorry. Sylvia snapped out of her thoughts, lightly patting her cheeks as if to shake off her daze. Is something wrong? No, not at all. Sylvia shook her head and held out the tray she was carrying. I prepared this so you won't go hungry on your mission. She offered him freshly made toast, still steaming, and urged him to eat it before it cooled. But her unsettled demeanor didn't escape Rayon's notice. She was clearly worried, likely because she had learned about the mission's nature. Don't worry too much. Rayon smiled as he accepted the toast. No matter who the opponent is, I don't think we'll lose, I see. Sylvia returned his smile, though it didn't reach her eyes. Be safe and come back. She turned and walked back toward the annex, her steps slow and heavy. Her smile is fake. Wrath, too, noticed Sylvia's unease and furrowed his brows. I agree. Rayon took a bite of the toast. No, it isn't. This crunchy, savory toast tells me she's perfectly fine. Wrath dismissed the concern, raising his arms dramatically. Top-grade ham, top-grade cheese. This is the taste of a mother's love. Wrath grinned, claiming Sylvia's cooking carried the flavor of wealth. Rayon finished the remaining toast in one bite and licked his lips. I'll ask her about it after the mission. Though he was worried, there was no time to dwell on it now. Rayon brushed the crumbs from his hands and headed toward the family head's hall to report their departure. Rayon Zeekhart, leader of the Light Wind Division, pledges to complete the mission and return. Rayon and the division knelt in the hall, bowing deeply before Glenn. Glenn looked over the Light Wind Division with satisfaction, a faint smile on his lips. They're all exemplary. There was no trace of inexperience among them. Every one of them exuded the aura of seasoned veterans, and Glenn found no reason to worry about the perilous mission. But that wasn't the only reason he had summoned the division. Rayon, as this was his grandson's first mission as a direct descendant, Glenn wanted to offer encouragement before the division departed. Just as Glenn prepared to deliver the advice he had rehearsed for 2 days, Balder, the lord of the true martial palace, stepped forward. You've grown so much since I last saw you. Balder nodded approvingly, his expression brimming with pride. With your strength now, you could bend any opponent to your will. Just watch out for those Black Tower scoundrels that always fight dirty. Understood. Rayon bowed respectfully to Balder, the first to offer advice. Good. When you return, let's have a drink together. Balder laughed heartily, mimicking the motion of raising a glass. Glenn's brow furrowed deeply. That damned fool. The first words of advice were supposed to be his, yet his boorish son had barged in and ruined everything. No, it's fine. Balder's words were more like casual remarks than formal advice. It wasn't worth stressing over. After taking a deep breath, Glenn was about to speak when Karun, lord of the Central Martial Palace, raised his chin. You're undoubtedly strong, confident even, but don't let that confidence turn into complacency. Unlike Balder, Karun's tone was serious as he addressed the division. When on a mission, treat every opponent, even a rabbit, as if it were a lion. Give your all in every moment. Rayon met Karun's gaze briefly before bowing again. Thud. Glenn smacked his forehead with his palm. Both his sons had stolen the spotlight, leaving his carefully prepared advice to dissolve into nothingness. Just go. In the end, Glenn could only wave them off weakly. Phew. Rimmer shook his head, understanding the situation perfectly. Yes, we will all return safely. Rayon saluted before leading the Light Wind Division out of the hall. Where are you two going? Just as Balder and Karun were about to leave as well, the hall doors slammed shut with a deafening boom. Glenn's eyes burned like molten fire, his voice as cold as ice. You two are staying. Whoosh, amid the gently flickering campfire, dozens of sword lights shimmered and danced. Rayon, having just finished dinner, watched the swordsmen of the Light Wind Division train with a faint smile. They've started training on their own now. Previously, the Light Wind Division would rest after dinner, requiring direct orders to practice. Now they swung their swords voluntarily, showing a complete change in mindset toward training. These fools have finally learned their weakness through the last war. Wrath landed on Rayon's head, wagging a finger. They've been recognized by the King of Wrath. It's only natural for them to stake their lives on training to grow stronger. Wrath nodded confidently, his tone filled with pride. As I said before, the king's subordinates will become strong. That's true, Rayon replied with a small laugh following Wrath's gaze to the training swordsmen. But more than their strength, I'm impressed by their change in attitude. The Light Wind Division had always been passive. Without orders, they wouldn't train individually, and they would flee in terror at the mere suggestion of sparring. Now, things were different. They sought out sparring partners and didn't miss morning or evening training. Not only had their strength grown, but their discipline and mindset had reached new heights. Maybe I should lend them a hand. Where are you going? Just as Rayon stood to offer advice, Wrath blocked his path. There's still food left. Wrath wagged his tail, urging Rayon to finish the stew. You're a real nuisance sometimes, Rayon muttered, sighing as he finished the rest of the stew. Ha, Wrath cheered, his arms flailing. The smoky flavor is perfect. This is the true taste of camping. Wrath wagged his tail contentedly. While the others are changing, you stay the same, Rayon quipped. What's that supposed to mean? It means your life must be incredibly simple. Of course, the king enjoys life wherever and whenever. Not a compliment, Rayon muttered, shaking his head as he approached Run-On, who was bathed in silver sword light. Are you managing all right? He hadn't seen Run-On eating her beloved ice cream balls lately. Considering how much she adored them, it worried him. I'm fine, Run-On replied calmly, shaking her head as if it were nothing. I actually like it. Her face flushed as she explained how she could feel herself improving with each swing of her sword. Rayon squinted at her glowing expression, hiding her excitement behind her typically blank eyes. She's definitely improving, he thought. Run-On seemed poised to surpass the walls of the master level and reach Grand Master before anyone else. And I have something I need to do, Run-On added, exhaling lightly as if bracing herself. Something you need to do. I need to defeat my brother so that my parents won't worry anymore. Her lips pressed into a determined line as she declared her intention to defeat Syria Sullian without relying on anyone else. Syria Sullian. Rayon recalled the leech-like man who had once targeted him after coming back from the dead. Rimmer had mentioned Syria had grown even stronger, but Run-On seemed undeterred. Even for you, it won't be easy to beat him alone, Rayon cautioned. I still have to do it, she replied firmly, shaking her head with unusual resolve. It's my fault he changed like that. Your fault, I didn't do anything. Run-On bit her lip, recalling the times when she had been paralyzed by fear of Syria. If I had stepped up and faced him back then, things might have turned out differently. I can't change the past, but I can bring it to an end myself. Her eyes, once filled with fear, now held responsibility and determination. The change was striking. Sniff. Wrath rubbed his eyes, moved. She's grown so much. The girl who loved ice cream has become so admirable. She's matured in more than just strength, Rayon admitted. No, it's not just that. This is the first time she's ever spoken this much. Wrath marveled at her voice, even rubbing his snout as if savoring a memory. She's definitely unique, Rayon muttered, brushing Wrath aside and raising a hand. Run-On. He stepped in front of her, meeting her gaze. If you need help, just let me know. Then about this technique. Run-On began explaining her current struggles, and Rayon offered guidance, not by simply answering, but by helping her think and grow on her own. This interaction wasn't limited to just the two of them. The entire Light Wind Division moved and breathed as one cohesive entity, almost like a living organism. Near the barren mountains outside Halem, Rayon observed the desolate city from the shadow of a withered tree. The city rose like a mirage in the desert's center. The outer slums seemed ready to collapse at a gust of wind, while the inner buildings stood tall and opulent, resembling the trade city of Camelon. Still the same, Rayon muttered. The city's glaring disparity between wealth and poverty hadn't changed. Halem was a barren wasteland, abandoned by humans and monsters alike. Refugees and outlaws had made it their home, turning it into a haven for criminals. With no laws, compassion, or trust, Halem was ruled solely by power and wealth, making it the most extreme example of survival of the fittest. The survival of the fittest. Wrath gazed down at Halem, his expression sour. It's just as it appears. There was a place like this in the demon realm too. Wrath swung a small fist disdainfully. Someone's enjoying himself, Burin quipped, watching Wrath squirm and writhe. Enjoying? Isn't he dancing? Burin chuckled, cautiously patting Wrath's head. Dancing? The king does not dance. Wrath's indignant roar echoed as he lunged at Burin. The insolent eyeball dares to touch the demon king. Sure. Nice to see you two, Burin teased, waving dismissively. Kaya, Wrath clutched his head in agony. Summon me now. I will teach this eyeball a lesson. Yep, definitely enjoying himself, Burin concluded with a smirk. How do we get in there? Burin eventually asked, turning his gaze back to the city. If we enter openly, they'll know right away. He frowned, clearly worried about being detected. We'll disguise ourselves and split into groups, but before that. Rayon's eyes narrowed as he scanned the base of the mountain. There's someone we need to meet first. Someone to meet? Rimmer tilted his head, puzzled. You wouldn't know since you missed the meeting, Rayon sighed, shooting him a withering look. The other swordsmen followed suit, glancing at Rimmer with exasperation. Don't look at me like that. I've been through a lot. Rimmer waved his hands, claiming his months of recovery as an excuse. Anyway, we need to wait for our contact here. Rayon leaned back against the tree, preparing to wait. Chad had mentioned that someone would deliver the necessary information once they reached the mountain. As night fell and Harlem's center came alive with light, a presence stirred at the base of the mountain. It was a familiar energy, a disciple of the Black Market's leader and one of its regional heads, Denning Rose. Long time no see, Lord Rayon. Denning Rose removed her black hat and bowed gracefully. The branch master herself, of course. You are my responsibility. She flashed an elegant smile as though it were only natural for her to follow her guest. This is everyone's first time in Harlem, I assume. Denning Rose glanced down at the lawless city with a wry grin. Harlem is a land that rejects no one, not con artists, murderers, or even demons. Anyone can enter, but that doesn't mean there's no inspection. Because it's filled with criminals, the scrutiny here is sharper than anywhere else. She shook her head. If you enter as you are, your true identities will be exposed immediately. That's why you'll need disguises and convincing performances. Extending her hand, Denning Rose's escorts brought out tattered, worn clothes. I'll have more suitable outfits delivered by tomorrow, but for now, put these on and play the part of drifters or petty criminals. I've got clothes already. Dorian enthusiastically rummaged through his pouch, pulling out a pile of sandy, threadbare garments. Why do you have so many of these? Crane gaped as Dorian produced more clothes than the entire Light Wind Division could possibly wear. Essential supplies. Dorian chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Ah, how nostalgic. Wrath let out a delighted noise. I haven't heard those words in ages. The Demon King's round face lit up with pride. This should do just fine, Denning Rose said, nodding approvingly. Well prepared. However, she added, raising a finger, there's another problem even disguises won't solve. What is it? Your overwhelming strength. Harlem has grand masters residing within it, and the moment you step inside, you'll be detected. That's why. Denning Rose pulled out 2 vials from her pouch. The first contains a poison that suppresses your aura, reducing it to 1/10 of its strength. The second is the antidote. She explained that unless someone was at the transcendent level, they wouldn't be able to sense the concealed aura. Ah, I hate both poisons and antidotes, Rimmer grumbled, grimacing. I've had enough medicine to last a lifetime. I'll go first, Rayon said, ignoring Rimmer as he handed the first vial to Crane. Me. Crane blinked at the vial in his hand, wide-eyed. Yes, you, why me? Surely someone else. Drink, Rayon's unyielding tone silenced any further objections. Why did I ever pick a fight with him back then? Muttering regrets from their trainee days, Crane drank the contents of the first vial. Smoke rose faintly from his body, and his aura visibly diminished to a mere fraction of its original strength. Crane's jaw trembled as he felt his power wane. This is incredible. Rayon could only faintly sense Crane's aura, even when focusing his strongest perception techniques. Now take this. Rayon handed Crane the antidote, who reluctantly drank it. Exactly 1 minute later, his aura returned to its full strength. It lasts 1 minute, remember that. Rayon instructed the rest of the division, ensuring they all understood the time limit before distributing the poison and antidote to everyone. Where exactly do we need to infiltrate? Once all the Light Wind Division's auras were suppressed, Rayon turned back to Denning Rose. The arena, she replied, pointing to the heart of Harlem. Rayon clicked his tongue. Of course, for people like those from the Black Tower and the Sacred Sword Alliance, human lives were just pawns. They likely chose the arena as a backup escape route, and the main reason is... Denning Rose gestured toward the arena. There's a fighter known as the Gladiator Demon. The Gladiator Demon. He's a former Knight of Owen, someone obsessed with money and combat. He abandoned his knighthood and turned to crime, all for gold. Her expression twisted in disdain. He's a disgusting individual, but he'll likely mediate the transaction between the Black Tower and the Sacred Sword Alliance, and take a cut for himself, no doubt. Exactly. He's the type who only cares about profit. Doesn't matter who or what is involved, he'll do anything for money. Denning Rose pointed to the largest, most extravagant building at Harlem's center. Past transactions have also occurred there. The arena, why there? Martha frowned in disbelief, her eyes narrowing. Why choose the arena? Mark Gorton trailed off, shaking his head. Because it's at the center of Harlem. It has countless secret passages leading in every direction, perfect for escape routes. Denning Rose smirked, and it's always crowded. If something goes wrong, they can throw the audience into chaos and escape. She nodded, clearly impressed by the practicality of the venue for secret deals. This time will likely be no different. In that case, we should scout the participants, Rayon said, clicking his tongue. It's always easier talking with you, Lord Rayon. Denning Rose smiled, nodding in agreement. The arena bans aura usage. Matches are fought using only raw physical strength, so it'll be easy to blend in. However, we should limit the number of participants to avoid suspicion. 2 or 3 would be ideal. I'll participate and... Rayon's gaze swept over the division as Denning Rose added, the more attention we attract, the better. It'll distract them during the transaction. Their eyes landed on the same person. Why are you both looking at me? Martha's brow furrowed as their gazes fixed on her. Halem's arena thrived on raw, brutal combat. It was a stage for beastly strength, attracting mostly rugged men with weathered, violent pasts. When a young woman with flowing red hair stepped into the waiting area, the crowd erupted in laughter and jeers. What's that supposed to be? This arena's standards have really dropped. She's so tiny, not even worth a bite. You lost, sweetheart. The bar's that way. The fighters, their bodies scarred and hulking, mocked and ridiculed the crimson-haired intruder. Ignoring the insults, Martha walked confidently toward the inner room. Hey, a middle-aged brute with deep scars across his chest blocked her path. This isn't a place for women. Go play barmaid or something. He shoved his bony fist toward her face, grinning maliciously. The other fighters roared with laughter, watching the spectacle unfold. Barmaid, Martha smirked, tilting her head. Will this do for an appetizer? She bit down on the man's fist with a snap. Crunch. The sheer force of her jaw shattered the bones in his hand, tearing flesh and sending blood gushing. Arg, the brute screamed, clutching his mangled hand as he writhed on the floor. Tooey, Martha spat out a piece of bone and glared at the silent room with piercing golden eyes. Move, or I'll take your eyes next. The man scrambled away, trembling, pathetic worms. Martha sneered at the stunned fighters and claimed the most prominent seat in the waiting room. I set this up, but... Watching from a hidden vantage point, Rayon couldn't stop his lips from trembling. She's too good at this. Scary whispered wrath. On the blood-soaked sand of the arena, stained red by countless battles, a host in a blue suit stepped forward. He bent his waist playfully, prompting the spectators to roar like wild animals, demanding the fight to start. You're as impatient as ever, my esteemed guests. Fine, I'm not one for idle chatter either, so let's get started. The host spread his arms, a grin curling on his lips as he relished the audience's response. Let me introduce the first match of the day. Powerhouse with 3 consecutive victories since entering the arena, the mighty lion fighter, Gamurin. As the introduction ended, the iron door on the left creaked open, and a muscular youth over 2 meters tall stepped forward. His footsteps were so heavy that they left deep imprints in the sand. Rah! Gamurin let out a ferocious roar, exuding a chilling presence that sent shivers down spines despite his lack of aura. His opponent is stepping into the arena for the first time today. The bloodthirsty female fighter who devours her opponent's fists. Marin. At the host's gesture, the iron door on the right opened, and Martha, her hair dyed red, stepped out. In contrast to Gamurin, she walked calmly to the center of the arena. Boo, this is such an obvious mismatch. Who set up this pathetic pairing? Trying to scam us again, huh? How can anyone bet on this? The crowd hurled insults and even bottles of alcohol at Martha in the arena. This is going to be boring, Gamurin muttered as he looked down at Martha, frowning. Why are these idiots so loud? Martha snorted, annoyed by the chatter. This little rat, ha. She ignored Gamurin's provocation, yawning long and loud instead. Hey, Gamurin ground his teeth and turned to the host. Started already. I'll give you the spectacle you're looking for. He clenched his fist, veins bulging, and vowed to crush Martha's neck. Then let the first match of the day begin. The host lowered his hand, and Gamurin charged forward, swinging his massive fist with full force, intent on obliterating Martha. Boom, Martha didn't dodge. She stood her ground, taking Gamurin's punch head-on. Gamurin trembled as he realized she hadn't moved an inch. Was that a mosquito bite? Wiping a trickle of blood from her lip, Martha smirked. Now it's my turn, isn't it? She ground her teeth and threw her punch. Boom. Gamurin, struck in the face, was sent flying like a kicked ball, rolling across the ground. Erg. He groaned in pain, unable to rise. It's not over yet, is it? Smiling with a hint of bloodlust, Martha pummeled Gamurin relentlessly, battering him until he lay limp in a pool of blood. Thud, thud, thud. The sand turned an even darker shade of red, and Gamurin collapsed, his body beaten beyond recognition. The once chaotic arena fell silent, as if it had turned into a library. Marin wins. Even the host, who hadn't anticipated such a result, stammered as he raised Martha's hand. Wooa. Finally, the audience erupted in cheers, regardless of whether they had lost or won money. These were roars of admiration from those who lived for the thrill of battle. Shut up already. Martha waved her hand dismissively, as if annoyed, and headed back through the gate she had entered from. Impressive. Rayon shook his head as he watched Martha leave. He had expected her to do well, but she had exceeded all expectations. Gamurin, her opponent, was from the Beast Alliance, known for being unmatched in physical strength. For her to defeat such a monster without using orate was certain to draw the attention of the Sword Master of the Holy Sword Alliance and the Black Tower's Floor Lord. Did she pick the wrong profession? Shouldn't she be the beef girl? Wrath blinked, as if agreeing that this suited her better. You might be right. Rayon thought that Martha would make a fitting queen of this arena, ruling it with an iron fist. Here, take this. As Rayon and Wrath bantered, an arena staff member handed him a black glass bottle. It was the poison Denning Rose had mentioned, meant to erase aura. Rayon nodded and drank it. Within a minute, all traces of aura had vanished from his body, but he could neutralize it. Without even invoking wrath, the power of his ring of fire was enough to purify the poison entirely. I could launch an ambush right away. With no aura, the Floor Lord and Swordmaster would likely drop their guard, making them easy targets for a surprise attack. It's done. The arena staff confirmed Rayon's lack of aura and signaled the host. While the excitement from the first match hasn't faded, let's begin the second match. A fighter on a 6-win streak, the lightning speed Karam. At the host's announcement, an elderly man with a grasshopper-like physique stepped into the arena. Despite his slow pace, his movements carried the distinct air of a seasoned expert. And his challenger, a newcomer who's bound to astonish us, the Black Fox Ammon. Hearing his alias, Rayon entered the arena. Heh. Wrath chuckled as he eyed Rayon's dyed black hair. A fox, huh? It suits you perfectly. Wrath beamed as if it was the most fitting nickname ever. Rayon ran his hand through his black hair, a nostalgic expression crossing his face. This brings back memories. With black hair, he felt as though he had returned to his previous life. Determined to fight more aggressively, he flexed his wrists. Kid, shouldn't you go home and drink some more milk? Karam taunted, sticking out his tongue mockingly. Old man, have you prepared your grave? Rayon grinned, looking up at Karam. Not that it matters. You'll end up weathered into the ground here anyway, you little. You ancient fool. Unlike Martha, who kept her composure, Rayon deliberately mocked his opponent with exaggerated disdain. Krrrr. Karam's face flushed red with anger, humiliated by Rayon's taunts. Ha, things are heating up even before the fight starts. The host laughed gleefully and raised his hand. Let's begin the second match. As soon as he lowered his hand, Karam sprang into action. Despite not using aura, his footwork was faster than most swordsmen, dashing wildly across the arena. Too late for regrets now. I'll break your bones and bury you in the sand. With a sinister grin, Karam aimed a sharp thrust at Rayon's left chest. Whoosh! Rayon effortlessly evaded the attack with a slight twist of his ankle. What? Karam's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how his attack had missed. Save the dancing for the retirement home. Rayon struck Karam's abdomen with a clean punch. Karam coughed up blood as he tumbled across the ground, though he managed to rise slowly, showing resilience despite the blow. Why didn't you finish him in one strike? I'll take a different approach from Martha. While Martha had overwhelmed her opponent with raw power and brutality, Rayon decided to showcase speed and precision as his strengths. You brat. Karam accelerated, charging at Rayon. Rayon sidestepped his thrusts with ease and countered with quick strikes to his chest and thigh. Karam bent over, trembling from the blows, though his sturdy frame kept him from collapsing completely. Should have stuck to watching your grandkids play instead of seeking trouble. Rayon snorted as he looked down at Karam. You little punk. Grinding his teeth, Karam lunged forward. His arms jabbed alternately like a mantis's claws, the movement so fast they blurred. Thwack. Without retreating, Rayon grabbed both of Karam's wrists. Wah! Karam's eyes bulged in shock, unable to believe his wrists had been caught. Next time, pick your fights wisely. Rayon smirked and delivered a sharp kick to Karam's chin with the tip of his foot. Thud. Karam spat blood as he was flung backward, landing upside down in the sand. Ammon wins. The host, regaining his composure faster this time, announced Rayon's victory. Woo, this is better than the main event. These newcomers are incredible. Where did they come from? The audience cheered enthusiastically, pumping their fists in the air. Even those who had lost money seemed to enjoy the fight, clearly addicted to the thrill of combat. Is this really okay? Martha, grinding her teeth, shook her head. What's taking them so long to show up? You've already surpassed the champion in popularity. Rayon tilted his head. Martha had gained immense fame in the arena due to her ferocious fighting style and striking appearance, even eclipsing the reigning champion. You're no different, Martha scowled at Rayon. Your trash talking has earned you even more crazy fans, not as much as you. Your matches are always sold out. Rayon shrugged nonchalantly. Champion, my foot, I just want to swing my sword. Wrath shuddered as he watched Karam being dragged away, broken and bloodied. It's fine, they're all villains here. Rayon waved dismissively, noting that no one in this place was remotely sane. Still. Wrath squinted. You seem like the biggest villain of all. It had been a month and a half since they entered Harlem. At this rate, I'll actually end up being champion. Martha ruffled her hair in frustration, wanting to train properly instead of wasting time. Rimmer, that guy's out drinking and gambling at the tavern and we're stuck here. She bit her lip, envying Rimmer, who was disguised and enjoying himself while they were on edge. Just a little longer. If they don't show up in 2 weeks, we'll pull out. They couldn't linger indefinitely, so it was decided they would switch with the next team in 2 weeks, regardless of whether anything happened. Knock, knock. As Rayon tried to calm Martha down, a knock came at the door. Are you there? It was Dorian, bowing deeply as he entered, still disguised as an arena staff member. What is it? Martha's voice turned cold, wary of who else might be outside. The manager has requested your presence. Dorian chuckled, relieved he didn't need to deliver the message himself. Understood. Another fight. Rayon and Martha patted Dorian's shoulder and headed upstairs. Welcome. Oberyn, the host and manager of the arena, bowed respectfully. What's the matter? Rayon flicked his hand at Oberyn. The master wishes to see you. Despite their consecutive victories, they had yet to meet the arena's owner. Now it seemed things were finally shifting. Why doesn't he come here himself? Martha scowled, clearly unimpressed. Haha, I assure you, you won't regret going. Oberyn gestured cautiously toward the top floor of the arena. Let's go. I hate wasting time. Rayon muttered curtly and started up the stairs. HMPH. Martha snorted and reluctantly followed. Please enter. Oberyn opened the door to the top floor, revealing a massive, opulent room that defied the chaotic nature of the arena. The walls were coated in pure gold, priceless paintings and swords adorned each pillar, and an array of gemstones sparkled like flowers in a garden. It looked less like a lawless arena and more like the royal palace of a kingdom. Welcome. A man seated at the center of the room stroked his chin. Rings with various glittering gems adorned all his fingers. I am Tugui. The man who introduced himself as Tugui exuded a fierce aura despite the extravagance surrounding him. So that's Tugui. Once a promising knight of Owen, this man had betrayed his comrades and fled, consumed by greed. Now he had become a monstrous figure in this wasteland known as Tugui. He's strong. Rayon had expected Tugui to have grown weak from indulgence, but the presence radiating from him was far beyond what he had anticipated. Though Rayon couldn't gauge the exact extent of Tugui's power without aura, it was clear that he was at least a high-level Grand Master. What's your reason for summoning us? Martha narrowed her eyes as she addressed Tugui. Have a seat first. Tugui gestured casually, offering them seats. Tusk, how troublesome. Rayon and Martha frowned but sat down, one to Tugui's left and the other to his right. Tugui licked his lips and spread his hands. I have a proposal for you. A proposal? Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at Tugui. I'm planning to hold a large-scale match this weekend. I want the two of you to headline it. Tugui grinned as he pointed at Rayon and Martha. It will be an all-in match where the winner takes everything. Even VIPs will gather to watch it. He laughed, promising mountains of wealth to be made. That's no different from what happens every day here. No, the reward is different. The winner of this match will receive 10% of the total profits. Tugui fiddled with a gem-encrusted ring, claiming it would be enough money to live lavishly for a lifetime. Give it everything you've got. After all, the fight won't end until one of you dies. His golden eyes gleamed like coins as he said this. So that's why we haven't fought each other yet. Martha furrowed her brow, realizing why she and Rayon had been kept apart until now. You two reeked of money. I couldn't waste gems like you on minor matches. Tugui nodded as though this were obvious. I don't like the sound of this VIP audience. Rayon glared at Tugui, his brows knitting together. You're asking us to put on a show for a bunch of rich snobs in fancy clothes. These aren't ordinary spectators. They're the ones who have real money to spend. Real money? Well, the fight might not be their primary interest, but I don't like being underestimated. Tugui struck the platinum table with his large hand, asking them to put on a proper show for the distinguished guests. It's them, I'm certain of it. Hearing Tugui's words, Rayon became convinced that the VIPs arriving this weekend would be the Black Tower's floor lord and the sword master of the Holy Sword Alliance. I'm in. I've wanted to kill that bastard with my own hands. Martha's bloodshot eyes made it clear that she wasn't joking. I'm in as well. There's no other reason to put up with this otherwise. Rayon nodded, glancing at Martha's ferocious expression. I like how straightforward you two are. Tugui laughed as if he had expected this response and clapped his hands. As a token of appreciation, allow me to treat you tonight. At his command, the doors opened, and servants brought in lavish food and drink. Ooh, this guy seems like a good person. Wrath smacked his lips, enticed by the sight of free food. Enjoy to your heart's content. Tugui raised his own drink and let out an exaggerated laugh. A good person. Rayon tasted the overly glossy food and drink, letting out a cold chuckle. No, he's not a good person. He's someone we need to kill. What are you talking about? The food and drink are poisoned. Poison. Wrath shuddered in surprise. Not just any poison. This one induces madness. The dishes Tugui provided contained blood madness grass, a substance that gradually built up in the body, turning one into a blood-crazed monster over time. While a small amount was harmless, continued consumption would strip anyone of their sanity. I should have known from the moment he promised 10% of the profits. A miser like Tugui would never willingly part with his money. It was clear that he wanted both Rayon and Martha to fight to the death. I've made my decision. Rayon tore into a drumstick with a savage smile. I'll erase Tugui as well. As soon as the banquet ended and dawn broke, Rayon informed Denning Rose of the situation. You're right, Denning Rose quickly nodded. Judging by the movements of the Holy Sword Alliance in the Black Tower, it's definitely happening this weekend. She marked the map of Harlem with the symbols of the Holy Sword Alliance and the Black Tower. Who's coming? Well, Denning Rose let out a long sigh, pointing at the two marks. The Black Tower is sending Mara Lord, while the Holy Sword Alliance is dispatching the White Ghost Sword Master. Her voice trembled slightly as she continued. Both of them are high-level or peak Grand Masters. Denning Rose exhaled shakily, describing the dire situation they were facing. We didn't expect monsters of this level to move. Should we request reinforcements? No, Rayon shook his head firmly. We'll handle this ourselves. What? But if you count Tugui, that makes 3 high-level Grand Masters, and their subordinates aren't average either. They're numerous and skilled. Denning Rose's voice quivered as she argued that it would be impossible for the Light Wind Division to manage alone. If we can't overcome this, we have no place in future battles. If the Light Wind Division failed this mission, they would remain mere side players in the war against Darius. This mission was the decisive point that would determine the division's standing. Then who will handle the 3 Grand Masters? The vice captain will take 1, but that still leaves 2. Denning Rose trailed off, her fingers trembling as she considered the odds. I'll cut them down myself. Rayon placed his hand on the hilt of his heavenly drive, his eyes blazing with intensity stronger than the rising sun. Rayon looked down at the entrance of the arena and let out a hollow laugh. They looked like a swarm of bees. Where did all these people come from? As soon as the weekend arrived, an uncountable number of people swarmed into the arena. It was absurd to think that all of them had come to Harlem just to see the duel between himself and Martha. Well, we're both undefeated. They must be curious who will win. Both Rayon and Martha had achieved overwhelming victories since entering the arena. With the news spreading that 2 strong fighters, so fearsome that even the champion refused their challenges and stalled for time, were finally clashing, it wasn't unusual for people from all over the continent to gather. The betting odds were 50-50. Martha dominated her opponents with her ferocious nature and raw strength, while Rayon overwhelmed his challengers with a mix of mocking psychological tactics and speed. Since their approaches were completely different, the match gained even more attention and anticipation, and the betting odds reflected this fierce competition. Rayon curled his lips as he saw a middle-aged man with slicked-back blue hair swaggering into the arena. I wonder where that gambler placed his bet. Rimmer had disguised himself as a middle-aged nouveau rich and had spent the entire day wandering between gambling halls and taverns. His face was so shiny, as if polished with oil, that it was clear he was having a good time. That pointy-eared fool has improved. Wrath shot a displeased glare at Rimmer. Yeah, it's strange. Despite spending his entire day gambling and drinking, Rimmer's presence and movements were noticeably stable. There was no way he had trained overnight, so it was hard to understand how he had grown stronger. I've told you repeatedly, haven't I? Once your body matures, mental fortitude becomes most important. Wrath waved his round hand up and down. At the Grandmaster level, mental training yields as much as physical practice. Snorting, Wrath warned him not to be so one-dimensional, but to improve so much in such a short period, it seems something significant has changed in that pointy-eared fool. Wrath narrowed his eyes, as if such growth wasn't an easy feat, a change of heart. Ever since the sparring session at the family's training ground, Rimmer's gaze and presence had definitely changed. He still acted lazy and unserious, but his mental growth was undeniable. But Rayon narrowed his eyes as he watched the diminishing stream of people. When are they coming? The arena was so crowded with spectators and gamblers that it felt like it would burst, yet neither the Black Tower's demons nor the Holy Sword Alliance's swordmasters were anywhere to be seen. I couldn't have missed them. He had been watching all the entrances from the moment the first spectators started entering. There was no way he hadn't noticed them, so they simply hadn't arrived yet. They'll definitely come. Money doesn't lie in a place like this. Rayon sharpened his focus, using the eyes of Wrath to scan the arena inside and out even more meticulously. Just as the flood of people started to dwindle like a receding river, a group of figures wearing black robes entered through the left corridor. Though their energy was suppressed, a sinister stench seemed to leak out from under their robes. They're here. Rayon's fingertips tensed. The Black Tower. As expected of creatures who used demonic energy and malice, the Black Tower's demons reeked of that disgusting aura even when they tried to suppress it. However, the man at the forefront emitted no discernible aura or stench. Is that the Mara Lord? Black eyes gleamed under his robe, so chilling that it made Rayon's skin crawl. It felt less like looking at a human and more like staring into the abyss itself. As Denning Rose had described, he was an exceptional grandmaster of the highest caliber. The Mara Lord ignored the open duels taking place as if they were meaningless and ascended straight to the top-level viewing area where the organizers sat. The demons left behind stood like statues, unmoving. Rayon watched the Mara Lord climb the stairs before shifting his gaze to the right. Holy Sword Alliance. Accompanied by footfalls that seemed to raise the hairs on his entire body, swordsmen clad in gray robes entered the arena. Unlike the Black Tower's demons, they didn't conceal their faces, and sharp, blade-like energy radiated from their presence. That must be the White Demon Sword Master. Naturally, Rayon's eyes were drawn to the man at the front. His complexion was deathly pale, and his limbs were oddly long. His body, almost unnaturally suited for a swordsman, exuded a refined and honed sword aura. This man was undoubtedly the White Demon Sword Master of the Holy Sword Alliance. He's strong. His entire presence was enveloped by an aura that suggested he could cut down anyone who dared approach. The White Demon Sword Master was also a supreme-level grandmaster who rivaled the Mara Lord. Wrath stroked his chin while watching the White Demon Sword Master ascend to the top-level viewing area. They're insignificant bugs to me, but they are on par with your current level. Can you really handle all three of them? Wrath's narrowed gaze revealed his skepticism. It's not three, it's two. And Rayon looked up at the viewing area and clicked his tongue. If I can't handle even that, I might as well forget about revenge. Darius Robert was a monster among transcendents at the absolute pinnacle. To defeat him, Rayon needed to constantly challenge himself with difficult tasks. After engraving the strength and movements of the Mara Lord, the White Demon Sword Master, and the other fighters in his mind, Rayon returned to the waiting room. You're here. Dorian, who had been waiting in the room, bowed his head. The duel is about to begin, so they want you to prepare. He relayed the manager's instructions and took a step closer. And the Rose said that the beasts are all in position. Rose referred to Denning Rose, and beasts meant the Light Wind Division. It was a signal that everyone was in their assigned positions and waiting. You distributed the antidotes to everyone, right? Rayon tilted his chin toward Dorian. Yes, Dorian quickly nodded. Then tell them to take it right before Martha and I start our duel. Hugh, all right. Dorian sighed deeply, clutching his fluttering chest. I am a little nervous. I'm not sure if I'll do a good job. Grabbing his left wrist with his right hand, Dorian licked his lips nervously. You'll be fine. Rayon shook his head calmly. Think about the training you've done. Dorian wiped the cold sweat dripping from his forehead and nodded vigorously. I suddenly feel confident now. He straightened up, nodded once more, and left the waiting room saying he felt fine. That wallet boy doubts himself, but he never doubts you. Wrath blew a puff of air as he watched Dorian leave without another word. Then I'll have to live up to that trust. Rayon flexed his fingers and smiled faintly, and stopped calling him a wallet. You're the one treating him like a wallet. Been a while, hasn't it? Tugui spread his arms wide to greet the Mara Lord and the White Demon Sword Master. Welcome to Harlem. He spoke as though the lawless region of Harlem were his personal territory, like a king addressing his guests. The Mara Lord silently inspected Tugui for a moment before sitting down on the seat to the right. Even with his hands clasped together, there wasn't the slightest opening to be seen in his posture. You've gathered more jewels, I see. The White Demon Sword Master, his voice laced with metallic resonance, sat to the left. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw at any moment as he tilted his chin. I like money, but I hate just piling it up. Tugui chuckled as he fidgeted with the rings on his 10 fingers. He poured drinks for the Mara Lord and the White Demon Sword Master himself before settling into his seat. I'll pass. I'm on duty. The Mara Lord didn't even look at the drink, and the White Demon Sword Master pushed his glass forward without any interest. You two are so uptight. Tugui muttered that there wasn't any poison and downed his drink first. So why did you call us here today? You had time last week as well, didn't you? The White Demon Sword Master frowned as he looked at the gently swirling liquor. Because today, our arena's two greatest fighters are clashing. There's an enormous amount of money at stake. Tugui lowered his glass and turned his gaze toward the arena below. It's nice when the money comes in all at once, isn't it? He snickered, saying he wasn't satisfied with small profits anymore. What a pathetic reason. The White Demon Sword Master clicked his tongue but followed Tugui's gaze to examine Rayon and Martha standing in the arena. Born for combat, are they? He instantly assessed the physical talent of Rayon and Martha and licked his lips. The Mara Lord, however, showed no interest in anything but his business, staring straight ahead. Yes, both are natural-born warriors. Tugui nodded eagerly, rubbing his palms together. How much would you pay for 2 corpses like those? He wiggled his fingers at the Mara Lord. 2. The White Demon Sword Master frowned. Isn't one of them supposed to come out alive? Sometimes they fight too fiercely and both end up dead. Tugui laughed as if it were an amusing coincidence. You've rigged the fight. The White Demon Sword Master snorted and pushed his glass even farther away. Don't worry, I never touch my best customers, the ones who bring in the big money. Tugui waved dismissively before turning his gaze to the Mara Lord. With poison sealing their aura, their life force will be drawn out dramatically. What do you think? The Mara Lord finally shifted his gaze down toward the arena. The dark energy rising in his eyes gleamed faintly. 1,000. Without a moment's hesitation, he named a price. Deal. I knew you'd be decisive. Tugui clapped his hands with satisfaction. Then let's conclude the deal after we watch the duel. You'll get to see quite the spectacle. Not interested? The Mara Lord shook his head, dismissing the duel as irrelevant. From his subspace, he pulled out an old sword manual and a long sword, the Holy Martial Sword Manual and the Spear-Severing Sword. His gaze shifted sharply toward the White Demon Sword Master, urging him to proceed with the trade. You're still as impatient as ever. The White Demon Sword Master didn't take his eyes off the sword manual as he pulled out a necklace with a bead the size of a thumb attached. Inside the bead, black and white mist swirled violently, as if trying to devour each other. This is the black and white pillar you've been asking for. He carefully placed the necklace on the table. Woo-oh. For the first time, the Mara Lord's previously emotionless eyes shimmered with pitch-black greed. Well, I suppose money is the real spectacle for you. Tugui chuckled as he examined the sword manual, the spear-severing sword, and the necklace with both hands. They're all genuine. I stake my eyes on it. After inspecting each item thoroughly, he nodded in satisfaction. Then let's start Just as Tugui gestured for them to bring out the money, an enormous cheer erupted from the arena below. You know that the three of us being here makes it hard for even a transcendent to approach. He gestured downward with a flick of his fingers, smirking. Let's just enjoy the view for a moment. All three turned their attention to the duel below simultaneously. Ooh, rumble. Rayon deflected Martha's killing intent-filled punch and lowered his stance. Keep going. They're watching us now. His voice, calm and steady, contrasted with the intensity of the battle. How do you know that? Martha frowned as she aimed another punch at his chin. I recovered my aura. Recovered. Already, she let out a disbelieving gasp. After consuming poison for so long, I guess my body's adapted to it. Because of that, he was now in perfect condition. We have about 50 seconds left. Martha bit her lip, knowing both she and the Light Wind Division still needed more time. Then keep attacking. Use everything you've got. Rayon taunted her, beckoning with his fingers. We can't afford to lose their attention. He could feel it through his senses. Tugui, the Mara Lord, and the White Demon Sword Master were all watching from the top-level viewing area. He had to buy time and keep their attention on the duel until the Light Wind Division fully recovered. Fine, I'll show you what I've gained here. Gritting her teeth, Martha charged forward and unleashed a punch. Even without aura, the wind brushing against Rayon's ear showed its deadly intent. Tap, Rayon dodged her attack with light footwork and struck her abdomen. Thwack, despite staggering back 2 steps from the blow, Martha let out a roar and came at him with even more ferocity. Her eyes seemed to forget the mission entirely. Wrath trembled, hiding behind Rayon's back as he saw Martha's gleaming eyes. The beefy girl has lost it. Wrath's voice quivered as his hands shook in fear. You're doing great. Rayon smiled faintly as he parried her punches and landed a backhand strike on her chin. Wham! Even though the hit must have rattled her brain, Martha didn't back down, continuing her relentless assault as though pain and fear were foreign concepts. Drawing on her previous duel experience, Martha unleashed explosive strikes, her progress remarkable even without wielding a sword. Rumble. As Rayon and Martha's intense clash unfolded, the once noisy arena fell into silence. Everyone present held their breath, utterly focused on the duel, but the fighters themselves were more engrossed in something else than the battle. They're here. Martha jabbed Rayon's shoulder with her fist, signaling that her aura had recovered. Boom. Rayon, confirming the return of her aura, stomped his foot to send a signal to the Light Wind Division. Boom. Explosions erupted throughout the arena as the swordsmen of the Light Wind Division sprang into action. What's happening? Why are there explosions? Panic spread among the spectators, shaking the entire arena. Yet the Black Tower's demons and the Holy Sword Alliance's swordsmen on the second floor remained unfazed, as expected. Martha, feeling the focus of Tugui, the Mara Lord, and the White Demon Sword Master waver, Rayon nodded at Martha. Got it. Martha kicked off the ground with all her strength, not toward Rayon, but toward the top-level viewing area. Crash. Her strike shattered the glass of the viewing platform, but the Black Tower's demons and the Holy Sword Alliance's swordsmen blocked her path. Who are you? How dare you? As they struck her down, a crimson blaze erupted from below the arena. Whoosh. The swirling flames simultaneously targeted Tugui, the Mara Lord, and the White Demon Sword Master, radiating overwhelming heat. This ambush isn't profitable. Tugui suppressed the visible flames with a sneer. You, the White Demon Sword Master, cut through the flames with his blade, grinding his teeth in anger. You think I'd do something so obvious? Tugui shrugged, claiming it wasn't his doing. Nonsense. If not you, then that Shadiha. The White Demon Sword Master turned to look for the Mara Lord. Squelch, a frost-covered sword pierced the Mara Lord's chest, and a flame-imbued blade severed his neck. Whoosh. The Mara Lord's body was split into 3 pieces and burned as the 2 flames crushed him. Tugui and the White Demon Sword Master froze, shock filling their eyes. Rayon turned his back to them. His crimson eyes gleamed with a golden radiance. Next. Tugui swallowed dryly as he stared at Rayon, who had suddenly appeared and split the Mara Lord's body into 3 pieces. Ammon, the fighter once called the Black Fox Ammonkling the Mara Lord so suddenly was beyond belief. Tugui himself had summoned Ammon and confirmed his strength and aura. The situation felt unreal, leaving his mind blank. The twin swords of flame and frost wait. Tugui trembled as he saw the 2 blazing swords in Rayon's hands. Those swords. It was said that when Rayon Zeekhart opened his sword domain, a divine sword wreathed in flame and a demonic sword condensed with frost would manifest. Looking up, he could see a sun and moon hanging in the arena's ceiling. There was no doubt. The fighter known as Ammon was the usurper Rayon Zeekhart. Rayon Zeekhart, the White Demon Swordmaster, bit his lip so hard it bled as he realized Rayon's true identity. Tugui, did you betray us? He drew his long sword, pointing it at both Rayon and Tugui. you fool. Can't you see what's happening? Tugui scowled and gestured to the arena, which had descended into chaos as if a riot had broken out. It doesn't matter where the information leaked from right now. Grinding his teeth, he glared fiercely at Rayon. The only way to resolve this is to take down that arrogant brat. Tugui grabbed the crimson greatsword hanging on the wall, determined to finish this quickly. The white demon swordmaster also discarded his suspicions of Tugui and drew his black stained sword. Don't move just yet. Tugui sent an aura message to the white demon swordmaster while keeping his focus on Rayon. The Mara Lord will revive soon. The Mara Lord, with his body infused with dark energy, wouldn't die from just being cut down. They needed to distract Rayon so the Mara Lord could ambush him when he revived. Kill those Zeeghart brats. Leave no one alive. Kill them all. Tugui stomped the ground fiercely, roaring at his subordinates in the arena. You move too. The White Demon Swordmaster ordered his White Demon Division to attack the Light Wind Division. Tear them apart. The enraged command echoed through the arena as the Black Tower's demons also charged toward the Light Wind Division. Rumble. A massive wave of enemies surged toward the Light Wind Division, resembling a black tidal wave. Rayon Zeeghart. Tugui tilted his chin toward Rayon, his voice mocking. If you stay still like that, all your underlings will die, he sneered, attempting to provoke Rayon. My underlings. Rayon chuckled as if the idea was absurd. You're just as arrogant as they say. Tugui's face turned red with anger at Rayon's taunt, but he forced himself to stay calm. Any moment now. The Mara Lord's corpse, which Rayon had struck down, began to twitch. Just a bit more time, and he would revive to catch Rayon off guard. How did you even find this place? The White Demon Swordmaster also tried to stall, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Rayon. By looking at a map, Rayon wiggled his fingers as if the answer were obvious. Rayon Zeeghart, Die, Tugui and the White Demon Swordmaster struck simultaneously, unleashing slashes imbued with their enraged aura, aiming for Rayon's neck and heart. Clang, Rayon crossed his twin swords, effortlessly severing their combined strikes. You're holding back. Lowering his swords, he shook his head. Is it because of the one behind me? Smirking as if he knew everything, Rayon stomped on the twitching corpse of the Mara Lord. Boom! The Mara Lord's body, attempting to revive, was crushed and scattered to pieces. Sorry, but that thing won't be reviving. What nonsense are you spouting? Tugui's eyes widened in shock. I've fought the Black Tower plenty of times. I didn't just target the body, I crushed the soul too. Mocking the Mara Lord's lifeless corpse, Rayon revealed his crimson eyes, glowing like the sun. The Mara Lord ends here. Rayon curled his lips as he looked at the Mara Lord's corpse, now reduced to its human form. It worked perfectly. Black Tower demons often use dark energy, malice, and demonic aura to revive even if their heads were severed or hearts destroyed. Knowing this, Rayon had used Divine Demonic Harmony to combine his strikes with the Beast King Agram's fierce sea art. If the Mara Lord had reached transcendence, it wouldn't have been enough, but as a Grandmaster, his life was easily snuffed out. Your brain really does work frighteningly well. Wrath let out a puff of air in reluctant admiration. There's still two of us. If we kill you in one go, it's over. Tugui slammed his greatsword into the ground while the White Demon Swordmaster leapt upward, thrusting his long sword down. Rumble. As their devastating strikes closed in on Rayon, a thick green wind erupted to form a barrier. Whoosh, the wall of wind suppressed their attacks, dispersing them as if they had never existed. No, you've got it wrong. Rimmer ascended to the viewing platform, clicking his tongue. It's not 2 against 1, it's 2 against 2. He twirled his sword playfully and added with a smirk, You grasshopper. The White Demon Swordmaster bit his lip as if he recognized Rimmer. You're still like a grasshopper. It's a miracle you can even move those arms and legs. Rimmer casually spread his hand as if greeting an old friend. Hey, leader. He stepped back beside Rayon and wiggled his fingers. Want to bet 100 gold coins on who gets the first kill? Sounds good. Rayon nodded while standing in front of Tugui. Tugui let out a hollow laugh of disbelief. A brat who wasn't even born when I founded this kingdom dares. The veins on his forehead bulged with anger. I'll show you why they call me Tugui. Because you're mad about money in battle. Tugui slung the greatsword onto his shoulder and stomped the ground. The marble floor of the viewing platform erupted like ocean waves, obscuring the view. Rumble. Rayon watched the oncoming wave of marble rubble, but his focus shifted as Tugui slashed down from the left. He's not a fool. Knowing that Tugui wouldn't rely on obvious attacks, Rayon didn't flinch. Instead, he pivoted his left ankle. Thud, shifting his weight onto his big toe, he swung both his divine sword and demonic sword upward simultaneously. Boom. As Rayon's swords clashed head-on with Tugui's greatsword, an immense shockwave exploded, causing the left side of the viewing platform to crumble entirely. Crash. Rayon used the falling steel beams as footholds and slashed at Tugui with a spiraling attack. Frost erupted from his demonic sword, its razor-sharp edge shooting straight for Tugui's heart. HMPH. Tugui deflected it easily by angling the flat of his greatsword. As expected, Rayon clicked his tongue as Tugui's greatsword descended. He's predictable. Swordsmen wielding greatswords often defended with the flat of their blades rather than the edge, and Tugui was no exception. This is my chance. Rayon used supreme harmony steps derived from the White Demon Division's techniques to close the gap between them. Where do you think you're going? Tugui, a seasoned grandmaster, quickly regained his posture, but Rayon had already invaded his space. Rumble. Frost and wind intertwined as Rayon unleashed a frost pond strike infused with the gale of light wind style. The accelerated blades relentlessly battered Tugui's greatsword. Tugui gritted his teeth and tried to shift to offense, but Rayon gave him no opening. I have to keep pushing. Rayon followed with relentless strikes using supreme harmony steps to prevent Tugui from regaining his balance. Boom, boom. Tugui had no choice but to defend as he fell back toward the arena floor, unable to counter. You're not done yet. Rayon's cold voice echoed as he struck Tugui's hardened aura barrier with snowflower swordsmanship and fangs of insanity. Gia. Tugui's lips trembled as he continued to be pushed back. What the hell is this kid? His attacks had no gaps. He hadn't underestimated Rayon far from it, yet he couldn't launch a single counterattack. The blazing sword and the frosty sword intertwined like gears, leaving no chance to breathe. The name Tugui felt embarrassing. Still, I must endure. He couldn't die here. He hadn't even spent the money he'd accumulated yet. He would crawl out alive if he had to. No matter how tough it is, there's always a solution. His true strength wasn't his sword, it was his eyes. With his treasure-hunting eyes, he could analyze the flow of his opponent's sword techniques. Given time, victory would be his. Sizzle. Ignoring the wounds accumulating on his body, Tugui focused all his senses on Rayon's attacks. By watching carefully, the patterns and nuances of Rayon's swordsmanship began to reveal themselves. Clang. Tugui finally found a gap and thrust his greatsword into it. Bang. For the first time, Rayon was forced to retreat. His attack had landed. Now it's final. Tugui smirked with dry lips, ready to press his attack. Screech. Rayon's swordplay suddenly changed. Where there had been only speed and power, now flowed precision, rhythm, and overwhelming authority. Whoosh, the intensity of the shift was blinding, and Tugui was pushed back again, unable to adapt. What is this? Tugui's eyes trembled with disbelief. You're not tired already, are you? Rayon tilted his chin and smirked faintly. I still have a lot of sword techniques I want to test out. You insolent brat. Tugui charged forward, masking his despair with fury. His blood-red greatsword exploded with aura as he unleashed Spear Thunder Strike, a secret technique from the 10 Heavy Spear Sword. Heavy sword, destructive sword, overwhelming sword. In an instant, Rayon understood the essence of Tugui's technique. Twisting his waist to the left, he infused both his swords with deep aura from his middle dantian and unleashed Mystic Soul Sword. From within that technique, he performed Cloudborn Suppression. The cloud-like aura weighed down Tugui's Spear Thunder Strike, wrapping around his entire body. Slash. As Rayon tilted his divine sword downward, blood sprayed from Tugui's vital point. Tugui dropped his greatsword and collapsed to his knees on the sandy ground. No, this can't. His body trembled as if rejecting the reality of his defeat before he fell backward, lifeless. Tusk. Rayon clicked his tongue as he looked at Tugui's corpse. I told you to last a bit longer. It was rare to meet an opponent with such adaptability, and it was a shame he hadn't been able to test all of his sword techniques. Are you really human? Wrath's eyes widened in disbelief. Why, you're just a sword-crazed angel. Wrath grumbled, muttering that Rayon was unlike any human he had ever seen. Stop insulting me. Rayon flicked Wrath's forehead, knowing that being called an angel wasn't a compliment. In no way Tugui was defeated that easily. This doesn't make sense, that's Rayon Sieghart. The rumors didn't do him justice. He's a monster. Tugui's subordinates shivered as if trapped in a nightmare, sweat pouring from their faces. Rayon Sieghart. He's nearly at transcendence, just as the rumors said. A swordsman like Tugui, overwhelmed by pure swordsmanship. Even the spectators who hadn't managed to escape the arena gawked in stunned silence. Ha. Rayon let out a shallow breath. Facing both Tugui and the Mara Lord Grandmasters had only taken a slight toll on his breathing. It seems I've gotten stronger during my training with the family head. He hadn't noticed much growth, but now it was clear he had improved significantly. Not bad. Rayon rifled through Tugui's belongings and retrieved the sword manual and the necklace shrouded in white mist, the items from today's transaction. The sword was still in the viewing platform, likely untouched. Holy Marshal's sword manual. Just as he was about to examine the manual, a massive explosion erupted from the viewing platform. Boom, it was Rimmer and the White Demon Swordmaster. Their swords clashed violently, conjuring black thunderclouds in the air. Just die already. It's over on this side. Rimmer grumbled, unleashing a thunder-infused strike. Shut up. The White Demon Swordmaster's already pale complexion turned even whiter as he countered with his long sword. That grasshopper. Rayon licked his lips as he watched the White Demon Swordmaster. Now this looks worth fighting. Infusing aura into his divine and demonic swords, Rayon leaped toward the viewing platform. Rayon Sieghart. Rimmer and the White Demon Swordmaster both widened their eyes at his sudden appearance. I'll take it from here. Rayon tilted his chin toward the White Demon Swordmaster. Hey, I'm not done yet. Let me. You lost the bet, didn't you? I won't take your 100 gold. Deal. Rimmer retreated instantly without hesitation, his priorities clear. Wow. Wrath scowled as Rayon eagerly prepared to fight. If you were this excited, you should have fought that demon earlier instead of ambushing him. He wasn't a swordsman, are you? Wrath leaned closer and tilted his head. Are you planning to quit Sieghart and join the Holy Sword Alliance? You've already taken down 2 grandmasters. Martha frowned as she looked up at Rayon, standing on the top viewing platform. That annoying monster. Like her, Rayon hadn't swung his sword even once over the past 2 months, yet he seemed to have grown much stronger. It was absurd and infuriatingly enviable. The heat from her rising frustration made her forehead throb. That's just Rayon Sieghart being Rayon Sieghart. Buren snorted as if it were only natural for him. Yeah, he's always amazing. Run-On nodded as if nothing about the situation was unusual. Let's leave our leader to his fun and take care of these guys first, shall we? Crane pointed toward the oncoming wave of Tugui's subordinates, unconcerned. T there over there too. Dorian's trembling hand pointed to the demons of the Black Tower wielding dark energy and the White Demon Division preparing their swords. There are too many of them. It's fine, Buren stepped forward, drawing his sword. We're not going to lose. Exuding a confidence beyond mere belief, he stirred up a powerful wind. There's no group formation today. Believe in the time and effort you've each put in. Buren roared for everyone to smash through individually, then charged forward first. Whoosh! The wind swirling at the tip of his sword solidified, slicing Tugui's subordinates clean in half. Run-On nodded and drove her sword into the ground. Silver frost surged up, freezing the feet of the demons and swordsmen. That's great. Martha smiled with satisfaction as she advanced. She stopped in front of the arena manager, Brown, who had been giving orders to Tugui's subordinates. You're the strongest one here, right, Brown? Brown, the manager and host of the arena, was a butcher who had earned the moniker, Hosel's Sword, after massacring countless knights. He possessed the strongest aura among the Black Tower demons and Holy Sword Alliance swordsmen, making him the perfect opponent. Marin. Brown frowned as he stared at Martha. It's not Marin, it's Martha. She corrected him, spinning the hilt of her sword in her hand. So you're the Rakshasa of the Light Wind Division. Brown narrowed his eyes knowingly. Don't call me that. Martha huffed disapprovingly. I treated you so well, and this is how you repay me, you ungrateful brat. Well, Martha tilted her chin up and sneered. You call feeding me madness-inducing poison, treating me well. That was. Enough talk, she flicked her hand dismissively. You're a top-tier master, aren't you? Martha licked her lips, pointing her sword at Brown. Come at me, I'll take you down and take your place. Sieghart brats are all so arrogant. Brown ground his teeth and stomped forward. His thick longsword descended as though to crush Martha's head. I've always been arrogant, this has nothing to do with Sieghart. Martha bent her knees forward, swinging her sword upward to meet him. Boom. Their swords clashed mid-air, sending out shockwaves that seemed to tear the space around them. Crackle, Martha's lips tightened as she struggled to withstand Brown's oppressive strength. He's strong. He surpassed her in aura, swordsmanship, and experience. If she lost focus for even a moment, she'd be trampled like a weed underfoot. You'll regret this. You. Regret what nonsense? Martha smirked, baring her teeth. Fighting you is worth it because you're strong. Rayon had taught her that there was no meaning in fighting someone weaker. To climb higher and farther, one had to risk their life against stronger opponents. Thud, Martha stepped forward with all her might, adding more power to her strike. Even if she lacked aura or experience, her will to win would not falter. Clang. As if her determination had lent her strength, Martha's sword pushed back Brown's blade, reclaiming her footing. What is this? Brown's eyes widened in disbelief. Fine, I'll break you into pieces. Enraged, he unleashed even faster and stronger strikes, pressing down on Martha with overwhelming force. Boom. Brown's strikes grew more ferocious, but Martha refused to retreat, meeting him head-on every time. Rumble. Though she staggered under the difference in strength and aura, she never fell. This is pointless, Brown smirked as he watched Martha stubbornly resist. You'll collapse eventually. His sneer vanished as his eyes widened in shock. Crackle. What had been a light and flimsy strike suddenly gained weight, as though Martha's blade had turned to stone. Thud, she no longer budged, holding her ground and bearing the full weight of his attack. What the? Brown let out a hollow breath as he witnessed Martha's now unshakable strikes. Now I get it. Martha grinned, her trembling sword now steady. So this is what you meant. During their spars, Rayon had advised her to find the proper center of gravity for her sword. Even in the arena, she hadn't stopped thinking about Iten now. That effort had transformed into realization. Sensing Martha's change, Brown unleashed a desperate strike, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into it. You die first, but Martha had already entered the realm of enlightenment. Boom. Stomping her foot, she channeled the full weight of her body from her thighs and waist to her wrists into a powerful wave along her blade. Crack! Martha's sword, now imbued with the essence of a true, heavy sword, tore apart Brown's strike with overwhelming force. Erg. A deep gash split Brown's chest, blood gushing like a fountain. It's not over yet, not yet. Even with fatal wounds, Brown gathered the last of his aura, refusing to die. No, it's over. Martha's calm eyes glinted as she swung her sword downward. Snap! Brown's sword shattered and his neck split open. Brown stared blankly into the void, unable to believe his death, before collapsing lifelessly. Huff. Martha bent over, panting heavily. This is hard. Even with her small realization, applying it in battle was incredibly challenging. Her body felt as heavy as a waterlogged sponge from the intense focus. But I can't just sit down. Despite the exhaustion, the thrill of having grown stronger made her want to keep fighting. Now she understood why Rayon wanted to take on all the Grandmasters himself. Next, Martha's mouth fell open as she searched for her next opponent. Boom. Buran tore through the deputy leader of the White Demon Division with his swordsmanship, while Runon froze an advanced master-level demon entirely, leaving no room for resistance. The other Light Wind Division members were no different. The swordsmen, now masters, demonstrated their overwhelming strength as they crushed their enemies. Even without a formation, their sheer force was so dominant they could have been called monsters like Tugui. You jerks, Martha swallowed hard and charged at the remaining enemies. Leave some for me too. Hey, Rayon gestured with his finger toward the White Demon Swordmaster, who was staring down at the arena with narrowed eyes. This isn't the time to worry about your subordinates, is it? You don't know your place. The White Demon Swordmaster bit his lip and raised his long sword. A fake swordsman who relies on ambushes isn't worthy of facing me. He insulted Rayon with a voice full of confidence in his own strength. Then prove it. Rayon raised the divine sword high while keeping the demonic sword low, tilting his chin with a smirk. Whoom! The White Demon Swordmaster clenched his teeth, and an explosive surge of aura erupted from his body as if a volcano had exploded. His already unnaturally long arms seemed to stretch even farther. Fine, I'll kill you. As soon as he twisted his wrist, his sword was already at Rayon's throat. It was a combination of swift, deceptive, direct, and overwhelming swordsmanship. I can see it, When Rayon moved to block with his divine sword, the trajectory of the White Demon Swordmaster's blade suddenly shifted downward, aiming for his collarbone. Clang! Rayon quickly raised the demonic sword to deflect it, barely succeeding. As expected, speed and precision weren't the key. The true essence lies in the unpredictability. It was astonishing how he achieved such variation while still wielding the sword directly. Focus. Rayon clicked his tongue and locked eyes on the White Demon Swordmaster. A new dish has appeared. Glenn had advised him to learn and adapt from an opponent's swordsmanship. This was an opportunity to grow by witnessing an entirely new realm of swordsmanship. Whoosh! Rayon resonated the Ring of Fire, his eyes absorbing every movement of the White Demon Swordmaster's unpredictable strikes. However, the speed and odd angles were too much to handle all at once, and Rayon ended up taking hitscuts on his arms and legs. Not bad. Despite the wounds, Rayon grinned, his lips curling upward. Don't act tough. The White Demon Swordmaster flicked the blood from his blade, raising his chin arrogantly. You can't defeat me. I didn't even show half my strength to that elf earlier. Since many battles remained, he hadn't fought Rimmer seriously. But with Rayon's strongest opponent here, could unleash his full power and crush him completely. Screech. The White Demon Swordmaster pressed his attack with flowing blade technique, sword strikes filled with extreme flexibility and variation, pressing Rayon relentlessly. This will end soon. Rayon struggled to grasp the technique, taking cuts to his forearms, thighs, and waist. If this continued, his body would be shredded like a rag. If I defeat Rayon Sieghart, the White Demon Swordmaster's eyes gleamed as he envisioned his victory. Currently, the Holy Sword Alliance was divided into two factions, those who followed the new leader, Rector, and those who opposed him. If he killed Rayon and wiped out the Light Wind Division, it would weaken Rector's influence significantly. I'll finish him with no mistakes. Determined, he unleashed a barrage of sword techniques, his blade weaving like a kaleidoscope as it targeted Rayon's vitals. Boom! Just as he was about to land a decisive strike, Rayon's sword appeared from an impossible angle and blocked it. Thinking it was a fluke, he aimed for Rayon's wristbud again. Rayon blocked it effortlessly and even countered with a sharp strike. Clang! The sudden counterattack sent the White Demon Swordmaster staggering back 5 steps. What's going on? The techniques that had worked so easily earlier were now completely ineffective. He couldn't understand it. Did he adapt in this short time? The flowing blade technique was complex and unpredictable, so much so that even the White Demon Swordmaster hadn't mastered it fully. Yet Rayon had seen through it in such a short time. No, that's impossible. Desperation and fury overtook his face as he charged again, his blade shifting through countless variations, targeting Rayon's vitals with vicious precision. Whoosh! Rather than retreating, Rayon stepped into the oncoming attacks, unleashing a storm of fire and frost with his swords. Clash. Rayon's swords didn't employ as many variations, but they tore through the White Demon Swordmaster's sequences as if unraveling leaves caught in the wind. How? The White Demon Swordmaster trembled, staring at Rayon, who was completely unharmed. I learned a lot. Rayon nodded calmly, his words sincere. I didn't expect this kind of variation to be possible. While he couldn't mimic the White Demon Swordmaster's swordsmanship directly, he could absorb its principles to elevate his own techniques. The White Demon Swordmaster screamed, stomping hard as he unleashed a final desperate strike. His blade multiplied like sunlight reflecting on water, an unstoppable flurry. You'll have to pay for the lesson. Rayon crossed the divine sword and the demonic sword diagonally. A subtle glow of cherry blossoms rose from the crimson blade, while a delicate frost flower bloomed on the blue one, unleashing a majestic brilliance. Divine demonic harmony twin petals. The petals of fire and ice scattered in a storm, shattering the White Demon Swordmaster's swordsmanship and engulfing his entire body. Aog! The White Demon Swordmaster screamed as he swung wildly, but the two elemental storms refused to fade. Swoosh! Rayon unleashed the combined power of the divine and demonic swords. The divine demonic harmony split the storm and surged toward the White Demon Swordmaster, tearing through his chest. When the storm settled, the White Demon Swordmaster lay Deadhigh's body covered in burns and frostbite, his chest torn open. Seriously. Wrath chuckled faintly in disbelief. You're better at finding weaknesses and gaps than anyone I've ever seen. He shook his head, calling Rayon's behavior as sly as an angel's. Stop with the insults. Rayon brushed Wrath aside and sheathed his swords. Well, Rimmer, sitting on a broken sofa, clapped his hands, stealing the flowing blade technique. You really are my student. He laughed joyfully, as if he were more pleased about saving money than the victory itself. I was lucky. Rayon shook his head as he looked down at the White Demon Swordmaster's corpse. He showed me everything he had. Usually warriors hid their best techniques for later, but the White Demon Swordmaster had revealed everything, confident in his skill. That allowed Rayon to fully analyze his weaknesses and the essence of his swordsmanship. Still, you're probably the only one who could do that. Rimmer chuckled and tossed him a sword. This was part of the trade, too. The spear-severing sword. Yes, I know. Rayon placed the spear-severing sword, the Holy Martial Sword Manual, and the necklace with the white mist onto the table. These three items were to be exchanged, but this necklace. As Rayon inspected the necklace's bead, a black-robed, shadowy face rose over the Mara Lord's corpse. What is that? Rayon's eyes narrowed as he stared at the black, flickering figure. The Mara Lord should be dead. He had confirmed the death, so this sudden resurrection made no sense. That's not him. Wrath scowled, recognizing the figure as something else entirely. Step back. Rimmer stepped in front of Rayon, biting his lip until it bled. It's the Black Tower Lord. That's, Rayon swallowed dryly as he watched the humanoid form rising from the Mara Lord's corpse. The Black Tower Lord. The eerie black mist surrounding the figure exuded a pressure on an entirely different level than the Mara Lord. It felt as though his very soul was being crushed beneath the weight of darkness. This necklace. Rayon glanced at the black and white bead necklace on the table, biting his lip. Is it that important? He hadn't expected someone as significant as the Black Tower Lord to concern himself with such a minor transaction. It seemed the necklace the White Demon Swordmaster had brought was far more valuable than he'd thought. Then this could be a lifeline. If the Black Tower Lord had come specifically for this bead necklace, Rayon could use it as leverage for a life or death negotiation. He left the Holy Martial Sword Manual and the spear-severing sword where they were, focusing on the bead necklace swirling with black and white mist. Rayon. Rimmer stepped in front of him, his fingertips trembling. Don't come forward no matter what. He spoke through gritted teeth, vowing to protect Rayon at any cost. Vice Division Leader. As Rayon looked at Rimmer's back, prepared to face death, Wrath clicked his tongue softly. That flashy elf might be putting on a good show, but that isn't the real thing. What do you mean it's not real? It's merely a projection, manifested using the dark energy of that idiot you ambushed. Wrath snorted dismissively, calling it nothing more than a shadow. However, that dark energy. Wrath frowned deeply as if he sensed something unpleasant. A projection. Rayon repeated Wrath's words, his gaze fixed on the black mist forming into a human shape. He's right, the energy scale was too small. The presence of the Black Tower Lord should have been enough to crush the entire space, yet the actual aura felt diminished. It seemed there was a limit to how much power the projection could use while relying on the Mara Lord's dark energy. Then if it burns through that dark energy, this projection will disappear. Since the Black Tower Lord had appeared using the Mara Lord's remaining energy, it stood to reason that once that energy was depleted, the projection would vanish. Exactly. Wrath nodded coolly. Even parasites drop off once they've sucked their host dry. Then this is doable. Considering the current situation with the 5 kings and 5 demons, and what he had learned about the Black Tower Lord from Darius and the Holy Sword Alliance leader, Rayon deduced a single path to survival. Stay calm. As the saying went, even if a tiger had you in its jaws, you could survive as long as you kept your wits about you. If he used his brain and words carefully, he could escape this crisis. As Rayon steadied his breathing, a sinister light flashed within the black mist. Meeting those eyes sent chills crawling over his entire body. Rayon Zeekhart, the Black Tower Lord, surrounded by black mist, ignored Rimmer and fixed his gaze on Rayon, his voice eerily clear in Rayon's mind, not his ears. It's you again. The voice was unnerving, as though it bypassed Rayon's ears and struck directly into his mind. If you don't want to suffer even in death, hand over the black and white pillar. The Black Tower Lord moved his fingers, demanding the bead necklace Rayon held. Hell no. Rimmer's voice trembled as he shook his head. That thing's our lifeline. Don't you dare give it to him, Rayon. It seemed Rimmer understood the necklace's significance, his brows furrowed in desperation. Then I'll kill you both and take it myself. The Black Tower Lord's hand ignited with searing black flames, so intense they seemed capable of melting everything in their path. Rayon gripped the hilt of Heavenly Drive tightly as he faced the Lord's murderous intent. This is just for show. If this were the real Black Tower Lord, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. His gaze alone could have killed both Rayon and Rimmer. But this was merely a projection made of dark energy. He couldn't win, but neither would he lose. Step. Rayon, having completed his calculations, stepped forward without hesitation. Rayon, Rimmer grabbed his shoulder in alarm, blocking his path. What are you doing? It's fine. Rayon smiled serenely, his calm gaze settling Rimmer's nerves. Rimmer hesitated, stunned by Rayon's composed expression, and finally stepped aside. Black Tower Lord. Rayon stopped 10 steps away from the Black Tower Lord's shadowy form. How long do you plan to bluff like you're something terrifying? He flicked the bead necklace in his hand, taunting the shadow wreathed in mist. Whoosh! The Black Tower Lord gestured slightly, sending black flames surging toward the necklace. I knew it. Rayon bit his lip and countered with Glacier, the tip of his sword releasing freezing energy that split the flames apart. Crackle! The flames scattered, unable to reach the necklace. Damn! Rayon clenched his aching wrist, barely suppressing a grimace. Even with that small amount of dark energy, it's this strong. The Black Tower Lord was truly one of the 5 demons. Even as a projection, he could unleash power that overwhelmed Rayon's limits, but I can hold on. The projection couldn't expend all its energy freely. The Black Tower Lord wasn't here to avenge the Mara Lord. High's goal was the black and white pillar. To deliver the necklace to his true self, he had to conserve power. Rayon planned to exploit that. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Black Tower Lord vanished and reappeared from Rayon's own shadow. It wasn't magic or martial arts, it was something far beyond either. Clang. Rayon tilted Heavenly Drive and Soul Requiem sword to deflect the attack, but the force was so great it sent him crashing through the balcony wall and out into the open air. This is your last chance. The Black Tower Lord stopped and beckoned with his misty hand. Hand over the black and white pillar. Not happening. Rayon wiped the blood from his mouth and smirked. You're not even real. He tilted his chin and flicked the necklace again. What do you mean not real? Rimmer squinted in confusion at Rayon's words. If that were the real Black Tower Lord, we'd already be dead. This isn't the real Black Tower Lord standing before us, Rayon declared, smirking as he revealed the truth. This is just a projection made from the Mara Lord's dark energy. Rayon's words hung heavy in the air as his lips curled upward. Of course, a monster like him can display overwhelming power even through this projection, but if you observe closely, his energy is depleting rapidly. Rimmer widened his eyes, sensing the diminishing dark energy from the Black Tower Lord. You're quick-witted. The Black Tower Lord let out a low breath, not the slightest bit flustered. True, this body isn't mine, however. His cracked voice deepened, carrying an edge of irritation. Do you realize that I can summon my true self here, even at a cost? The chilling gleam in the Lord's eyes made it seem as though he could bring his true body down at any moment. Rayon forced himself to keep a calm expression, suppressing his thundering heartbeat with the ring of fire. He turned inward and called Wrath. Is that true? It's not a lie. Wrath squinted at the Black Tower Lord with narrowed eyes. Demons can switch places with their projections or summon their true bodies. If that idiot is willing to let the dark energy disperse, it's entirely possible. Wrath nodded knowingly, as if treating the Lord like any other demon. You should have said that earlier. Why should I? Wrath wagged his tail gleefully, a sly grin on his face. Just hurry up and summon me instead. I'll freeze that fake in an instant. He swung his little hands excitedly, saying it had been too long since he had devoured a shadowy snack. Damn it. If Rayon invoked Demon King's descent, it would set his transcendence back a long way. This was something he needed to resolve himself. First, I need to stop him from summoning his true body. The real Black Tower Lord descended. Not only Rayon, but the entire Light Wind Division and everyone in Harlem would be annihilated. That had to be prevented at all costs. But how? As Rayon's mind raced, both Wrath's and the Lord's earlier words came back to him. A cost. Both had mentioned that summoning the true body would require a sacrifice. Would he really accept such a loss? The leader of the Holy Sword Alliance had told Rayon that the Black Tower Lord was hoarding artifacts to grow stronger. If the black and white pillar provided enough of a benefit, he might endure the loss and descend. However, if the loss outweighed the gain, he wouldn't come. Currently, the 5 demons were hiding from the 5 kings after suffering heavy losses to Glenn. Rayon knew he had to exploit that fact. Wrath, what now? The projection can't use the Lord's full power right now, can it? His perception is diminished too, right? I already told you. He can only use the dark energy he has. Wrath snorted impatiently, as though explaining it again was a bother. Then there's a way. Rayon resonated the ring of fire to its maximum, calming his mind like he had during training at the sparring grounds. He smirked faintly. Go ahead. He wagged his finger at the Black Tower Lord, daring him. You think I can't do it? The Lord's eyes glowed with anger as his aura swelled, shaking the entire arena. You can try, but will you? Rayon maintained his relaxed facade, tilting his chin upward. Do you know who's standing behind me? I don't care who it is. The Black Tower Lord scoffed, his voice dripping with contempt. I can kill you and leave any time I please. What if your soul gets cut? Rayon's mocking tone made the Lord's brow twitch. What? This mission is my first as a direct line of Sieghart. It's a test of my skills, strategy, and power as a direct descendant. Rayon bit his tongue to endure the Lord's suffocating aura, nodding subtly. And what nonsense are you about to? Wrath blinked rapidly, already uneasy about what Rayon was going to say. A test always has an examiner. Rayon's calm gaze locked onto the Lord's flickering eyes as he smirked. So who do you think is behind me? He pointed upward toward the sky. Surely not. The Black Tower Lord's lips trembled and his oppressive energy wavered. Glenn Sieghart. Rayon didn't respond, only curling his lips into a faint smile. If I give a single signal, his soul sword will descend and cut your soul in half. Anyone familiar with the war against the North-South Union or Uriel would know that Glenn couldn't freely unleash his soul sword, but the Black Tower Lord hadn't been there, making him more susceptible to Rayon's bluff. No, Wrath flailed his round hands wildly. This lying angel brat is bluffing again. There's nothing above, nothing behind you. Wrath shouted in exasperation, but of course the Lord couldn't hear him, and no wait. The Lord quickly scanned his surroundings, his gaze locking onto Rimmer's stiff face. It's a lie. That elf doesn't know anything. The Black Tower Lord hissed, his dark aura swirling angrily. Finally, Wrath snickered, clapping his hands. A fool who's immune to your lies. That elf finally did something useful. Don't say anything more. The more words Rayon added, the more gaps he'd reveal. Now was the time to push harder. If you don't believe me, summon your real body. Rayon tilted his head, smirking provocatively. Let's see if you descend faster or if my family head's sword reaches you first. Despite the creeping unease gnawing at him, Rayon wore a calm mask and nodded. The Black Tower Lord's lips curled in frustration as he hesitated. What is this boy? Rayon Sieghart's expression was so calm it cast no shadow, and his heartbeat hadn't quickened. It didn't feel like bravado, it felt real. Unlike Rimmer, who was clearly terrified, Rayon's composure lent credence to his claim, and as the continent's most celebrated talent, Rayon seemed too honest to lie so convincingly. If your soul is struck down even in this form, how much worse will it be for your true self? Rayon clapped his hands together lightly, challenging him to take the gamble. The Black Tower Lord stepped back slowly. I can't take the risk now. If Glenn's soul sword struck him, everything he had built thy soul's strength and amassed dark energy would be reduced to nothing. Until that is complete, I must be careful. Rayon Sieghart, I will kill you someday. The Black Tower Lord's cold eyes burned into Rayon's memory before he began dissolving into mist. You idiot. Wrath grabbed his own head and shook it violently. You were so close. Why leave now? I could have frozen him. Where are you going? What? The Black Tower Lord, fading into mist, narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Why do you think I mentioned the family head? Rayon spun, heavenly drive lightly. I gave you an escape route. Do you think I just let you leave for free? If I let you go, I expect a little something in return. Rayon wiggled his fingers. Wait. Wrath blinked, speechless. Are you extorting him now? His round face twitched with disbelief. Give me something, otherwise. Rayon pointed his sword toward the sky. The family head will come down. GRR. The Lord's eyes darted back and forth between the sky and ground. You insolent, should I call him? Fine. Cursing under his breath, the Black Tower Lord threw a black book out of the mist. It was a sword manual called Black Thunder's Sword. That fool. Wrath gawked at the departing Lord, dumbfounded. Remember this? The Black Tower Lord's pale face reemerged briefly from the mist, his eyes icy with hatred. I will kill you and Glenn Sieghart myself. With those parting words, he vanished completely, leaving the Mara Lord's corpse to crumble like a broken doll. Hugh. Rayon wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled heavily. Rayon. Rimmer stared at him in disbelief. Did the family head really come here? Of course not. Rayon smirked and shook his head. Then it was all a bluff. Exactly. You're insane. Rimmer collapsed onto the ground, shaking his head and laughing hollowly. That fool. Wrath clenched his tiny fists. You're a worse con artist than I am. Before Wrath could finish, a notification flashed before Rayon's eyes. You have achieved a monumental feat. All stats, traits, Rayon glanced at Wrath, who was now foaming at the mouth. Sorry, but you're the biggest fool here. Let's see, Rayon left Wrath, who was grumbling while sinking back, and checked the message. You have achieved a great feat. All stats have increased by 30 points. The rank of the trait Eye of Wrath has increased. The rank of the trait Focus has increased. The rank of the trait Snowflower Absorption has increased. The rank of the trait Snowflower Lance has increased. Why so much? Wrath, who was struggling to stand, collapsed again after reading the contents. However, the message wasn't over yet. The title Tongue That Toys with the World has been upgraded to Tongue That Toys with Heaven and Earth. Rayon widened his eyes at the last message. This title, Tongue That Toys with the World, was a title he had earned when he crushed the Thespian Emperor in a verbal battle. Oh right, this existed. The title had the effect of causing a faint mental disturbance when conversing with someone of a higher rank. It seemed the Black Tower Master was also affected by this ability, Tongue That Toys with Heaven and Earth. A title granted to one who defeats higher-ranked opponents with words alone, without any force. Effect causes mental disturbance in higher-ranked opponents during conversations. Tap. Rayon flicked his fingers as he read through the details of Tongue That Toys with Heaven and Earth. The description has changed. The phrase slight mental disturbance in the previous title had been removed. It was clear that the effect of the title had been strengthened. This will be really useful. Not every crisis could be overcome with strength alone. It was a precious ability that could open an escape route in situations like today when a transcendent enemy appeared unexpectedly. This can't be right. Wrath floated into the air, trembling with frustration. Well, I did receive quite a bit today. That's not the point. The demon wrinkled his brow and swung his round fist at the message. This damn tongue doesn't just toy with heaven and earth, it toys with entire dimensions. I've told you this before. Wrath's face flushed red as he shouted that the title should be changed to Tongue That Toys with Dimensions. Ha, Rayon. While Rayon was nodding at Wrath, who was snorting through his nose, Rimmer approached with an unusually serious expression. Things worked out today, but be careful from now on. There are opponents your silver tongue won't work on. Rimmer shook his head, saying that it wouldn't work against beings like the Fallen One or Darius Robert. Remember, if you die, the others will die too. Understood. Recalling how Rimmer had protected him even under the crushing pressure of the Black Tower Master's presence, Rayon bowed his head. Because Rimmer had shown sincerity, Rayon answered sincerely in return. Good. Rimmer lightly patted Rayon's shoulder, satisfied. But on another note, this is a huge haul. He licked his lips while looking at the spear-severing sword lying on the ground. The legendary spear-severing sword and the artifact the Black Tower Master was after. Rimmer rubbed his hands together, saying it would fetch an unimaginable price. That's not all. Rayon shook his head as he examined the manuals of the Holy Martial Sword Art and the Black Lightning Sword Art. Both are top-tier sword techniques. The Holy Martial Sword Art and Black Lightning Sword Art were top-tier techniques, each with unique mysteries. They would greatly aid in his sword training, so he decided to memorize them all before handing them over to Glenn. However, the greatest reward was the experience he had gained from fighting 3 Grand Masters. Although they hadn't reached the pinnacle, each of them was a supreme expert. The experience of fighting them would become a sturdy stepping stone to surpassing the wall of transcendence. As Rayon reflected on the battles he had with the White Demon Swordmaster and the 2 others, the Light Wind Division stormed up to the observation platform. Leader, are you okay? What happened here? We felt an unbelievable presence. The Light Wind Division was drenched in sweat, likely having sensed the Black Tower Master's aura. The Black Tower Master was here. Rimmer sighed briefly as he glanced at the Light Wind Division. The Black Tower Master. Why would that monster suddenly? Burin's lips trembled in disbelief. Well, only someone like the Black Tower Master could unleash such ominous energy. Martha nodded as if she finally understood. Are you all right? Runon's cloudy eyes flickered with concern for Rayon and Rimmer. We're both fine. That guy chased him away. Rimmer grinned as he pointed at Rayon. Leader, how? Dorian and Crane gaped in disbelief. The others wore similar expressions as they blinked. How, you ask? Rimmer smirked and looked at Rayon, of course with his tongue. He mimicked a talking motion with his hand. Well, that makes sense. Leader's tongue is as sharp as the family head's swordsmanship, a peerless tongue. The Light Wind Division nodded solemnly as if they finally understood that much. Rayon let out a hollow laugh at how easily they accepted it. Exactly. We've never seen Leader lose a verbal battle. There were even rumors that the Thespian Emperor suffered internal injuries because of Leader's tongue. Honestly, his words are scarier than his sword. The Light Wind Division waved their hands as if wondering why he even asked. I've never lost in teasing people, but now I can't even compare. Rimmer mumbled that he had nothing more to teach and muttered about retiring. Even I agree. Wrath raised his hand quickly in agreement. He gestured for Rayon to ascend to the heavens instead of ruling the devildom. Enough of that. Rayon waved his hand dismissively, pushing Wrath aside. Mark Gorton let out a low groan as he inspected the crumbled walls of the observation platform. Leader, please come this way. Mark Gorton frantically pulled out a seemingly uncountable number of pouches filled with gold coins from between the walls. This is insane. What did they hide all of this here? The Light Wind Division swordsmen stared at the mountain of gold coin pouches, their jaws trembling in disbelief. I'm rich now, truly ridiculously rich. Rimmer chuckled gleefully as he tossed gold coins and jewels into the air. No, you're not. Rayon swiftly confiscated the jewels in Rimmer's hands and shook his head. These gold coins are byproducts acquired during a mission. We need to report them to the family head. Oh, really? Rimmer smirked at Rayon, his lips curling mischievously. Trying to earn Grandpa's affection, are you? Despite losing the gold, Rimmer seemed oddly pleased. Think what you want. You should just become the family head already. I have no intention of doing so. You're naturally suited to be the family head. I'm not interested. Rayon dismissed Rimmer's comment with a shake of his head before raising a finger. Wallet. Yes, sir. At the command, Dorian rushed over and bowed deeply. The wallet is here. Dorian opened his mouth wide, acting as if he were the wallet himself. Pack up everything in this room. Understood. Dorian, delighted as though he'd been entrusted with a treasure hunt, cheerfully set to work. Meanwhile, the other Light Wind Division swordsmen watched solemnly. Look at this. Wrath frowned, pointing at Dorian. You're the one who treats him like a wallet more than anyone else. The demon snorted, claiming that Rayon genuinely viewed Dorian as nothing more than a wallet. Ah, I must have done it subconsciously. Rayon scratched his head awkwardly. It seemed that Rimmer's chatter had unconsciously influenced him into calling Dorian a wallet. It's scarier that you did it subconsciously. Wrath's shoulders trembled. You're not human, you were born as an angel. Your true home is in the heavens. Let's not resort to insults. Rictor was deep in meditation in a pitch-black underground training hall. He had been so immersed in the state of nothingness, forgetting time, that his entire body began to radiate a faint blue glow. Although his face grew gaunter, his body brimmed with the taut vitality of his prime, his muscles rippling with power. Hwa. However, the blue glow that reached up to his chest failed to cross his neck and dissipated like embers. Rictor opened his eyes slowly and sighed, regretful. Not yet. Clicking his tongue briefly, he pulled a nearby rope. Boom, boom, the sound of drums echoed throughout the training hall. Moments later, the ceiling opened and Mustin's face appeared. Master, Mustin knelt on one knee, bowing deeply toward Rictor. Congratulations on your great achievement. It's hardly a great achievement. Rictor chuckled faintly as he stood up. I've only grasped a small thread. Brushing off the dust on his shoulders and knees, he ascended to where Mustin stood. How's the situation in Harlem? Closing the underground training hall entrance, Rictor turned to Mustin. It's proceeding as planned. I've heard that Rayon captured the Mara Lord, the White Demon Swordmaster, and Tugui. Eager to report, Mustin immediately relayed Rayon's victory. Rayon alone. Yes, although it was a series of one-on-one battles, he defeated all three by himself. He nodded heavily, as though even he could hardly believe it. I see. Rictor's lips curled slightly as he recalled Rayon's overwhelming presence on the battlefield. He's grown again. Even though the battles were one-on-one, defeating 3 Grand Masters in succession meant Rayon had become even stronger. It seemed he might reach transcendence sooner rather than later. Was the information leaked without a hitch? Yes, it appears the Tugui were the source. Even the black market doesn't suspect us. Mustin assured him with a wave of his hand. And the White Demon Swordmaster, he died on the spot. Perfect. Rictor stroked his chin, satisfied. The White Demon Swordmaster, who refused to acknowledge Rictor as the leader and sought to split their group in half, had been a pawn used effectively and discarded. This is the ideal outcome. Rayon gained valuable combat experience against Grand Masters, secured artifacts and swordsmanship manuals, and eliminated obstacles like the White Demon Swordmaster that hindered their plans. It was a flawless result. Well done. Rictor patted Mustin's shoulder with a smile. There's one more thing I haven't reported. Mustin licked his dry lips before continuing. The Black Tower Master appeared in Harlem. What? Rictor's eyes widened. Then Rayon, he is safe. Add the sight. Mustin let out a heavy sigh and explained how the Black Tower Master had descended upon Harlem. Kahahaha. Rictor burst into laughter, clutching his forehead. So he drove away the Black Tower Master with words. I wondered where Edgar's silver tongue had gone, and it turns out it's in him. Pleased, he nodded vigorously as though proud of his grandson. This isn't a laughing matter. Now even the Black Tower Master will target Ray. Mustin swallowed nervously, clearly worried about Rayon. The fallen one, Darius Robert, the White Blood Cult Master, and now the Black Tower Master. This is a razor's edge. That's why we're here, isn't it? Rictor's calm gaze turned reassuring. Don't worry, I'll protect that boy with my life if I must. After completely toppling the Harlem arena, Rayon and the Light Wind Division returned to Zeeghart. Welcome back. Central Commander Ilyun bowed respectfully, honoring Rayon's position as a direct descendant and leader. The swordsmen on the fortress walls also saluted him with solemn expressions. Rayon bowed his head in return and proceeded along the main road toward the main building. Did you hear? He defeated 3 Grand Masters on his own. And not just any Grand Masterset, it was the Mara Lord, Tugui, and the White Demon Swordmaster. That's insane. Your skills improve every time I see you. Do you think he'll reach Transcendence soon? That would make 4 Transcendents in Sieghart. We'd be the strongest on the continent. With Rayon's overwhelming strength and his qualifications as a direct descendant, no one whispered insults or looked at him with jealousy anymore. Instead, the swordsmen lowered their heads, their gazes filled with respect and admiration. Mother would be happy to see this. Rayon felt a small sense of pride as he entered the family head's hall. The audience chamber doors were already open, and the executives stood waiting in formation before the pillars. We greet the family head. Rayon strode forward on the crimson carpet and knelt before Glenn. We greet the family head. The Light Wind Division followed suit, bowing deeply in unison. Rise, yes. Rayon lowered his head once more before standing up. Ahem, I heard you brought down the entire arena in Harlem. What happened? Glenn tilted his head slightly, his tone indifferent but his expression urging Rayon to explain. Yes, in that place. Rayon detailed everything that had occurred in Harlem to Glenn and the gathered executives. Each time Rayon mentioned his accomplishments, Glenn's shoulders twitched and his legs fidgeted as if he were restless. Taking down 3 Grand Masters alone, that's just insane. The Light Wind Division isn't normal either. They held back the forces of Tugui, the Holy Sword Alliance, and the Black Tower on their own, and not a single casualty. That means it wasn't just about strength. They executed the plan and acted their parts flawlessly. With all this experience, there's no longer any gap in their capabilities. The executives murmured in admiration, exhaling deeply at the incredible feats of Rayon and the Light Wind Division. These are the spoils of war from Harlem. At Rayon's gesture, Dorian stepped forward and began pulling treasures from his dimensional pouch. The gold coins and jewels hoarded by Tugui piled up so high that they nearly touched the platform. They said Tugui's wealth reached the heavens, and they weren't wrong. Didn't he also say those manuals are top-tier swordsmanship guides, and the spear-severing sword? With this much, how should we even begin to reward them? The sheer volume of the spoils left the executives speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Ahem, Glenn coughed loudly, his face reddening as he cleared his throat repeatedly. Was he trying to stay in my good graces? Glenn had told his grandson to achieve accomplishments if he wanted to continue receiving his guidance. True to his words, Rayon had returned with feats so remarkable that no one could argue against them. The thought of training Rayon again brought a massive smile to Glenn's face when he struggled to suppress. HMPH. Glenn forcibly lowered the corners of his lips, licking them slightly to maintain composure. With this much, there's no choice but to acknowledge your efforts. So tell me, what reward do you wish for? Rayon slowly raised his gaze. Yes, tell me you want to learn from me. Glenn, filled with anticipation, nodded slightly, his gaze locking with Rayon's. Go ahead, say it, huh? But Rayon's gaze wasn't directed at him, it turned toward the right side of the hall. I'd like to spar with the master of the Central Martial Palace. Rayon's eyes burned with fierce determination as he stared at Karun, who stood silently nearby. What? The benevolence in Glenn's eyes turned fiery red as he glared at Karun. A sparring match? Karun furrowed his brows deeply as he looked at Rayon. Why are you asking me for a spar? He didn't outright refuse, but instead asked for Rayon's reason. I want to test how effective my current strength is against a transcendent. Rayon stood upright, meeting Karun's calm, unwavering gaze as vast as a great lake. I couldn't fully display my abilities during the mission. He had ambushed the Mara Lord to prevent an escape, and Tugui and the White Demon Swordmaster weren't at the absolute peak of Grand Masters. As a result, defeating them wasn't overly challenging. While the battles expanded his perspective and provided invaluable experience, he still felt as though his true abilities had not been fully tested. It left a sense of incompleteness. To address that void, Rayon had been planning to request a sparring match with Karun even before returning to Sieghart. Karun will be more than enough. Through his accumulated experience, Rayon knew he couldn't win against Karun, but that was precisely why he wanted to measure his abilities against him. There will be more clashes with Transcendents in the future. It was vital to prepare now. While it would be difficult to encounter leaders of the 5 demons, clashes with lower-level Transcendents were highly likely. Testing himself against Karun would provide critical insight for those future encounters. Karun remained silent, appearing to contemplate the spar, while Glenn let out a disapproving groan, clearly unhappy with the situation. Nephew, Balder stomped forward, calling out to Rayon, I can spar with you all day. Come at me right now if you want. He flexed his arms, inviting Rayon to fight right then and there in the audience chamber. I'll take you up on that next time. Rayon glanced at Balder, his expression unchanging, before smiling politely in refusal. Balder wouldn't be a bad opponent, but Karun comes first. While Balder was undoubtedly a top-level expert and sparring with him would require everything Rayon had, he didn't believe he would lose. For now, he wanted to face Karun, someone who could show him the higher heights he aspired to reach. You're quite picky, nephew. Balder clicked his tongue before turning his gaze to Karun. Just do it already. It's not like it's a big deal. He shrugged, urging Karun to accept the match. Father. Even Buran bowed toward Karun, silently asking for the sparring match on Rayon's behalf. Rayon Sieghart, whatever you might think. Karun finally opened his mouth, speaking slowly as if he had made up his mind. I feel indebted to you. He first glanced at Buran before turning his gaze back to Rayon. Indebted? What do you mean? Rayon narrowed his eyes. He had always assumed Karun harbored resentment or sought revenge, so hearing this left him confused. When my wrongdoing was discovered and I was given a permanent sanction, I stared at the infirmary ceiling and thought about many things. Karun lowered his gaze as if reliving the shameful memories of his past. I thought the stairs to the family head's position had collapsed. At first, I cursed you, resented father, and raged at my subordinates. I screamed that none of it was my fault and tormented myself. But as time passed, I finally realized. Everything was my doing, and all the consequences stemmed from me. Only then did I truly see. He lightly pounded his chest with a clenched fist. I realized that what I had lost was insignificant and that the true treasure was still within my soul. A treasure, Sieghart. Karun raised his gaze, his eyes calmly settling on Glenn and the throne. By shedding the filthy shell I had built, I saw the Sieghart I had dreamed of as a child. Only then did I realize how vile and despicable my path had been. Had I become the family head in that state, I would have regretted it even in death. He turned back to Rayon, his sharp gaze now holding a faint warmth. Karun's serene gaze made Rayon swallow dryly. Has he changed this much? Rayon had thought Karun's ascension to transcendence was purely due to his mastery of Grand Master-level skills. However, he now realized that Karun had achieved profound mental growth. His limits seemed to go beyond simple transcendence. Lord Karun, did he really say that? Is that truly our elder? Could it be a doppelganger? The direct descendants in Baldur stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked by Karun's words. Father, Buran's eyes burned with fiery passion, as though he had returned to the days when he admired Karun as a trainee. I shall repay that debt today. Karun nodded calmly and looked up at Glenn. I accept the Light Wind Division leader's request for a spar. He bowed slightly, asking for Glenn's approval. Glenn looked silently between his son and grandson. He slowly nodded, unsure of his own expression. Permission granted. Karun bowed again before turning on his heel. Shall we start immediately? He tilted his chin and exited the audience chamber first. Of course. Rayon followed, his footsteps heavy with anticipation. It seemed this sparring match would be even more grueling than he had expected. Lord Karun, leader, Rayon, can we watch too? The executives and the Light Wind Division hurried after them, leaving the chamber as well. Will this be all right? Rimmer frowned, uneasy about Karun's transformation. Descending from the platform, Glenn closed his eyes briefly. Remembering the youthful light in Karun's gaze, he slowly reopened them. There is nothing to worry about. Standing opposite Karun in the family head's training ground, Rayon exhaled quietly. I didn't think this would actually happen. Since Karun had no obligation to accept, Rayon hadn't truly expected the sparring match to occur. But now that Karun had honestly expressed his feelings and offered to repay his debt, Rayon felt even more pressure. Nephew, don't be so tense. Baldur swung his large hand dramatically. Do you think he's actually going to kill you? He nodded reassuringly as if urging Rayon to trust in family. Rayon. Buran also nodded, silently telling Rayon to trust Karun. In my opinion, those eyes say your uncle plans to kill you outright. On the contrary, Wrath chuckled sinisterly, claiming Karun was looking for a legitimate excuse to eliminate him. I can't tell. Rayon sighed briefly. Unlike before, he couldn't read Karun's emotions at all. Begin. Glenn announced the start of the sparring match, folding his arms as if to signify he wouldn't interfere no matter what happened. Rayon Sieghart. Karun drew his sword, his gaze sharp enough to cut like a blade. What you desire isn't merely a spar, but a glimpse of transcendence, correct? Yes. Rayon nodded, seeing no reason to lie. Then one exchange will suffice. Karun took a step forward, tilting his sword downward. One exchange? Rayon's eyes widened. What do you mean by that? The difference between your swordsmanship and mine isn't that significant, Karun stated, nodding in acknowledgement of Rayon's skill. But if we fight, I will never lose, I'm sure you won't. Rayon's gaze, despite the words, burned with undiminished intensity. I'll show you why. Karun raised his sword to an overhead position. Though it was a basic stance for a downward slash, an overwhelming aura surged from him as though he could split the very world. Gah, what is this? I can barely breathe. The executives stepped back, swallowing nervously as they felt Karun's aura. I can't keep my eyes open. I can't straighten my back. Force yourself to watch. You'll regret missing this for the rest of your life. The Light Wind Division struggled even more than the executives, but they supported each other, refusing to close their eyes. Rayon Sieghart, show me everything you've got. Karun nodded as if to say he'd accept Rayon's full strength. Understood. Rayon calmly exhaled and drew the heavenly drive, raising it toward the sky as he unleashed the world of his mental world. Sword Field Creation Genesis Blade. As the swords filling his mental world descended upon the blade of the heavenly drive, they radiated majestic intent. Qua, Countless sword techniques that sprouted from his mind blossomed like flowers upon the thin edge of the blade, uniting into a golden blaze. Rumble. Karun observed Rayon's approaching sword strike and slowly lowered his own blade. Sword field creation manifestation of the Sword King. The malevolent energy imbued in Karun's sword began shattering the boundaries of heaven and earth. His aura radiated supreme dominance like a true sovereign seated at the pinnacle of power. Rayon's jaw trembled. This is transcendence. The difference in aura between Karun and a Grand Master was stark. The completeness of his martial arts was on an entirely different level. I'm completely outmatched, but even so I must push forward. Even under Karun's crushing pressure, which felt like it wouldn't let him move, Rayon refused to yield, striking with all his might. Crash. But Karun's sword didn't waver. Like a colossal pillar, it crushed Rayon's strike effortlessly, without a hint of instability. Koom, an enormous explosion erupted, and the entire training ground sank under the sheer force of the collision. Brown whirlwinds rose all around, scattering debris. Rumble. With a wave of Glenn's hand, the whirlwinds of aura threatening to engulf the spectators dissipated, and the training ground reappeared. Hummum. Rayon knelt on one knee, the heavenly drive planted into the ground. In front of him, Karun's blade hovered just above his forehead. Drip. A single drop of blood trickled from Rayon's brow and fell onto the shattered ground. Did you see? Karun withdrew his sword and looked down at Rayon. I saw. Rayon met Karun's calm gaze, exhaling heavily. Then that is enough. Karun nodded and turned away, as though he had finished everything he came to do. What? Rayon sensed it. Karun seemed even stronger than the transcendent flame demon lord he had encountered in the Black Tower. He didn't need to use his sword field, yet he did so, seemingly to demonstrate his understanding of transcendence. Rayon couldn't comprehend it. Lord Karun. Rayon forced strength into his legs and stood. What is it? Why did you go this far for me? I told you I owe you a debt. You once said you were certain we would fight for the position of family head. Why would you go to such lengths for someone who might one day become your rival? Rayon had no interest in the family head's position now, but that could change. He couldn't understand why Karun would show him everything, even if he could one day become a competitor. Because you are Sieghart. Karun tilted his chin as if that answer was sufficient and left the training ground. Rayon watched Karun's retreating figure with wide eyes. He never expected such words from him and was left speechless. Wrath let out a hollow breath as if astonished. I've seen plenty of younglings change, but this is the first time I've seen an old human transform so completely. Wrath rubbed his chin, marveling at the mysteries of humans. I feel the same. For someone of Karun's age, strength, and status to show such profound change was astonishing. The sense of wonder lingered within Rayon. Father. Burin, his eyes blazing with passion, followed Karun with renewed admiration. The direct executives, looking equally moved, rushed out of the training ground as well. I never thought Karun would change like that. Rimmer clasped his hands behind his head and laughed. Although this means your training sessions with your grandson are out of the picture. Stop your nonsense. Glenn snorted, turning his head away. Despite losing the chance to train Rayon, a soft smile lingered on his lips. It feels like a son who left home has returned after maturing. As Rayon walked back to the annex, he kept replaying Karun's swordsmanship in his mind. It was both powerful and noble. Karun's sword carried a refined elegance that Burin had yet to fully let go of. Elements Rayon had once thought unnecessary in combat had transformed into absolute strength in the realm of transcendence. It left him astounded. It seemed that transcendence held something unimaginable to those below its level. It must be connected to his personal growth. Karun's sword, which had previously been merely overwhelming, now carried a sense of grace and nobility, likely rooted in his recognition of his past mistakes. So I have to find my own breakthrough too. Although Karun had shown him the path, Rayon still didn't know what his own breakthrough would be. That was the first thing he needed to discover. Forget transcendence for now. Let's eat first. Wrath waved his arms eagerly, urging Rayon to focus on food. You're not wrong. Rayon chuckled softly and nodded. There was no point in rushing. Nothing could be gained by moving hastily. Having completed his mission, it was time to rest. As Rayon crossed the garden toward the annex, he stopped abruptly. Behind the lake, something large caught his attention, something that hadn't been there before. Was there a boulder over there? What he had mistaken for a boulder suddenly stood up and stretched. It was a bear, a massive flame-colored bear. Rayon had considered the possibility of encountering wild animals given the nearby mountains, but this was the first time he'd actually seen one. A bear, delicious bear meat. Wrath wagged his tail in excitement at the prospect of a new dish. Grrr. The bear seemed to notice the lights of the annex and began running rapidly past the lake. Seriously. Rayon shifted into a ready stance, prepared to intercept the bear. However, the bear suddenly changed direction, charging straight toward him instead of the annex. What? Rayon. As he blinked in surprise, the bear opened its mouth and human words came out. What? Both Rayon and Wrath froze in shock at the sight of the talking bear, then instinctively turned and bolted in the opposite direction. Rayon lured Merlin, who was following him like a guided spell, to the middle of Buckming Mountain. Rayon, I missed you. As soon as he stopped and turned around, Merlin ran toward him with her arms wide open. It seemed she wasn't concerned about being seen by others or aware of her appearance as a giant bear. KRRRK. Wrath sank again, frothing at the mouth after only a day. It was baffling why the so-called Lord of Wrath had such a feeble heart. I'm glad to see you too. Rayon rotated his shoulder to evade Merlin's hug and waved both hands. Why did you come as a bear? Instead of using her usual small animal forms, Merlin had arrived in the form of a large fire bear. It was perplexing why someone from Eden, who should be staying hidden, would choose to stand out so much. Mother must have sensed her for sure. With Sylvia's current strength, she would have undoubtedly felt Merlin's presence. However, since there was no malice, she likely mistook her for a large beast drinking from the lake. It's cute, isn't it? Merlin hopped like a rabbit, asking if the bear wasn't adorable. Cute, squeak, squeak, thud. Wrath, bouncing on the ground from the bear's weight, didn't find it amusing at all. Maybe we just have different tastes, but don't worry, Rayon, I understand. Merlin smiled, stroking the fire bear's fur gently. Seeing a stunning beauty with violet hair and purple eyes acting like this was honestly bewildering. Be careful next time. If someone else sees you, you might get hunted down. Rayon sighed and leaned against a boulder. Okay, Merlin nodded immediately. Her answers were always prompt, if nothing else. So what brings you here today? Rayon asked while watching Merlin, who was now sitting like a human despite being in bear form. Why else? I came because I missed you. Merlin leaned in close as if questioning why he'd even ask something so obvious. She still didn't seem to realize her face was that of a bear. Of course, I have something to tell you too. She stepped back slightly and gave a subtle smile. Something to tell me. As I mentioned before, I've been tracking the movements of the 5 demons. Merlin fanned herself with her hand as she spoke, claiming she'd been quite busy. That's right. Rayon nodded. After the war, he had told Merlin to come here, but she had refused, saying she wanted to track the movements of the 5 demons. Wasn't it dangerous? Merlin sighed without giving a direct answer. Having you worry about me after so long, it feels nice. Really nice. She trembled slightly as if in ecstasy. But there's no need to worry. I always had the animals watching out for me. She shook her head, explaining that her true body had been hidden in a safe place. Are you sure it's truly safe? You got ambushed by that skeleton guy last time because you let your guard down. This time it's really fine. No one will find me. She confidently reassured him with a smile. Well, I can tell you at least, right now I'm. Merlin twisted her body as she drew closer. Since she was still in bear form, it looked as if she was contemplating which paw to swipe with. Enough of that. Rayon pushed her away, shaking his head. What's the message? Of course, it's about the 5 demons. Merlin lifted a finger, her smile faint. They're hiding and gathering strength. How? The leaders of the 5 demons are recovering from the wounds to their souls inflicted by your grandfather while devising countermeasures. Meanwhile, their subordinates are spreading across the continent to build their power. She narrowed her eyes, stating that the 5 demons were operating entirely in the shadows. As expected, Rayon nodded calmly. Just as the Holy Sword Alliance and the Black Tower were conducting their exchanges, the 5 demons appeared to be spreading across the continent to increase their overall strength. But there's something even more critical. Merlin exhaled lightly as she looked at Rayon. Something critical. The leader of the Holy Sword Alliance has changed. To whom? Rayon asked without showing much surprise. He had assumed the previous leader had died, as Glenn's sword had shattered after striking his mind, leaving him presumed dead. Sword Demon Rector. Merlin mentioned Rector's name without any hesitation. Rector, are you certain? Yes, I even saw him participate in the 5 demons meeting as the new leader of the Holy Sword Alliance. She nodded solemnly, confirming her words. Rayon picked up a fallen leaf and bit his lip. Rector has become the leader of the Holy Sword Alliance. To be honest, it was still hard to think of Rector as an enemy. Even if the previous leader had ordered him to gain Rayon's talent, many of his actions had been puzzling. I had hoped he might come back. After the previous leader's death, Rayon had hoped that Rector, now free, might return. But hearing that he had voluntarily become the leader of the Holy Sword Alliance solidified him as an enemy. Rayon's chest ached slightly as he recalled the feelings he had shared with Rector while training under him, feelings reminiscent of his grandfather. But Merlin raised her hand, signaling she wasn't finished. Something's off about the sword demon. What do you mean? Although he remains with the 5 demons, it seems like he's targeting them. It's like how I'm in Eden but have my own thoughts. She narrowed her eyes, claiming it was as if she were looking in a mirror. How did you figure that out? Rayon leaned forward, swallowing hard as he questioned her. I saw his disciple gathering information about the 5 demons, not the 5 divine order, several times. Merlin shook her head, saying it wasn't typical behavior. Of course, this part is heavily based on my intuition, so don't rely on it completely. She lowered her chin, admitting there was a high chance she could be wrong. Your intuition is usually spot on. Merlin always appeared in moments of danger. Her instincts were reliable enough to trust, but it's not something to be certain about. The possibility that Rector differed from the 5 demons was still an unproven hypothesis. For now, it seemed best to leave open the assumption that he might not yet be an enemy. Rayon bowed his head slightly toward Merlin. What will you give me in return? Merlin wiggled her fingers as if she had something in mind. However, since she was in bear form, it looked more like she was contemplating how to devour him. Maybe I could treat you to a meal? Meal. The one who responded wasn't Merlin but Wrath, who had fainted earlier. The cotton candy-like coward flailed his arms, questioning why a feast was even being considered. Food and some drinks too. Merlin grinned, saying she hadn't had a good drink in a long while. All right then, when after I gather a little more information. Her expression turned serious as she shook her head. I still haven't pinpointed the heavenly demon's location. Even before leaving last time, Merlin had mentioned searching for the heavenly demon, and it seemed she hadn't succeeded yet. The heavenly demon, huh? Rayon bit his lip lightly. Does it even exist? The heavenly demon's name was widely known, but only a select few claimed to have seen it. With power described as touching the heavens, it felt like chasing a mythical legend, but I'll find it soon enough. Merlin smirked, telling him to anticipate her return when she'd come to collect her dues properly. Don't worry about the cost, I have plenty of money. Money, huh? She gave a sly smile, as if plotting something. Well, see you next time. Merlin waved her hand as if she was ready to leave. Oh, before that, this bear. Rayon gulped. Given her bear form, he suspected the request would be just as massive. It wants to swim in honey and catch some fresh salmon. Wait, where am I supposed to find enough honey for a bear to swim in? And fresh salmon too, how am I supposed to? Good luck. With those words, she left after entrusting the bear to him. Grrr. The bear extended its enormous paw as if demanding honey to swim in immediately. I want salmon glazed with honey. As soon as Merlin disappeared, Wrath seemed reinvigorated and flailed around like a leaping salmon. Maybe Dorian has some. At this point, the only hope was Dorian's bottomless bag. Honey, salmon, grrr. Listening to Wrath and the bear's simultaneous demands, Rayon closed his eyes tightly. Why do I always end up surrounded by these kinds of people? Because you're the strangest of them all. Of course I do, it's an essential item. Dorian, summoned from the Light Wind Division quarters, opened his bag without hesitation. From it, he pulled out dozens of honey jars and what appeared to be freshly caught salmon. Grrr. Wrath also enjoyed salmon glazed with honey, rubbing his cheeks as he moaned in delight. This is divine. I thought it would be too greasy, but the sticky sweetness of the honey enhances the salmon perfectly. He chuckled, claiming he never thought such a combination could exist. This is surprisingly good. Even Dorian murmured that the taste exceeded his expectations and added it to his essential items list. After spending a late evening satisfying both Wrath and the bear, Rayon descended Buckming Mountain. Rayon patted Dorian's shoulder. You saved me. Oh, it was nothing. Dorian waved his hand, brushing off the gratitude. By the way, yeah, we're out of honey and salmon now. Do you mind if I restock a bit? He didn't care about the fact that a bear had just swum in a pool of honey. His focus was on replenishing his supplies. Take the money from my stash. Rayon nodded immediately. Restock everything else that's been used too. Understood. Dorian blushed and sprinted toward the marketplace. That guy's a freak when it comes to stocking supplies. Wrath clicked his tongue, muttering about Dorian's obsession with his inventory. Probably true. Rayon chuckled softly as he walked toward the annex. Despite the late hour, the lights in the kitchen were still on. When he opened the door, Sylvia and Helen stood up as if they had been waiting for him. Why aren't you asleep yet? How could I sleep when my son hasn't come home yet? Sylvia frowned, saying it was far too late. The lady kept reheating dishes while waiting for you, Helen said, gesturing at the table laden with food. For me, they prepared all this for me. Wrath looked at the steaming dishes and exhaled deeply. Mother is the best. He clasped his hands together in genuine admiration. It's not for you. Rayon pushed Wrath aside and sat in front of Sylvia. You didn't need to wait up, I could have eaten tomorrow. I heard you lost to Karun. I wanted to comfort you. Sylvia smiled softly, saying you had told her everything. I'm fine. Rayon shook his head calmly. Karun had already surpassed the threshold of transcendence, wielding his full power. Losing wasn't something to be ashamed of, nor was it disheartening. Good, then. Sylvia seemed relieved as she motioned toward the food. Eat now. Reheating it again would be a hassle. She handed him a fork, knife, and spoon. Meat, fish, pizza, stew, and salmon. More salmon. Grab the fork, it's war. Even after devouring his fill earlier, Wrath drooled as he commanded Rayon to dig in. All right. Rayon smiled faintly and began eating the food Sylvia and Helen had prepared. Oh, it's as fresh as if it were just made. Because it was, what? It wasn't reheated. Despite Helen's words, the dishes seemed freshly prepared. Sniff. Wrath teared up, moved by the evident care put into the food. So this is a mother's love, truly unmatched. Rayon felt like conducting a psychological or rather, demonized evaluation to confirm Wrath's identity as a demon king. Still, perhaps because of the care poured into the meal, it tasted even better than usual, despite his full stomach. Why were you so late? I was about to come find you. Sylvia furrowed her brow, saying she'd nearly gone to Buckming herself. Rayon had a feeling she hadn't been properly briefed on the mission because of his match with Karun. The operation was delayed because the Black Tower and Holy Sword Alliance executives arrived late, Rayon explained while chewing on his food. What kind of operation was it? I'd like to hear about it too, Sylvia said, clapping her hands lightly. Helen smiled faintly, showing her curiosity as well. It wasn't anything major. As he ate his late dinner, Rayon recounted the events that had occurred. 3 grandmasters. Helen was left speechless, seemingly unable to grasp how Rayon had taken down 3 grandmasters alone. What about the techniques of Tugui and the White Demon Swordmaster? Sylvia, on the other hand, focused on their swordsmanship. Ever since gaining her artificial energy center, she had become increasingly interested in such matters. Tugui's swordsmanship was practical. It relied on a strong style using a greatsword, honed to the point it could cut through even my strong aura. On the other hand, the White Demon Swordmaster's techniques incorporated extreme transformations, making it feel like wielding a flexible sword. The sword moved freely. Rayon explained their swordsmanship in detail, noting the sparkle in Sylvia's eyes. To think such techniques exist, the world truly is vast. Sylvia nodded deeply, her admiration evident. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he observed Sylvia's excitement. Does she want to venture beyond the family estate? She hadn't participated in any battles for a while despite her growing strength, so it seemed she was itching for action. Are you planning to take on a mission, Mother? With Sylvia's abilities, it wouldn't be strange for her to undertake a solo mission. Rayon asked cautiously. No. Contrary to his expectations, Sylvia shook her head firmly. I told you, didn't I? I accepted this artificial energy center to protect the annex. She smiled while rubbing her lower abdomen, where the artificial energy center was embedded. I have no interest in missions. I see. Rayon sighed softly as he noted the resolving sadness hidden in Sylvia's eyes. Is it because she lost father and my sister? Having lost her husband and daughter to Eden's twin ghosts, Sylvia now valued the annex's residents more than herself. While occasional missions might have been fine, she didn't seem inclined to leave the annex unless absolutely necessary. Still, I'm very interested in becoming stronger. After all, I need to protect you. Me too, of course. Sylvia smiled as she gently touched Rayon's cheek. You're a member of the annex, aren't you? She tilted her head, as if to ask why he'd even question that. Master Rayon is not only the leader of the Light Wind Division, but also the young master of the annex. Helen chimed in, her nostrils flaring as if Rayon needed to remember that fact. Oh, looking at Sylvia and Helen's warm gazes and the steaming dishes before him, Rayon lowered his head and chuckled softly. You're right, I'll keep that in mind. I too. Wrath raised his voice as he lifted his head proudly. I am also a member of the annex. No, you're from the demon realm. I don't care. After finishing his meal, Rayon returned to his room. Burp. Wrath let out a small burp, his lips glistening with grease. Today's dishes were extraordinary. The cotton candy-like demon grinned, saying the salmon had been perfect. It was baffling why he called himself the Lord of Wrath when food seemed to extinguish his fury so easily. I'm tired. Rayon sighed deeply and leaned against his bed. The tension leaving his body made him feel heavy. You've used up all your energy, so it's understandable. Plus, you met that crazy girl. Wrath shuddered, his eyes darting around as if still haunted by her presence. Right, that happened too. Rayon chuckled dryly as he nodded. To be honest, the talking bear's sudden arrival had been more shocking than his match with Karun. His heart still raced at the thought, swimming in honey and catching salmon. He couldn't help but laugh as he recalled feeding salmon to the bear alongside Dorian. Plop. His gaze fell on the heavenly drive resting on the carpet. Transcendence, huh? Karun had achieved transcendence through changes he brought about himself, revisiting regrets from his past and turning even his childhood goals into strength. Transcendence seemed to be a realm that valued accumulated experiences, emotions, and the life one had lived more than any stage Rayon had encountered before. You haven't even reached the peak of this realm yet. Wrath snorted derisively. Don't rush, proceed steadily. I'm not rushing, I'm just trying to find a path. Regardless of his current stage, Rayon wanted to uncover clues to reach transcendence. What could it be? Vengeance, wrath, the myriad of swords, family, comrades. Many things came to mind, but none stood out. SSSS. As Rayon stared at the ceiling, lost in thought, a faint presence emanated from the window. Again, wait, turning his gaze while lying down, he saw Glenn's face outside the window. Patriarch. Glenn silently gestured for him to come outside. Rayon followed Glenn to a clearing at the foot of Buckming Mountain. I can't believe I'm back here in less than an hour. He chuckled to himself, knowing that just a bit further up was the spot where the bear had swum in honey earlier. But looking at Glenn, who was calmly observing the night sky, Rayon narrowed his eyes. Why did the patriarch come here? After his spar with Karun, Glenn had handed half of the gold coins earned from the mission to the Light Wind Division. With the duel concluded and no further rewards to be given, it was unclear why Glenn had called him. He's been feeding everyone today. Wrath eyed Glenn suspiciously. Could he be planning to give you that terrible Nadine bread? He shook his head vehemently, insisting that under no circumstances should Rayon accept it. Wow, you're a genius. Ahem, I've always been known as the demon realm's greatest strategist. Impressive. Wait, I wasn't finished yet, amazing. While Rayon ignored Wrath's nonsense, Glenn turned to face him. Rayon. Glenn's gaze was different than usual. His crimson eyes glimmered with a warmth akin to a hearth. Yes, patriarch. Rayon met Glenn's eyes briefly before bowing his head. I pardon, never mind. Glenn clicked his tongue softly and shook his head. Karun has changed significantly. He clasped his hands behind his back and raised his chin slightly. The Karun I once knew would never have admitted his shortcomings, let alone publicly confess his mistakes in front of so many people. Glenn exhaled lightly, as if still astonished by the change. Even I acknowledge it. Wrath raised his tiny hands. Who would have thought that one-eyed commander would change so much? Humans truly are full of surprises. He smacked his lips as if savoring the revelation. Glenn's soft smile conveyed genuine appreciation for the change. It's not because of me. Rayon shook his head, believing Karun's transformation was his own accomplishment. Did you gain any insight from your duel with Karun? Glenn unclasped his hands and asked calmly. No, I did not. Rayon sighed briefly. While he had felt Karun's emotions and strength, he hadn't grasped any clear path to transcendence. Did you feel anything from observing him? Karun seemed to have converted his regrets, guilt, admiration for you, and love for Sieghart into raw power. Rayon described the emotions and intentions he had sensed in Karun's sword. You observed well. It was worth granting the duel. Glenn raised an eyebrow slightly, as if impressed. Transcendence is not merely a realm of sharing power. It's like a journal recording who you are, where you've been, and where you're going. He spoke with a calm tone, explaining the concept of transcendence. A journal. Rayon repeated the words softly. Karun achieved such formidable strength upon reaching transcendence because he filled his journal with many things. Glenn's hand gestured heavily, as if mimicking the weight of Karun's swordsmanship. If Karun had reached transcendence without genuine remorse, the sword you face today wouldn't have existed. I see. What do you wish to include in your journal when you reach transcendence? Glenn lowered his chin, inviting Rayon to answer freely. There are too many things I want to bring along, so I haven't decided yet. Rayon sighed deeply, still uncertain about what path to choose. Then why not take everything? Glenn shrugged slightly, as if the question was trivial. Pardon, I've told you before your vessel is unparalleled, even compared to mine or Rector's. Why are you worrying unnecessarily? He smiled faintly, his hand brushing the hilt of the heavenly drive. Your journal is vast. You can write down everything you desire. Glenn encouraged him to embrace all his emotions and intentions, his smile unwavering. Everything. Rayon gazed down at his hands, biting his lip. Can I really do that? Most warriors shed their shells and choose a single path, but taking everything felt excessive. Anger, countless swords, vengeance, family, comrades, friends, my past life. Fragments of emotions and intentions swirled in his mind. Even with his vast capacity, he wasn't sure he could carry them all. If you're still uncertain. Glenn slowly lowered his hand. Why not revisit the essence of a swordsman? He gestured toward the heavenly drive hanging at Rayon's waist. The essence. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at the slightly cracked hilt of the heavenly drive. He has returned, so take some time to go, I understand. Rayon bowed deeply, appreciating Glenn's sincere advice. That's enough. I've received more from you than I've given. Glenn waved off the gratitude. Patriarch. Rayon released his grip on the heavenly drive and stepped closer to Glenn. I also have something to tell you. Speak. Rayon shared the information he had received from Merlin. We knew the 5 demons were gathering strength. We've been monitoring their activities, so things will get busy soon. Glenn nodded, mentioning that the Light Wind Division would also need to mobilize. But the Sword Demon becoming the leader of the Holy Sword Alliance, that's news to me. His brows furrowed deeply. Did you hear this from your friend? Glenn seemed to be referring to Wrath. No, it's another friend this time. You seem to have many friends. That's a good thing, he chuckled lightly, implying it wasn't a bad development. Although he had referred to Merlin as a friend, their relationship was still undefined, leaving Rayon unsure of what to say. Glenn waved his hand, signaling that Rayon could leave. Yes then, Rayon bowed to Glenn and returned to the annex. Glenn remained alone, gazing at the night sky that rippled like a dark curtain. Rictor had confronted him when Rayon went missing, demanding to know what Glenn had done. That encounter revealed a man who was neither a puppet of the Holy Sword Alliance's orders, nor a madman blinded by his obsession with the sword. Instead, Rictor had felt like someone deeply connected to Rayon, almost like family. Recalling the despair in Rictor's eyes, Glenn bit his lip lightly. Could it be? Sylvia headed to the expanded training grounds of the annex right after finishing breakfast. Inhaling the warm morning air, she unsheathed her sword. Wuong. A vibrant light pulsed along the Bladian energy from the radiant flow that Rayon had shared with her. Sylvia trained with various sword techniques, guiding the brilliant light. Only when the sun had risen to its zenith did Sylvia lower her sword, but it wasn't to rest. Recalling Rayon's description of the Tugui and swordmaster of a white demon swordmaster, she infused her blade with a chaotic yet elegant movement. Cheating. The blade, imbued with a blue light, emitted a dense radiance that shot outward like rays of sunlight. Kugagugu. As its name suggested, the radiant flow swept away imaginary foes like a flood of light, cheating. Only after expending nearly all her strength and aura, with her hands trembling, did Sylvia finally let her sword rest. She collapsed to the ground, completely spent. "Madam," Helen approached, handing Sylvia water and chocolate while sighing deeply. "Aren't you overdoing it? This effort is necessary." Sylvia shook her head and gulped down the water in one go. "I don't ever want to lose my family again." Rayon had become an exemplary son, mending his relationship with her step by step. He had earned the respect of swordsmen everywhere. Her dreams had all come true, yet the nightmares that came every other night hadn't faded. The twin ghosts' deranged laughter, Edgar and Je collapsing before her, and her own helpless self being dragged into darkness. These nightmares of 20 years continued to haunt her. I can't let that happen again. She had to protect Rayon and the children of the annex. Having experienced the pain of losing loved ones, Sylvia vowed to risk her life to protect them if it ever happened again. Sylvia lifted her gaze slowly, making a vow to her very soul. She popped the chocolate into her mouth and stood up. "I cannot stop here." After breaking through the Grandmaster wall so easily, her growth had stagnated. Now was the time to push herself to the limit and grow stronger. Gripping her sword tightly, Sylvia reignited its radiant, yet gentle, glow. Despite being on leave, Rayon wasn't training. Instead, he was headed south in Zeeghart territory. "Where are you going?" Wrath yawned and tilted his head. "I have someplace I haven't visited in a while." "A while? Surely you're not." Wrath widened his eyes and leaned in closer. "Going to buy me that beaded ice cream again? A new flavor this time, no." Wrath clicked his tongue, his disappointment evident, but stopping by wouldn't hurt. "I'm not going." "HMPH, fine, so where is this? This place looks familiar." Wrath's eyes widened as he spotted the small village where thick smoke billowed from every chimney. "Isn't this where your sword was forged?" "That's right. Looks like you remember." Rayon nodded as he entered the village. "This is Murthan, village of blacksmiths who hammer steel day and night. The him Glenn had mentioned yesterday was the master craftsman Balkan. Rayon had decided to visit him to have the heavenly drive inspected. This place is dreadfully boring." Wrath mumbled disinterestedly before retreating into the ice flower bracelet. "All you care about is ice cream." Rayon smirked and gave the bracelet a light tap before entering Murthan. The roar of the furnaces, the hammering of steel, and the shouts of the craftsmen made Rayon feel invigorated as he strolled through the village. As he approached Balkan's workshop, he spotted a familiar back. "Dorian, leader." It really was Dorian. He beamed and walked over, abandoning his dealings with a blacksmith. "What brings you here?" "I should ask you the same thing. Why are you here?" "I'm restocking essential items." Dorian laughed, explaining that he was replenishing weapons and materials used during the war. His eyes were bloodshot, likely from a lack of sleep. "You've been doing this nonstop." "Yes, I even scored some excellent fish and meat at the dawn market." He pulled out fresh fish and meat from his bag, grinning proudly. "You could have taken your time. There's no time to waste when restocking essential items." Dorian stomped his foot, practically roaring his declaration. Like a swan gliding gracefully, proper logistics require constant effort behind the scenes." He furrowed his brow and lifted his chin confidently. "Understand? Why, yeah." Rayon took a step back, a bit overwhelmed. "Well, I still have more supplies to gather, so I'll see you later." Dorian promptly resumed his dealings with the blacksmith and left Murthan shortly afterward. Rayon let out a small laugh as he watched Dorian disappear. Though exhausted to an extreme, Dorian seemed oddly content. "I told you, your wallet is a lunatic." Wrath muttered, shaking his head at the eccentric people surrounding Rayon. "Maybe so." Rayon sighed and ascended to the top of Murthan village. Clang! From a rounded workshop came the distinct sound of hammering, accompanied by an intense heat that set it apart from the others. Still the same as ever. Rayon smiled faintly and knocked on the workshop door. "No customers today." Balkan's gruff voice rumbled from within. Boom. Rayon wasted no time and opened the door to the workshop before Balkan could finish speaking. "Have you retired again, by any chance?" Balkan slowly turned around, revealing his even larger and more robust muscles. His mouth hung open in surprise. "Rayon." Balkan jumped up and pulled Rayon into a tight hug. "It's been a while. Indeed, it has been too long." He laughed heartily, asking why Rayon had taken so long to visit. "I've heard enough about your exploits to make my ears fall off." "It's almost tiresome." Balkan clapped Rayon on the shoulder, his pride evident. Rayon smiled, resting his hand on the hilt of the heavenly drive. "You might not be the best swordsman yet, but you've certainly mastered flattery." Balkan snorted and shook his head. "You didn't come just to see my face. Show me the sword." He gestured for Rayon to hand over the heavenly drive so he could inspect it. "Understood." Rayon bowed slightly and carefully drew the heavenly drive. Balkan squinted as he examined the blade. "You've maintained it decently, but the edge is worn. You must have been in some seriously intense battles." He sighed as though looking back on Rayon's struggles through the condition of the sword. "My apologies. Don't be ridiculous. A blade that's worn shows it's done its job." Its owner has no reason to apologize. Balkan shook his head firmly, saying that Rayon only needed to uphold the honor of Sieghart's swordsman. I was going to call for you soon anyway. You've come at just the right time. He set the heavenly drive down and walked to a corner of the workshop. Excuse me? Rayon blinked, watching Balkan rummage through the space. I recently received some excellent materials. Balkan pulled out an aged box and revealed golden ingots along with red and blue metal spheres, his lips curling into a satisfied grin. I'll make your sword sharper and stronger than ever. What is that? Rayon leaned forward, his gaze fixed on the red and blue metal spheres. It's not gold vein metal. The metals had a similar feel to gold vein metal, a substance known for amplifying all energy, but their colors were different. You don't recognize it, do you? Balkan chuckled knowingly as if he had expected this. This red one is crimson blaze metal, which amplifies heat, and the blue one is ice crystal metal, which enhances cold. He held up the spheres as he named them. They may not amplify all energies like gold vein metal, but when it comes to fire and ice, they're unparalleled. Balkan nodded as if confirming they would suit Rayon perfectly. Of course, I also have gold vein metal. He shrugged as he pulled out a piece of gold vein metal from the same aged box. How did you even get your hands on all this? Rayon let out a soft laugh as he stared at the rare metals Balkan was holding. Did he conquer a dungeon or something? These treasures were hard to find even with endless money, and the crimson blaze metal and ice crystal metal were completely unfamiliar to him, making them all the more intriguing. I received them. Balkan shook his head, dismissing it as no big deal. You received them, these metals? Yes, an anonymous benefactor occasionally leaves them here. Balkan glanced at the sky outside his workshop, a faint smile on his lips. An anonymous benefactor. Rayon wondered about the identity of someone who would donate such treasures without asking for a sword in return. Strangely enough, this benefactor always shows up either when you're here or right before you arrive. Balkan smirked as he wagged a finger. Before I arrive. Rayon pursed his lips. Only one person came to mind after hearing that. Well, enough about that. Balkan set the heavenly drive aside and gestured toward Rayon. You seem like you've got something on your mind. How did you notice? Rayon's eyes widened in surprise. Your sword told me. Balkan explained that a swordsman's turmoil always reflects in their blade, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. Even if you don't tell me, you should at least steady your mind. He clicked his tongue as he stoked the forge's fire. If you waver, your sword will break as well. Balkan's gaze was firm, urging Rayon to regain his composure. Rayon sighed briefly and sat on an old chair in front of the table. This might take a while. Please have a seat. Balkan nodded curtly and sat across from him. Actually, Rayon began to recount everything that had happened and the thoughts troubling him as he sought a way to reach transcendence. That's such a trivial worry. Balkan snorted, a hint of amusement in his tone. Excuse me? Rayon blinked, surprised by Balkan's bluntness. The smith wasn't usually one to dismiss such matters. Do you remember what kind of swordsman you said you wanted to become? Balkan tilted his chin slightly, waiting for Rayon's answer. You said I want to be a swordsman who never breaks, no matter what or who I face. Before Rayon could fully recall, Balkan recited the words flawlessly. He hadn't forgotten a single word of the vow Rayon had made in the charcoal furnace. It was the first time I'd heard such a bold declaration from a kid, so I remembered it well. Balkan smiled faintly as he stroked the heavenly drive's blade. I always thought your goal was harder than becoming the greatest warrior. In this world, even the most talented and determined people can meet sudden deaths. But he nodded vigorously, increasing the forge's heat. You've been living up to that goal. You defeated the Axe King, saved Glenn Sieghart, and exposed Darius Roberts' true identity. Balkan slapped his hand on the table with satisfaction. You've been becoming the swordsman you vowed to Bayonne who never breaks before anyone. Who else could have brought Darius Robert to ruin like you did? That's because. Rayon began to say it was all luck, but Balkan cut him off. Should Rayon Sieghart, who shocked the continent, ascend to transcendence in an ordinary way? If you want to remain unbroken, then it's perfectly fine to bring everything with you. Balkan grinned, echoing Glenn's earlier words. It seemed those who stood at the peak shared a similar perspective. You're right, Rayon nodded heavily. I vowed from the beginning to never break. Exposing Darius Robert and elevating Sylvia to a direct line, both goals had once seemed laughably impossible, but he had accomplished them all and reached the upper limits of the Grandmaster stage. Having achieved what once seemed unattainable, he felt confident that reaching transcendence while holding on to everything wasn't impossible either. If I want to remain unbroken, I can't be ordinary. Now you've got the right look in your eyes. Balkan clapped his hands loudly, satisfied. You remind me of the boy who believed in himself even when he couldn't manifest aura for months. He smiled faintly, as if reminiscing about the charcoal furnace days. I won't forget this again. Rayon bowed his head in gratitude. Enough of that. Let's get to work. Just as Balkan was about to begin, the workshop door opened, and a middle-aged man with a smoking pipe entered. It was Balkan's son, Heir. Rayon, what brings you here? Heir removed his pipe with a rough motion and walked over. I heard Master Balkan had returned, so I came to entrust the heavenly drive to him. Rayon greeted Heron with a polite bow, saying it had been a while. Is that so? Then I'll help too. Heron smiled, moving to stand beside Balkan. Father, let me assist you. No, Balkan shook his head firmly. What? But you said I've trained enough to sell swords now. Heron's eyes widened, clearly surprised by his father's refusal. That's exactly why you shouldn't. Just watch and see what your role truly is. Balkan's voice was calm, not angry, but it carried a deeper meaning. Heron looked around the workshop, glancing at Balkan, Rayon, and the surroundings before letting out a low sigh. I understand. He put down his pipe and nodded, his eyes showing newfound determination. I won't disappoint you. Heron, Rayon, wait here. With a wink, Heron left the workshop. His back, broadened by countless hours of hammering, now seemed even wider than Balkan's. What's going on? Don't mind him. Focus your energy on these metals. Balkan gestured toward the crimson blaze metal, ice crystal metal, and gold vein metal on the table. Understood. Rayon nodded and picked up the 3 metals at once. Goong. He channeled his energy, starting with the Ring of Fire, followed by the Radiant Flow, Glacier, and even the power he had gained from the sword Sovereign. Let's go a bit further. Having observed Karun harnessing emotions and intent during their battle, Rayon added his own accumulated emotions and intentions into the metals. Perfect. Balkan watched as the metals trembled, resonating with Rayon's energy. We can start right away. He tossed the gold vein metal into the blazing furnace and began pumping the bellows. Whoosh, the flames, fueled by the best charcoal available, roared to life with incredible intensity, resembling a volcanic eruption. Just breathe like you did that day. That's all you need to do. Understood. Rayon bit his lip and stood before the furnace, enduring the searing heat that pricked at his skin. He activated the Ring of Fire and Radiant Flow. It's not about raw power right now. This was a time to refine his direction, not just grow stronger. Clang, the hammer's rhythmic strikes seemed to resonate with his energy, echoing in harmony. Rayon closed his eyes and focused entirely on Balkan's transcendental hammering. Let's revisit my roots. Although he had mastered countless energies and sword techniques, his foundations remained the Ring of Fire and Radiant Flow. These 2 energies had formed the bedrock of his abilities, shaping the vessel that even Glenn had marveled at. To ascend to transcendence while carrying everything he valued, he needed to strengthen those roots. As Rayon and Balkan worked side by side in the glow of the same fire, the rounded workshop was filled only with the resounding clang of a craftsman's hammer and the steady breathing of a swordsman. No way, Rimmer stared at the smoky haze rising from Balkan's workshop before turning around. If you're going to help him, just be open about it. He frowned at Glenn, who stood behind him. You tell him to go to Murthan, then secretly give Balkan the gold vein metal. Why keep it a secret? Glenn, having noticed Rayon's struggle with transcendence, had visited Murthan earlier to hand the 3 metals to Balkan. He'd even casually claimed to have picked them up along the way. Rimmer couldn't understand why Glenn went out of his way to help Rayon yet insisted on secrecy. Well, the other kids might get jealous. Glenn cleared his throat awkwardly, avoiding eye contact. After Karun's change, no one's that petty anymore. Rimmer shook his head firmly. Even if someone was, they wouldn't dare say a word, not with Karun and Baldur around to shut them down. He stomped his foot, emphasizing how much Sieghart had changed. Honestly, you're not the king of the North. You're the king of excuses. Rimmer sighed loudly, clicking his tongue in exasperation. That's why Rayon doesn't call you grandfather. Did you see something? See what? It's obvious. If you just told him to call you grandfather, it'd all be solved. That's not it. Glenn slowly shook his head. That title only holds meaning if Rayon uses it of his own will. That was why he hadn't asked Rayon to call him grandfather at Buckming Mountain. Glenn wanted the title to come from Rayon's heart, not be forced upon him. Then at least tell him you gave him the medals. Rimmer shouted in frustration. Well, that's, seriously. This is infuriating. Think things through, would you? Rimmer tapped his temple as if trying to jolt Glenn's logic into place. This is why people call you a relic from the backroom. Shut your mouth, Gah. Rimmer's complaint was cut short by Shirl's kick, which sent him flying through the air. I'm going to die here, you maniacal woman, ah. His screams echoed as he plummeted down the cliff. Shirl watched Rimmer disappear into the mist before stepping back beside Glenn. I agree with you, patriarch. Forced titles are meaningless, however. She glanced toward the cliff's edge, narrowing her eyes. Like that idiot said, it wouldn't hurt to tell Rayon about the medals. Then why did you kick him? He was noisy. Shirl brushed off her hands as if it was self-evident. Fair enough. Glenn nodded in agreement, his expression unchanging. What about Rayon? Shirl exhaled softly as she looked at Balkan's workshop, where heat shimmered like a mirage. He won't become stronger or gain immediate insight, but Glenn smiled faintly as he watched the synchronized rhythm of Rayon and Balkan's breathing. It seems he's building the vessel needed to achieve that enlightenment. 2 days later, the searing heat that had poured endlessly from Balkan's workshop finally ceased. When the hammering stopped, Rayon slowly opened his eyes. Clear. Unlike the workshop, which had been filled with smoke, dust, and intense heat, his mind felt calm and transparent like the surface of a tranquil garden pond. It was as if the worries that had clouded his thoughts had been washed away by rain. Finally, it's over. Wrath stretched and let out a long sigh. I was dying of boredom. He shook his head in disbelief, wondering how Rayon had managed to stay still for 2 whole days. I wasn't just standing still. Rayon chuckled softly as he tapped his temple lightly. I was refining my heart and mind. Fair enough. Wrath looked at Rayon closely, narrowing his gaze. You seem different. He nodded, recognizing that the change in Rayon went beyond mere strength. Rayon lowered his gaze, taking in the sight of the heavenly drive resting on the anvil where Balkan had tirelessly hammered away. Though it was the same sword he had wielded countless times, there was now something new about it. A red and blue line. The elegant and noble blade remained as it had been, but 2 distinct lines were etched along the sword's body, one red, one blue. It was clear that the crimson blaze metal, ice crystal metal, and gold vein metal had seamlessly merged into the blade. Phew, Balkan straightened his back with a groan. Though he looked as if he had aged 10 years, his eyes sparkled with satisfaction and pride as they lingered on the heavenly drive. Take it. Balkan carefully wiped the blade with a clean cloth and handed it to Rayon. This is the new heavenly drive. It'll hold firm even if you waver. He gently shook the sword toward Rayon, urging him to take it. Rayon carefully accepted the heavenly drive, treating it as if it were a fragile child. It feels like my arm has grown longer. As his hand gripped the hilt, it felt as though the sword had fused with his own body. It was as if his arm had been extended, not just holding a weapon. Guong. Rayon raised the heavenly drive upright and activated the ring of fire, the sound of Balkan's hammering still resonating in his mind. F-whoosh. When he channeled radiant flow, the red line along the blade ignited, engulfing the sword in a vivid crimson flame. Is this amplification? As Balkan had assured him, the crimson blaze metal embedded in the heavenly drive amplified the heat beyond anything Rayon had experienced. It felt as if the sword itself was alive with fire. How is it? Balkan tilted his chin knowingly. It's perfect. Rayon nodded as he watched the flames dance along the blade. I feel unshakable. Just as Balkan had said, even if his will faltered, he felt certain this sword would never break. The word perfect was the only way to describe it. HMPH. Wrath inspected the heavenly drive from every angle, his lips pursed. It's almost too good for someone like you. Coming from Wrath, this was as good as the highest praise. Is that so? Balkan chuckled, drinking his now cold alcohol with satisfaction. Rayon lowered the heavenly drive and bowed deeply to Balkan. You've helped me from the start until now. Stop with the groveling. Balkan furrowed his brow and waved his hand dismissively. I've benefited too, you know. Pardon, what do you mean? Every time you win a fight, more people come to me asking for swords. Just recently, a grandmaster showed up. He clicked his tongue, explaining how requests for his swords had only grown over time. And did you make them swords? Why would I make swords for a bunch of brats? No, of course not. Exactly. I didn't even open the door for them. Balkan shook his head firmly, as if to dismiss the very idea. Then how is that helping you? This village doesn't belong to me alone, does it? He spread his hands, gesturing to Murthan village below the workshop. The ones I turned away went to other smiths, asking them for swords. It's brought new life to the village. Balkan rotated his wrist, chuckling softly. He refused to accept payment for the repairs, citing this as his reason. Even so, I always stick to my word. You know that, right? Balkan dismissed Rayon's protests with a swig of his drink. I understand. Rayon smiled faintly as he stepped back. Balkan was a man of his word, even to a young apprentice, and there was no changing his mind. Rayon gave a formal salute with the sword before preparing to sheath it. Boom! The workshop door swung open abruptly, and Heron entered, panting and holding a scabbard. I'm not too late, am I, Heron? A new scabbard. Heron proudly held up a scabbard adorned with a dragon's head motif. Did you make this yourself? Of course. Who else would have made it? He huffed, as if the question were unnecessary. HMPH. A scabbard, huh? Who do you think you are? Balkan approached skeptically to inspect the scabbard. Unlike his usual dismissive attitude, Balkan raised an eyebrow as he examined the work. How is it? Pretty good, right? Heron straightened his back, clearly brimming with pride. Not bad at all. Balkan nodded, a rare compliment from the master smith. It was clear that the scabbard was exceptionally well made. Yes, Heron shouted triumphantly, raising his arms in victory. Being acknowledged by his father, a master craftsman, was a monumental moment for him. So that's what, Rayon murmured. It seemed the task Balkan had given Heron earlier was to create this scabbard. Try it out. Heron eagerly gestured for Rayon to sheath the heavenly drive. Understood. Rayon nodded and slid the sword into the scabbard. Click. The blade fit perfectly, as if the sword and scabbard had always been one. It was a flawless match, crafted with remarkable precision. It's a perfect fit. And it looks great too. Rayon smiled, bowing his head in gratitude. The dragon motif reminded him of Kaibar, the radiant dragon, making it even more special. But the true value of that scabbard isn't its durability or design. Heron chuckled, tilting his head proudly. You don't mean that scabbard. Before Heron could finish, Balkan glared at him. It has a special ability, Heron declared, raising a finger dramatically. As special ability, Wrath shot up like a firecracker and lunged toward Heron. What is it? Speak now. He flicked his tongue excitedly, seemingly thrilled by the mention of a special ability. What kind of ability is it? Rayon gripped the sheath of the heavenly drive tightly, his gaze fixed on Heron. The word special ability ignited a surge of anticipation within him. Heh heh, look over there. Heron smirked and pointed to the dragon head carved on the sheath. See the flames in its eyes. Oh, you're right. Rayon nodded. When he first received the sheath, the dragon's eyes had been empty, but now tiny sparks were flickering within them. That's it. Heron straightened his back and clapped his hands loudly. The special ability absorbs the aura you've wasted, and the dragon's eyes ignite with flames. He laughed gleefully, his cheeks flushed red, clearly satisfied with himself. Rayon and Wrath blinked blankly, staring at the delighted Heron. The word anticipation crumbled like dry leaves, leaving them speechless. Ah. Even Balkan couldn't suppress his embarrassment and covered his face with his hand. Isn't it cool? Heron tilted his head, asking if it wasn't every man's dream. Cool, my foot. Balkan smacked the back of Heron's head with his open palm. Smack. The crisp sound echoed like a watermelon bursting as Heron's head hit the floor. Why did you hit me? Didn't I tell you not to create useless features? Balkan shook his head, pleading for him to stop doing foolish things. From the word again, it was clear this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. The flames are, of course, the ultimate ability, but there's another function. Heron waved his hands frantically, pleading for Balkan not to hit him again. It's probably another worthless function, Balkan muttered as he kicked Heron's side before turning to Rayon. I'm sorry. I'll make you a new one. He sighed deeply, lamenting his son's upbringing. Let's at least hear him out first. Rayon smiled faintly and helped Heron to his feet. Since Balkan had already gone to great lengths to enhance the heavenly drive with his own lifespan, Rayon didn't want to trouble him further. If the sheath's function wasn't entirely useless, he intended to keep using it. Wait, draw assistance. Heron stood up, clutching his bruised side. It has a draw sword assistance function. Draw sword? Rayon's eyes widened at the unexpected term. Why draw sword of all things? Even Balkan furrowed his brows in confusion. Draw sword is often dismissed as an impractical technique, isn't it? Many say it lacks real-world applicability, so I wanted to challenge that notion. Isn't taking on challenges the hallmark of a craftsman? Heron picked up a pipe that had fallen to the ground and shook it passionately, his eyes gleaming once more. Rayon narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the sheath. It is a challenging technique to use in actual combat. Draw sword techniques were great for ambushes, but not particularly useful once a battle was underway. Sheathing the sword during a fight was inherently risky, and Rayon had rarely seen anyone use draw sword techniques in real battles, aside from Eris. However, since Rayon occasionally used draw sword techniques himself, a useful auxiliary function in the sheath could make it worthwhile. How does it work? Rayon approached Heron, holding up the sheath. It's simple. Heron pointed to the dragon's eyes, where the embers flickered. When the flames in the dragon's eyes completely fill up, it means the charge is complete. At that point, drawing your sword will unleash a draw sword technique that's over twice as strong and fast. Nodding, he added that while it might not compare to the visual flare of the flames in the dragon's eyes, it was still a decent ability. How does it charge? Rayon stroked the dragon's eye engraving as he asked. You don't have to do anything. The sheath automatically absorbs the energy you waste during battles. Heron explained that the sheath collected residual energy and shook his head proudly. Oh, Rayon stared at the sheath in surprise. Isn't that amazing? Since the sheath charged itself by gathering wasted energy during battles, it required no extra effort, making it an incredibly efficient ability. Indeed, there's nothing to lose with this ability. Wrath raised his arms in astonishment. It completely offsets the drawbacks of draw sword techniques. Exactly. Typically, powerful draw sword techniques required significant preparation, but with the sheath automatically gathering energy, there would be no delay or large movements, making it viable even for mid-combat ambushes. Balkan exhaled a faint breath, seemingly surprised Heron had managed to come up with such an efficient energy management system. This seems like an impressive ability. Rayon lifted the sheath and nodded deeply. It's nothing special, really. Heron shook his head unsatisfied. The flames in the dragon's eyes are far cooler, aren't they? Like lighting a cigarette at the start of the year. He grinned, still convinced the flaming eyes were the superior feature. That guy is strange. Wrath narrowed his eyes, muttering that something was wrong with Heron's head. It'd be best to test it out. Balkan gestured for them to confirm the sheath's abilities. Understood. Rayon nodded and headed outside the workshop. Right now it's barely charged, isn't it? Judging by the faint flames in the eyes, it's at about 5. Heron clicked his tongue, muttering that it still had a long way to go. Then I'll deliberately waste some aura. Rayon unleashed 10,000 flames cultivation and glacier into the air, letting the sheath absorb the dispersed energy as the flames in the dragon's eyes intensified. This should be enough. When the flames in the dragon's eyes reached about 40, Rayon gripped the sheath with his left hand. He could feel the energy swirling inside like molten lava. Rayon gripped the hilt of the heavenly drive with his right hand. His left foot stepped forward, twisting his waist and shoulders as he drew the sword. Swoosh. The energy condensed within the sheath erupted, forcefully pushing the silver blade upward. A blazing red streak along the sword's spine flared intensely, spitting out a magnificent inferno into the air. Whoosh! The flames shot skyward, filling the area above Mirthan village with an endless torrent of fire, resembling the breath of a red dragon at full strength. Rayon gaped as he stared at the heat-filled sky. Despite being told it wasn't a big deal, he'd drawn the sword with full power, and if his angle had been slightly lower, the entire village might have been incinerated. Wrath and Balkan trembled as their widened eyes blinked in disbelief, clearly not expecting the amplification to be this overwhelming. Did you see that? Such brute strength is dull. The flames igniting in the dragon's eyes are far more elegant. Heron clicked his tongue, insisting the dragon's fiery eyes were superior. I misjudged this fool. Balkan shook his head slowly, looking at Heron. He's talented, but his brain is hopeless. The king agrees. Rayon nodded silently, unable to refute their words. After packing the heavenly drive in its sheath, Rayon bowed to Balkan and Heron. Being overly polite isn't charming either, Balkan waved dismissively. As I've said before, just make sure you become someone worthy of that sword. Understood. Rayon smiled faintly and nodded. I'd prefer if the dragon's eyes always burned with flames. Drawing the sword will extinguish them, so avoid using that feature if you can. Heron nodded earnestly, as if genuinely suggesting Rayon discard the draw sword ability and just let the flames glow perpetually. He'd always been eccentric, but now he seemed even stranger. I'll consider it, Rayon replied, letting out a hollow laugh at Heron's seriousness. And Rayon opened his spatial pocket and took out the scales, bones, and teeth of Kaibar. I'd like to return the materials used for the sheath. Really? Heron's jaw dropped as he saw the scales, bones, and teeth spread out on the table. Yes, Heron had mentioned using Kaibar's materials for the sheath. Since Rayon was satisfied with it, he felt this was a fitting gesture of gratitude. Heron shouted with excitement and dashed back to his workshop. I'll take my leave as well. Rayon bowed to Balkan. As I mentioned before, I will strive to become a swordsman who bends to no one. Good, but before that. Balkan stroked his chin thoughtfully. You know who gave me the crimson blaze medal, ice crystal medal, and gold vein medal, don't you? Yes. Rayon nodded without hesitation. Then make sure to thank them properly when you return. Balkan smiled faintly, certain the person would be pleased. I'll do that. Rayon had already planned to express his gratitude, so he nodded confidently. Go on then. Balkan gestured for Rayon to leave. I need to rest for a while. Balkan sank into a chair, mentioning he might go on another journey soon. Until next time, Rayon bowed and left the workshop. Next time. Balkan alternated his gaze between the sound of metalwork from Heron's workshop and Rayon's retreating figure, a gentle smile forming on his lips. I can leave it to him. He smiled contentedly, letting the calm breeze wash over him. Upon returning to Zeeghart, Rayon headed straight for the audience chamber. Master. Upon arrival, Roan greeted him with a soft smile and bowed. May I see the head of the house, of course. Without even checking Glenn's availability, Roan opened the chamber doors for him. Go on in. Rayon bowed to Roan and stepped into the audience chamber. Glenn sat on his throne, scanning documents, his back resting against the chair. I greet the head of the house. Rayon approached the dais and knelt. Rise. Glenn's dry voice commanded Rayon to stand as his gaze shifted from the papers to him. Your mind seems clearer now. Your advice was of great help, and also. Rayon looked directly into Glenn's calm eyes and bowed deeply. It was Glenn who had provided Balkan with the Crimson Blaze medal, Ice Crystal medal, and Gold Vein medal. Since Glenn had directed him to Balkan, the answer had been obvious. That's good to hear. Glenn nodded slowly, his expression approving. As you advised, I will aspire for both the 10,000 swords and transcendence. Rayon patted his chest, declaring his aspirations and resolve. He smiled sincerely, addressing Glenn with warmth. Ah. Glenn opened his mouth to speak but froze. The papers in his hand slipped and scattered below the dais, as if time itself had stopped. Grandfather, Master, Roan and Shirl rushed toward the dais in alarm. Call the saint, it's fine. Glenn stopped Shirl from summoning Frederick, exhaling heavily. There's no need to thank me. It was just a repayment for your information. He waved dismissively as if it were nothing. Are you truly all right? I was just lost in thought for a moment. What could have caused him to forget even to breathe? The thought left sweat trickling down Rayon's back. You may leave now. Understood. Please take care of yourself. Rayon bowed to Glenn and turned to leave. That old geezer is malnourished. Doesn't his lips or the corners of his eyes tremble all the time? Wrath clicked his tongue, blaming Glenn's habit of only eating Nadine bread. Should I invite him for a meal again? Absolutely. When that old man comes, the variety of dishes increases. Wrath enthusiastically waved his arms up and down, urging Rayon to proceed. Nutrient-rich meals, Rayon. As Rayon was lost in thought about what dishes to prepare, Glenn's gentle voice called out to him. You've worked hard. If you ever have concerns, don't hesitate to come to me. Glenn nodded with an expression that was difficult to decipher. Looking into Glenn's eyes, Rayon felt a lump in his throat. For reasons he couldn't explain, his nose stung and a warm sensation filled his chest. Rayon bowed deeply and exited the audience chamber. As soon as Rayon left, Glenn slid from his throne and collapsed onto the floor. He gazed at the ceiling, letting out a long, weary sigh. Grandfather. Cheryl shook her head, both delighted and concerned, as she watched Glenn struggle. That might be the most terrifying word in the world. Ho ho ho. Roan chuckled softly, as if he found the situation amusing. Even during his break, and after it ended, Rayon's routine remained unchanged. He focused entirely on training with the Light Wind Division in the training grounds. Unlike the swordsmen of Light Wind who honed their skills through physical movement, Rayon spent his time sitting at the edge of the training grounds, immersed in meditation. Rayon slowly opened his eyes as the sun set after a full day of meditation. My body feels stiff, but this is a path I must walk. Wrath had claimed that Rayon's physical body now rivaled even transcendence. What Rayon lacked wasn't physicality, but mental fortitude, experience, and mastery of martial arts. Thus, he was now focusing on cultivating his mental state. Brushing off the dust that had settled on his shoulders, Rayon stood up. Wrath floated down in front of him, his eyes wide with curiosity. What's this? You're stopping before sunset. I have something to do. Today was the day of the officer meeting, and Rayon needed to prepare in advance, even if few people attend. With the locations of the 5 demons revealed, not only Sieghart but also the martial forces of the 5 kings were constantly dispatched on missions. Sieghart itself felt almost deserted, with more than half its members absent. Still, preparations must be made. As Rayon headed back to his quarters to shower, the training ground doors creaked open, and Chad entered. Master. Chad approached Rayon and shook his head. You don't need to attend the meeting. What? Why not all of a sudden? Even with fewer participants, meetings were always held. He couldn't understand why he was being excluded. The Light Wind Division has. Chad raised a document bearing the head of the house's seal, letting out a low groan. Been assigned a designated mission. Rayon let out a calm breath as he looked at the faintly trembling document. It's finally here. When he informed Glenn about the 5 demons growing in power, Glenn had said preparations were underway to confront them and that the Light Wind Division would be busy. Judging by the seal of the head of the house on the document, this mission appeared to be a challenging one. My body's been itching for this. Perfect timing. Martha grinned boldly, resting her sword on her shoulder. I have something I've been wanting to test as well. This is a good opportunity. Burin licked his lips, wiping the blade of his sword with the back of his hand. Run-On, unaware of the mission's arrival, continued her training without pause. My storm of chaos is ready to roar. Green Wave 2, I'm counting on you again this time. Anywhere's fine, I just want to fight already. Not just the captains, but the entire Light Wind Division radiated eagerness, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for the mission. Rayon smiled faintly at the division, who looked ready to charge out immediately. Well, it'd be a waste to keep them idle. Aside from Ewer and Julius, the Light Wind Division was a group of monsters, all of whom had reached the level of master. Even after returning from their long missions, it would be a shame to leave their skills unused. What's the mission? Rayon asked Chad, meeting his gaze. The head of the house wishes to explain it personally. Let us proceed to the audience chamber. Chad turned and gestured for Rayon to follow. Understood. Rayon motioned to the Light Wind Division. Let's go. Yes, sir. The division, ready and waiting, sheathed their swords and followed Rayon. The massive doors of the audience chamber were already open, likely because Glenn had summoned them beforehand. Rayon led the Light Wind Division to the center of the chamber and knelt. I greet the head of the. Rise. Before Rayon could finish, Glenn's voice commanded him to stand. A gentle yet powerful energy surged forth, stopping Rayon's waist and thighs mid-motion. Can this be done with intent alone? Rayon swallowed dryly. Normally, intent needed to be imbued with aura to manifest physical force, yet Glenn had achieved it with intent alone, demonstrating overwhelming power. Rayon felt his understanding of martial concepts expand. Have you been briefed on the mission? Glenn tapped his finger on the armrest of his throne. I came straight here, so I have not yet been informed. Rayon shook his head calmly. This mission wasn't chosen by me. The request specifically named you in the Light Wind Division. By they you mean the Aryan family. Ah, the Aryans were one of Sieghart's vassal families, tasked with guarding the Swamp of Death. The head of the Aryan family mentioned the Light Wind Division by name. Do you know the reason? Rayon bit his lips slightly, looking at Glenn. Wendy, the head of the Aryan family, was the only one who hadn't abandoned her sword during the family's darkest times. She had also sent aid in past wars. Rayon felt compelled to help, no matter the reason. As you're likely aware, the death energy left behind by the soul-eating specter has vanished, and the Swamp of Death has become a lush forest. Glenn stroked his chin, his gaze lowering. With such fertile land, many wild animals and monsters have flocked there, forming groups large and small. While some monsters have attempted to encroach on the Aryans' territory, their head has managed to fend them off. That's expected. Rayon nodded quietly. Lady Wendy must have grown even stronger. Even when treacherous ministers controlled the Aryan family, Wendy had never ceased training. She was capable enough to handle ordinary monsters with ease. A request for aid from the Aryans means that something beyond Lady Wendy's capabilities has occurred. Exactly. Chad lifted the document with a heavy sigh. They reported witnessing monsters who would typically fight for territory, standing in organized formations at the edge of the former Swamp of Death. These creatures showed no fear of humans, only emitting violent, murderous intent. He frowned, calling it an absurd situation. If the monsters aren't fighting over territory, it can only mean. Yes, a king has emerged. Glenn nodded as he answered Rayon's unspoken thought. If the forest is that fertile, it wouldn't be surprising for a king to appear. Monsters, even of the same species, often competed for territory. If they gathered without infighting, it could only mean a powerful mutant had risen among them. However, it's also possible there's no king at all. The ability to control and amass monsters wasn't exclusive to kings. There were beings far more malevolent and dangerous than monsters. You're thinking of Eden, aren't you? Glenn's faint smile suggested he'd had the same thought. Yes, we won't know for sure until we investigate, but Eden is a strong possibility. Eden, Martha clenched her fist. Right, those bastards can control monsters too. It has to be them. Having faced Eden's abilities before, she nodded firmly. We can't assume it's Eden just yet. The number and types of monsters they can control are limited. Burren cautioned against jumping to conclusions, suggesting they gather more information first. Eden. Run-On placed her hand on the hilt of her snowflower sword, biting her lip deeply, likely recalling past encounters with Eden and his brother, Syria Sullian. Depart at dawn. The assault hasn't started yet, but we can't predict when it will. It's best to move quickly. Understood. Rayon bowed as he accepted the mission. Light Wind Division leader. Glenn called to Rayon, tilting his chin. The war between the 5 kings and the 5 demons rages across the continent. If this is Eden's doing, it won't be an easy fight. Indeed. However, there's no group better suited for this scale of operation than the Light Wind Division. Ensure the matter is resolved and returned safely. Glenn nodded firmly, his trust in the Light Wind Division evident. Yes, Rayon and the members of the Light Wind Division struck their left chests with their right hands, answering in unison with a spirited response. There's much to prepare. Off you go. Glenn inspected Rayon and the Light Wind Division one by one before dismissing them with a wave of his hand. Yes, Rayon and the division bowed before turning to leave. We'll be off now. Just before exiting the audience chamber, Rayon spoke, not as the division leader, but as a grandson. Go then. Glenn seemed to understand the sentiment, swallowing briefly before nodding. See you. Rayon briefly gazed at Glenn's faint smile before stepping out of the chamber. As the head of the house said, prepare not only for monsters, but also for potential battles with the 5 demons' forces. Rayon turned to address the gathered Light Wind Division, giving his instructions. Yes, sir. The division members, brimming with confidence, raised their chins as if ready to take on any opponent. We'll meet at the 5th training ground at dawn. Dismissed. At Rayon's command, the division dispersed in all directions. It's been a while since we've had a real fight. And we can jump straight into the action this time. Martha licked her lips, calling it a chance to grow stronger. Run-On radiated a chilling determination, no longer showing fear as she had in the past. Her expression was resolute, as if she were set on completing her task. Ah, something feels off. Oh, the vice captain isn't here. Burren clapped his hands as if just realizing Rimmer's absence. Don't worry. Rayon glanced toward the back of the audience chamber, shaking his head. I know where he is. Whoosh. A mighty gust of wind roared through the inner training grounds of the head of the house. Rimmer stood calmly amidst a towering whirlwind that seemed to reach the heavens, his eyes closed in concentration. Pigging, an arrow formed of water shot into the storm, spinning at immense speed with no gaps in its rotation. Splat! Without opening his eyes, Rimmer cleaved the arrow in half as if he had anticipated it. Boom! The ground beneath him cracked, and a spear of water surged upward. Yet Rimmer evaded it effortlessly, displaying impressive focus. However, a blade of water, shimmering in the rainbow-hued sunlight, managed to slip through. It sliced across Rimmer's chest, drawing a thin line of blood. Rimmer clicked his tongue as he looked at the blood oozing from his chest. With a wave of his hand, the winds obscuring his vision dissipated. I couldn't even see that. How'd you manage it? It's just reflection, Cian, wrapped head to toe in a thick blanket, hopped toward Rimmer. Reflection. I used sunlight to create a glare and water's reflective properties. Cian smiled shyly, explaining that she had used techniques taught by the Water Spirit King and the Fire Spirit King. You've thought of everything, not bad. Rimmer gave her a thumbs up. Now that I've experienced it once, I'll know how to handle it in a similar situation. He laughed, satisfied with the lesson learned. Oh, Opa. Cian hesitated, twisting the blanket around herself as she called out to Rimmer. What is it? He tilted his head, puzzled by her hesitation. You seem happy, but you're not acting like your usual carefree self. It's weird. Cian shuffled her feet, admitting it had been a while since she'd seen him like this. I've made a decision on something I've been contemplating. Rimmer smiled brightly, his mind now at ease. Something you've been contemplating? Yeah, I'll tell you later. He waved his hand, indicating she'd find out eventually. Rimmer nodded at her pink blanket in gratitude. Despite being summoned back to Cephia, Cian had stayed to assist him with his training. I don't want to go back. I want to stay here, make books within Sia, and keep watching that handsome Rayon. Cian pouted, shaking her blanket from side to side. You can always come back. And Sia isn't here right now anyway. Plan to visit together next time. Rimmer opened his arms, telling her she was welcome anytime. Really? Of course. Cian sighed in relief just as the training ground doors opened and Rayon entered. Kaya, startled, Cian stumbled backward, her blanket slipping off. She quickly grabbed her long hair to cover her face. Honestly. Rimmer let out a hollow laugh as he looked at Cian. She'd raised a ruckus demanding power from the Spirit Kings to avenge Rayon's death, yet she was now flustered and shy. What's going on? He turned his gaze from his retreating sister to Rayon. A mission has been assigned. Rayon approached Rimmer and gave him a slight nod. A mission, huh? Rimmer twirled his sword, licking his lips. Well, we can't be the only ones slacking. What's the mission about? It involves the Aryan family. Rayon recounted the details shared in the audience chamber. Best case scenario, it's a monster king. Worst case, it's Eden. Rimmer chuckled, clearly intrigued. Eden, isn't that too dangerous? Cian swallowed nervously. We can't even summon Ifrit right now. We can't stand idle just because Ifrit isn't available. Rayon smiled gently, trying to reassure Cian. You can't stop just because one path is blocked. Ifrit and Elraim had been barred from descending due to their ongoing efforts to restore the spirit realm, but Rayon wasn't afraid. Relying on external power would only weaken one's strength and resolve. Overcoming danger through one's own abilities was the true path of a warrior. That's a leader of the Light Wind Division for you. Rimmer grinned, patting Rayon on the shoulder. Tea then. Cian bit her lip, stepping forward. Can I join? Join? Not a chance. If you don't go back this time, the old man will come looking for you. Rimmer waved his hand dismissively, urging Cian to leave before she got scolded. Cian hung her head low, clearly disappointed. Don't worry, I'll come back safely and tell you everything that happens. Rimmer reassured her, nodding with a confident grin. Really? Of course. All right. Cian beamed brightly and pulled the blanket over her head again. Why does that spirit girl keep covering herself with a blanket? Wrath tilted his head, baffled by her behavior. She says she feels better when she's under a blanket. Spirits are truly strange creatures. Wrath frowned, shaking his head as if both Rimmer and Cian made no sense to him. Lord Rayon, see you later. Cian bowed deeply, still wrapped in her blanket. Yes, come visit again. Oh, okay. She nodded several times before leaving the training ground. You lied, didn't you? As soon as they were alone, Rayon sighed softly. As expected, our captain knows me too well. Rimmer chuckled, nodding in amusement. After I return from the mission, I'll barely have time to gamble and drink, let alone waste time on that. He laughed heartily, making it clear he had no intention of keeping his promise to Cian. Rayon shook his head. The frequent alternation between Rimmer's serious side and his delinquent personality was enough to leave anyone dizzy. We're leaving at dawn tomorrow, so don't be late. Do you even know me? Rimmer, the man who keeps his promises better than anyone. Rimmer confidently pointed his thumb at himself. Both Rayon and Wrath gave him cold, unimpressed stares. He's going to be late. He's definitely going to be late. The fertile forest that had once been called the Swamp of Death swayed in the wind. Or rather, it wasn't the forest that was moving. A closer look revealed that what swayed were not trees, but the heads and shoulders of countless monsters. Rumble, goblins, kobolds, orcs, gnolls, wolfbears, trolls, ogres, ettins, and cyclopes. An enormous horde of monsters, too vast to count, scanned the surroundings with bloodshot eyes. Their sinister aura suggested they wouldn't let even an ant pass through. Growl. The monsters had stood guard in their positions for over 2 days without eating or sleeping, moving with meticulous care as if protecting something precious. Boom. On the third night, under an unusually bright moon, the ground at the center of the monster's formation shook violently and erupted in a massive explosion. The monsters standing atop the now collapsed ground turned into streams of blood that soaked the earth. From the depths of the destruction, a woman wearing a black orc helmet emerged. She raised a sword engraved with the face of a lion, and the entire forest of monsters unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth. Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr gift controlling the souls of the monsters and rubbed its hands together. That one's the real deal. Unlike the previous Green King, who excelled solely in controlling monsters and often stayed in the background, this young girl was different. Her talent is unparalleled. Her ability to dominate monsters and her skill in combat were extraordinary, easily comparable to the greatest talents of any era. People said Rayon Sieghart possessed the greatest talent in history, but this girl seemed to rival him in every way. No wonder she caught his eye. Originally, the Green King should have been another pawn for the Fallen One, but upon witnessing her talent, the heavenly demon had personally taken her in and trained her. That fact alone proved her talent was beyond question, and on top of that, the dual-headed ogre licked its lips as it glanced at the lion-engraved sword and moon-shaped earrings the Green King wielded. With those artifacts, she's practically unstoppable. Earlier, the Green King, the dual-headed ogre, and the Silent Blade had successfully conquered the dungeon of a legendary swordsman who had reached transcendence 500 years ago. Endless traps and battles had sharpened their skills, and after acquiring treasures, all four of them had grown significantly stronger. Together, they could likely face even a transcendent. How does it feel? Satisfied with yourself? The dual-headed ogre grinned mockingly at the Silent Blade, who stood behind them. Not that it matters to you anymore. The Silent Blade neither responded nor reacted, merely watching the Green King. The flickering light in the Silent Blade's helmet seemed to carry joy, sorrow, and despair all at once. Without sparing the dual-headed ogre a glance, the Silent Blade moved forward protectively, positioning itself closer to the Green King. I didn't cut out your tongue, so why don't you speak? The dual-headed ogre clicked its tongue, watching the Silent Blade stride forward. What did the Fallen One tamper with? Though it was aware that the Fallen One had implanted something special in both the Silent Blade and the Green King, their recent behavior suggested even their minds had been altered. Truly a wretched being to deal with. The dual-headed ogre glanced at the Silent Blade's sheathed sword before shaking its head in disapproval. The Green King strengthened her control over the monsters before turning back to the dual-headed ogre, her calm gaze silently asking what their next move would be. The dual-headed ogre swept its gaze over the massive army of monsters, too vast to comprehend even with its sharp senses, before focusing on the distant horizon. Leaving an army like this behind would be a waste. It smirked as it noticed faint lights flickering far away. We can crush them on our way. At the Green King's raised hand, the monstrous horde began advancing, their heavy footsteps shaking the earth. Their target, the Aryan family, which had once defied death itself. Boom! The soft crackling of the campfire flickered in Rayon's eyes as he gazed at it with a faint smile. Ah, I see you're thinking the same thing as this king. Wrath nodded grandly as if Rayon's thoughts were obvious. And what are you thinking? That roasting fresh fish over these flames would feel like heaven. Isn't that what you were thinking? Wrath waved his hands animatedly, emphasizing his point. We ate less than 2 hours ago. The king's digestion is already complete. Wrath tilted his chin up, declaring that the appetite of a demon king should never be underestimated. You're not a demon king of gluttony. Rayon chuckled softly. Despite having eaten a hearty meal earlier, it seemed insufficient for the self-proclaimed demon king of wrath. If it's not hunger, then what are you thinking about? I was thinking about how to use fire to grow stronger. Fire, yes. Having resolved to reach transcendence without overlooking anything, Rayon wanted to maximize his mastery of both the Ring of Fire and 10,000 Flames cultivation. You're as greedy as this king's appetite. Wrath waved dismissively, comparing Rayon to the demon king of greed. I don't like him. Unlike sloth or gluttony, whom Rayon found tolerable, he had no desire to associate with greed. At least you have taste. The only true demon king is this king, though I must admit pride has its merits. Wrath clicked his tongue briefly, begrudgingly acknowledging Pride's strength despite his dislike. Is that so? Rayon found it amusingly typical of Wrath. Just as he returned his gaze to the fire, a faint presence approached from behind. Lost in thought, Rimmer's soft smile appeared as he sat across from Rayon. There's still time. Why are you already up? Rayon narrowed his eyes as he glanced at the still dark sky. Rimmer, whose turn it was to keep watch, had gotten up early. Couldn't sleep, so I came out first. Rimmer waved it off, claiming that old age reduced the need for sleep. Well, I suppose you've rested plenty. Rayon clicked his tongue. As expected, Rimmer had been late to the mission's departure. Truly remarkable. Or perhaps a typical elf. Hey, everyone's late sometimes. It's part of life. That's only acceptable if those waiting decide to forgive you. Oh, you're right. Rimmer admitted it without hesitation, laughing heartily. After exchanging a few jokes, both fell silent, staring into the fire. Rayon. As one of the logs burned down completely, Rimmer broke the silence. Yes, why don't you have any interest in becoming the head of the house? What brings that up? You're in your early 20s, a direct descendant, and already at the peak of Grand Master level. While you may not surpass Karun or Denier, you're certainly on par with Balder. With your current status and power, it would be natural to desire the position of head of the house. Rimmer gestured with his fingers, mimicking crossed swords as he continued. Sieghart's throne, the highest and most dignified crown among the 5 kings. So many crave it, yet you show no interest. It's fascinating. He shrugged, clearly expecting an answer. I'm satisfied with my life as it is. Rayon shook his head gently, his voice calm and firm. In his past life, Rayon had neither gained nor left behind anything before dying. That made the values he had achieved in this life a source of happiness. He felt no particular ambition for the position of family head, unsure if he would even excel in such a role. Even if the family head's position is lofty and grand, it means nothing if it doesn't suit me. I can't argue with that. Rimmer nodded, lowering his hand in agreement. And Sieghart's throne holds its greatness because of the current head of the house. If Glenn were to disappear and someone else were to take his place, Sieghart might retain its place among the five kings, but would lose its reputation as the continent's strongest faction. The name Glenn Sieghart carried overwhelming weight. True, Sieghart exists as it does today because of the head of the house. Rimmer nodded again, clearly in agreement, but I think you could grow Sieghart even more than the current head of the house. That's absolutely not. You may not know this, but the head of the house was trembling when he first took the throne. Rimmer chuckled, glancing upward as if recalling a memory. Really? Rayon blinked, struggling to believe Glenn had ever been nervous. He couldn't even give proper orders, and he stuttered when he spoke. Cheryl, Roan, and I had to write his scripts and even iron his clothes. It was rough. Rimmer waved his hand, casually sharing something that would earn him a lightning strike if Glenn heard it. If that's true, I'd like to see it. Rayon's lips curled into a subtle smile. Whether true or not, imagining Glenn flustered brought a natural smile to his face. Then this king has won. Wrath raised his arms triumphantly. Unlike that old man who eats Nadine bread, this king has excelled at everything from the start. He puffed out his chest, declaring himself the perfect monarch. Snap, Rayon flicked Wrath's nose with his finger. Ack, why would you do that? Ignoring Wrath's complaints, Rayon turned back to him. For what? For encouraging me. That's what you meant to do, right? It's just the truth. Though Rimmer's expression carried a smile, his eyes gleamed with seriousness. I genuinely believe that if you became the head of the house, Sieghart would flourish beyond its current greatness. He tapped the sheath of his sword lightly and grinned. Seeing that happen has become my new goal. I'll think about it seriously. Hearing Rimmer speak with such conviction, Rayon decided he needed to consider the role of head of the house more thoroughly. That's all I ask, but what if I remain uninterested in becoming the head of the house and choose to leave Sieghart? Then I'll follow you, of course. Rimmer laughed, clasping his hands behind his head. A vice-captain who abandons his captain. Unthinkable. I'll follow you, even in death. He raised his hand dramatically, as if pledging eternal loyalty. Do as you please. That pointy-ears brat doesn't know much, but he seems loyal. Wrath nodded as if reluctantly acknowledging Rimmer's character. Rimmer pinched his thumb and forefinger together, forming a coin shape. You'll pay me, right? You're loaded after all. He licked his lips, saying that with fewer benefits, his salary had better go up. Rayon's gentle gaze cooled instantly. Rayon bit his lip as he looked toward the distant fortress of the Aryan family. Countless monster corpses were burning around the fortress walls. The crackling sound resembled a campfire, but the foul stench unique to monsters wafted through the air. Ugh, Dorian let out a scream at the sight of the mountain of monster corpses piled behind the Aryan family's fortress. Are all those monster corpses? That's way too many. He shuddered, his jaw trembling at the sight of so many dead monsters. I heard the battle hadn't started yet. When did this happen? Burin inspected the towering, burning piles of monster corpses, biting his lip. There are so many of them, and each one is huge. Martha ran her fingers along the corpses of orcs, much larger than usual. That means they aren't ordinary, and there are a lot of dead people too. Run-On sighed heavily, looking at the bodies of knights and soldiers who had fallen alongside the monsters. Look over there. Rimmer stood at the edge of a cliff, gesturing for Rayon and the Light Wind Division to join him. From the vantage point, they could see an endless sea of monsters resembling a green forest descending upon the fortress. That's an enormous number. Whether it's a king or Eden, this is no ordinary foe. Rimmer bit his lip, as if bracing for a grueling fight. Rumble. Rayon surveyed the fortress and walls of the Aryan family. The labored breaths of the knights and rangers, the twisted cries of the monsters, and the ceaseless clash of weapons echoed vividly. The battle was already raging. There's no time. The monsters were not only vast in number, but individually formidable. If left unchecked, the Aryan family wouldn't last even half a day. To save as many lives as possible, Rayon instructed them to carve a path directly across the cliff. Yes. The Light Wind Division's sharp gazes burned with resolve, and the wind energy of the division began to rise beneath their feet. Light Wind Division, charge. At Rayon's command, Sieghart's mightiest gale tore through the darkness. Rumble. Despite the efforts to reinforce it, the fortress walls of the Aryan family began to crack under the immense weight of the gathered monsters. The sheer number of monsters was enough to damage the walls just by their presence, but the walls weren't the only problem. Massive orcs and other monsters climbed atop each other's shoulders, embedding their claws into the walls to ascend higher. Swoosh, the elite knights trained by the head of the Aryan family blocked the paths, and the undefeated rangers rained arrows and bolts upon the monsters. Yet the monstrous tide showed no signs of stopping. 3 trolls on the right. Orcs have climbed up. Focus your arrows on the right side. the left side too. An orc berserker has broken through. The knights dashed as if they had two bodies, slicing through the monsters scaling the walls. Yet one by one they fell, unable to overcome the overwhelming numbers. A T-troll is Arg, slash. As the troll turned to leap off the wall to claim its next prey, a brilliant sword light flashed, splitting its head cleanly in two. Do not retreat. The head of the Aryan family, Wendy Aryan, had arrived. With a powerful swing of her aura-clad sword, she cleaved through the monsters that had scaled the walls. This is our home, our land. Protect it with your lives. Raising her glowing sword high, Wendy rallied the morale of the knights and soldiers. Follow the head of the family. Hold the walls. This is our last defense. Pour oil and light the fire. Emboldened by Wendy's leadership, the knights and soldiers shouted and stood against the monster horde, determined to defend the walls. But the monsters showed no fear, climbing over the burning corpses of their fallen comrades as they pressed on. Arg. The right wall has collapsed. Orcs are ack. The central wall is severely cracked. As the knight's stamina and aura depleted, the number of monsters scaling the walls increased steadily. Even Wendy, though a master, could not protect everyone. One by one, the knights and soldiers were crushed by the monsters' relentless assault. Damned beasts. Freka, the commander of the rangers, threw down her bow and drew her sword. The rangers abandoned their bows and engaged the monsters in hand-to-hand combat, desperately trying to hold the walls. Hold on a little longer. They must have limits. As Freka shouted to encourage her subordinates, a thunderous sound erupted from below the walls. The steel gates, unable to withstand the relentless pounding of the monsters, had finally given way. Boom! Orcs, trolls, and ogres smashed their axes and clubs against the broken gates, widening the breach further. Roar! Orcs forced their way into the fortress through the gaps, heedless of the pain as their flesh was torn by the jagged edges. They charged forward like maddened bulls. The bottom is breached. Second squad, get down there and block the orcs. Arg! The knights struggling to hold the walls, the soldiers defending the gates, and the endless wave of monsters clashing together turned the Aryan family's fortress into a chaotic battlefield. The stench of death thickened in the air. I'll stop them. Freka leaped onto the back of an orc about to attack the soldiers and drove her sword into its neck. Even as another orc's fist struck her, she refused to let go of her sword. Wendy trembled as she gripped her sword, watching the monsters converge from all sides. What can I do? She had trained endlessly since becoming the head of the family to protect Aryan, but no solution came to mind for this situation. The gates had fallen in less than half a day, leaving her unsure of what to do. The light wind division won't arrive until dawn. Even if Sieghart came as quickly as possible, they needed to hold out for 5 more hours, and she wasn't confident they could survive until then. But we have to endure. Hadn't Rayon and the light wind division proven on this very ground that nothing was impossible? This wasn't the time for despair or fear, it was time to kill as many enemies as possible. Fight, hold them off until our families can escape. Though Wendy rallied her subordinates and refused to retreat from the wall, the sheer number of orcs breaching the defenses overwhelmed the soldiers. Damn it. Ultimately, Wendy had no choice but to abandon the wall and descend, cutting down orcs who had broken through the gates. Boom, but the retreat had been a trap. Waiting ogres seized the opportunity, leaping onto the walls and swinging their boulder like fists at the knights. Wendy rushed back to the wall, still trying to finish off the remaining orcs. Her movements felt unbearably slow. Please don't let me be too late. She forced her legs to move and extended her sword, but it was still too far to reach. No, the despair of being unable to save the knights, who felt more like her disciples than mere subordinates, gripped her heart. Whoosh! A warm yet fierce wind blew from behind her. Slash! The wind swept across the fortress, erasing the foul stench of the monsters. In an instant, the heads of the orcs threatening the soldiers toppled to the ground. Thud! It wasn't just the orcs. The ogres that had scaled the walls to attack the knights were cleaved in half and fell from the walls with heavy thuds. Ah! Wendy swallowed dryly as she looked toward the center of the wall. There stood a swordsman clad in a black cloak. It was the man she had longed for amidst the grueling battle. You've worked hard. Rayon Sieghart, the swordsman known as the Dragon Slayer and the Usurper, nodded heavily. Not a single one will get through. Rest for now. Rayon raised the heavenly drive, pointing it at the tidal wave of monsters below the walls. Light Wind Division. At his low command, the Light Wind Division gathered behind him. Their presence emanated an eerie sense of unity, as though the entire unit had become a single blade. Erase them. As crimson lightning flashed in Rayon's eyes, Sieghart's frigid winds tore through the monster horde. Boom. Swarming like bugs, Martha was the first to leap off the wall, raising her sword high. Boom. The titan-like aura emanating from her sword struck like a giant's fist, crushing the heads of the orcs climbing the wall. It's the captain's order. All of you vanish. Run-On followed closely beside Martha, drawing a half-moon arc with her snowflower sword. The frost imbued in her blade spread like ripples, freezing the trolls and orcs gathered at the gate in an instant. Screech. As she tilted her sword, the frozen monsters shattered into dozens of pieces and fell. Don't act alone, form up into ranks. Burin pushed between Martha and Runnon, thrusting his sword forward. The icy gusts blooming from his silver blade shredded the monsters charging toward the wall. I'm with you, squad leader. Crane positioned himself behind Burin, splitting the heads of the wolf bears and gnolls attacking from the right. His mastery of aura had improved, and his blade moved as if it weighed nothing. Eek. Despite being terrified by the sheer number of monsters, Dorian jumped off the wall without hesitation, saving soldiers who were near death. Rumble, Mark Gorton unleashed a barrage of thunderous strikes, creating a wide space to ensure the Light Wind Division wouldn't be ambushed. Yua sang a battle hymn she had learned from Roan, suppressing the monster's fighting spirit and boosting the morale of the Light Wind Division. Julius stayed close to Yua, cutting through every monster that charged at them. Boom. The other members of the Light Wind Division extended their aura, the mark of masters, slaughtering the monsters targeting the walls and gates. However, the division had yet to reveal their full strength. Form ranks. At Burin's command, the scattered division members regrouped in front of the gate. Instead of their usual circular formation, they adopted a triangular formation, resembling the point of a sword. Break through. With Martha leading at the forefront, the swordsmen followed her, raising their blades. The piercing charge, powered by the whirlwind aura unique to the division, tore through the enemy lines. Boom. Wherever the formation moved, the monsters were reduced to unrecognizable pulp, leaving behind nothing but devastation. The sight resembled a green wave crashing into and breaking against a mighty seawall. That's the Light Wind Division. Wendy swallowed hard as she watched the monsters being torn apart without resistance. They're all masters. She had heard rumors about the Light Wind Division growing stronger, but she hadn't imagined they had reached this level. They're not just ordinary masters. Each one is incredibly strong. The way the swordsmen handled their aura with precision and massacred the monsters proved they weren't masters by mere coincidence. The vivid radiance emanating from their diverse swords sent chills down her spine. Wendy, mesmerized by the Light Wind Division's overwhelming display of power, turned to the right. Neither Rayon nor Rimmer, the leaders of these fearsome warriors, had moved yet. Wendy approached Rayon and bowed deeply. Rayon showed a faint smile to the tense Wendy. Her hands clenched tightly. Hearing Rayon's considerate words, her tension eased and a lump formed in her throat. You've continued your training. I can sense that you've grown stronger. Rayon nodded as he gauged Wendy's strength. I thought I had worked hard, but seeing them makes me feel ashamed. Wendy sighed briefly. She had poured all her effort into training while managing her duties as the head of the family, but the Light Wind Division's strength left her feeling inadequate. There's no need to compare yourself to others. What matters is that you're not ashamed of yourself. Rayon gestured to reassure Wendy. She has nothing to be ashamed of. Although Wendy felt powerless from being overwhelmed by the monsters, her strength was undeniable. Her training and combat experience had brought her to a level where she could reach even greater heights. Please wait just a little longer. After calming Wendy and the other knights, Rayon descended from the wall. Boom. In that short time, the Light Wind Division had cleared the monsters around the walls and begun advancing. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he observed the monsters who refused to flee. They won't back down. Despite feeling the overwhelming power difference, the monsters showed no signs of retreat. Their ferocious aura conveyed their determination to fight to the death. Then I'll give them something to fear. Rayon moved to the forefront of the division, unsheathing the heavenly drive. Boom. Flames erupted from his blade, forming a towering inferno that surged like a tidal wave. 10,000 flames cultivation heavenly inferno, the immaculate sea of flames. The storm of fire engulfed the battlefield, reducing dozens of monsters to ash in an instant. Growl, whimper, finally, the monsters began to feel fear. Their steps faltered and they slowly started retreating. Where do you think you're going? Martha stomped forward, unleashing her aura with a ferocious growl. Crane and the other swordsmen followed her lead, leaning into the charge. Stop. Rayon swung the heavenly drive to clear the flames and stepped in front of the division. That's enough. But why? Martha frowned, unable to understand the command. You don't even realize you're exhausted. Instead of Rayon, Rimmer pointed out their heavy breathing and labored movements. You pushed yourselves too hard, breaking through in one go. The path is clear now. The best option is to retreat here. Rayon nodded, supporting Rimmer's statement. Although the Light Wind Division had displayed absolute power, even they had their limits. It was time to conserve aura and stamina for what lay ahead. You made the right call. Wrath nodded toward Rayon. War devours both the victor and the vanquished. Losing composure in battle is dangerous. That's not the only reason, Rayon thought, narrowing his eyes as he gazed into the forest. You know as well as I do there's a monster in there. As he extended his sensory perception using the glacier's abilities, he detected the presence of someone controlling the monsters within the forest. Their aura alone felt strong enough to rival his own. The bigger problem is that they're not alone. Behind the one controlling the monsters, Rayon sensed two additional presences, both powerful. Although their identities couldn't be pinpointed from such a distance, they were at least Grand Masters. The atmosphere felt eerily similar to the oppressive conditions of Halram's arena, and his honed senses sparked a sense of foreboding. These presences felt stronger than the two-headed ogre they had faced before. Three of them, huh? Wrath stroked his chin and chuckled. Now that you mention it, I do sense something similar. He muttered something incomprehensible and laughed to himself. Rayon extended his senses again to confirm, but the presences had receded too far to be detected. You're right, Captain. Burin let out a heavy breath and nodded. We've used up a lot of aura holding the walls and pushing back the monsters. Let's retreat for now. Following Rayon's suggestion, he slowly stepped back. Run-On furrowed her brows, as if reluctant to stop fighting, but stepped back next to Rayon without objection. Martha clicked her tongue, sheathed her sword, and stepped away. Leading the Light Wind Division, Rayon returned to the Aryan family's stronghold. Wendy and her subordinates immediately bowed as they returned. It's fine. Please rise. Rayon smiled and gestured for them to stand. Let's assess the situation first. I was told there was time to prepare what caused the sudden outbreak of battle. I'm not entirely sure. Wendy's shoulders trembled as she lowered her head. The monsters moved as if they were one entity, surging in all at once. She exhaled deeply, explaining that prior preparations had helped them hold on as long as they had. Did you see the king? No, I'm sorry. I didn't. I should have acted on my own. No, you did well. Rayon nodded slightly, reassuring Wendy. The one in there isn't a king. What do you mean by that? Right now, the monsters aren't being controlled by a king, the one controlling them. Rayon turned his gaze to the now quiet forest and growled. Is one of Eden's fiends. There was no way there could be three monster kings. The entity commanding the monsters in the forest had to be an Eden fiend. Ah. Wendy averted her gaze, swallowing hard, for an Eden fiend to control this many monsters. They must have some special ability. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at the corpse-littered battlefield. Burin, report to the family that Eden's forces are involved. Understood. Burin nodded and began drafting a provisional report to send to Sieghart. The war hasn't truly started yet. For now, let's regroup. Rayon gestured toward the ruined gate and cracked walls. The wall can be repaired, but the gate is impossible. We're short on iron since our supply run yesterday. Wendy lowered her head apologetically. It's fine. Knowing that the Aryan family had sent for reinforcements and prepared immediately after their request, Rayon saw no reason to blame them. Dorian, yes, at Rayon's call, Dorian stepped forward eagerly. You've been swimming beneath the surface, haven't you? Of course, I paddled so hard I scraped the bottom clean. Dorian nodded confidently, in stark contrast to his earlier hesitation in battle. Then bring it out. Got it. Grinning, Dorian descended from the wall and reached into his dimensional pouch. One by one, he began pulling out massive steel plates. Those steel plates should be enough for gate repairs. That wallet is frighteningly thorough. Exactly. The steel he bought in Murthen. Wait, what? Rayon's smile froze as he stared. Instead of steel plates, Dorian pulled out an entire steel gate. Wrath's jaw dropped as he let out a small groan. A steel gate, and it's perfectly sized for this fortress. It's even thicker than the original gate. This is insane. The Light Wind Division and the Aryan family members stared in disbelief at the massive steel gate now towering over them. Truly remarkable, the Light Wind Division is full of extraordinary individuals. Wendy let out a stunned breath as she gazed at the gate. Ignoring her comment, Rayon turned to Dorian. Why do you have a gate? It's an essential item, and it fits perfectly. Dorian beamed as he began pulling out tools and materials to repair the walls as well. He looked absolutely delighted. This king's beginning to fear that wallet. Rayon swallowed hard and nodded. Me too, Tusk. The dual-headed ogre clicked its tongue as it watched the Aryan family repair their walls and gate. They must have spotted us while we were in the dungeon. Having sensed no observers before entering the dungeon with the Green King, it was clear their movements had been detected while inside. The head of the family must be competent. Despite rumors of the Aryan family's decline following the deaths of its leaders, the family appeared to be functioning surprisingly well. Rayon Sieghart and the Light Wind Division. The dual-headed ogre twisted its lips into a grin as it observed Rayon and his division working on the repairs. Impressive talent. Recalling the overwhelming flames that had annihilated the monsters, it felt a chill run down its spine. Ordinarily, retreating would have been the logical choice, but the situation was far too entertaining to leave. What about you? What do you want to do? The dual-headed ogre turned to the Green King and the Silent Blade, who stood silently in the shadows. The Silent Blade stood motionless, hand resting on the hilt of its sword, as if guarding the Green King. Grind. A harsh grinding sound emanated from within the black orc helmet the Green King wore. The seething fury of her bloodlust radiated outward, as though the massacre of her monsters filled her with rage. You want to fight, don't you? The dual-headed ogre nodded knowingly, as if expecting this reaction. Very well, I'll accept your determination. Kill them all. With a snap of his fingers, he stepped back. Boom! The Green King planted her right foot firmly into the ground. Crimson energy radiated from her, spreading out in concentric circles that enveloped the surrounding monsters. Roar! At the call of their king, the monsters let out earth-shaking howls and raised their weapons high. They moved with a unity that rivaled even the most disciplined knights, their battle spirit soaring skyward. Screech. The Green King raised the lion's sword and pointed it toward the Aryan family's stronghold. The monsters, like a well-trained army, marched forward in unison. They stepped on the corpses of their own kind, drinking their blood as they advanced toward the cracked walls of the fortress. Howl! Unlike their previous mindless charge, this time the Green King used the sight of their fallen comrades to fuel the monsters' morale, turning their advance into a disciplined and terrifying onslaught. As expected. The dual-headed ogre raised his chin slightly, a grin spreading across his face as if this exceeded his expectations. Fate is truly amusing. He found the unfolding situation entertaining in a way only someone privy to the details could, a chuckle escaping his lips. You don't need to go. When the silent blade moved to follow the Green King, the dual-headed ogre raised a hand to stop him. Let's see how far she can go on her own. The dual-headed ogre smacked his lips as though relishing a plan he alone understood. Boom! The monstrous army advanced relentlessly, halting just outside the range of the fortress's archers. The Green King did not hide among her monsters, but marched at the forefront, her gaze lifting. Howl, her blood-red eyes locked with Rayon's crimson gaze. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. That woman, Rayon narrowed his eyes, gazing at the woman standing at the forefront of the monster horde. Is she the source of all this? Her tall stature and honed physique stood out, rivaling that of any male warrior. She wore a black orc helmet adorned with two horns protruding from the forehead. She's a swordsman. Wrath licked his lips as he studied the woman wearing the black orc helmet. Indeed, she's wielded a sword for a long time. The way she gripped her sword exuded a refined sword energy, confirming her identity as a swordsman whose primary weapon was the blade. Yet the specific swordsmanship style she used remained unclear. Rayon extended his sensory perception discreetly. Her strength matches mine. The woman with the black orc helmet was advancing toward the pinnacle of grand mastery, much like himself. Unlike the dual-headed ogre or the silent blade, she was an opponent who would require his full strength to defeat. I should be able to win, so why did a chill run down his spine? An inexplicable sense of dread wrapped around his shoulders as he stared at Hera, feeling disconnected from thoughts of victory or defeat. She may be hiding some unique ability. Rayon's instincts had never failed him. It was best to stay cautious for now. Wrath turned his head from side to side, a frown forming on his face. That woman, there's something strange about her. He muttered, narrowing his eyes as he remarked on the woman's peculiar presence. I wouldn't call it strange. Rayon clenched his teeth, refusing to break eye contact with the woman wearing the black orc helmet. I'd call it familiar. Though her eyes were obscured by the helmet, Rayon felt an uncanny familiarity. It was as if should the helmet come off, he would recognize her face. Is she the Monster King? Martha brushed her hand along the hilt of her sword as she looked down at the battlefield. That aura is vicious. Just looking at her makes me sweat. Despite her words, her gleaming black eyes revealed a desire to fight. She's not the only problem. Burin sighed deeply, his gaze sweeping over the vast monster horde filling the plains. We've probably killed hundreds, but it doesn't look like we've even scratched their numbers. Did they bring every monster from the continent? He straightened his chin, preparing for what he anticipated would be a long war. Runnan kept her hand on the hilt of the snowflower sword, her quiet fury elevating her murderous intent. Normally soft and dazed, Runnan's anger brought forth a chilling aura more menacing than anyone else's. Don't be afraid. Retreating from here would mean hell. Wendy confronted the nightmarish situation head-on, showing the demeanor of a true leader. Sea Captain Dorian cautiously approached Rayon, bowing his head. Should we stop the repairs for now? He glanced nervously at the monsters, whose heavy breaths suggested they were moments away from charging. Continue. Rayon shook his head calmly. What? This war will be won by the side that endures. We need to alternate between fighting and regrouping. If there's even a second of time, fix the walls. Even with his sensory perception and the glacier's abilities at full stretch, he couldn't count the number of monsters. This would be a long and grueling war. There was no time to rest. Crane, gripping the fractured wall, furrowed his brow. Why aren't they attacking? He bit his lip uneasily, watching the monsters stop just outside the range of their arrows and spells. That's because... Before Rayon could reply, the woman in the black orc helmet plunged the lion's sword into the ground. Scarlet energy ignited around her shoulders, blazing intensely. Roar! The monster horde, inspired by her aura, let out ferocious howls, their eyes turning blood red. But instead of charging the fortress, they descended upon the remains of their fallen kin, sinking yellow teeth into the flesh of the dead. They tore into their comrades' flesh and drank their blood, indulging in a grotesque feast. They're eating other orcs. Cannibalism. Disgusting bastards. The soldiers of the Light Wind Division and the Aryan family broke into a cold sweat, horrified by the monstrous scene unfolding before them. Rumble. Rayon brushed his hair back, watching the monsters revel in their bloody feast. Could it be, are they growing stronger by consuming their kin? Each time the monsters devoured the flesh of their fallen, their aura intensified. What had started as flickering flames of energy soon grew into a roaring inferno. The woman in the black orc helmet stood still, as though she had orchestrated this from the beginning, silently observing the banquet. Wait. Rimmer narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the woman. Is that the Green King? Green King? What's that? Dorian gulped and asked nervously. A ruler of green-skinned monsters like goblins, orcs, trolls, and ogres. Rimmer furrowed his brow as he explained. It's an incredibly rare talent, for it to be passed down to the strongest of orcs, the Black Orc King. He bit his lip in disbelief. That explains why high-ranking monsters like Ettins, Cyclopes, Griffins, and Gargoyles are following her, then the way their aura is growing stronger. That's also one of the Green King's abilities. Rimmer sighed, calling it a dire situation. What kind of orc dares to use the title of king? Wrath roared in displeasure. True kings, like this king, possess both nobility and elegance. He waved his hands, demanding that the title of king be stripped from her. Rayon, recalling Wrath drooling as he ate a bowl of ice cream pearls, shifted his gaze to Rimmer. Does she have any other abilities? Normally, their strength isn't exceptional, but she's different. Rimmer exhaled sharply, noting that this Green King seemed powerful even by her own standards. Shouldn't we stop them now? Dorian raised his hand nervously. Exactly. The monsters are already gathering. We need to eliminate them before they grow stronger. Crane nodded quickly, fear evident in his eyes. That's a trap. Rayon shook his head calmly. A trap? Run-On turned her gaze toward him, puzzled. There are 2 other monsters in that forest just as strong as the Green King. Rayon looked down at the tranquil, swaying forest. The moment we target the Green King, they'll ambush us. The Green King was like bait dangling from a fishing rod. There was no need to bite into their trap, but they just keep gathering. Dorian bit his lip, more worried about the others than himself. We've already sent our report. Reinforcements will come. Besides. Rayon scoffed, his gaze fixed on the ever-growing horde of monsters. No matter how many monsters there are, it's better than being ambushed by 2 grand masters. Eden's strategies often mirrored the nature of Monsterswild and unpredictable. The best option was to hold their position and counter from the safety of the fortress. The captain is right. Rimmer, unusually formal, addressed Rayon as captain and nodded. We have the advantage of defense. There's no need to charge out. Conserve your aura and recover. Rimmer stepped behind Rayon with his hands clasped, seemingly ready to fulfill his role as vice captain. What's gotten into you? Rayon turned to Rimmer with a dry chuckle. Rimmer grinned broadly as if to reassure Rayon. When you act out of character, it's a sign something bad is about to happen. Go back to slacking off as usual. I don't die, remember. Worry about yourself. Rayon and Rimmer exchanged banter, reminiscent of their time back at the training grounds. He'll probably ask for money next. It's obvious. Martha shook her head, glancing at Rimmer. I heard most gambling halls have shut down lately. Was he even spending it all? Burren frowned, seemingly unable to comprehend. Ice cream pearls. Run-On casually stated that Rimmer must have spent it on a large stock of ice cream pearls. That's not possible. Dorian shook his head, denying the claim. I saw him at an ice cream shop. Run-On tilted her head, adding that she had seen Rimmer there herself. As the captains joined in the lighthearted chatter, the tense atmosphere along the wall began to ease. Even the knights and soldiers seemed less anxious, their unease gradually fading. Whoosh, recognizing the moment to rally everyone's spirits, Rayon raised the heavenly drive. A sacred crimson flame flared to life along the silver blade, illuminating the dark night sky. Do not be afraid. He lifted his chin with regal confidence, his voice steady. I am here. Rayon's resolute voice echoed throughout the fortress, igniting a fire in the soldiers' spirits that rivaled the monster's oppressive aura. The dual-headed ogre licked his lips, watching Rayon remain steadfast after an entire day. So he's no fool. He had hoped that the Light Wind Division would recklessly charge out, allowing him and the Silent Blade to ambush them. However, they showed no signs of moving. He must have sensed me in the Silent Blade. Even though he hadn't completely masked his presence, noticing him from that distance was no small feat. Rayon Sieghart was no ordinary foe. Without relying on the power of his helmet, Rayon had achieved such strength that his agent was hard to believe. Well, the Fallen One was deceived by him too. This was the same Rayon who had shredded the Fallen One's supposedly flawless plan to pieces. If it weren't for him, the balance between the 5 kings and 5 demons would have crumbled long ago. Regardless, what a fascinating scene. The dual-headed ogre licked his lips, his gaze flicking between Rayon and the Green King, their eyes locked in an intense standoff. Even in a play, if the plot were this obvious, the audience would boo. Don't you agree? The Silent Blade remained silent. However, the faint trembling of his fingers, resting on the hilt of his sword, did not go unnoticed. Humans are so entertaining. The The dual-headed ogre chuckled, watching the silent blade's reaction. But just sitting here and watching is getting dull. He pulled out a branch adorned with 3 small bells from his coat. Our forces are strong, and their reinforcements haven't arrived yet. Let's stir things up a little. The dual-headed ogre raised the branch above his head and shook it. Screech. A faint, insect-like noise echoed as the bells clashed. The sound grew louder, expanding toward the fortress walls. Screech. Though Rayon and Rimmer reacted quickly, striking with their swords, they couldn't entirely block the sound. Boom. The right and left edges of the fortress walls, still under repair, cracked under the impact, leaving them on the verge of collapse. The fresh materials used in the repairs hadn't fully set, amplifying the damage. Clatter. The dual-headed ogre tossed the now blackened branch aside, a smirk tugging at his lips. Let's have some fun. Rayon clenched his fist, staring at his tingling palm. What was that? The energy had been invisible and undetectable, yet it had pierced through, carried by sound. If you hadn't heard it first and warned him, the walls might have completely collapsed. I'm sorry, I should have noticed sooner. Yua trembled, apologizing as she bit her lip. Rayon patted her head before turning his gaze outward. Roar. The monsters, now emboldened by their feast of blood and flesh, let out a massive roar, their aura thick and menacing. Prepare for battle, prepare for battle. At Rayon's command, the Light Wind Division and Aryan family knights shouted in unison as they returned to their positions. The Green King inhaled the air thick with the battlefield's tension and drew the lion's sword from the ground. She stepped forward with her left knee, raising the sword she held with both hands high above her head. Lion cleave. As her lips moved subtly and the sword descended, a colossal sword strike surged forward, as though it could cleave the Aryan fortress in half. Boom! Rayon mirrored her movement, stepping forward with his left foot, the heavenly drive in his hand swinging forward. From the glowing red blade, a fiery dragon roared forth, unleashing a breath of flames that seemed ready to engulf the monster horde. 10,000 flames, cultivation, heavenly inferno. Dragon blaze slash. Rayon's aura and the Green King's energy were both the same vivid crimson hue. Their red strikes collided, staining the sky and earth a bloody shade as they clashed. Rumble. The duel between the 2 Grand Masters paused momentarily, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. With a deafening roar, the monsters, spurred by the chaotic energy, charged toward the Aryan fortress like raging demons. Fire. At Freka's command, rangers and soldiers loosed arrows and bolts, while knights unleashed sword energy and aura to halt the monsters' approach. But the sheer number of enemies made it impossible to stop them all. Soon, monsters began gathering beneath the walls. The battle had erupted in an instant, shrouding the air with despair and the stench of blood. Amid this grim atmosphere, the Green King advanced. She moved with the monsters, unleashing a second devastating strike. Screech. Rayon intercepted the slash aimed at the fortress gate, deflecting it as he stood atop the wall. Flames that banished the surrounding darkness burned brightly along his blade. Boom! The moment Rayon and the Green King's gazes met again, the two pushed off the ground simultaneously, their swords aimed at each other's throats. Now I understand the source of this king's unease. Wrath let out a heavy breath as he watched Rayon charge toward the Green King. That woman, Wrath's voice carried a strange weight. She smells like you. Clang, Rayon deflected the Green King's sword strike and turned his gaze to Wrath. What do you mean by that? A smell similar to mine. He had assumed Wrath was quietly lost in thought, possibly pondering dinner plans. But the sudden strange comment caught him off guard. It is exactly as I said. Wrath nodded towards the Green King. That fake king exudes a disposition similar to yours. He muttered this with certainty, his brows furrowing deeply. A disposition. Do you mean they possess a talent similar to mine? Rayon clicked his tongue as he observed the Green King, who had readied her stance once more. That's not good. If she truly had the ability to grow stronger through battle, like himself, then this fight would undoubtedly be more grueling than anticipated. If I must clarify, her innate talent surpasses yours. Wrath nodded, as if even he couldn't deny the Green King's remarkable gift. Screch. Rayon slashed through the Green King's agile, arrow-like sword strike and frowned. That much, Wrath rarely acknowledged others. If even he admitted her talent, she could very well be the greatest on the continent. She does seem a bit different. The Green King continuously shifted the nature of her swordsmanship, as if trying to uncover Rayon's weaknesses. Rather than sticking to one confident technique, her relentless probing reminded him of himself. However, what I'm referring to isn't mere talent. Wrath shook his head calmly. Then what is it? It's the scent of their essence, like the two of you were born from the same origin. Wrath wrinkled his nose, calling it an odd phenomenon. I don't know what you mean by essence or scent. Rayon spun his heavenly drive as he glared down at the Green King, but defeating her comes first. The Green King was powerful. If he lost focus during this fight, it wouldn't just be him, it could harm the Light Wind Division and the Knights of the Aryan family behind him. He needed to concentrate solely on the battle. Rumble. The Green King unleashed another massive blade of energy, aiming it at the already fragile left wall of the fortress. Slash. Rayon activated Glacier to freeze the blade's trajectory just as it reached the wall. However, the shockwave was so immense that the right wall crumbled instead. ROORR. Ogres and trolls eagerly leaped onto the collapsed section of the wall. Rayon didn't need to move. Boom. Mark Gorton effortlessly sliced through the incoming monsters with thunderous strikes of his blade. TCH. The Green King clicked her tongue in frustration and redirected her sword towards the right wall, clearly planning a feint. Phew. Rayon sighed at the sight. I guess I have no choice but to go down. Unlike the Green King, who had no need to protect her allies, Rayon was responsible for safeguarding those within the fortress. Fighting on the plains seemed inevitable. You can go. Rimmer patted his chest confidently, signaling Rayon to trust him. I don't feel very reassured. Rayon chuckled softly before kicking off the fortress wall and leaping onto the plains. SHING. The Green King advanced immediately, her sword thrusting toward Rayon's heart as he descended midair. She was targeting the moment when he couldn't move. Unfortunately, Rayon twisted his lips as if stepping on solid ground in midair. I overcame that a long time ago. He reversed his blade and aimed it at her neck. CLANG. The Green King hastily raised her sword to defend, but was pushed back 5 full steps by sheer force. She gripped her trembling blade tighter, her eyes blazing with a sharper intensity. What's your goal? Rayon frowned as he observed her leaning forward. There's no treasure in that fortress for you to take. The Green King didn't reply. Her only answer was to close the distance instantly and unleash another fierce sword strike. It's pointless, Toha. Rayon's eyes widened as he noticed her sword technique. The blade that had been aiming narrowly now split into 2 streams, targeting both his throat and heart. Glacier. The technique resembled the glacier he had used earlier at the fortress. She copied it after seeing it once. Whether it was the power of her black orc helmet or her natural talent, it was astounding. But still, it's crude. Glacier required precise timing between each strike, but the Green King merely swung as fast as she could. Clang! Rayon blocked both streams of her attack with his sword and countered with a spiraling flame from his flame wall, forcing her back violently. Despite the heavy blow, the Green King didn't let out a single groan, immediately raising her sword again. It was as if she were proving her title as the King of Warriors. If you don't want to talk. Rayon extended his heavenly drive to his right. The red lines etched on the blade deepened, and hundreds of petals covered the plains, then die in silence. He summoned a storm of flames with his flaming flower technique, engulfing the Green King. Slash. Green King countered by creating as many energy shields as there were petals, extinguishing the flames. SHIING. Rayon gave her no respite, activating 36 crimson slashes to target every vital point on her body. Boom! Realizing she couldn't block every strike, the Green King let her left side be grazed, deflecting the blows aimed at her critical points. As expected, Rayon nodded slowly, recalling the Green King's swordsmanship. She's mastering the 10,000 swords technique. The Green King was a practitioner like himself, honing the path of myriad blades, and on top of that, she grows stronger as she fights. Just like how Rayon operated his ring of fire to grow during battle, the Green King was utilizing her opponent's martial arts to refine her own power. Although he couldn't fully grasp what Wrath meant by innate disposition, it was clear why he said they were similar. SHING. The Green King, as if determined to see this through to the end, charged forward without even stopping to staunch her wounds. Her calm gaze conveyed a certainty of her own victory. Interesting. Rayon smirked as he observed her approach. He wasn't about to lose to anyone in growing stronger by consuming his enemies. WHO. He operated the Ring of Fire once more, summoning an even faster and fiercer storm of flames that engulfed the Green King. CRACK. Although she created energy barriers equal to the number of fiery petals to block the attack, she couldn't completely defend against it. Burns began to appear across her body. Her widened eyes revealed disbelief at the increased power of his flaming flower in such a short time. Let's keep going. Rayon beckoned with his fingers at the Green King. Let's see who devours whom. That guy's at it again. Martha shook her head as she watched Rayon's back. He'll come back stronger again, won't he? It's exhausting. She slashed through an ogre scaling the fortress wall, her brows furrowed. Today might be different. Burin narrowed his eyes at the Green King. She seems to be growing stronger during battle as well. His expression turned tense with concern. It's fine. Run-On, unlike Martha and Burin, focused solely on the battle at the wall. Handsome Rayon will win. She didn't even glance down, fully trusting Rayon. Why yes, that's right. Rayon's sword must have grown stronger too. There's no way he'll lose. Dorian clenched his fist, his unwavering belief in Rayon evident despite his lack of confidence in himself. The Light Wind Division shared a similar faith in Rayon, pouring all their focus into their own fights. Ha! Wendy let out a breathy laugh as she observed the unwavering trust between Rayon and the Light Wind Division. She still found it hard to believe how much these young warriors had grown. What kind of training did they undergo? All Rayon's doing. Rimmer wiggled his fingers, a sly smile on his face. If the Aryan family knights trained the same way, they could reach that level too, though a few might die before they get there. He chuckled, his gaze never leaving Rayon's battle. Excuse me. Wendy approached Rimmer hesitantly, her eyes lowered. Aren't you going to move, Rimmer? Rimmer had neither supported Rayon nor helped the Light Wind Division. His inaction piqued her curiosity. Standing here, Rimmer shook his head, still staring at Rayon's back. Is my job. They seem evenly matched. The dual-headed ogre stroked its chin as it observed the Green King being pushed back, but Rayon Sieghart's talent seems to surpass hers. Though both of them possess the ability to grow stronger during battle, there appeared to be a gap in the level of their talents. While the Green King's martial prowess was nearly unmatched on the continent, Rayon's combat talent and instincts seemed to transcend time itself. I'm tempted. The ogre mused that if Rayon donned a top-tier helmet, he could immediately shatter the wall of transcendence and ascend further. With a recently crafted helmet ready, the timing couldn't be better. It's different from before. Although Rayon had previously resisted the power of a helmet, that was because Merlin's greed had been excessive. But a helmet forged by the Fallen One could surely consume Rayon's mind. What do you think? Don't you want him to join us? The dual-headed ogre shrugged toward the soul-severing blade. The blade subtly shifted its stance, poised to act at any moment, its gaze fixed on Rayon and the Green King. Great, so you agree. The ogre grinned, muttering as if it had already secured permission. This will end soon. Both Rayon and the Green King were holding back their full power, preparing decisive blows to kill their opponent. It wouldn't take more than a few minutes to conclude. Should I intervene first? No, there's that. The ogre glanced at the trembling soul-severing blade and laughed. Feel free to act if it gets dangerous. It gestured toward Rayon and the Green King, locked in combat within a storm of energy, whichever side you choose. The blade seemed to understand, tightening its grip as it began moving forward. The ogre smirked as it watched the blade advance. Clang. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he watched the Green King rebound from an imperfect block of his strike. She's nearly at her limit. Though the Green King grew stronger as the battle continued, Rayon's ability to wield the Ring of Fire placed him a step above. Even she seemed to realize this, letting out a low groan of disbelief. Whoo. The Green King, recognizing her disadvantage, gripped her sword with both hands. A soft moonlight emanated from her earrings, releasing an overwhelming aura that suffocated the air around her. Rayon bit his lip as he sensed the enormous energy coalescing around her, a hidden power. He had suspected she was hiding something ominous, but its strength far exceeded his expectations. If that energy hit directly, it could obliterate the Aryan family entirely. I have no choice but to block it head-on. Rayon lowered his heavenly drive and drew the Soul Requiem sword with his left hand. The Green King's lion's blade erupted with overwhelming energy, as if its strike could pierce the heavens themselves. The blazing aura poured down with a force that seemed capable of splitting the earth and sky. It wasn't merely raw power, each slash contained the refined essence of myriad blades, making any careless attempt to block it a death sentence. I can't block this as I am. Rayon raised the heavenly drive above and the Soul Requiem sword below, opening the mental world. Sword field creation, divine demonic harmony. Amidst the surging flames and frost, Rayon drew forth his divine and demonic swords, each embodying a different aspect of the heavens. With both blades, he intercepted the Green King's colossal slash. The clash of techniques imbued with the essence of myriad swords shattered the ground beneath them, leaving jagged black cracks, while the very fabric of space seemed to ripple and tear. But the difference in hidden power was evident. Rayon's divine and demonic swords grew fiercer with every strike, utterly shattering the Green King's attack. Her eyes quivered violently, reflecting pure disbelief. It's over. Rayon swung his demonic sword toward the Green King's neck, but a sharp whistling sound suddenly pierced through the air from his left. The soul-severing blade. The monster from Eden's branch was hurtling toward him at a terrifying speed. Clang. Rayon didn't need to turn. Riding the wind, Rimmer intercepted the blade, deflecting its deadly path. What I need to focus on is. Rayon spun swiftly and thrust his divine sword into the rising earth nearby. Amidst the swirling dust, a man in a helmet emerged, his eyes widening as he spotted Rayon's divine sword. Clang! He reacted quickly, blocking the strike, but his startled expression betrayed his unease. How did you know? The man in the helmet chuckled bitterly, his voice echoing within the golden haze of dust. It was obvious. Rayon tilted his chin slightly. A predator was always at its most vulnerable when it struck to consume its prey. It was clear that someone would attempt a surprise attack during the Green King's moment of peril, no matter what you try. Rayon began to sweep away the dust, but froze when he noticed the helmeted man's face. Twin-headed ogre. The being smiled wickedly, a ghost of Eden who had caused Sylvia immense grief and pain, murdering his father and sister. You know me? Of course you do. The twin-headed ogre grinned, baring his teeth. I've heard I'm the one who killed your father and sister. That doesn't matter. All I care about, Rayon's crimson eyes burned with a chilling, azure frost. "Is that you, Die?" Rayon bit his lip as he aimed his sword at the dual-headed ogre. A child, the ogre wasn't just short in stature, his demeanor and speech carried an air of naivety, almost as if he were a child. Yet his eyes gleamed with a sinister malice, a testament to his identity as one of Eden's specters. "Calm down first." A fearsome aura radiated from the ogre. Rayon couldn't afford to underestimate him. He would need to fight with everything he had from the start. And I can't forget about the Green King. Though the Green King had been pushed back, she had already regained her fighting stance. Even if she had lost some strength, her raw power made her just as dangerous. Still, Rayon didn't worry about the soul-severing blade behind him. Rimmer would hold it off, even at the cost of his life. Focus only on my fight for now. Though there were oddities and questions about the dual-headed ogre, the Green King, and the soul-severing blade, Rayon had no time to dwell on them. His full focus was needed for the battle ahead. A single mistake or moment of hesitation wouldn't just endanger him, but could lead to the annihilation of the Light Wind Division. "You're planning to take on both of us alone." The ogre let out a childlike laugh, his voice mocking. "I was already a grandmaster when you were still in Sylvia Sieghart's womb." He tilted his chin arrogantly. "Then you've wasted over 20 years. Rayon smirked as he looked down at him. "While I surpassed you, you were busy standing still. Nice work. Talkative as the rumors say." The ogre bent forward, chuckling. "Though that mouth of yours will be smashed shut today." As he raised his hand, an enormous wooden club materialized, entirely mismatched to his small frame. "Rayon, be careful of that club, it won't be cut by a sword." Despite struggling to fend off the soul-severing blade strikes, Rimmer shouted advice to him. "Vice Commander, can you hold out?" Rayon asked, exhaling softly as he watched Rimmer get pushed back 2 steps. "Who are you talking to? A skeleton is no match for an elf." Rimmer shouted confidently, pointing his sword skyward. Swordfield Creation's Song of Wind and Thunder. With a resonant command, green winds and crimson thunderbolts descended, connecting heaven and earth in a raging storm between Rimmer and the soul-severing blade. Crackle. Yet the soul-severing blade remained unfazed, slicing through the storm with a shadowy aura emanating from its skeletal weapon. The Green King, who had been glaring at Rayon with fury, shifted her gaze momentarily toward Rimmer's technique. Her crimson eyes glimmered faintly. "Where are you looking?" The ogre roared, slamming his wooden club down. It descended with the speed of a falling branch, leaving no time for delay. "Who?" Rayon clicked his tongue as the club came crashing toward his head. He said it can't be cut. Trusting Rimmer's advice, Rayon resolved not to cut it but to block it instead. He raised his sword with firm intent. Clang! The club collided with the sword, unleashing a powerful shockwave that radiated vertically. The oppressive force pierced through Rayon's aura, seemingly reaching his very bones. The only thought that came to him was how strong the blow was. "Good, at least you managed to block that much." The ogre laughed gleefully, swinging the club horizontally. Its shadow fell over Rayon's vision before the sound even reached his ears, a testament to its overwhelming speed and power. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he raised his demonic sword, creating a wall of flames to intercept the strike. Its power and speed are impressive, but it's simple. The ogre relied solely on brute force, speed, and an overwhelming aura rather than employing complex techniques or martial arts. Unlike the cunning nature of typical specters of Eden, he showed no signs of deception. "Still, I can't let my guard down." The ogre's straightforward movements could very well be a feint. Rayon tightened his grip on his sword and twisted his wrist, tilting the blade. Whoosh! Flames erupted in a swirling storm from the sword, pushing the ogre's club back with fierce intensity. "For someone who's inherited the specters of Eden's strength, you're weaker than I expected." Rayon taunted, his lips curling upward as he maintained the guise of engaging in a simple battle while his mind calculated various strategies. "Why are you just standing there? Fight." The ogre bellowed at the Green King, who had been distracted by Rimmer's swordsmanship. Snapping out of her daze, the Green King flinched before charging at Rayon. Her swordsmanship grew sharper, her gaze fixed not on Rayon, but on the divine and demonic swords he wielded. "I've got the numerical advantage, so there's no need for me to go all out." The ogre smirked as he used the Green King as a shield, swinging his club from behind her. "Then I won't fight head on either." Rayon dodged the club's strike by retreating, deflecting the Green King's slashes without fully committing to blocking. Shing. Frustrated, the Green King increased the speed of her attacks, her strikes now aimed more intently at Rayon's weapons rather than his body. Boom! Rayon skillfully parried her slightly unbalanced attacks while diverting the ogre's overwhelming aura away. His plan was clear: gradually drain their strength and wait for an opening to strike. "So that's how you want to play." The ogre laughed mockingly and slung his club over his shoulder. "Then I'll play dirty too." He turned abruptly, charging toward the Aryan family's fortress as if he intended to attack it. Rayon clicked his tongue and activated the Supreme Harmony steps, chasing after the ogre. Flames surged from his sword, aimed directly at the ogre's neck. Knew you'd do that. The ogre grinned wickedly and swung his club downward, extinguishing the flames. Shing. Unperturbed, Rayon calmly raised his demonic sword, which had been angled at his side. Silvery blade sliced through the dual-headed ogre's shoulder like the tip of an aurora, leaving a thin, precise cut. Blood began to trickle from the wound. To think a human exists who can match me in strength, the ogre muttered, chuckling as he glanced at his bleeding shoulder. Your bloodline must truly be remarkable. He laughed dryly, shaking his head. What nonsense are you spouting? Wrath roared at the ogre, his voice booming. It's not his bloodline, but because he's stolen my powers. Now I'm nothing but bones. Wrath waved his hands furiously, shouting as if the ogre should know the truth. But I doubt you're unscathed, the ogre sneered, tilting his chin knowingly. Rayon didn't respond. He simply steadied his divine and demonic swords. The ogre wasn't wrong. Rayon's strength and speed gave him the advantage, but the ogre's monstrous durability posed a significant threat. Rayon needed to avoid letting his internal injuries worsen. The ogre turned his gaze toward the Green King, clicking his tongue. What's with her slacking off? He scowled as the Green King continued to shift her focus between Rayon's and Rimmer's sword fields. Rayon narrowed his eyes. Just as the ogre said, the Green King had been acting strangely ever since he and Rimmer unleashed their sword fields. You're useless as you are. Stop gawking and move. At the ogre's command, the Green King stomped her foot, launching herself into battle. She seemed like a puppet bound by the ogre's leash. Shing. Her sword shimmered faintly as 20 strikes shot toward Rayon's vital points in rapid succession. Her technique was intricate, drawing attention with illusions and feints before delivering deadly strikes with unmatched precision. Whoosh! As before, the ogre remained behind her, slamming his club downward to avoid retaliation. His tactics were revoltingly cowardly. Boom! Rayon activated Ring of Fire with his divine and demonic swords. A storm of frost and fire intertwined, surging upward and consuming the Green King's and ogre's combined attacks. Though the Green King coughed up blood from her internal injuries, she didn't falter. Her gaze remained fixed on Rayon's swords as she unleashed increasingly refined strikes. Clang. Rayon countered her attacks and the ogre's overwhelming strikes with superhuman precision, wielding his divine and demonic swords like an extension of his will. Hold on. Facing both the dual-headed ogre and the Green King simultaneously was pushing his limits, but it wasn't unbearable. He knew he could turn the tide by unleashing his invincible azure red sword. You're strong, I'll give you that, the ogre growled, his club quivering as he stepped back. But maybe it's time I got rougher. The ogre snapped his fingers, signaling the Green King. Aro. The Green King let out a deafening roar toward the heavens. Her cry rallied the monsters, who charged toward the Aryan family's fortress like an unstoppable tide. Rumble. Even the elite monsters who had been guarding her stepped away to join the assault on the fortress. Those are her royal guards. This won't be easy to stop, the ogre sneered, licking his lips. Like your father and sister, the Light Wind Division will be torn apart and devoured by monsters. They won't. Rayon's voice was calm, his expression unshaken as he tilted his chin. What? I didn't raise them to be that weak. At that moment, a brown-skinned troll scaling the fortress wall fell, its limbs severed. Boo. The troll's massive body crushed 5 orcs beneath it as it crashed to the ground. Little brat, don't underestimate the mad dogs. Martha stood atop the fortress wall, running her fingers through her sleek black hair. If anyone's getting torn apart, it'll be you. She gestured with her fingers for them to come at her. It's not the mad dogs, it's the Light Wind Division, Burin corrected, wiping troll blood from his sword. But she's not wrong. The ones getting devoured will be you. He gazed coldly at the battlefield below. Rayon will hold the line here. Run unfroze the legs of an ogre climbing the wall, raising her fist triumphantly. Do your best. She waved her sword, signaling Rayon to focus on his fight. Please don't provoke them too much. Dorian stammered, cutting down an orc behind the 3 captains. Ha ha ha. Despite being slightly pushed back by the soul-severing blade, Rimmer burst into laughter at his student's prowess. Did you hear that? Rayon smiled faintly, keeping his back to the Aryan family's fortress. Then let's do this. The ogre snapped his fingers again, and from the forest came a red tide of Eden soldiers clad in crimson robes, their faces hidden by white cloth. They were the dreaded red ghosts. Losing those monsters is unfortunate, but if I take you back with me, it's worth it. The ogre grinned, baring his teeth. This is dangerous. Among the red ghosts were helmeted specters, though few in number. If these reinforcements joined the endless wave of monsters, even the Light Wind Division wouldn't be able to hold the fortress. Damn it. Rayon gritted his teeth, unleashing Flaming Flower Storm and Heavenly Cannon Art at the advancing red ghosts. Shing. But the Green King and the ogre erected walls of aura, blocking his attacks and leaving the red ghosts unimpeded. These days, persistence can get pretty annoying, Rayon muttered, pressing the ogre back with his sword and pinning the Green King with his demonic sword. That's fine. Eden doesn't need your affection. The ogre grinned menacingly, clinging to Rayon like a leech as he ramped up the pressure. Rumble. Unlike the monsters targeting the breached walls, the red ghosts moved toward the fortress's most vulnerable points. With a sudden, explosive burst of motion, the red ghosts broke through the fortress defenses, rushing past the walls and diving toward the soldiers and rangers below. Shing. Just as they prepared to strike, two streaks of radiant energy surged upward from within the fortress, tearing through the incoming red ghosts and monsters alike. The battlefield fell silent as the sky rained blood, and two female swordsmen emerged atop the now quiet wall. It was Serena, the commander of the Radiant Sword Division sent from Sieghart, and Sylvia, the mistress of the annex. Mother. Rayon's eyes widened in disbelief. He had heard reinforcements were coming, but never imagined one of them would be Sylvia. The word mother slipped out before he realized it. Why are you here? I told you, Sylvia said, slashing down a troll, scaling the wall with ease before winking at him. I'm not just here to protect the annex, I'm here to protect you too. She waved her hand nonchalantly, as if it were only natural she would show up. Leave the wall to us, Serena added with a firm nod, her expression reassuring. Shik. The soul-severing blade, which had been relentlessly pressing Rimmer, abruptly stopped its assault and stepped back the moment Sylvia appeared. It lowered its blade and bowed deeply, seemingly hesitant to continue. What's that thing doing? Rimmer narrowed his eyes, lowering his weapon cautiously. Despite landing a clean strike, he couldn't understand the soul-severing blade's sudden retreat. Still this place. Sylvia scanned the battlefield. Her gaze lingered briefly on the soul-severing blade, frozen in place, and the Green King standing motionless like a puppet. But when her eyes landed on the dual-headed ogre, her body visibly trembled. I thought you wouldn't remember, running off unconscious and all. The ogre smirked, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Looks like I was wrong. He wiggled his fingers mockingly, as if taunting her. Dual-headed ogre. Sylvia's composure shattered as she pushed off the wall and leaped onto the plains below. As if nothing else existed, she unleashed a blinding radiance toward the ogre, her radiant light-style technique cutting through the air. If I kill you in Rayon, does that count as wiping out an entire family? The ogre laughed cruelly, swinging his massive wooden club downward with a force far greater than before. Damn it. Rayon quickly caught up to Sylvia on her right, unleashing Flame Dragon Slash to intercept the ogre's attack. Even as a grandmaster, Sylvia couldn't last 5 exchanges against the ogre. Rayon had no choice but to step in. Clang. The ogre, seemingly expecting this, blocked the Flame Dragon Slash but then retreated, completely ignoring Sylvia. Sylvia, consumed by rage, charged at the ogre with a primal scream. Stop. Rayon grabbed her, his voice sharp and commanding. If you don't get a hold of yourself, you'll die too. Even after hearing Rayon's words, Sylvia's body trembled uncontrollably. Her arms and legs shook as if she couldn't suppress her emotions. Her heart is filled with fury, Wrath muttered, his expression heavy. It's the kind of rage I felt when you first summoned me. Wrath sighed deeply, seemingly overwhelmed by the depth of her sorrow and resentment. Fight with me, we can win. Rayon grasped Sylvia's hand tightly, determined not to let her face her past alone. I'm sorry. Sylvia's eyes regained a semblance of clarity, and she nodded heavily. Do you think winning will mean anything? Will it truly be a victory? The ogre grinned maliciously, his voice oozing with psychological manipulation. Rayon ignored his taunts, raising his divine and demonic swords once more. He tightened his grip on Sylvia's hand, steadying her. Shing. He unleashed Azure Sky Resonance with his divine sword and Heavenly Cannon Art with his demonic sword. Whosh. Sylvia followed Rayon's lead, activating her radiant light style, scattering dazzling light across the battlefield. Boo. Their combined techniques overwhelmed the ogre's club, carving a deep gash into his left thigh and forcing him to stumble back. Not bad. The ogre gritted his teeth as he fell back, signaling the Green King for assistance. Thud. The Green King moved to his side, supporting him immediately. Rayon's eyes gleamed as he saw an opening, a rare chance to incapacitate both enemies at once. Who. Using Supreme Harmony steps, he advanced rapidly, crossing his divine and demonic swords. Sunlight and moonlight radiated from the blades, merging into a brilliant aurora. Combined divine demonic harmony technique. Invincible Azure Red Sword. The overwhelming force of his technique struck the ogre's club, causing it to crack and tremble under the pressure. Rumble. Rayon stepped forward, driving his swords deeper, while Sylvia amplified her radiant light style, intensifying its radiance. Crackle. The ogre, showing his experience, spun his aura around his club to diminish the force of Rayon's technique. His movements were fluid and precise, revealing his wealth of combat knowledge. It won't work. Rayon tightened his grip, focusing all his strength into his hands. This ends now. He rotated the tips of his blades, causing flames and frost to swirl in the same direction as the ogre's aura, splitting it apart. It's over. Rayon prepared to deliver the final blow, his divine and demonic swords converging on the ogre's neck. Creation. The Green King's lips moved faintly, her voice barely audible. From her sword burst an ominous darkness filled with despair. What? Rayon's blades faltered as the dark energy pushed back against his invincible azure-red sword. His jaw tightened. Sword field creation. Though cruder than the incomplete version he had once used, the Green King's technique undeniably followed the flow of sword field creation. A sword field creation. Sylvia recognized it too, her hand trembling on the hilt of her sword. Rayon stared at the darkness spreading from the Green King's blade, the unease and questions buried in his heart rising like ripples in still water. Could it be? The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman, Hwa. The darkness conjured by the Green King could not withstand the blazing flames of the divine sword, melting away slowly like morning mist touched by sunlight. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he observed the vanishing sword field of the Green King. Sword field creation. Sword field creation was a type of barrier that materialized the will and intent accumulated by a swordsman into reality. As expected of such a unique ability, it came with a strict condition. Only swordsmen of the Sieghart bloodline could utilize it. Although Rimmer and Wrath had displayed sword fields in the past, strictly speaking, their techniques overloaded the body and mind, substituting the power of bloodline with a slightly different method. But this sword field is genuine. In truth, the darkness created by the Green King was crude, unworthy of being called a proper sword field. It was far inferior to the incomplete sword field Rayon himself had wielded as a master. However, the woman wielded it naturally, following the flow of the Sieghart sword field with precision. This meant that the woman wearing the black orc's helm inherited the Sieghart bloodline. That's an actual sword field. Rimmer's jaw dropped in disbelief as he looked at the Green King's sword field. That's correct. Rayon nodded heavily. As certainty about the Green King being a Sieghart settled in his mind, countless buried doubts and inconsistencies surged forward. A youthful body appearing to be in her 20s, an unparalleled talent seemingly born with the Ring of Fire, her affiliation with Eden, Wrath's cryptic advice before the battle, the mocking remarks of the dual-headed ogre, and finally the sword field. I still can't believe it, but... The Green King seemed to be his older sister, Zhe, who was believed to be dead. If this hypothesis was true, it explained why her eyes felt familiar, why Wrath said she had a similar temperament, and even the taunts of the dual-headed ogre. However, there was one final thing he needed to confirm. Gulp. Rayon swallowed dryly and turned to Sylvia. She was glaring with wide eyes, clearly unable to comprehend the situation. I have to ask. To confirm if the Green King was Zhe, he needed Sylvia's testimony. But the thought of how much pain this revelation might cause Sylvia made him hesitate. Mother came here because of this. Before embarking on this mission, Sylvia had trained herself to the point of collapse, declaring that she would protect her family including Rayon with all her strength. Mother has been carrying unhealed wounds all along. The reason for her determination was her failure to protect her husband and young daughter. To never feel such anguish again, she had been tormenting herself. That's why she's here. When her son, who had returned from death, asked for assistance, Sylvia couldn't remain idle at the annex. The thought of her pleading with the Shadow Agent's leader and kneeling before Glenn for permission made Rayon's fingers tremble unknowingly. Even so, knowing her resolve, Rayon couldn't stop here. Even if it deepened her suffering, the truth had to be revealed. I'm sorry to ask this under such circumstances, but... Rayon clenched his fists tightly and turned to Sylvia. What color were my sister's hair and eyes? For the first time, he asked about Zhe's hair and eye color, a question he had avoided due to Sylvia's grief. Brown and red, but why? Sylvia, still puzzled, blinked her eyes. Rayon exhaled as he looked at the Green King. Her hair was brown and her eyes were the same crimson as his. And lastly, you didn't actually see father and sister die, did you? No, I saw them collapse, but I fainted and was dragged away. She shook her head, explaining that the Sieghart guards had blocked her. Rayon, why are you suddenly asking this? Oh? Sylvia finally seemed to understand Rayon's questions and turned her gaze toward the Green King. Her eyes scanned the Green King from head to toe, and the sword in her hand fell to the ground. No, no way. It seems so, no. Sylvia sank to the ground, unable to pick up her dropped sword. No, it can't be. She shook her head violently, unable to accept the truth. Why is your mother acting like that? Wrath blinked, looking confused as he watched Sylvia suddenly fall to her knees. Because the woman in that helm seems to have come from the same bloodline as me. That was just an example. Is it actually true? Wrath's mouth hung open, clearly stunned. Yes, heh. The mocking laughter of the dual-headed ogre solidified his belief. That's your sister. Rimmer's lips quivered as he finally realized the truth about the Green King. It's certain. Rayon bit his lip and nodded firmly. No, it can't be. That would be too cruel. Sylvia's face turned pale as her eyes reddened, bloodshot from shock. No, it's not. The dual-headed ogre standing next to the Green King chuckled slyly. She's the daughter you abandoned and ran away from. With a malicious grin, he nodded. Ah, Sylvia screamed, clutching her head. Bloody tears streamed down her face. You bastard. Rayon launched forward, but the dual-headed ogre laughed and hid behind the Green King. I'm not done talking yet. He raised a finger behind her, motioning for Rayon to listen. Shut your mouth and prepare to die. You'll want to hear this. You'll regret it if you don't. What? There's one more secret left. The dual-headed ogre rested his chin on the Green King's shoulder, shaking his head. What if the sister you thought was dead is alive? Then wouldn't it make sense that your father is alive too? He raised a finger and pointed to the soul-severing sword, standing silently behind Rimmer. Who do you think that guy is? The corners of the dual-headed ogre's mouth, visible beneath his Eden helm, curled upward in a sinister grin. Rayon let out a faint groan, turning to look behind him. The soul-severing sword stood motionless, just as it had been at the Eden branch. That's right, it's your father. His aura is weaker than a third-rate swordsman, but his swordsmanship was strangely exceptional, so we decided to take him. It was a jackpot. The fallen one hasn't laughed that hard in ages. The dual-headed ogre licked his lips as if reminiscing about the generous reward he received. Lies. Sylvia shook her head furiously, staring at the soul-severing sword in disbelief. But despite her cries of denial, her gaze remained fixed on the soul-severing sword, its figure reminding her of Edgar. They're all lies. Her emotional collapse was palpable. Rayon swallowed hard as he looked at the soul-severing sword. Now that I think about it, the soul-severing sword had refrained from using its full strength when ambushing him earlier. There had been no killing intent, and the strikes left small openings, almost as if intentionally allowing him to evade. It was the same when they met at Eden's branch. The soul-severing sword's focus had been unnervingly fixed on Rayon, but made no direct attempt to harm him. If the soul-severing sword truly was his father, all these oddities made sense. However, as Rayon furrowed his brow, pondering the differences between the soul-severing sword and Eden's other high-ranking operatives, the dual-headed ogre gestured with his chin. Want me to show you his face? You might faint. He chuckled, playing with his mask. Shut your mouth. Rayon steadied his grip on the Heavenly Drive and Soul Requiem sword, stepping forward with the Supreme Harmony steps. As he moved to decapitate the dual-headed ogre, sharp strikes came at him from both sides. Clang! It was the Green King and the soul-severing sword. The two blocked Rayon's path, as if determined to protect the dual-headed ogre. KRR. Do you know why I told you all of this? The dual-headed ogre's eyes curved into crescent moons. I wanted to see a family destroy itself. His laughter was more wicked than that of a demon, making Rayon feel as though he was facing pure, unadulterated evil. Give me control. This filthy helmeted bastard will pay for this. Wrath, brimming with fury, enveloped himself in an icy chill. I'll kill him myself. Rayon bit his lips until they bled and forced his trembling Heavenly Drive and Soul Requiem sword steady, channeling his aura into them. If you want my head, you'll have to kill your sister and father first. The dual-headed ogre couldn't hide his grin, as if this moment was his ultimate goal. It now seemed clear that he was a monster fully embodying the traits of an Eden. Sylvia collapsed onto her knees, retching, all will to fight drained from her. That damn brat. Rimmer moved closer, his brow furrowed in anger. He's really starting to piss me off. Even his green eyes glimmered with a faint crimson, showing his fury. Rayon exhaled, releasing his inner turbulence through his ring of fire. Slowly, his anger subsided. Something strange. From the maniacal blood ghoul to the soul-eating specter, all the high-ranking Eden operatives he'd faced so far acted with their own will. Yet the Green King and soul-severing sword, both prominent figures, seemed to follow the dual-headed ogre's commands blindly. Could it be their souls haven't been completely erased? Recalling the sword field creation used by the Green King and the hesitation in the soul-severing sword strikes, Rayon sensed a faint possibility of saving them. I think I can save my father and sister. Rayon turned to Sylvia and nodded. What? The despair in Sylvia's eyes wavered, replaced by a glimmer of hope. What nonsense is that? Once someone wears the helmet, they never come back. You know that better than anyone. Rimmer shook his head as if urging Rayon to abandon such hope. Tusk. The dual-headed ogre clicked his tongue at Rayon. You're far too late. Their souls didn't just dissolve if they were digested long ago. He chuckled, letting out a small burp for emphasis. I can't trust a word you say. False hope is humanity's greatest downfall. The dual-headed ogre smirked, likening Rayon's effort to a losing gamble. Do as you please, not that it'll mean anything. He shrugged, mocking Rayon further. That's nonsense. As Rayon bit his lip, a familiar woman's voice echoed from the void. Wuong. A long dimension split open, and from it emerged Merlin wearing her aged mask. Merlin, go Merlin, say hi to your in-laws. The dual-headed ogre's eyes widened at the sudden appearance. A liar pretending to be a ruler of the underworld. Your lies have improved, but not much else. Merlin looked down at him with a sneer. Those two were directly tampered with by the Fallen One. Based on their current state, their souls might still be intact. She nodded confidently, explaining that the Fallen One's frequent experiments made it a plausible outcome. Madam. Merlin approached Sylvia instead of Rayon, lifting the hem of her robe. It's not time to give up just yet. She addressed Sylvia as Madam and placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Madam, Sylvia's jaw trembled as she looked at Merlin's aged mask, stunned by the unexpected formality from a mage affiliated with Eden. I wanted to say it early. Merlin lifted her mask slightly, revealing her face to reassure Sylvia. Though she disliked removing her mask, it seemed to be a deliberate gesture of sincerity. A cross. Sylvia's lips quivered as she noticed the faint cross shining in Merlin's eyes. Just wait a little longer. Merlin gripped Sylvia's hand tightly and moved to stand to Rayon's left. Controlling those two alone shows you're mentally unstable. It's all likely part of the Fallen One's plans, though. She snorted as if she could see through the dual-headed ogre's lies entirely. You treacherous wench. Dual-headed ogre's mouth twisted into a grimace. For the first time, it wasn't a mocking smirk, but a look of genuine anger. Betrayal. Merlin scoffed and shook her head. I've been on Rayon's side since my previous life. It's not betrayal, it's just a return to love. She waved her pale hand dismissively, mocking the idea entirely. Ha, fine, that makes it easier. The dual-headed ogre raised his wooden club, pointing it at both Rayon and Merlin simultaneously. I just have to kill all of you here. With a nod of his chin, the Green King and the soul-severing sword moved forward. Never thought I'd be fighting alongside Merlin. Rimmer let out a dry chuckle, stepping to Rayon's right. I appreciated your help back then. He gave Merlin a small nod of acknowledgement. Who are you? Merlin blinked, her disinterest in anyone other than Rayon plain on her face. Let's save the introductions for later. Rayon raised both the heavenly drive, emanating flames, and the soul requiem sword, radiating frost. Let's finish this fight first. Our target is the dual-headed ogre. Don't worry. I'd rather die myself than let Edgar and Je get hurt. Merlin smiled, her resolve to protect them at any cost clear. Quite the task ahead. Rimmer sighed but nodded, signaling his agreement. Then I'll leave it to you. Rayon's ring of fire flared to life as he stepped forward with the Supreme Harmony steps, gripping the heavenly drive and soul requiem sword tighter as he advanced toward the dual-headed ogre. Before he could even swing, the Green King and the soul-severing sword blocked his path. The dual-headed ogre smirked as he backed away, signaling for them to do their work. Kying, Rayon didn't stop. Trusting the two behind him completely, he moved forward without hesitation. Kugagagugu, as the Green King strikes and the soul-severing sword's ominous aura clashed with Rayon, a surge of mana and wind erupted behind him. Woo-woo. Merlin conjured dozens of magic circles, forcing back the Green King as she attempted to stab. Meanwhile, Rimmer countered the soul-severing sword with a blade charged with wind and lightning. Kying, the path ahead widened as Rayon aimed his heavenly drive and soul requiem sword straight at the relaxed dual-headed ogre. You're underestimating me. The dual-headed ogre sneered, lifting his wooden club diagonally to intercept. Qang. Rayon pressed down with the force of the swords, the flames and frost pouring out as if this was his final strike. Though the flames began to subside, the intense intent behind Rayon's attacks grew stronger, carving deep cracks into the wooden club. What the? The dual-headed ogre's eyes widened as he watched his weapon tremble on the verge of breaking. Keep laughing. Rayon met his gaze with crimson eyes, a cold smile spreading across his face. Because today will be the last day you can. What the hell is going on? What are they even saying? Crane grabbed his head in frustration, unable to comprehend the increasingly chaotic situation. It's hard to believe, but it sounds like the soul-severing sword and the Green King are Rayon's father and sister. Dorian's hands trembled as he stared at the ominous killing intent emanating from the soul-severing sword and the Green King. Rayon. Burin bit his lip as he watched Rayon relentlessly press the attack against the dual-headed ogre. Even in a situation like this, you don't falter. If it had been him, he would have broken down like Sylvia, unable to do anything. But Rayon didn't succumb to anger or despair. He quickly assessed the situation and began thinking of a way to save his father and sister. His composure and decisiveness inspired admiration. I wish I could help, but I know my role. His responsibility as part of the Light Wind Division was to hold the fortress and ensure Rayon could focus entirely on the fight against the dual-headed ogre. Light Wind Division, our battle isn't over yet. Focus on defending the fortress. Burin barked orders at the stunned members of the Light Wind Division, slashing through orcs climbing over the collapsed walls. We know. Martha nodded as she cleaved through 5 enemy orcs with a single strike. She glanced at Rayon's back, biting her lip. That monster of a man, Rayon had once told her that if she wanted to save her mother from the white blood cult, she had to remain calm, no matter what. She'd agreed on the surface, but reassured herself internally that anyone would lose their composure in such a situation. Yet, even when faced with the horrifying truth that his father and sister had become tools of Eden, Rayon maintained his focus and concentrated on what needed to be done. A hollow laugh escaped her lips. So he really lives by his own words. Through Rayon, she found herself learning yet another lesson. If Rayon could save his father and sister, she began to believe she might be able to save her mother as well. Get lost. Even as Martha focused on the battle at the fortress walls, she couldn't tear her gaze away from Rayon's back, a sight she would never forget. Family. Run-On bit her lip, tightly gripping snow flower. It must hurt. Rayon cherished his family more than anything. On the surface, he appeared calm, but inside, he was likely consumed with frustration and fear. Phew. Run-On let out a short breath and gave Martha a nod. I'll be right back. What? Where are you going? Down there. Without waiting for Martha's response, Run-On leapt from the wall and approached Sylvia. You need to fight, even if it's hard. Run-On knelt in front of Sylvia, taking her hand. Run-On. Rayon told me Ansa family must be protected by your own hands. It was advice Rayon had given her when she'd been paralyzed by fear, unable to act. She passed that same advice to Sylvia, looking her in the eyes. If you don't act now, you might regret it later. Run-On thought of the guilt she'd felt for failing to save her brother and the scars left on her parents' hearts, bowing her head slightly. That idiot is right. Martha, having followed after her, looked down at Sylvia. If you just sit here, you won't accomplish anything. If you want to save your family, you need to stand up. She echoed Rayon's words, nodding firmly. Sylvia bit her lip as she looked into Run-On and Martha's unwavering eyes. I'm ashamed. The two girls weren't merely reciting platitudes, their advice came from their own heartfelt pain and experiences. If she couldn't understand their sincerity, she had no right to call herself their mother. Sylvia bowed her head to Run-On and Martha. With trembling arms, she gripped her sword and rose to her feet. Your right, me family, is my responsibility to protect. With a faint smile, she charged toward the soul-severing sword, where Rimmer was already fighting. Edgar. Sylvia unleashed a burst of energy at the soul-severing sword, shouting his name like a battle cry. You chatterbox, snap out of it. Damn it, Rayon frowned as he looked at the Heavenly Drive and Soul Requiem sword, their flames and frost fading. He had hoped to decapitate the dual-headed ogre before the divine demonic harmony twin petals dissipated, but the opportunity slipped away and his swords disappeared first. Kugagugu, the dual-headed ogre, didn't miss the chance. He swung his club, forcing Rayon back. Ha. Rayon wiped the cold sweat dripping down his neck and exhaled heavily. That was a bit close. The dual-headed ogre gave an awkward laugh as if he hadn't expected such resistance. This isn't close, you're dying today. Rayon sheathed the Soul Requiem sword and raised the Heavenly Drive into a middle guard. He let his heart simmer with rage while cooling his head. I must not lose my composure. There were still too many oddities to ignore. The dual-headed ogre's subtle hand tremors betrayed his unease. He was hiding something. No matter how much Rayon wanted to unleash his anger, he had to stay calm. Still, for some reason, he felt invincible. The ring of fire and his wrath seemed to resonate, achieving a rare harmony. He was certain he could overcome any opponent now. Boom! Rayon surged toward the dual-headed ogre's left, swinging the Heavenly Drive upward. The blazing strike tore through the air. Don't underestimate me. The dual-headed ogre gritted his teeth and swung his cracked club, still brimming with vicious energy. Hwaa! The Heavenly Drive, burning brighter than ever, forced back the dual-headed ogre's club. What kind of human possesses this much strength? The dual-headed ogre's eyes widened in disbelief as the flames grew even fiercer. You're far from done. Rayon leaned forward, channeling the power granted by his wrath into the Heavenly Drive. The might of the sky-piercing blast, combining the essence of dual and heavy swordsmanship, surged with amplified force. Grrr. The dual-headed ogre infused overwhelming energy into his wooden club, but he couldn't withstand the sky-piercing blast, staggering back 10 steps and leaving deep imprints on the plain beneath his feet. His face twisted in pain. Rah! The dual-headed ogre let out a beastly roar and swung his club wildly. With each rotation, the red energy around it grew, forming a massive sphere like a blazing sun. Die. With bloodshot eyes, the dual-headed ogre hurled the energy sphere down, its destructive power enough to shatter the entire plane. Woo-whoosh. Rayon didn't evade. Instead, he stepped forward, raising the Heavenly Drive, the ultimate technique of the Demon King of Wrath, Silver Moon Demon Sword. A silvery moonlight bloomed atop the white blade, tracing a graceful arc. Though the swordsmanship appeared soft, the blue radiance emanating from the sword cut through the blazing energy sphere and froze half of the wooden club. It was a supreme art, as powerful as it was beautiful. The dual-headed ogre's limbs wavered as though he might collapse. He had clearly taken a significant blow. Whoosh! Rayon charged straight through the thickly frozen plain, heading directly for the dual-headed ogre. Don't you ever stop breathing. The dual-headed ogre gritted his teeth and unleashed a flurry of vicious energy blasts aimed at Rayon's head. Kying, with the frost still lingering on the Heavenly Drive, Rayon unleashed the demonic cold blade. The piercing cold of the sword cut through the dual-headed ogre's energy and slashed his collarbone. Spurt! Blood spouted like a fountain from the shoulder wound he'd previously inflicted on the dual-headed ogre. Huff! Rayon spat blood from the corner of his mouth, his breathing steadying. Despite his internal injuries, his body felt light, as if the harmony between his wrath and the Ring of Fire allowed him to wield techniques he hadn't yet mastered. Damn it. The dual-headed ogre trembled as he realized his attacks weren't having any effect. What's got you so surprised? Rayon straightened his back, his blazing red eyes glaring down at the dual-headed ogre. A cold smile spread across his lips. This is just the beginning. Boom! The dual-headed ogre blocked Rayon's earth-shaking strike with his wooden club, a crooked smile forming on his lips. This guy's the real deal. Monstrous physique, unshakable mental fortitude, impeccable decision-making under pressure, and even the talent to grow stronger during battle. It was as if the heavens had created him to become the ultimate warrior, though that stubborn soul of his isn't necessary. Once someone wore Eden's cursed helmet, their original soul was extinguished, leaving only the mind of a monster. Unless the fallen one conducted another bizarre experiment, even he wouldn't be able to preserve Rayon Sieghart's soul. Grrrr. The dual-headed ogre frowned as Rayon's sword sliced through his waist, but inwardly he was still smirking. Not yet, come closer. Though he could kill Rayon immediately, patience was key. To obtain that divine body of a martial god, he needed to wait. The moment Rayon crossed the line while flaunting his strength and excitement, his opportunity would come. What kind of monster will be born? He licked his lips, excitement surging at the thought of Rayon donning Eden's newest cursed helmet and attacking Sieghart. The look on Glenn's face would be priceless. Sweat began to pour from his body, fueled by his growing anticipation. I can't wait. He licked his lips again as he met Rayon's increasingly ferocious strikes, his gaze burning with crimson greed. The heavenly drive shot forward like a spear, clashing head-on with the dual-headed ogre's wooden club. Quacking, aura and energy collided, unleashing a black-red wave that rippled through the heavens and earth. The ground tore apart, and the monsters standing upon it were pulverized into pulp. Thud, Rayon ignored the shockwave and pressed forward with the supreme harmony steps. The heavenly drive slashed at the dual-headed ogre's thigh before he could recover his stance. The dual-headed ogre swung his club violently. His usual expression of mockery was beginning to crumble. Hiya! Rayon deflected the club with the blizzard sword art and followed up with the fangs of insanity sword art, aiming for the dual-headed ogre's neck. The two sword techniques, once as incompatible as water and oil, now flowed seamlessly together. Spurt. However, the dual-headed ogre, a grandmaster at the peak of his craft, tilted his helmet just enough to avoid a fatal strike. As expected, it won't be easy, but... A surge of exhilaration welled up inside him. The wrath that once felt like an ill-fitting garment was now becoming a part of him. Why do you think that wrath belongs to you? It's something I lent Yaono, it's a loan. Wrath's voice trembled as if he couldn't comprehend what was happening. Judging by Wrath's reaction, Rayon was clearly wielding the wrath properly. Shut up, the dual-headed ogre roared as he brought his wooden club down with full force. The quality and quantity of his energy had doubled, as though he was pushing himself to his limit. Kying, Rayon simultaneously activated the Ring of Fire in his wrath, unfurling the heavenly drive like silk. 10,000 flames, heavenly blossoms. Chains of flame sprouted from the sword like fiery vines, wrapping around the dual-headed ogre's energy. Whoosh! The flaming prison consumed the dual-headed ogre's energy, burning it to nothing as if it had never existed. Stop using those damn techniques. The dual-headed ogre stumbled back, startled by how easily his attack had been erased. Even as he retreated, he threw monsters into Rayon's path to block him. Kying, Rayon lowered his stance, activating the Supreme Harmony steps once more. Rayon pursued the dual-headed ogre, scattering fire spirits to incinerate the surrounding monsters. You leech, the dual-headed ogre cursed, swinging his wooden club infused with concentrated energy as he fled. The sheer force of the energy wave shattered the ground and twisted the air itself. Though dodging or retreating would have been the logical choice, Rayon pushed forward faster, thrusting with the heavenly drive. Rayon Sieghart swordsmanship form 7, Void Slash. The sword strike sliced through the wave of crimson energy, revealing its sharp fangs to the dual-headed ogre's wooden club. Crunch. The legendary weapon, Tashin's staff, said to be unbreakable, split in half before the edge of the heavenly drive, succumbing to the supreme swordsmanship. Amid the falling pieces of the shattered club, the dual-headed ogre's eyes widened in shock. Now, Rayon activated the Supreme Harmony steps, feeling his vision narrow and the world around him blur as the sensation of the ground rushing past filled his senses. He unleashed the 10,000 flames, returning heaven's strike. In that moment, the dual-headed ogre's lips curled into a sinister grin. Well done. With an eerie voice, something long and thin surged from behind the dual-headed ogre. Kugagugu, a muscular man donning a second Eden helm, emerged, swinging a massive greatsword aimed at the back of Rayon's head. His attack was so natural, it felt as though he had been waiting for this moment all along. Ha! As the greatsword descended, Rayon inhaled deeply, a sense of incongruity. Unlike other Edens, who wielded two weapons and fought with dual perspectives, the dual-headed ogre had only used one weapon, relying on a single body. That peculiarity had lingered in Rayon's mind from the moment the identities of the Green King and soul-severing sword were revealed. Believing the dual-headed ogre had another plan, Rayon had kept his thoughts clear and his composure intact. Thump, that composure granted him a fleeting moment to act. Guang. The ring of fire resonated as if it were about to snap, and the icy blue wrath surged through Rayon's mana circuits. Boom, the pounding of his heart, like the drumbeat of a mountain god, opened the gateway to the mental world. Whoosh, memories burned into his mind like a searing brand. Past experiences flashed by in a vivid panorama, searching for a solution to overcome this crisis. Rayon's gaze froze on a single memory among countless sword techniques and visions of swordsmen. Found it. In this instant, where his skull was moments from being split, the path became clear. It was something he could have never done before, but now it seemed possible. Whoosh, the 8 rings of fire spun at their peak, seamlessly blending the flows of the snow flower absorption technique and the snow flower spear technique. As a new martial art etched itself into his mental world, the soul requiem sword at his waist was drawn of its own accord. Clang. The crimson blade, burning with a demonic glow, traced the arc of demonic swordsmanship, heart-piercing demon's path, perfectly deflecting the second Eden's greatsword. The swordsmanship of the Holy Sword Alliance's supreme sword saint, lingering in Rayon's mind, materialized through his will. Thud, the greatsword slammed into the ground, forced back by the soul requiem sword, and the eyes of the 2 Edens widened as if they might split apart. Kying. Ignoring the searing headache threatening to split his skull, Rayon advanced, scattering flames with the spinning blade of the heavenly drive. Quaya, the fire-clad blade tore through the dual-headed ogre's chest, sending a torrent of crimson blood gushing into the air. Boom, the miraculous display brought the battle on the plains and fortress walls to a halt, and then a faint glimmer of light flickered within the dark pupils of the soul-severing sword. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman. Thud, Rayon planted his right foot heavily on the ground. Raising the heavenly drive, he prepared to finish off the staggering first dual-headed ogre, but suddenly his body felt unnaturally heavy. Is this the recoil? Though his mind remained sharp, his arms and legs moved sluggishly. The strain of using the unfamiliar swordsmanship had likely overloaded both his energy center and body. Even so, I must keep going. Clenching his teeth, Rayon forced his sword forward. Just as the blade of the heavenly drive was about to pierce the first dual-headed ogre's neck, a greatsword came flying from the right. Clang! It was the second dual-headed ogre. The force of his strike sent Rayon skidding 5 steps to the side. Grrr. The first dual-headed ogre used the opportunity to steady himself, clutching the deep wound in his chest. His eyes, now brimming with killing intent, glared at Rayon, who Rayon didn't rush to attack but instead focused on regaining his composure. A hasty strike would be meaningless against 2 foes of this caliber. A wise decision. Wrath nodded approvingly. Your body and mind are far from normal right now. I'll recover soon enough. Rayon lightly clicked his tongue, confident that a brief moment of rest would suffice to regain his strength. Discovering enlightenment and acting on it during such a dangerous moment, you're truly an absurd human. Wrath furrowed his brow, sounding both impressed and exasperated. It's not a compliment. I said you're absurd, got it. Rayon waved Wrath off and turned his attention to the second dual-headed ogre, who stood with a greatsword resting on his shoulder, an old man. Unlike the childlike first dual-headed ogre, the second had wrinkled skin and age spots, resembling a weathered elder, but strong nonetheless. The second dual-headed ogre was just as formidable as the first, both of them peak-level grandmasters. Facing them simultaneously was daunting, yet it stirred a thrill in Rayon. There were 2 of them. Even Rimmer, who had witnessed countless battles, widened his eyes in disbelief. Rayon, that was a new swordsmanship technique, wasn't it? As expected, you're amazing. Merlin, unconcerned by the presence of 2 dual-headed ogres, waved enthusiastically at Rayon. Rayon, are you okay? Sylvia, who had retreated from the soul-severing sword, looked at him with concern. I'm fine. Rayon smiled reassuringly at Sylvia before redirecting his focus to the 2 dual-headed ogres. You said you could handle him, but look at this. The elderly dual-headed ogre frowned at the childlike one. How was I supposed to know he'd use swordsmanship technique like that? The younger one shrugged, clearly as caught off guard as the rest. He's far more dangerous than I expected. Grinning, he pressed a hand against his bleeding chest. If we can't take him alive, we'll have to kill him here. Take him alive, kill him, you wish. Merlin's voice boomed as flames and lightning rained down upon the 2 dual-headed ogres. You brats, do anything more, not just breathe, and I'll kill you myself. Though Merlin was sweating from the effort of restraining the Green King, her killing intent toward the dual-headed ogres remained potent. The Green King swung her sword repeatedly, oblivious to Merlin's struggles. Miss, can you calm down? Wait, what should I call my husband's sister? Merlin muttered while deflecting the Green King's strikes, unfazed by the chaos. Sorry, but... Rayon, his breathing now steady, activated the 10,000 Flames Glacier technique simultaneously. I'm tired of kidnappings. Let's end this here. Extending his arm, the Soul Requiem sword, still floating in midair, flew into his grasp. Arrogant brat. The elderly dual-headed ogre scowled as he raised his greatsword high. This is regrettable. the younger one side, hefting his broken club, which despite its damaged state, was still 5 times the size of the heavenly drive. Rayon, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Rimmer gritted his teeth as he swung his lightning-charged blade, struggling to hold off the soul-severing sword even with Sylvia's assistance. That's to be expected. The soul-severing sword's strength exceeded even that of the younger dual-headed ogre, and with Edgar's identity confirmed, Rimmer could do no more than keep him occupied. Don't worry, I'll finish this. Rayon nodded calmly. Despite his injuries and his precarious state after using the divine demonic harmony twin petals, his newfound enlightenment had elevated him to the pinnacle of Grandmaster status. It was enough to face them. Boom! As Rayon raised the heavenly drive and soul requiem sword, the two dual-headed ogres surged forward, shaking the ground with their charge. The elder attacked from the right, swinging his greatsword, while the younger came from the left, bringing down his colossal club. Despite their earlier bickering, they moved in perfect harmony, as if they shared a single body. Quackang! Rayon countered with the soul requiem sword, creating a blazing wall of flame to block their strikes. The impact reverberated through his bones, exacerbating his internal injuries. But hiding his pain, Rayon responded with the heavenly drive, unleashing the mystic soul sword, Shadowed Labyrinth, Shhing. Blue energy surged forth, splitting the crimson energy of the two dual-headed ogres and carving deep gashes into their shoulders and chests. How? The elder glared at his wound in disbelief, while the younger swallowed nervously as he stared at Rayon. Is that all you've got? Rayon tilted his chin upward, his crimson eyes bearing down on them with disdain. Having two heads makes no difference. Mocking them, he gestured with a flick of his fingers. You brat, I'll rip your mouth off. Both dual-headed ogres charged again, their eyes alight with murderous intent. A terrifying storm of aura seemed to sweep through Rayon's entire body. You bastards. Recalling Sylvia's despair-filled gaze, Rayon let his fury surge once more. Cloaked in an aura as deadly as the two dual-headed ogres, he unleashed the full power of the blazing dragon strike. I won't let you die easily. Clang! Rimmer deflected the strikes of the soul-severing sword, his eyes narrowing. What's with this guy? The ominous killing intent that had been pressing down on him had strangely quieted, since Rayon used that swordsmanship technique. No, since Sylvia intervened. The hesitation in the soul-severing sword's movements had grown more pronounced after Rayon's display of swordsmanship. Even before that, the soul-severing sword had been reluctant to attack Sylvia. Could it be? Did the soul-severing sword retain fragments of Edgar's soul and memories? If that were true, it would explain everything happening now. Sylvia, I think Rayon might be right. Rimmer moved closer to Sylvia and whispered quietly, is there a specific swordsmanship or phrase Edgar would recognize? A swordsmanship he'd recognize. Sylvia bit her lip and gazed at the soul-severing sword. Her eyes widened as she observed the faint shadow of Rayon's blade slicing through the air. Mystic Soul Sword, now she remembered. When Edgar had first seen Rayon use the Mystic Soul Sword, he had frozen like a statue. His movements had grown stiffer afterward. It must be true. She had felt her heart sink when she saw Rayon practicing the Mystic Soul Sword by the lake before this mission. There was both joy and sorrow in knowing that both father and son had mastered the same swordsmanship. It seemed their fates were intertwined. Edgar, you forced me to learn the Mystic Soul Sword, didn't you? Why don't you criticize my poor posture again? Drawing upon her memories from over 20 years ago, she executed a crude form of the Mystic Soul Sword. Edgar slowly opened his eyes. Dark. It felt as though he were drowning in a sea of darkness. Everything was pitch black. It hadn't been like this at the beginning. Even after wearing the Death Knight's helmet, he had retained some degree of control. But as the Fallen One's experiments progressed, his sense of self had begun to fade. The Fallen One hadn't completely erased him, however, leaving fragments of his soul buried in the depths of his body. By the time he could barely remember who he was, Rayon had been abducted and brought to Eden's branch. Upon hearing that the boy was Sylvia's son, Edgar realized he was his own child. He wanted to act, to save Rayon immediately, but all he could do was watch. His existence was confined to observing the world through a veil of darkness. He had thought he could die without regrets until he met the Green King. The moment he saw her, he knew she was Zhe, the daughter he had failed to protect. For the first time, Edgar overpowered the Death Knight's soul and regained control of his body. He tried to escape Eden with Zhe, but the Fallen One appeared as though expecting him. Now it's complete. The Fallen One had smiled in satisfaction as he subdued Edgar, pushing his soul even deeper into the abyss. The sensation of his soul being manipulated was a torment beyond pain itself. Edgar had screamed thousands of times a day, wishing for death. Eventually, even the faint light in his vision was swallowed by darkness. The only thing keeping his soul intact was his despair over himself, his guilt toward his children, and his longing for Sylvia. Paya. Just as Edgar clung to the will to protect at least his daughter, a small flash of light pierced through the darkness. The light moved along the flow of the Mystic Soul Sword, tearing through the shadows in front of him. As the sword's techniques repeated, the darkness surrounding his vision faded, and the world came into view once more. Edgar, Sylvia, her face unchanged from the past, called his name as she executed the mystic soul sword. It's crude. Her technique was sloppy and unrefined, as though she hadn't practiced since he'd taught her. Yet no swordsmanship in the world felt warmer or more heartfelt than hers. Get up, you chatterbox. Sylvia's tearful voice and the battlefield's chaos made everything painfully clear to Edgar. Sylvia, looking at her, filled him with indescribable emotions. Yet his body, which didn't recognize her, responded with an icy strike. No, not now, aha! Edgar screamed as he fought to control his body, halting its strike towards Sylvia. Pain shot through him as though his soul were being shredded. Despite the agony, his body moved again, ready to strike at Sylvia. I said no, arg. Once more, Edgar's soul reasserted itself, stopping his body's movements. This time, the pain felt like his flesh was being torn apart by a beast's fangs. He had suffered many injuries as a swordsman, but nothing compared to this. I can't keep this up. No matter how strong his will, enduring such pain indefinitely was impossible. He had to stop the fight altogether somehow. As Edgar gasped for air, fighting against the torment, a thin voice echoed in his mind. Stall long enough and aim for Rayon Zeeghart. It was the younger dual-headed ogre's voice, controlling his body. Rayon, Edgar turned his gaze toward the battlefield. Rayon was fighting the two dual-headed ogres without yielding an inch. It was clear they intended to use Edgar as a tool to kill his son. If I can turn this against them, the moment Edgar thought of defying the command of the dual-headed ogre, the most excruciating pain he had ever felt ripped through his soul. It was as if he would disappear entirely. No, I can't let that happen. This was his only chance to fulfill his role as a father. Despite the intensifying agony, Edgar pushed the remnants of his soul deeper into the soul-severing sword, into his own body. Boom! The sensation was like having his soul shredded by thousands of blades. Even moving a single finger seemed impossible. The pain was overwhelming, yet in a way it wasn't. Compared to the helplessness he had felt while trapped in darkness, this was a pain he could endure. If enduring it meant he could save everyone, Edgar was willing to die here. Rayon, even as his body moved against his will, attacking his wife, his gaze lingered on his son's back. Hold on just a little longer. Boom! Rayon gritted his teeth, blocking the combined attacks of the two dual-headed ogres. Damn it, they were incredibly strong. Initially, he thought victory was possible, but their flawless synergy made it clear how challenging the battle was. It didn't feel like he was fighting two grandmasters, it felt like he was up against a transcendent warrior. Are you regretting it now? The younger dual-headed ogre sneered, pressing his broken club against Rayon's shoulder. Don't think about capturing him alive. Kill him. The elder dual-headed ogre scowled as he swung his greatsword upward, combining their attacks with thunderous precision. The overwhelming energy sent chills down Rayon's spine. I have to block and counterattack. If he remained defensive, the battle would only worsen. He needed to strike back somehow. Kying, Rayon activated the Mystic Soul Sword with the Soul Requiem Sword while unleashing Eternal Sky Flame Endless Blossoms with the Heavenly Drive. Slash. Frost-laden strikes froze the energy surrounding the dual-headed ogres, while flames from the Heavenly Drive rode the wind, carving deep gashes into their abdomens. Though visibly shocked by the blow, the dual-headed ogres didn't let their wounds regenerate. Instead, they charged forward, realizing that Rayon, fatigued and injured, had to be finished off quickly. Clang, Rayon focused on defense, alternating between the wild fang blade and the snow-wind swordsmanship. Even so, the relentless assault of the dual-headed ogres forced him backward, step by step. My internal injuries are worsening. His body's response lagged behind his calculations, worn down by injuries and depleted mental strength. If it comes to this, I have no choice. There was no time to wait for the perfect opportunity. The soul-severing sword, following the dual-headed ogre's command, was closing in from behind. Even if I can't finish them in one strike, I'll have to use the sword field creation. Draining the last of his strength to use the sword field creation Genesis blade would likely leave him completely powerless. Yet there was no other option. Just as Rayon steadied his breathing, readying for a final offensive, a voice resonated in his mind. Rayon, is that you? The voice was deep but tinged with a lightness he had never heard before. My name is Edgar. I'm your father. When Edgar uttered the word father, his voice trembled uncontrollably. Have you regained your senses? Rayon resisted the urge to look back, instead shifting his eyes subtly. He saw the soul-severing sword, still locked in combat with Sylvia and Rimmer. He talks a lot. For someone who hadn't spoken to his son in over 20 years, Edgar's words flowed like they were having a casual chat. It was a bit overwhelming. I may not have been able to do anything for you, but I've always been proud of you, Rayon. The quivering intention in Edgar's voice struck a chord deep in Rayon's heart, so it's not permanent. You may find it hard to trust a fool of a father who hasn't been there for over 20 years, but please trust me just this once. Even if my body is destroyed, I'll create an opening for you. It's what I should have done all along. I'm sorry it took me this long, but I'm asking you to trust me. What a pathetic father I am. I said I'd never be like my own father, but I've been worse. Edgar's words were endless. It was absurd, yet the stark contrast between his current self and the silent soul-severing sword was oddly convincing. Trust me, Rayon, go forward. Edgar's final words were brief but resolute. Are you really going to trust him? Wrath furrowed his brow, his voice filled with doubt. I trust him. Sylvia had told Rayon that Edgar was a talkative man. He wasn't trusting Edgar, the soul-severing sword, was trusting the man Sylvia had spoken of. Whoosh. Rayon unleashed the full force of Blizzard's sword art and Ring of Fire with the Heavenly Drive and Soul Requiem sword. For the first time, he abandoned defense entirely and poured everything into an all-out attack. Clang! As he pushed back the two dual-headed ogres with raw power, a massive surge of malevolent energy erupted from behind him. It was the soul-severing sword, charging forward through Rimmer and Sylvia's attacks, heading straight for Rayon. This is the end, don't call it cowardly. The two dual-headed ogres smirked, their eyes gleaming with the expectation of victory. They fully anticipated the soul-severing sword would strike Rayon down. Rayon bit his lip as he stared at their mocking faces. Can I really trust him? Could this all be an elaborate ploy? The creeping sense of dread made his spine tingle. He wanted to retreat immediately. At the last moment, as Rayon deliberated over what to do, he caught a glimpse inside the soul-severing sword's helmet. The eyes that had always been shrouded in darkness now shone with a clear, unwavering light, a light that resembled Sylvia's eyes all too well. Clench, Rayon ground his molars tightly. I'll trust him. He turned his gaze back to the front. The two dual-headed ogres, unwilling to let him escape, poured more strength into their weapons, massive wooden club and the greatsword. SHHHK. As Rayon steadied himself and raised his aura to its peak, the soul-severing sword's blade brushed past his hair, shooting forward toward the two dual-headed ogres' necks. You damn traitor. Soul-severing sword, how dare you? Caught off guard, the two dual-headed ogres widened their eyes in shock. Though they blocked the strike, their unprepared stance left them shaken. Go, hearing Edgar's voice, Rayon opened the gates to his mental world once again. Reaching the pinnacle of Grandmaster, his mastery of swords had deepened. A golden spark bloomed atop the silver blade of the Heavenly Drive, Sword Field Creation Genesis Blade. Rayon's will, infused with a brilliance far more vivid than before, erased the crimson energy of the dual-headed ogres, carving a singular line across the horizon. Quah! The unique strength of Genesis Blade lay not only in its ability to grow more powerful with Rayon's martial prowess. Its true power resided in its adaptability, allowing him to adjust the trajectory and flow of the sword's energy to match the battle's demands. Quah! Rayon swung Genesis Blade toward the openings he discerned while battling the two dual-headed ogres. The sword's radiant golden brilliance expanded, erasing any room for them to evade. Crack! The elder dual-headed ogre's greatsword split apart, while the younger one's wooden club shattered into nothing but dust. Yet the brilliance of Genesis Blade did not dim. Like the rising sun erasing the last traces of dawn, its intensifying golden light consumed the battlefield. The noble radiance not only bisected the two dual-headed ogres, but also tore through the monsters behind them. SSSSS. When Rayon lowered Heavenly Drive, the vast light receded, revealing a battlefield frozen in time. Thousands of monsters lay toppled, motionless, with crimson blood pooling over the blue plains. GRRRRK. Hurg. The two dual-headed ogres barely clung to life, having detonated their inner energy to escape death. However, their severe injuries left them teetering on the edge. Damn it. Erg, the elder dual-headed ogre, knelt, both arms severed, his greatsword dropped at his side. The younger, attempting to flee, had lost his lower right half to Genesis Blade and now dragged himself helplessly along the ground. Their trembling forms coughed up black blood. Ha. Rayon swallowed the blood rising in his throat, furrowing his brow. I'm at my limit. Repeated use of sword field creation had left his body wrecked. Fighting two Grandmaster-level monsters only added to his grievous internal injuries. If the battle had lasted any longer, he might have collapsed first. Still, I can't let my guard down. The dual-headed ogres, inheriting traits from the Eden, possessed troll-like regenerative abilities. While they were incapacitated, it was essential to finish them off. Gah. Just as Rayon forced his legs to move, he heard a strained groan from behind. Turning his head, he saw Edgar kneeling, black blood dripping from within his helmet. Are you all right? Rayon supported the collapsing Edgar, noticing the gaping wound on his back, likely from taking Rimmer and Sylvia's sword strikes head on moments earlier. Well done, Rayon. No, Rayon parted his lips but furrowed his brows, unsure of what to say to him. Edgar, Sylvia rushed over, cradling Edgar's head on her lap. You idiot, why didn't you say anything if you were holding on? Sylvia yelled, furious that Edgar had endured such wounds. If I had, those two wouldn't have fallen for it. Edgar chuckled awkwardly, wiping the blood from his lips. Even Rimmer cast worried glances at Edgar, while keeping an eye on the incapacitated dual-headed ogres. Still. Sylvia bit her lip hard, her voice trembling with frustration. You're still critiquing my swordsmanship at a time like this. Edgar, holding Sylvia's hand, began pointing out flaws in her magic sword techniques as if they were back in a training ground rather than a battlefield. Honestly. Sylvia's eyes welled up as she watched Edgar ramble endlessly. Tears streamed down her face as if she had missed this side of him. How are you still the same? Edgar tried to wipe away her tears, only to pause when he noticed his blood-stained hand. He lowered it with a faint smile. Even so, seeing you again like this guy. Edgar bent over, vomiting black blood again. Are you all right? Rimmer frowned, assuming his sword strikes were the cause of Edgar's condition. Don't worry about me. This isn't from the physical wounds. Edgar weakly waved a hand, his voice labored. What do you mean? Sylvia swallowed nervously, her eyes locked on Edgar. After a moment's pause, Edgar exhaled slowly. It's hard to explain, but I'll try. With both hands, he grabbed the sides of his helmet. Edgar let out a piercing scream as he forced the helmet off, the act causing visible agony. Rayon's eyes narrowed as he saw Edgar's uncovered face. Is this man my father? Pale as though untouched by sunlight, Edgar had the gentle demeanor of a scholar, though his resolute gaze hinted at unyielding determination. I am currently trapped by the Fallen One. Though I'm barely maintaining control of my body, I could lose it again at any moment. Edgar explained how the black blood he coughed up was the result of rejecting commands from the dual-headed ogres under the Fallen One's control. But it's fine. This pain is far better than doing nothing. He smiled, his expression bittersweet yet peaceful. Edgar. Sylvia sobbed, clutching his face as tears fell like rain. Edgar, despite trembling with pain, reached out to pat her back. I'm sorry I was so late. I failed to protect you, and I couldn't safeguard you or Rayon. I promised to bring happiness to our family, yet I achieved nothing, but seeing you alive. He hung his head, his words tumbling out endlessly as if lost in self-reproach. Didn't you just say you had nothing to say? Then why are you talking so much? Sylvia wiped her tears and let out a soft laugh. Rayon, didn't I tell you your father talks too much? She nodded toward Rayon, gesturing for him to greet Edgar properly. We've already shared our hearts. Edgar lifted his gaze slowly, locking eyes with Rayon. Though brief, it was heartfelt. He smiled faintly, saying it had been enjoyable to fight his son. Brief, you talked endlessly, and now you're calling it brief. Wrath waved his hand dismissively, as if the notion was absurd. True, it wasn't exactly brief. Though the situation had been dire, Edgar only moved after saying all he wanted to say. He was almost as verbose as Wrath. Oh my father, before Rayon could call out to Edgar, Merlin interjected, waving her hand enthusiastically. It's been a while. Merlin grinned brightly as she pressed the Green King down with gravity magic. Rayon, Sylvia leaned forward, stealing a glance at Merlin. Just now she called me mother. Did you get married without telling me? Am married. To Merlin. Edgar's eyes widened in disbelief. I knew she was obsessive, but marriage. He shook his head, coughing up blood as if the thought was too much. No, absolutely not. Rayon exhaled deeply and walked over to where Merlin stood with the Green King. Karararararea. The Green King, clearly exhausted from consecutive battles, could do nothing but scream weakly. Thwack. Rayon, having recovered just enough aura, moved behind her and struck her nape with heavenly drive. The Green King collapsed, unable to react to the sudden blow. Rayon, that's too harsh for a lady. Or to elder sister or, well, whatever. Merlin frowned, disapproving of his rough approach. Enough, just tie her up securely. Unlike Edgar, there was no certainty that she could be saved. She had to be restrained for now. With the Green King subdued, the monsters attacking the fortress wall froze in place. As if waking from a trance, they looked around in confusion. Upon seeing the countless corpses around them, they fled into the forest without a second glance. Phew. Dorian slumped to the ground, letting out a long breath. It's finally over. He lay flat on his back, tears welling up as relief washed over him. Looks like things are settled over there, too. Burin nodded, surveying the now peaceful plains. We really did save them. Martha clenched her fists tightly as she watched Sylvia embracing Edgar. Then I can do it, too. Just as Rayon had saved his father, she believed she could save her mother from the white blood cult leader. Hope filled her weary body, pushing back the exhaustion. Run-On bit her lip as she stared at Rayon's back. Why couldn't I do that? If she had been braver like Rayon, her brother wouldn't have ended up that way. Her parents wouldn't have suffered so much. Regret welled up in her throat, but she couldn't wallow in regret forever. Clenching her frost sword tightly, Run-On resolved to end Syria's life with her own hands. Rayon walked past Edgar and Sylvia, stopping before the two dual-headed ogres. You bastard. When the elder dual-headed ogre tried to channel aura through his barely regenerated left arm, Rayon swung heavenly drive. Slash! The arm was severed once again, falling to the ground. Erg, quiet. Rayon reversed his grip on the sword and drove it into the elder ogre's neck. GRRK. The elder dual-headed ogre flailed briefly before falling still, dead. You killed him just like that. The younger ogre chuckled bitterly, seemingly shocked at how swiftly Rayon acted. One mouth is enough. Rayon pulled heavenly drive from the elder ogre's neck and turned to the younger one. Sheeing, without hesitation, he drove the blade into the younger ogre's shoulder. Erg, the younger ogre screamed, thrashing weakly as his strength drained away. Talk, what did you do to them? Rayon motioned toward Edgar and Joe with his chin. Heh. Despite the pain, the ogre continued to grin. You made the right choice just now. What, if you'd killed me first instead of the old man, everyone here would be dead. The ogre smirked, lifting his chin defiantly. Not that it matters, you are all going to die soon anyway. What nonsense are you spouting? That's your answer. The ogre stuck out his tongue mockingly. You asked what we did to them, didn't you? About the fallen one. He grinned wider, his lips twitching. Your father was just a lab rat. What? The Death Knight's helm can only be worn by the dead. Normally, a body has to be killed before the helm is placed on it. But the fallen one put it on your father while he was still alive, even protecting his soul. Now, why would he do that? The ogre's grin widened as he continued, not waiting for an answer. Your father's soul, corroded by the Death Knight's aura and his own despair, is now dyed pitch black, and that dark energy. The dual-headed ogre raised a finger and pointed at Edgar's left chest. A gem embedded in his heart gathers this power, creating annihilation magic. It's a force fueled by emotions, much like a demon lord's power. That guy is nothing less than a living bomb now. The ogre spread his arms, a twisted grin splitting his face. You must have realized it already. The fallen one said it was complete, didn't he? He tapped his temple, as if urging Rayon to recall. Edgar opened his trembling lips but couldn't deny the ogre's words. His pupils seemed to lose focus, as though acknowledging the truth. Thwack! Rayon couldn't restrain himself and punched the ogre across the face. Stop talking right now, sorry, but it's already too late. The ogre licked the blood trickling from his mouth and shook his head. The fallen one accounted for this very situation. Once the soul-severing blade acts of its own will, the explosion can't be stopped. He chuckled, saying the fuse had already been lit. Running won't help. The completed annihilation magic will obliterate this entire region. The ogre turned his gaze toward the Aryan family's fortress. Not just you. Everything and everyone inside that fortress will be erased too. Shut up and tell me how to stop it. Rayon struck the ogre's face and body repeatedly, but the creature only let out screams of pain without giving any answers. He's telling the truth. Wrath frowned as he stared at the ogre. There's a massive surge of demonic energy near your father's heart. It's about to burst. Wrath swallowed dryly, sensing imminent disaster. Stop. Edgar raised a hand calmly and stood up. That thing doesn't know anything. Everything was the fallen one's design. He chuckled weakly, dismissing the interrogation as meaningless. No. Rayon turned his trembling gaze toward Edgar. As Wrath had described, overwhelming demonic energy churned around Edgar's chest pores, surpassing even what Rayon had unleashed with Genesis Blade. Edgar. Sylvia's hands shook in disbelief as she tried to stand but found her legs failing her. Don't worry. Edgar gently patted Sylvia's head, offering her a soft smile. No one will die. He looked at Sylvia, Rayon, and Joe in turn, nodding slightly. Huff, taking a deep breath, Edgar raised his hand in a blade-like stance and drove it into his own chest. Erg! He let out a blood-curdling scream as he extracted a crimson-black gem connected to his heart by blood vessels. The pentagonal gem roiled with immense demonic energy. Tick, tick, tick. The gem emitted a ticking sound like the second hand of a clock, releasing increasingly potent waves of energy. That's a soul demon stone. Wrath's eyes widened in shock. It's a demonic artifact capable of storing demon lord-level energy. But why is it here? Wrath furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend its presence. What happens if it detonates? As that thing said, this entire area will be erased. Wrath shook his head grimly, declaring that everything was at risk. Edgar, moved back. Edgar pushed Sylvia away as she struggled to her feet and began walking toward the forest. Each step was agonizingly slow, as if taken by an elderly man with a cane. Yet he continued moving forward without pause, despite the unbearable pain and the gem's energy. He must be feeling as though his soul is being torn apart. Wrath exhaled heavily, marveling at Edgar's mental fortitude. I understand now where your perseverance comes from. Wrath's gaze softened, a rare acknowledgement. Too late. You'll all die with me. The ogre laughed, waving his hand dismissively. Shut your mouth. Rayon stomped on the ogre's face and turned his eyes back to Edgar. Despite the excruciating pain, Edgar looked back with a reassuring smile. Even though he had only met Edgar twice, Rayon felt an inexplicable ache in his chest. I have a way. Rayon reversed his grip on Heavenly Drive and raised it over his chest. The forbidden technique sword field creation, Demon King's descent was his only option. Though it would expose his identity, Rayon couldn't let this man, his father, walk to his death. If you use that technique, I'll lend you my power. Wrath's blue eyes darkened. You will never reach transcendence. What? The second Demon King's descent inflicted damage I absorbed on your behalf. Using a third will bring far greater repercussions, ones even I can't mitigate. Wrath shook his head, urging Rayon to reconsider. Gulp. Rayon swallowed hard. If I can't reach transcendence. It would mean the end of his revenge. Edgar. As Rayon hesitated, Sylvia clenched her teeth and dashed toward Edgar. Don't come any closer. Edgar raised a trembling hand, veins bulging in his forehead. Stay behind me, please. His voice cracked as he smiled, moving forward despite the visible strain. Sylvia clasped her hands together, trembling as she watched the man she had just reunited with walk away once more. Rayon. Edgar met Rayon's hardened gaze, forcing a smile. Children aren't supposed to die before their parents. I'm sorry to leave this way, but please take care of your mother. He smiled again, saying he was never meant to exist in their lives anyway. Crack. Rayon clenched his teeth until blood trickled from his gums. I don't care if I can't reach transcendence. He couldn't bear to see Sylvia's sorrow or Edgar's tortured expression. Even if he failed his revenge, his choice was clear. As he prepared to pierce his abdomen with heavenly drive, a low, calm voice, completely unfitting for the situation, rang out behind him. You're finally making the right choice. Turning, Rayon saw Sword Demon Rector, now the Holy Sword sect leader, standing just behind him. Wah! Edgar froze mid-step, trembling as he spotted Rector. Father, why are you here, foolish child? Rector strode toward Edgar without hesitation. Don't come any closer. You said it yourself. Rector grabbed the gem connected to Edgar's heart with his bare hand. The ticking sound ceased, and the overwhelming energy dissipated in an instant. A child should never leave before their father. Rector placed a steady hand on Edgar's head, nodding quietly. Live, Edgar. The reincarnated assassin is a genius swordsman, Guru. Rayon swallowed dryly as the chaotic energy of the soul demon stone, which had seemed on the verge of exploding, settled down. Did he suppress the demonic energy with pure willpower? It appeared that Rector, having reached transcendence, used his sheer will to subdue the energy within the stone. The energy in that soul demon stone is potent enough to overwhelm most transcendent beings. Wrath clicked his tongue while looking at Rector. It seems that old man has grown significantly. Wrath let out a faint laugh, remarking how even elders continue to evolve. Grown, now that Wrath mentioned it, Rector's presence felt sharper, almost reminiscent of Glenn's imposing aura. What is this? The dual-headed ogre widened his eyes in disbelief. Sword Demon, why are you here, and how did you stop the explosion? His mocking grin vanished as he shrieked at Rector. Rector remained silent, staring at the ogre with icy eyes. No, this can't be, you all must die here. The ogre's face contorted in fury as he raised his mangled arm, attempting to remotely detonate the soul demon stone with his aura. Boom! Rayon forced his depleted aura to surge and stepped forward with supreme harmony steps. Closing the distance in an instant, he plunged heavenly drive, held in reverse grip, into the ogre. PSHK. The blade, shrouded in eerie energy, pierced through the ogre's aura and sank into his neck. Gah! The ogre had intended to detonate the soul demon stone even if it meant his own death. However, the energy emanating from heavenly drive paralyzed him completely, rendering him unable to move a finger. Ra Rayon Zeeghart, you meddled until the very end. The ogre glared at him with bloodshot eyes, grinding his teeth. You finally stopped smiling in the face of death, Rayon said, tilting his head toward the ogre's twisted expression. If you kill me, the soul demon stone will explode immediately. Don't pull out the sword. Your lies are unconvincing. Rayon looked down at the ogre and snorted. If your death triggered the explosion, you would have killed yourself earlier. The ogre's desire to see everyone here perish was obvious. His attempt to detonate the stone remotely, rather than by taking his own life, confirmed that Rector had already neutralized the self-destruction mechanism. Wait, no, listen to me. Now it's your turn to be mocked by death. Rayon shook his head firmly and dragged heavenly drive across the ogre's neck. Slash! The blade's lengthened aura cleaved through the ogre's neck without resistance. His head tumbled to the ground, rolling lifelessly. Damn it all. The once arrogant monster, who had mocked human lives and fate, died in despair. Huff! Rayon exhaled deeply as he stared at the ogre's corpse, its eyes frozen in death. Seeing the creature who had toyed with others' lives, die screaming filled him with a strange sense of relief. I want to collapse, but there's still work to do. Straining, he lifted his head and turned toward Rector and Edgar. Both were silently watching him. He called him father, didn't he? Moments earlier, Edgar had referred to Rector as father, which meant that Rector was Rayon's grandfather. So that old man is your real grandfather. Wrath examined Rector and clicked his tongue. I knew your bloodline wasn't ordinary. Wrath furrowed his brow, recalling the first time they'd met. You knew Rector was here all along, didn't you? Of course. Wrath scoffed as if the question were unnecessary. Then why didn't you tell me? That old man has been watching over you more times than I can count. He never intervened, so I thought he'd stay out of this too. Wrath shook his head, claiming he'd assumed Rector's hobby was voyeurism. How are you here, father? Edgar swallowed hard, disbelief written on his face. I was tracking Eden's movements when I received a message from her. Rector raised a finger and pointed at Merlin. It seemed absurd, but I came just in case. Thankfully, I wasn't too late. He nodded at Merlin in gratitude. "Greetings, grandfather." Merlin delicately lifted her tattered skirt like an umbrella and curtsied. She seemed entirely unaffected by the gravity of the situation. "Gee, grandfather." Rictor's gaze wavered as he glanced at Rayon and Sylvia, confusion etched into his face. "I also called others, but it'll take a bit for them to arrive," Merlin said with a cheerful smile, assuring everyone not to worry. "Good job." Rictor, evidently uninterested in continuing the conversation with Merlin, gave a curt nod. "Yes," Merlin beamed, mumbling to herself about receiving praise from her grandfather. Edgar couldn't meet Rictor's gaze and looked away. "Be quiet." Rictor began tending to Edgar's still bleeding chest wound, shaking his head. "I'm sorry." Edgar hung his head, unable to lift it in shame. "I left, shouting that I didn't want to live like you, and now I've become nothing but a failure who couldn't even protect his family." His shoulders trembled, the pain in his heart greater than his physical wounds. "I truly—" "No, it's not your fault." Sylvia rushed forward and grabbed Edgar's trembling hand. "Eden wasn't after him, he came for me. This is all my fault." She shook her head, tears streaming down her face as she claimed responsibility for Eden's assault. Rictor watched Sylvia's tear-filled eyes, his own gaze turning aside. Understanding her pain better than anyone, he said nothing. "Oh, I apologize. Let me formally introduce myself." Still holding Edgar's hand, Sylvia knelt before Rictor. "My name is Sylvia Sieghart, father." She bowed deeply, addressing Rictor as father. "So you already knew." Rictor helped Sylvia to her feet, shaking his head slightly. "It was impossible not to know. You and Edgar look like you were stamped from the same mold." Sylvia gave a faint smile, remarking on how similar Edgar and Rictor looked. Indeed, Rayon alternated his gaze between Edgar and Rictor, nodding in agreement. Aside from their hair color, the two shared remarkably similar features and an aura that was unmistakable. "Rayon." Sylvia turned her head toward him and called his name. "You should greet your grandfather." She waved him over. "Ah, yes." Rayon nodded and stood. Though his body felt like it would collapse at any moment, he knew he had to greet Rictor properly, as Sylvia had said. However, as he stood before Rictor, his mind went blank. The word grandfather stuck in his throat. Introductions can wait. Let's deal with this first. Rictor, perhaps also feeling awkward, exhaled softly and carefully lifted the soul demon stone connected to Edgar's heart. "Can you endure it?" "Of course." Though Edgar's pain was excruciating, he clenched Sylvia's hand tightly and did not utter a single groan. "Yes, a father shouldn't show weakness before his child." Rictor gave a faint smile and examined the still pulsing stone. After a moment, his brows furrowed in frustration. "If I sever the veins connected to it now, the demonic energy could explode, or your life might be in danger. We'll need a skilled healer." Rictor sighed, saying only an exceptional priest or physician could handle this. "There's a ragged saint currently at Sieghart," Rayon said, pointing in the direction of Sieghart. "Frederick possesses both divine power and incredible medical skill. He can definitely help." "Yes, let's go to Sieghart." Sylvia nodded quickly, her voice tinged with hope. "If it's Frederick, he'll surely help." "Going to Sieghart will be difficult," Edgar said, lowering his gaze to avoid meeting Sylvia's eyes. "What? Why? I was an officer of Eden, and father is now the Holy Sword Alliance leader. How could we possibly step foot in Sieghart?" Edgar bit his lip, saying he didn't want to cause Sylvia or Rayon any trouble. "It doesn't matter." Rictor shook his head firmly. "The title of Holy Sword Alliance leader isn't more important than your life. Father. I became the Holy Sword Alliance leader for one reason: Unlito, protect Rayon and Sylvia from the 5 demons." His steady gaze revealed his unwavering resolve. "Father." "Father." Edgar and Sylvia's lips trembled as they felt the depth of Rictor's sincerity. "You failed as a father, so I must take on that role." Rictor let out a faint laugh, saying he was merely paying the price for his mistakes as a parent. Rayon clenched his fist tightly, looking at Rictor's calm eyes. Recalling Rictor's actions and Wrath's testimony about how he had always watched over him, the lingering doubts in Rayon's mind finally dissolved. Every strange thing Rictor had done seemed to have been for his sake. The gratitude and sorrow welling up in his chest felt like a vine of thorns wrapping around his heart. "I'm sorry." Edgar bowed deeply, his voice filled with regret. "I have nothing to say to you, father." I said no more apologies. Rictor waved his hand dismissively. "Before they are your wife and children, they are my daughter-in-law and grandchildren." He scoffed lightly, saying it was only natural for him to act. Rayon smiled faintly as he observed the slight warmth returning to Rictor's face. "It's like he's himself again." Rictor now reminded Rayon of the time he had come to Sieghart to train with Glenn, exuding the same gentle yet firm demeanor. "Well, at least we know you're not an enemy." Rimmer finally lowered his sword, his tension visibly easing. "That old geezer Glenn's going to feel the pressure now, huh?" Rimmer chuckled, as though finding the situation amusing. "It seems Sieghart will send reinforcements, but for now we should leave this place." Rictor turned toward Edgar, placing a hand on his shoulder and guiding him. "I am sorry. Every word you say to me begins with an apology." Rictor shook his head, signaling for him to stop. Such words shouldn't be said in front of your children. He glanced at Rayon, gesturing for Edgar to be silent. Why, yes. Edgar nodded, stealing a glance at Rayon and Sylvia. I'll carry Ja. Sylvia gently picked up Ja, not wanting to entrust her to anyone else after reuniting with her daughter after more than 20 years. This feels nice. With tears still clinging to her eyes, Sylvia smiled warmly at Rictor and Edgar. Nice, you're truly unique. Rictor began to respond but abruptly raised his head, his expression turning sharp. They're here, Wrath shouted in alarm. What? As Rayon raised his gaze, the air rippled like a curtain, revealing a long stretch of darkness. Goo-goo-goo-goo. Out of the waves of shadow, a divine light surged forth. Standing amidst the fusion of light and darkness was the leader of Eden, the Fallen One. So it's come to this. The Fallen One calmly surveyed the situation, nodding as if everything was as expected. The Fallen One. Rictor stepped forward, shielding the others. I see you had other plans after all. The Fallen One smiled faintly, as though he had anticipated this. I will never forgive you. Rictor's face twisted with rage, his expression resembling that of a vengeful specter. His wrath toward the Fallen One, who had scarred his son and granddaughter beyond repair, burned like an inferno. Feel free to try after my experiment is complete. With a snap of his fingers, the Fallen One caused the Soul Demon Stone, tightly held in Rictor's grasp, to shudder violently. Boom! The subdued energy surged upward in an instant, and deep cracks began to spread across the surface of the stone. Get back! Rictor ripped the Soul Demon Stone from Edgar's chest and pushed everyone else away with a powerful wave of energy. Rictor. The moment Rayon shouted his name, the Soul Demon Stone shattered, releasing an immense explosion of demonic energy that threatened to engulf the world. Kuang! Rayon was hurled through the air like a kicked pebble, rolling across the ground countless times. His vision turned blindingly white, and a piercing ringing filled his ears. His limbs refused to respond, and every sensation faded into numbness. Gah. It was only after intense pain tore through his abdomen that he coughed up blood and regained a fragment of consciousness. As his senses slowly returned, he saw the blackened plains, still shrouded in swirling smoke. Mother, father, grandfather. Turning his head, he found no one else nearby. His heart pounded as though it would burst. Rayon dragged himself forward, crawling on his knees toward the smoke. Even though his arms and legs were nearly paralyzed, he couldn't just stay still. Whoosh! When he finally reached the edge of the blackened haze, a gust of wind swept through, scattering the dust and smoke tainted with demonic energy. Rimmer and Merlin lay collapsed, coughing blood, as if they had tried to shield others. Nearby, Edgar and Sylvia were draped over Ja, their bodies limp. Rayon's trembling gaze shifted forward. Before a massive chasm, where the earth seemed to have split open into a bottomless pit, Rictor stood alone. It was clear he had expended every ounce of his energy to suppress the Soul Demon Stone's explosion. His presence now felt hollow, as if nothing remained within him. No. Whether it was due to his distorted senses or the grim reality before him, it felt as though all life around him had vanished. Kugagugu. As Rayon stared at the bloodied figures lying motionless, a tempest of fury erupted within his mind, rising like wildfire from the depths of his soul. The unbearable rage coursed through his entire body, reaching the very tips of his fingers. Stop it. Do you want to kill everyone? Wrath flailed his arms, trying to block Rayon. How many times do I have to tell you? If I descend into your body directly, it will lead to a rampage. Not yet. Though Wrath was shouting, Rayon could no longer hear him clearly. His mind was clouded by the rising tide of anger. If you hadn't wasted your energy protecting useless things, this wouldn't have happened, the Fallen One said, tilting his head as he looked at Rictor, now kneeling and lowering his head in defeat. Still, the result is satisfying. He smiled as though pleased with the effectiveness of his experiment. Snap. In that instant, something within Rayon's mind snapped. He no longer resisted, surrendering himself entirely to the rage. His mind, once sharpened through discipline, was consumed by a frost like silver haze. Damn it all, Wrath cursed as he was drawn deeper into Rayon's mind. As an incorporeal entity, Wrath had always lived without fully controlling Rayon's body, but now even he couldn't prevent the rampage. The Fallen One would surely escape, leaving everyone else to die. You idiot, just hold on for a bit longer. Wrath screamed, struggling to contain the chaos, when suddenly, goo-woo, the broken chain of Rayon's heart began spinning wildly, igniting into fiery wings of brilliant light. Is he broken? The Fallen One extended his hand toward Rayon, who had frozen in place. His will is weaker than I expected. A blade of darkness surged toward Rayon's heart and throat, aiming to end him. Kuang. Before the blade could reach him, a burst of azure brilliance erupted from the fractured earth, engulfing Rayon. The blade of darkness was torn apart like paper, disintegrating instantly. Black horns emerged from Rayon's forehead, and a massive silvery moon rose behind him, flickering with a radiant glow. Beneath the noble moonlight, a world of frost grew, suppressing the Fallen One's light and darkness alike. The sky froze white while the ground twisted into blackened voids. Standing amidst the azure light, Rayon exuded an aura of overwhelming majesty, as if the entire world lay beneath his feet, causality itself twisted. A being that defied the laws of the world had descended into human form. This is. The fallen one's gaze wavered, filled with both curiosity and fear. To protect himself, he summoned a wall of blinding light and darkness. With crimson eyes ablaze with the energy of a demon king, Rayon raised heavenly drive. Slash! The wall of light and darkness split apart, and a torrent of scarlet blood erupted from the fallen one's abdomen. Krrrrrk. Rayon's eyes narrowed as he watched the fallen one plummet to the ground, his chest split open. What is this? Moments earlier, he had been consumed by uncontrollable rage, losing all rationality as darkness clouded his mind. Now he was calm again. But why? And on top of that, his body surged with an unfamiliar power. His once exhausted mind felt serene, and his body thrummed with overwhelming energy of force that felt omnipotent, as if he could command all of existence. Of course it does. Wrath appeared below, shoving his face into view. That's my power you're feeling, he snarled, accusing Rayon of stealing it. Stolen, you say? Didn't you feel yourself being overtaken by rage? I did. Right before you completely lost control, I was pulled into your body. Wrath pointed a stubby finger at Rayon's chest, and then wings of flame erupted from the ring embedded in your heart and threw me out. What in the world is that? Wrath shook his head, muttering that it was impossible. Wings. Rayon placed a trembling hand on his chest. Just as Wrath described, 8 interconnected rings spun furiously, blazing with fiery wings. The moment those wings emerged, your mind became unshakably firm. While I retained control over the power, your consciousness stayed intact. How does that make any sense? So the wings stopped the rampage. Wrath frowned, acknowledging the disaster averted by the strange phenomenon. Rayon turned to look back. The explosion had knocked everyone in the Aryan family unconscious, but none of them appeared to have died. Perhaps the distance had mitigated the worst effects. Let me be clear, those wings are the only reason you're still in control right now. As Wrath pointed out, the fiery feathers were beginning to fall off one by one. Once they were all gone, Rayon would lose control. You need to finish him off and get as far from here as possible before that happens. Wrath raised his gaze toward the fallen one, who lay collapsed on the ground. I pierced his heart. That won't kill him. Rayon frowned as he observed the fallen one. Despite being struck by heavenly drive, Wrath was certain he would rise again. Kugugugugu. As if to prove Wrath's words, a radiant light spread around the fallen one, and he slowly began to stand. The sight was sacred in its own grotesque way, embodying the word resurrection. How do I even kill something like that? Rayon bit his lip and readied heavenly drive. I don't know if I can do it. Stop doubting yourself. Right now my body and energy are yours. Use them. So that's why this power feels so unfamiliar. Your mind is severely, disgustingly weak, but with the strongest body and energy at your disposal, you can fight. Wrath smirked, shaking his head. And this isn't about whether you can or can't. You must do it. Wrath gestured toward the fallen figures nearby. They're still alive, aren't they? Just as Wrath said, faint breathing could be heard from Merlin, Rimmer, and Edgar. Even Sylvia and Ja, though their breaths were shallow, clung to life. You're right. Rayon clenched his teeth and nodded. This isn't about whether I can, it's something I have to do. Resolving to move the injured first, Rayon's energy instinctively flowed into Wrath's power, lifting Merlin, Rimmer, Edgar, Sylvia, Ja, and Rector into the air. After carefully moving them toward the Aryan family's grounds, Rayon turned back and faced the fallen one. That overwhelming presence is gone. The fallen one narrowed his eyes as if trying to analyze the situation. The energy is still absurdly strong, but it feels significantly weaker than before. He tilted his head, studying Rayon as if trying to comprehend the bizarre turn of events. Come at me. I'll tear that mouth of yours apart first. Rayon motioned with a crooked finger, taunting him. Killing you here is certainly the right choice. The fallen one raised his hand, declaring that Rayon's unpredictable nature must be buried here. Blinding radiance surged from his palm. Stay calm. Wrath gripped Rayon's shoulder and exhaled. If that masked bastard were a warrior, even with my power, you wouldn't stand a chance. But he's a mage and a sorcerer. You can win. All right, let's do this. As Rayon nodded, the radiant light shot toward him. Unlike ordinary magic that formed arrows or blades, this light was formless and so fast that even Rayon's heightened perception could only see faint streaks. Ignore the top and left block the center. Got it. Following Wrath's advice, Rayon channeled frost energy through his mana circuits and unleashed it toward the incoming light. Whoosh, the frosty wave from Heavenly Drive severed the light just before it reached him. Your energy is ludicrously powerful, but your skills remain the same. The fallen one was unfazed and summoned even denser light. The thin beams coalesced into a massive pillar, not only increasing in power, but also accelerating to an incredible speed. Slash! With a fraction of a breath, Rayon swung Heavenly Drive, unleashing a frosty blade that cleaved through the light pillar. The The chilling energy froze even the radiance itself, an unnatural force that defied the world's laws. I don't understand this. The fallen one furrowed his brows, staring at the frozen light shattered before him. Suddenly gained power always has its limits. He scoffed, his voice brimming with certainty that Rayon's borrowed strength would eventually collapse. With a snap of his fingers, a more intense and overwhelming light surged to life. Normally, he'd be right, but Wrath trembled, his stubby arms shaking as he frowned. This one is different. He bends causality on his own. Wrath shook his head furiously as if trying to convince the Fallen One himself. Let's end this now. At the Fallen One's command, 8 massive pillars of light erupted around Rayon, sealing off all escape routes. The magic pulsed with a sinister intent to erase his very existence. There's no need to fear. Trust in my power and trust in your blade, of course. Without hesitation, Rayon stepped forward, summoning Frost Inferno Dragon. Whoosh. From the gleaming edge of Heavenly Drive, a massive, frost-covered dragon emerged, larger and more menacing than the legendary Kaibar. As the dragon's maw opened, a freezing breath swept across the battlefield, shattering all 8 pillars of light. Whoosh. The once blood-soaked and miasma-filled plains transformed into a pristine snow-white field, untouched by even a single footprint. Rayon straightened his back, exhaling frost-laden breath. I'm starting to understand. Years of mastering Glacier's frost techniques made channeling Wrath's power feel surprisingly natural. Though the scale was enormous and taxing, Rayon's enhanced body could withstand the strain. It's working well, but why does it still make me angry? Wrath grumbled, half of his face smiling in relief while the other half twisted in irritation. How persistent. Fallen One raised his hand, and the heavens and earth filled with radiant light as the night sky vanished. Everything within sight became an extension of his luminous power. Various forms of light, as diverse as sword techniques, converged and hurtled toward Rayon from all directions. Kying, Rayon stood tall, lifting Heavenly Drive into a noble stance. Frosted petals bloomed atop the blade, releasing countless shards of ice. Thousands, no, tens of thousands of frost fragments collided with the incoming light. The endless clashes shook the earth and sky, flipping the land and unleashing deafening thunder. Amid the relentless storm, Rayon pressed forward, refusing to remain on the defensive. Frost bloomed like wings behind him, and from the earth's fissures rose frost-covered world trees, emanating even colder energy. Slash! Heavenly Drive shot forward like a blue lightning bolt, piercing through the Fallen One's wall of light and carving deep wounds into his left shoulder and chest. Flash. As Rayon prepared to deliver a finishing blow, the Fallen One retreated, his body fracturing into fragments of light. It seems that first strike wasn't a fluke. His crimson gaze met Rayon's, his expression darkening. Whoom, the Fallen One clasped his hands and muttered an incantation. In mere moments, radiant trails spread like clouds above him and rain made of pure light poured from the heavens. I have to block it all. Clenching his teeth, Rayon activated Heavenly Drive's grand banquet. Frost imbued with Wrath's energy surged upward, twisting around the torrent of light as it descended. Whoosh! The frost swallowed the rain of light, freezing even the towering pillars it created. The brilliance of Wrath's energy turned the skies pale white. Rayon marveled at the power he wielded, power that felt like it transcended the limits of human skill and delved into the realm of the impossible. Don't just stand there admiring it. Push him now, I know. Rayon suppressed his labored breaths and darted toward the Fallen One's left side. Raising Heavenly Drive, he unleashed Silver Lotus Dream. Kying, the blade fragmented into dozens of frost-laden slashes, all converging on the Fallen One's neck. Whoom! In response, a swirling ring of darkness emerged around the Fallen One's throat, halting the incoming strikes. The oppressive gravity of the rotating darkness pulled at Heavenly Drive, nullifying its momentum. You've saved me the trouble of closing the distance. The Fallen One smirked, extending a hand imbued with radiant energy toward Rayon. This will be your end. Rayon thrust his left hand forward, meeting the attack head-on. Lord of Fury's final art, Silver Moon Demon Palm. Harnessing Wrath's energy, Rayon unleashed a devastating burst of frost that engulfed not just the radiant hand, but the Fallen One himself. A towering mountain of ice erupted across the shattered battlefield, encasing the Fallen One entirely. It was a power capable of freezing the very world. Huff. Rayon clutched his chest, his breaths labored. If only this were the end. The fiery wings on his chest had dwindled to half their feathers. The stronger the technique, the faster they disappeared. Crack, however, the mountain of ice began to splinter. Darkness poured from within, violently shattering its confines. Not enough, it's still far from perfect. Wrath clicked his tongue, lamenting that if it had been his perfected Silver Moon Demon Palm, it would have ended there. The Fallen One dusted ice shards from his sleeves and let out a cold breath. This level of frost, it's closer to magic than martial arts. He dismissed the remaining darkness and light in his hand, raising his palm like a blade. This time I'll wield a sword myself. He slashed downward, splitting the space before him as if it were fabric. How do I stop this? The sheer precision and silence of his spatial slash left Rayon at a loss for how to counter. Remember when we fought Kaibar at sea? The dragon-slaying, space-cleaving strike. Recalling the spatial slash of Eris that had severed Kaibar breath, Rayon steeled himself. Rayon traced the trajectory backward, lifting heavenly drive to counter the slash that tore through space. Rayon Sieghart swordsmanship formed 7 void slash. To block the descending spatial slash, Rayon unleashed his own void slash upward from below. The 2 spatial cuts collided, slicing through the void from opposing directions, creating black rifts in midair. Crack, crack, crack. Frost surged into the fractures, freezing the shockwaves attempting to erupt outward. The scene of the frozen white sky and land, centered around jagged black voids, resembled the end of the world itself. Rayon's fingers trembled as he gripped Heavenly Drive, biting his lip. It feels like I'm walking on thin ice. Every clash with the Fallen One felt like death creeping closer, the intensity of battle pushing his heart to its limits. His breath grew shallower with every passing moment. This is only the beginning. Wrath let out a low sigh, shaking his head. That bastard hasn't even started fighting seriously yet. I know, no one understood that better than Rayon. The Fallen One was holding back, conserving his power out of caution after sensing Wrath's presence earlier. Did you offer your soul to the demons? The Fallen One's narrowed gaze flicked toward the horn on Rayon's forehead. Not my soul, but something precious. Rayon forced himself to steady his breathing and raised his head. Not much time left. The fiery wings sustaining his mental clarity had lost more than 3/4 of their feathers. At this rate, he would lose control before defeating the Fallen One. And yet all you do is talk. Are you scared? Rayon smirked, tilting his chin upward, afraid of being humiliated by a grandmaster. If you lose, are you going to claim you weren't serious? He shrugged, feigning mock understanding. Very well. The Fallen One maintained his stoic expression, nodding slowly. I don't have much time either, so I'll end this game here. He clasped his hands together, chanting at an incredible speed. As light and darkness intertwined between his palms, a massive pillar rose, connecting heaven and earth. Kugagugu, the pillar, a swirling vortex of light and darkness that turned an ominous gray, spread outward, erasing the frozen heavens and earth around it. A ceaseless storm of annihilation engulfed everything, threatening to erase all existence. You can't overcome this. Wrath's tone was grim as he shook his head. That energy is beyond normal comprehension. I have to try. Rayon gripped Heavenly Drive with both hands, determined to fight even if it meant burning his life force and soul. No, you can't. What? Even if you give everything, it won't be enough. So, Wrath grabbed his left hand tightly. I'll help you one last time. Wrath turned his gaze toward the fallen Sylvia, Edgar, and Rector, nodding solemnly. Go, I'll match the timing. Show me the pinnacle of what you can do. He tightened his grip on Rayon's hand as if urging him to trust him. Understood. Rayon knew Wrath was a being who kept his word. Trusting him, Rayon turned toward the oncoming storm of light and darkness, summoning Genesis Blade, Sword Field Creation, Demonic Manifestation. The golden radiance of Heavenly Drive shimmered as a frost-covered blade materialized in the glow. Genesis Blade, Snow Flower. In the brilliance of Genesis, blue flowers bloomed. The overwhelming aura froze even light and darkness, covering the world in its ethereal energy. Qang. What followed was an earth-shattering slash that cleaved the heavens, accompanied by countless razor-thin cuts radiating outward. The frozen pillar of light and darkness shattered completely, leaving no trace. From the sky, a storm of frosty petals rained down. Everything before Rayon vanished into nothingness. Rayon tightened his grip on Heavenly Drive, gazing up at the pristine night sky devoid of clouds. Did I actually do it? Even though Wrath had assisted him, Rayon hadn't believed he could truly bring down the Fallen One. Even now, it felt surreal, as though he were in a dream. Exhaling deeply, he turned to look behind him. Hearing the faint breaths of Rector, Sylvia, Edgar, Merlin, and Rimmer, he pressed his lips together tightly. I'm glad I protected them. During the battle, their safety had mattered more to him than his own life. It was clear that these people had become far more important to him than he had realized. Rayon gave a slight nod toward Wrath, who remained unusually silent. Now, I just need to leave before the wings burn out. Though he was concerned about the rapidly deteriorating states of Rector and Sylvia, Rayon knew that his presence posed the greater danger. He had to leave before his loss of control led to a rampage. Not yet. Wrath frowned, his gaze fixed on the frozen battlefield. What? Right before our attack hit, that masked bastard's energy spiked. Wrath shouted at him to stay alert, convinced the Fallen One had survived. Qa. Before Wrath's words had even finished, a blinding light erupted from the cracked earth. Golden lightning surged upward, raining down toward the Aryan family's location. He's targeting them instead of me. Gritting his teeth, Rayon unleashed consecutive strikes of whirlwind. Whoosh! 8 swirling blades shot skyward, slicing through the descending golden bolts like a meteor shower, wiping them out completely. Rayon let out a faint groan, his hands trembling. Though Wrath's power still coursed through him, the mounting rage threatened to shatter his focus. I can't keep fighting like this. Glancing toward Sylvia and Rector, Rayon could see their conditions were far worse than he'd expected. Without immediate intervention, their lives were in grave danger. Damn it, clenching his jaw, Rayon approached Sylvia and Rector. He began channeling sacred energy to dispel the malignant aura consuming their bodies when spirals of light and darkness descended from above. Block it, even if it kills you. I know. Extending heavenly drive, Rayon unleashed heavenly cannon, drawing in the spiraling forces and detonating them midair. Kuang, he froze even the shockwaves of the explosion to protect those behind him before finally lowering his blade, the fallen one. Raising his head, Rayon spotted him floating in the air, wings of light and darkness spread wide. Guwu, the lower half of the fallen one's mask was soaked in black blood, his chest scarred as if pierced by barbed wire, and his right arm was missing entirely, blood cascading like a waterfall. So it's just beginning. Rayon bit his lip. Whenever the fallen one revealed his wings, it signaled that he was ready to fight at full strength. Despite his injuries, his aura had grown even more fearsome. It was as if he were declaring that the true battle was about to start. No, our attacks definitely landed. Wrath shook his head, observing the fallen one. That bastard is on the brink of death. And don't forget, he still hasn't healed the spiritual wounds from your old man Nadine's strike. That's still lingering. A spiritual wound isn't like a physical one. Even transcendent beings can't recover from it easily. Wrath raised a fist confidently, saying they had a good chance of winning. All right. You said our attacks worked, I trust you. What nonsense are you spouting? You said our attacks, I like the sound of that. Rayon smirked, nudging Wrath with his elbow. Nonsense. I never said such a thing. Wrath's face turned red as he shook his head furiously. Focus on the fight instead of spewing stupidity. All right, let's finish this. Rayon exhaled sharply, lifting his gaze. Gah, the fallen one slowly raised his hand, gripping his mask. Kuhahaha. He let out a crazed laugh, showing neither anger nor fear, but pure delight as he looked up at the sky. So I see now. The fallen one twisted his lips into a smile, his golden eyes narrowing. Rayon Sieghart, you were the final piece. He sighed deeply, as though marveling at a precious discovery. The final piece? Rayon frowned, locking eyes with the golden gaze behind the mask. What nonsense are you talking about? You know it deep down, or perhaps you don't yet. Well, I suppose it hasn't awakened yet. The fallen one muttered cryptically, laughing to himself. Even when Glenn had threatened his life, the leader of Eden had never lost his composure. Seeing him like this was unsettling. It's not time yet, but the temptation is irresistible. Stretching out his left hand, he summoned a concentrated vortex of darkness that began pulling Rayon in like a black hole. Kuang, Rayon planted his feet firmly, channeling his aura to resist the gravitational force. He turned to Wrath. Do you think he's realized what you are? I don't know, and it doesn't matter if he does. Wrath clenched his small hand into a fist, urging Rayon to fight for his mother and those he cared about. Let's enjoy this a little longer. As the fallen one sneered, golden brilliance illuminated the darkened sky. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, thin golden streaks radiated outward, targeting not just Rayon but every living being in the vicinity. Kaiing, Rayon stepped back, activating Flame Lotus. Thousands of icy flowers blossomed around him, transforming into shards of frost that spiraled toward the golden streaks, intercepting them midair. Quackwaa, light and frost clashed, scattering snowflakes in the air as they fought for dominance. Boom, Rayon pierced through the shockwave caused by the collision, unleashing 36 crimson slashes. The timeless swordsmanship, striking simultaneously from 36 angles, swept across the fallen one's entire body. You weren't invited, but you're a welcome guest. With a chilling smile, the fallen one conjured a rapidly spinning ring of darkness that nullified all 36 slashes in an instant. The gravitational pull of the dark ring acted as an impenetrable defense, yet Rayon's resolve remained unshaken. Quoom, leaning forward, he drove heavenly drive into the residual gravitational force left by the ring. PSHHK. The piercing strike shattered the pull of darkness and embedded itself in the fallen one's abdomen. Gah. Black blood spurted from the fallen one's mouth as he staggered back, a gaping wound reopening in his already injured torso, spilling dark ichor. Crack. Rayon moved to pursue but halted as his arms and legs grew heavy, his body no longer responding as it should. What are you doing? You're not the only one who's exhausted. That bastard is on the verge of death. Wrath gritted his teeth, pointing at the weakened, the fallen one. The damage from our combined strike remains a chance we can't waste. I know. Suppressing his frustration, Rayon forced himself forward, continuing his pursuit. Kuhaha, despite his pain, the fallen one smirked, his lips curling upward as he conjured alternating bursts of light and darkness. Kaiing, Rayon countered the assault, employing Azure Sky Sword, cutting through the chaotic mix of energy and leaving a diagonal slash across the fallen one's chest. Woom, once again the fallen one dissolved into light, vanishing before further damage could be dealt. Kaiing. Without turning to look, Rayon followed the faint trace of his opponent's energy, slicing with Frost Pond. Twin frost-covered slashes streaked across the horizon, striking the fallen one's shoulder and thigh as he reappeared. PSHHK. Finally brought to his knees, the fallen one coughed up more blood, yet his lips twisted into a radiant smile. Magnificent. Rayon swallowed dryly, unnerved by the Fallen One's reaction. Is he truly insane? No. Despite the madness in his golden eyes, there was a glint of raw desire buried within a focused ambition that belied complete insanity. He's still aiming for something. Rayon didn't understand the Fallen One's cryptic words, but it was clear he had a purpose. This is psychological warfare now. Forget that, just finish this already. We're out of time. Wrath's hands trembled as he sweated profusely, sensing the rapidly approaching limit. Whether it was the Fallen One or Rayon, one of them would soon fall. Rayon planted his feet, advancing with supreme harmony steps as he activated Unbroken Frostwave. Kuwash. With a graceful motion, Rayon channeled Wrath's energy through Heavenly Drive, conjuring a massive tidal wave of frost that engulfed the Fallen One entirely. Paying, however, as the Fallen One spread his wings, radiant globes of light and darkness formed, suppressing the frost wave with sheer force. Now. Using the momentary stalemate, Rayon darted forward with supreme harmony steps, his entire focus narrowing on the Fallen One. Kaiing, with precision Rayon slashed downward, aiming for his opponent's heart. PSHHK, but the blade never landed. The Fallen One's newly regenerated right arm, cloaked in darkness, intercepted the strike, forcing it away. Well done, the Fallen One said, nodding faintly with a sinister smile. Clang. Heavenly Drive was wrenched from Rayon's grasp, flung into the air as the clash of forces separated them. You are the final piece. Rather than a killing blow, the Fallen One reached out, aiming to subdue Rayon by gripping his throat. Retreat. No. Rayon ignored Wrath's warning and appeared to surrender, halting in place as though drained of strength. What are you doing? You told me to finish this quickly. Rayon's determination flared as he watched his family and comrades lying behind him. Protect them, this had to end here. Sheeing. As Heavenly Drive descended, Rayon caught it deftly in its sheath. The moment the blade was sheathed, a chilling frost emanated from the engraved dragon's eyes on the scabbard silver lotus bloom had fully charged. Quoom. The instant the Fallen One's hand touched Rayon's neck, he unleashed Rayon Sieghart swordsmanship, Form 8 Polar Slash. The blade erupted with frostfire, piercing through the Fallen One's aura of light and darkness and slicing cleanly across his neck. Og. Unaware he had been struck, the Fallen One's head fell, still wearing a faint smile as his body collapsed backward. Gah! Rayon stabbed Heavenly Drive into the ground, coughing up blackened blood. His body had reached its absolute limit, even standing was a struggle. As expected, remarkable. Despite teetering on the brink of death, the Fallen One looked up at Rayon, his golden eyes trembling. We will meet again on that day. Even as his body dissolved into the darkness rising from the ground, his gaze shimmered with unfulfilled ambition. I did it. Rayon clutched his pounding head as he turned to look at his companions. Knowing his family and comrades were alive filled him with relief greater than surviving himself. You did well. Wrath exhaled sharply, gazing down at Rayon with rare approval. Using the scabbard to charge Silver Lotus Bloom at the last moment, you're something else. But Wrath froze mid-sentence as if recalling their precarious situation. Time, you're out of time. Move now, I'm sorry. Rayon bit his lip as he looked at the fallen figures around him. I have no strength left. His head spun and his body felt as if it were turning to stone. He wanted to perform emergency treatment on Sylvia and Rector, whose life forces were fading fast, and then leave this place far behind. But he could do neither. Wrath trembled, glancing between the unconscious figures and the distant horizon as if he didn't know what to do. Just get as far away from here as possible. That's the priority, I understand. Rayon dropped to his knees and began crawling toward the forest. Suppressing the rage gnawing at his mind, he forced his limbs to move when an overwhelming surge of mana descended from the sky. Lifting his gaze, he saw 3 colossal dragons spreading their razor-sharp wings like blades. Dragon Lords. The dragon at the center was none other than the infamous Dragon Lord, known for appearing only to wreak havoc. On either side of him were a red dragon and a blue dragon, both of which were ancient worms of equal power. Why now? Their arrival, coinciding with Wrath's heightened energy, was the worst possible scenario. Is this the vessel of the Demon King? The Dragon Lord's piercing gaze bore into Rayon as he narrowed his golden eyes. I will erase you without a trace. Dragon Lord and his 2 companions opened their massive jaws. Their throats, black as abyssal chasms, glowed with lethal light as they unleashed flames, frost, and a torrent of destructive energy. Rayon's jaw quivered as he stared at the dragon's combined breath attack, which filled the sky with death. It was a true no-win situation. If he surrendered to his rage, everyone here would die. If he endured, he would die under the onslaught of the dragon's breath. There was no choice but to make the ultimate sacrifice. Wrath surprisingly fell silent, as though entrusting the decision to Rayon. The decision was made long ago. Rayon steadied his breathing and used the last remnants of the Ring of Fire to push back the consuming rage. It's better if I die. Revenge against Darius Robert mattered less than the life and values he had cultivated in this second life. Even if it meant his death, he couldn't bear to lose those he cherished. But I'll go down fighting. Grinding his teeth, Rayon raised his head. He lifted Heavenly Drive toward the three streams of destruction bearing down on him, ready to make his last stand. Crack, but before he could strike, the sky itself split apart. The familiar form of Heavenly Blade, the unique sword art that channeled both darkness and frost, cleaved the heavens. Only one person could execute such swordsmanship. Womb, the night sky fractured like glass, and a pale moon, warped and distorted, emerged. Beneath the light of that fractured moon stood a lone figure cloaked in black. It was Glenn Sieghart. Even the overwhelming presence of the Dragon Lord, which could cow the mightiest beings, crumbled before Glenn as if it were brittle kindling. Glenn Sieghart. The Dragon Lord shrieked, his voice trembling with rage. You dare interfere again. His roar was laced with both fury and desperation as he ground his teeth. You've worked hard. Ignoring the Dragon Lord, Glenn turned his gaze toward Rayon. He smiled softly at his grandson, whose body was trembling, his forehead marked by a dark horn. Lord Sieghart. Rayon's lips quivered as he collapsed to the ground. Seeing Glenn, the tension in his body finally unraveled, and he could no longer hold himself upright. What are you doing? That boy wields the Demon King's power. That's... Without even sparing a glance at the Dragon Lord, Glenn dismissed him with a wave of his hand. What of it? If you don't kill him now, the Demon King will descend upon this world. Silence. I'll handle it. Glenn waved his hand again, commanding the Dragon Lord to be silent. Attack, kill him now. At the Dragon Lord's command, the two worms unleashed their breath and magic once more. I told you to be silent. As Glenn raised Heavenly Blade, the sky split open. One of the ancient worms was decapitated mid-attack, while the Dragon Lord spewed blood and plummeted from the sky. Don't block the skies of my kin, you wretched impostors. Rayon swallowed hard as he stared at the ancient dragon whose head had been severed, and the Dragon Lord falling from the sky, blood spraying in a crimson arc. Has he grown even stronger? With a single, seemingly effortless strike, Glenn had slain two ancient dragons and dealt a mortal blow to the Dragon Lord. It was a feat that no ordinary human could achieve. It wasn't effortless. Wrath shook his head as he watched Glenn intently. That old man is serious this time. Wrath grimaced, noting the rage emanating from Glenn's aura. He must have seen everything on his way here. Rayon turned toward the Aryan family's side, only for his body to give out. He collapsed onto the ground. Rayon, Glenn, poised to deliver another strike to the Dragon Lord, halted mid-swing. He turned around and rushed to Rayon instead. Lord Sieghart. What I'm about to say is the truth, every word of it, Rayon gasped, grabbing Glenn's hand to prevent him from interrupting. Don't speak your condition. I must say this. Shaking his head resolutely, Rayon forced himself to continue. If he didn't speak now, Glenn might mistake Edgar and Je for enemies and kill them. He had to explain everything before Wrath's descent spiraled out of control. The man in the Death Knight's armor is my father, Edgar, who was thought to be dead. And the woman in the Black Orc's helmet is my sister, Je. Rayon's tongue felt heavy, but he pushed the words out, revealing their true identities. What? Glenn's eyes widened as he turned to look at Edgar and Je. His lips quivered as he realized the truth his son-in-law and granddaughter were alive. And Rictor is my biological grandfather. He became the Holy Sword Alliance leader to protect my mother and me. Cough. Rayon coughed up blood, his gaze darting toward Rictor, whose faint breathing was barely discernible. Please save Rictor and my mother. Rayon knew this was likely beyond Glenn's abilities, but Glenn was his last hope. He pleaded, desperation etched into his voice, and soon another being will enter my body. Rayon struggled to suppress the furious pounding of his heart, his words faltering. It's the Demon King, isn't it? Glenn's gaze narrowed as he observed the black horn protruding from Rayon's forehead. Yes, but he's also my first friend. Glenn let out a low hum, recalling how Rayon had once introduced Wrath as a unique friend after the war. Though he had considered the friendship peculiar, he had never imagined Wrath was the Demon King. He saved me countless times and he saved everyone today. Please don't kill him. Stop the rampage instead. What nonsense. I am the Demon King of the Abyss. I can't die. Worry about yourself, fool. Even as Wrath struggled to contain the building fury, beads of sweat forming on his spectral body, he protested Rayon's concern. Grandfather, I beg you. With those final words, Rayon bowed his head. As the last feather of the Ring of Fire fell, his consciousness was swallowed by darkness. You've asked the wrong person for help. Wrath gritted his teeth, gripping the Frostflower bracelet tightly to stave off the descent. I will not break. Kraa. Encased in a storm of frost, Rayon let out a demonic roar toward the heavens. The black horn on his forehead radiated a deeper malice, while the ends of his golden hair turned an eerie shade of blue. Glenn's hand trembled on his heavenly tremor as he watched Rayon radiate overwhelming demonic energy. So that's how he defeated the Fallen One. The moment Glenn had arrived, the Fallen One's presence had vanished. It was clear that Rayon, together with Wrath, had managed to overcome him. Yet the energy still emanating from Rayon was anything but ordinary. It exceeded even a typical Demon King. A difficult request indeed. If Wrath fully descended and went on a rampage, subduing him without killing him seemed nearly impossible, even for Glenn. but hearing Rayon call him grandfather had strengthened his resolve. Whatever it took, he would honor his grandson's wish. As Glenn raised heavenly tremor, pondering how to subdue wrath, he noticed something strange. Despite the torrent of demonic energy, Rayon's body felt empty, devoid of a soul. What is this? Upon closer inspection, Glenn's keen senses detected something massive writhing near Rayon's wrist. Could it be? Wrath wasn't fully descending, was holding himself back, shielding Rayon from within. Just as Rayon had considered Wrath a friend, it seemed Wrath shared the sentiment, preventing the rampage for Rayon's sake. Then there's a way. If Wrath were fully merged with Rayon, separating them would be nearly impossible. But since Wrath was resisting from the outside, it was doable. Hold on just a bit longer. Lowering heavenly tremor, Glenn closed his eyes. Cheek. With his mind's eye, Glenn located Wrath's essence, a vast, blue cloud swirling into Rayon's upper dantian. Though small in appearance, its spiritual magnitude exceeded Glenn's own. I won't let anyone die today. Though he could destroy Wrath now, Rayon's plea to save his friend weighed heavily on him. He wouldn't ignore his grandson's wish. Womb. Glenn drew a mental blade, its form reflecting his past regrets and an unyielding resolve to prevent history from repeating itself. With unmatched precision, the blade gentle yet razor-sharp sliced through Wrath's connection to Rayon, cleaving apart the chains of fury that bound them both. Shrak. As the sharp sound of the severed threads of rage echoed, Rayon collapsed to his knees like a puppet whose strings had been cut, the frost that had enveloped him dissipating into thin air. Hoo. The blue figure of Wrath, the Demon King, detached from Rayon's body and fell lightly onto his head before disappearing entirely. Ha. Glenn wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exhaled deeply. The mental strain of saving his grandson felt more exhausting than facing multiple 5 demons. Glenn offered a faint smile toward the blue figure of Wrath before it vanished. Wrath puffed himself up indignantly as if to retort, but disappeared entirely as the last vestiges of rage within Rayon dissipated. I greet my father-in-law. Edgar immediately bowed upon recognizing Glenn. So you're Edgar. Glenn gazed down at Edgar in silence, his fingers trembling faintly. Meeting his son-in-law for the first time on a battlefield like this only deepened his guilt for past mistakes. I apologize for my belated greeting. I would beg for forgiveness, but there's no time for that now. Edgar bit his lip and gestured towards Sylvia and Rector. Inspecting their condition, Glenn clenched his jaw. He had been too focused on Rayon to notice before, but Sylvia and Rector were both on the brink of death. It wouldn't be surprising if they passed at any moment. Glenn infused their bodies with his aura, but the injuries were far too severe. Both their internal and external wounds were riddled with malice, rendering his efforts ineffective. Frederick. Glenn thought of the ragged saint. Sylvia and Rector's complex wounds might still be within his ability to heal, though it might already be too late. Carrying them was the only option. If we leave now, it might be too late, Edgar said, shaking his head while holding Sylvia's hand. What should we do? Leave them here to die? Glenn growled, glaring down at Edgar. I can save them, Edgar said, his faint smile steadying his resolve. What? I possess the abilities of a Death Knight, bestow death upon the living and to absorb their vitality. Conversely, I can transfer my vitality to others. Edgar's gaze shifted between Sylvia and Rector as he spoke, nodding heavily. They have less than a minute left. Please lay them down. Glenn bit his lip as he saw the determination in Edgar's eyes. Finally, he relented, lowering Sylvia and Rector to the ground. Placing his hands over their chests, Edgar began muttering the incantations of a Death Knight. The inhuman language resonated across the battlefield as faint red color returned to Sylvia and Rector's pale faces. At the same time, blackened veins spread across Edgar's own pale face. Wait, are you? Glenn's eyes widened in realization. I already died once. Calling myself human is no longer accurate, Edgar said, glancing at Rayon, who lay unconscious nearby. Seeing my son at the end, saving my daughter, that is enough. He nodded as though satisfied. You'll endure unimaginable agony. Your soul will be torn apart. Glenn's voice softened, his eyes filled with concern. My life has always been pain, but here, with my wife, my son, and my daughter, I feel nothing but happiness. Edgar brushed Sylvia's cheek with trembling fingers, a gentle smile on his face. If you were in my place, you'd make the same choice, wouldn't you? Glenn opened his mouth to respond but couldn't find the words. Edgar's decision to sacrifice himself for his family stirred his own regrets. If only he had accepted Sylvia back then, none of this tragedy would have happened. Grinding his teeth, Glenn reached over and placed a hand on Rayon's forehead. Are you waking him? He should see his father's last moments. Then wait, Edgar retrieved the Death Knight's helmet and placed it back on his head, chuckling awkwardly. It's embarrassing otherwise. Gasp! Rayon woke with a sharp, pained breath. His head throbbed as though he had been forcibly awakened. What happened? Unsure how much time had passed or what had transpired, he instinctively looked up to find Glenn standing before him. Gee, grandfather, what's the situation? It's over. How do you feel? Glenn nodded briefly, prioritizing Rayon's well-being. Oh, I think I'm okay. The overwhelming rage that had dominated his mind was completely gone. Whatever had happened, Wrath's descent had stopped before it fully manifested. And your friend, yes, he seems to be fine too. Though Wrath's form was nowhere to be seen, Rayon could still sense his energy emanating faintly from the snowflower bracelet. It seemed Wrath had collapsed from exhaustion. Glenn sighed and gestured to the side. Turning his head, Rayon saw Edgar with his hands placed over Sylvia and Rictor's chests. Using Heavenly Drive as a crutch, Rayon staggered toward Edgar. Are my mother and Rictor going to be okay? Rayon clenched Heavenly Drive as he observed Edgar's diminishing vitality. Though his aura circuits were drained and his upper dantian heavily taxed, he could sense the steady rhythm of Sylvia's and Rictor's breathing stabilizing. They'll be fine now. Edgar gave a soft, reassuring smile, nodding as if to quell Rayon's concerns. You know, healing too. Though he couldn't discern what Edgar had done without his aura, Rayon could tell the treatment was working. Your father isn't just a swordsman. I dabble in all sorts of things: medicine, construction, welding, farming, even animal husbandry. I can do it all, but my greatest skill is this mouth of mine. That's how I won over your mother, you know. Edgar chuckled, his voice light despite his condition. Though you still call her mom, huh? I get flustered and just say it without thinking. Rayon's cheeks flushed as he blinked awkwardly. That's a good thing. It means you're close, Edgar said with a warm laugh. And don't call Rictor Lord Rictor anymore. Call him grandfather. He'll love it. He playfully tapped Rictor's forehead, laughing. I know, but it feels hard to say it out loud. Rayon glanced away, admitting that it had taken him a long time to call Glenn grandfather as well. Understandable. How about starting with me? Try calling me Dad. Rayon hesitated, his lips trembling. He wanted to refuse, but Edgar's pleading gaze behind his helmet left him unable to deny the request. Father. Edgar staggered back dramatically, as though struck by an arrow, letting out a deep sigh of satisfaction. That's great, so that's what it feels like. Though I'd hoped to hear Dad first. What a shame. He sighed wistfully, muttering how he'd wanted to hear it when Rayon was a child. Want to try it now? Maybe later. It's a bit embarrassing. Well, I'll wait. Edgar patted Rayon's shoulder, chuckling softly. This will take a little while to finish. In the meantime, why don't you tell me about your life? Talking is the best way to get closer, after all. Rayon glanced back. Glenn, standing nearby, gave a slight nod as if encouraging him to go ahead. All right, briefly then. Rayon began recounting his life. I lived in the annex of the Zeekhart estate. When my mother returned to the family, she was relegated to a branch line, so I faced hostility whenever I visited the main house. I see. Edgar nodded, glancing at Glenn. He smiled faintly, recognizing Glenn's intent. Glenn gestured silently for Rayon to continue. 12. I joined the basic training program at the 5 battlefields. Those kids you saw fainting up their thigh are all my peers, the ones who held the wall like an impenetrable fortress. They were so different from when they stormed my division before. I didn't expect them all to become masters. Is it true that you trained them? On my second mission, we faced the Blood Fiend. If the division leader hadn't arrived, we would have all died. I saw how he protected you earlier, putting his life on the line to shoot. I was genuinely moved. Trust and follow him. Rayon shared more of his experiences, including his duel with Darius, his growth, and the trials he overcame. Edgar listened intently, reacting with dramatic enthusiasm at every turn. It was oddly fun, like reporting a mission to Glenn in the main hall. But as Rayon continued, he noticed something strange. Why does your vitality keep decreasing as mother and grandfather recover? With his aura slowly returning, Rayon could feel Edgar's life force draining rapidly. His voice, too, sounded weak and brittle, like a man nearing his end. It's part of the treatment. Don't worry about it, Edgar said, shaking his head as though it were nothing. But his tone was fragmented, each word trailing off. Can I take off your helmet? Rayon's trembling hands lifted the Death Knight's helmet. Beneath the helmet, Edgar's face was skeletal, his flesh clinging to his bones as though he had starved for months. Thick, rope-like veins of dark energy spread across his skin. The sight was terrifying. His body was no longer alive, it was a husk. Caught me, huh? Edgar gave a small clap, as if disappointed to have been discovered. What is this? It was the only way. He shook his head, his voice calm as though he had already accepted his fate. To save Sylvia and Rictor, I had to absorb the deathly miasma and share my life force. It was the only option. But you have to live too. Why endure hell just to throw your life away now? Rayon gritted his teeth, the buried anger within him reigniting. He knew what Edgar's life had been like, and the thought of his sacrifice filled him with rage. I met you. Edgar raised a skeletal hand to pat Rayon's head. His touch was so weak it felt like his hand would crumble at any moment. I fought alongside my son, saved my daughter, and brought my dying wife back to life. What more could I ask for? He smiled, his expression unblemished by regret. And even if it wasn't my intention, I've killed many people. This is my penance. Penance for what? Rayon shouted, his voice trembling with emotion. Having been controlled in his past life, he couldn't accept Edgar's words. Rayon, sit down. There's no time left. Edgar waved his hand gently, as though ready to embrace his own death. Rayon stared at his father's trembling hand as it fell limp, his head bowing in despair. I always wanted to teach my swordsmanship to you, Inja. I gave up because it seemed impossible, but when I saw you fighting with the demonic sword, I felt our fates were connected. Edgar gently stroked Rayon's head before pulling him into an embrace. It was an honor and a joy to share my final battle with my son. No, no, don't say that. Rayon's voice cracked, his hands gripping Edgar tightly. Take care of your mother, your sister, and your grandfather. Edgar spoke these words as though they were his last, holding Rayon close in silence. The endless chatter that had defined him was now gone. Father, you finally called me that, sincerely this time. Edgar smiled brightly, his expression one of fulfillment as he leaned forward. His withered body began to crumble, disintegrating into black ash that scattered into the air. Please, no. Rayon desperately channeled his barely recovered aura, trying to halt the collapse, but Edgar's body continued to dissolve. Glenn, who had been silently watching, suddenly moved to Rayon's left. His eyes narrowed, and he raised heavenly tremor, pointing it toward the darkness. Who's there? His gaze sharpened, carrying more tension than when he had faced the Dragon Lord. Me. A soft, almost clumsy voice replied. From the shadows emerged a child with white hair and alabaster skin, stepping forward hesitantly. I ran out of monies. Gluttony, Rayon gaped as he stared at the white-haired child with ruby-red eyes. That rabbit-like kid was none other than Gluttony, the Lord of Gluttony, whom he had encountered before. Why is she here? Gluttony, who had been busy searching for ice cream, suddenly appeared in this place, and Rayon had no idea why. Step back, that creature is dangerous. Glenn stepped in front of Gluttony, shielding himself and the others. Wrath, I ran out of sparkly stuff. Gluttony hung her head low like a child who had dropped her snack, lamenting the lack of gold coins. Sparkly stuff. Glenn frowned, not understanding why a being as powerful as Gluttony, who possessed greater energy than most transcendents, was behaving like a child. Rayon exhaled sharply as he looked at Gluttony. She must have run out of money to buy ice cream. When Rayon had last parted ways with Gluttony, he had given her a pile of gold coins, telling her to return once they were spent. It seemed that time had come. Of all times, wait, Just as Rayon prepared to ignore Gluttony and continue transmitting aura to the fallen Edgar, a realization struck him like lightning. If it's Gluttony, could she? Currently, Edgar was on the brink of death, having absorbed the deathly demonic energy from Sylvia and Rector's bodies while transferring his vitality to others. Rayon wondered if Gluttony's ability, Gluttony, could devour the demonic energy Edgar had absorbed. If you don't want to die, don't come any closer. Glenn radiated an icy killing intent, seemingly prepared to kill Gluttony if necessary. She's not an enemy. Rayon sent an aura message to Glenn, who was pressuring Gluttony. Please trust me and wait for now. Though Glenn's suspicion didn't entirely disappear, he backed off, trusting Rayon's judgment. Gluttony, come here. Rayon motioned for Gluttony with his finger, mimicking Wrath's tone and demeanor. Okay. Gluttony hopped toward him like a rabbit. Having been deceived by Rayon in the past, she still completely believed him to be Wrath. Can you save this man? Rayon pointed to Edgar, whose body was turning into black smoke as he lay unconscious. Gluttony glanced at Edgar and smacked her lips briefly. He's consumed death. It tastes bad. She shook her head, unable to understand why anyone would devour such a thing. So can you save him or not? It's difficult. Gluttony lowered her gaze sluggishly. I can eat the death energy, but his vitality is already gone. She admitted she couldn't revive someone who had already lost all their vitality. What if you use my vitality? Rayon raised a finger and pointed to himself. You're weak right now. Gluttony waved her hand dismissively, saying it would be too difficult. It's fine. This king won't die no matter what. Rayon shook his head calmly. The vitality cultivated through his ring of fire was at a transcendent level. Even if his body and mind were exhausted, he believed he could endure. What? Glenn's eyes widened in surprise as Rayon referred to himself as this king. Even so, it won't work. Gluttony shook her head, insisting his vitality wasn't enough. Is there really a way to save him? Glenn approached Gluttony from behind, his eyes sharp and cold. If you can provide vitality, there's a chance. Gluttony blinked as she admitted there was a possibility, though she wasn't certain. Then I'll add my vitality as well. Glenn stepped forward, declaring his intent to help. Family head. Rayon quickly shook his head, trying to stop Glenn. Don't worry about me. I just have something to discuss with the man who dared to take my daughter. Glenn lightly waved his hand, dismissing Rayon's concern. You're strong enough to endure, but since you're old, you might suffer a bit. Gluttony bluntly remarked about Glenn's age while nodding slightly. Then begin. Realizing he couldn't stop Glenn, Rayon instructed Gluttony to proceed. Okay. But I need money. Gluttony twisted her hands, hinting at her demand for payment. Fine. If you save him, I'll give you enough money to buy all the ice cream you want. Rayon nodded, promising her an even larger pile of gold than before. Okay. For the first time since arriving, Gluttony responded energetically. Ice cream, however, Gluttony wasn't the only one to react to the mention of ice cream. Wrath suddenly emerged from the snow flower bracelet, his eyes wide with surprise. Where is this ice cream? Who dares? Why is that parasite here? Cough. Wrath froze as he noticed Gluttony, his expression shifting dramatically. I'll start now. Gluttony stretched her arm out and placed her hand on Edgar's forehead. From her palm, a black mouth emerged, beginning to absorb the deathly energy that had been reducing Edgar to dust. Tastes bad. Gluttony frowned slightly, as if her taste buds had been ruined by her fondness for ice cream. However, Edgar's disintegrating body stabilized. The collapse of his physical form halted as Gluttony devoured the demonic energy. To think it could actually be removed. Glenn's eyes widened in astonishment at the display of Gluttony's power. Wait, did that skeleton human just devour the demonic energy that killed Sylvia and Rector? Wrath quickly grasped the situation, his expression darkening. Yes, he tried to bear it all himself. Rayon nodded gravely. That lunatic. Wrath exhaled sharply, staring at Edgar with a furrowed brow. Not just his body, but his very soul must have endured unimaginable pain. How did he withstand it? He couldn't comprehend Edgar's endurance. It seems he truly is your father. Yeah, Rayon clenched his teeth, holding onto Edgar's trembling hand that was growing weaker by the moment. To think that parasite could actually be useful. Life really is full of surprises. Wrath shook his head, watching Gluttony devour the deathly energy. It's a good thing I built a connection with her. It wasn't a connection, it was fraud. And you used this king for your fraud, Kagak. Wrath shouted in frustration, wondering why Gluttony still couldn't recognize the deception. Well, in the end, it worked out, didn't it? It didn't work out for this king. Kagak. Wrath coughed dryly, clearly exhausted. His face even seemed paler now. Most of the death energy is gone. Now inject vitality, Gluttony said, tilting her chin upward as if giving an order. Understood, Rayon let out a short breath, placing his hand over Edgar's chest. Let's begin. He exchanged a glance with Glenn and started channeling his vitality into Edgar's body. As soon as he began, a splitting headache and chills racked his body, but he bit his tongue and endured. Nothing comes easy. Vitality, unlike aura, was a natural energy everyone was born with. Once used, it took an incredibly long time to recover sometimes. It couldn't recover at all. Are you okay? Though Glenn was sweating himself, he cast a worried glance at Rayon. I can endure it. Rayon forced a smile, suppressing the unbearable pain when a clear resonance echoed from his waist. It was the Requiem sword. The blade vibrated violently, as if urging him to grab it. Why now? When Rayon reached out with his left hand and unsheathed the Requiem sword, a pure vitality of bluish hue emerged from its crimson blade. Could it be? Rayon instantly recognized the energy. The murderous and malicious energy from the gem he had obtained after defeating the Ghost King in Darris breeding grounds had been purified by the Requiem sword, transforming into vitality. Wuong. The Requiem sword hummed again, as if commanding him to use the purified vitality to save Edgar. Rayon pushed the vitality from the sword into Edgar's body. The energy was so pure that the black veins spreading across Edgar's face began to recede. I will help too. Kagak. Wrath, despite his severe coughing, placed his hand on Rayon's shoulder, offering his assistance. What? Why would you? Didn't this man save your mother? I must repay that debt. Kagak. Wrath, genuinely valuing Sylvia, nodded briefly before transferring his vitality as well. Wuong. Although Wrath was also exhausted, the sheer magnitude of his soul allowed Edgar's condition to improve significantly. His complexion returned to a healthier tone. Kagak, stop it. I am a demon king. I always repay my debts. Wrath only focused on what he had received, ignoring the help he was giving. Despite being miserly when it came to eating, his generosity of spirit was unparalleled. Is there more power? Gluttony tilted her head, seemingly sensing Wrath's vitality. This king has always been strong. Rayon adopted a line Wrath might say as he continued pouring out his vitality. That is an excellent line. Wrath nodded approvingly, clearly pleased. Wuong. At that moment, as Rayon, Glenn, Wrath, and the Requiem sword united their will, the deathly grasp enveloping Edgar dissolved completely, replaced by a colorless light spreading outward. It's done. Gluttony clapped her hands lightly, gazing at Edgar's now white-toned body. You can stop now. He'll be able to survive on his own from here. She seemed amazed at her own work, her eyes wide in disbelief. Rayon trembled, his hand still resting on Edgar's chest. He's really alive, truly alive. Edgar, whose breath had completely ceased, was now breathing again. Though his breathing was still faint, it was his own. Rayon's legs gave out and he collapsed to the ground. Mother, he survived. Rayon bit his lip as he looked at Sylvia. The joy of not having to deliver another sorrow to her nearly brought him to tears, but he held it back, still maintaining his act as Wrath. Amazing. Even Glenn let out a breath of astonishment, clearly not having expected Edgar to truly survive. I thought demon kings descended to this continent to slaughter humans, yet here you are saving one. Glenn looked at Gluttony with calm eyes, as if reevaluating his preconceptions. What's the point of slaughtering humans? Gluttony shook her head, saying humans weren't even tasty. And you're amazing too. It's been a while since I've seen a human as strong as you. She narrowed her eyes at Glenn, her pupils glimmering. You reminded me of Wrath and pride. Glenn has so much pride he won't call Rayon as his grandson publicly. What nonsense. This king is obviously stronger, probably. Wrath, unable to confidently declare victory, added an uncertain note to his statement. Seeing him joke like this finally put Rayon at ease. Well then, Gluttony approached Rayon with expectant eyes, stretching out her small hand. Give me sparkly stuff. Ah, right. Rayon smiled faintly and opened his dimensional pocket, taking out an even larger pile of gold coins than before and placing it in front of Gluttony. Heh, Gluttony laughed brightly, hugging the pile of gold coins. Wait a second. Watching her tightly embrace the gold coins, Rayon's jaw dropped. She's a demon king. The thought struck him like lightning. A demon king had traveled to the ends of the continent because she ran out of money, saved Edgar upon request, and now laughed like a child at the sight of gold coins. Every part of it was absurd. Kagak, Wrath's fist trembled violently. It's a disgrace to demon kings to think you've been trained by a mere human. He shook his head furiously, feeling utterly humiliated. You're probably not the only one. Rayon smirked as he approached Gluttony, who was happily munching on a gold coin. Gluttony, you haven't killed anyone, have you? If I kill people, I can't eat ice cream. They release a new flavor every month, so I can't go around killing anyone. Gluttony shook her head, adding that there were plenty of other delicious things to eat. Good, you know your priorities. Just as Wrath had said, it seemed Rayon's training had been effective. Monthly new flavors. This king never got to enjoy that. Wrath lunged at Gluttony, grabbing her by the collar. Kagak, bring them to this king immediately. Kagak. Of course, Rayon chuckled as he watched Wrath coughing and yelling in frustration. There are two of them. Though Wrath would never admit it, Rayon realized he had tamed not one but two demon kings. When you run out of money, come find me again. Rayon encouraged Gluttony to return, renewing his insurance with her. Okay. With that, Gluttony turned her back without hesitation and disappeared. No matter how much I think about it, I can't understand it, Glenn said, letting out a long sigh. Why would a being like her be so obsessed with gold coins? There's a long story behind it. I'll explain later, but more importantly, Rayon bit his lip as he looked at Glenn. I'm sorry. Because of me, you might end up being branded as a public enemy of the continent. It's not because of you. This is the path I chose. Glenn smiled faintly and placed a reassuring hand on Rayon's shoulder. What's the point of being the head of a family if you can't protect your own? His greatest regret in life wasn't failing to conquer the continent, but falling into darkness and destroying his own family. Even if the entire continent were the dragons or demons became Sieghart's enemies, Glenn was determined to protect Rayon and everyone else. Rayon clutched his chest and bowed his head. Hearing Glenn's words warmed his heart, as if his feelings had been truly understood. The old man is finally saying something worth hearing. Wrath nodded in approval, agreeing that a family head should always protect their family. It's such a relief that everyone survived. Rayon clasped his hands together, looking at Sylvia, Rector, and Edgar one by one. The thought of having his family, who had been apart for so long, finally reunited brought a smile to his face. It's not over yet. Merlin slowly rose, shaking her head. You. Glenn narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. Oh, granddaughter-in-law greets her dear grandfather-in-law. Merlin lifted the blood-soaked hem of her skirt and gave a bright smile. Gee, grandfather. Glenn froze, completely taken aback by the unexpected word. Rayon, there's still someone left, Merlin said, pointing to Ja, who was lying unconscious. Rayon bit his lip as he looked at Ja. I'm not sure about her. Unlike Edgar, Ja wasn't human. She had shown herself to be a true monster king. Rayon couldn't be certain if her soul was still intact. I don't know if her soul is still alive. Then we just have to check, Merlin said confidently, pointing her thumb at herself. I can do it. No, we can do it together. Is that even possible? Rayon's eyes widened as he looked at Merlin. It's been years since she put on that helmet, hasn't it? Unlike himself or Run-On, she had likely donned the Orc King's helmet a long time ago. Rayon couldn't fathom how Merlin planned to confirm whether Ja's soul still existed, especially since Ja, unlike Edgar, had only shown her monstrous side, making it even harder to understand. I once helped the Fallen One craft helmets and masks. I know the arrays of magic and sorcery involved, so I can connect to her, Merlin said with a confident smile, as though it were a simple task. Isn't she basically a stalker? She's definitely skilled at spying. Kagak. Wrath nodded, begrudgingly acknowledging Merlin's talent for such things. If she says she can do it, then she probably can. Kagak. Even as he coughed incessantly, Wrath admitted his trust in her abilities. That's true. Merlin had never failed to accomplish something she claimed she could do, no matter how peculiar or outright Bizaresh was. But what about you? Rayon's narrowed gaze shifted to Wrath. Watching him cough again after looking fine earlier made Rayon feel guilty. What do you think this king is? A demon king doesn't need a human's concern, Kagak. Wrath waved his hand dismissively, only to cough again. Forget about me and focus on the task at hand. All right. Rayon nodded briefly, shifting his attention back to Merlin. As much as he was worried about Wrath, helping Ja had to come first. So how does it work? It's simple. Merlin clasped her hands together and a magic circle of mixed light and darkness appeared at her feet. Place the target on this magic circle and establish contact. Shall I activate it now? She smiled confidently, as though ready to proceed at any moment. Wait. Glenn stepped in front of her, shaking his head. Even if that's possible, now is not the time. As he subtly twisted his sword, blood spattered from thin air and a bisected eyeball dropped to the ground. Someone has been watching us. Rayon furrowed his brow, staring at the disintegrating white ash of the severed eye. Who could it be? It was undoubtedly one of the 5 demons, but Rayon didn't recognize the spell or sorcery used. If it becomes known that I'm not in Sieghart, the family might come under attack. The first priority is to return with the wounded as quickly as possible. Glenn wiped the blood from his sword and emphasized the need to return and secure Sieghart before finishing anything else. That makes sense, Rayon agreed, nodding at Glenn. If word gets out that the family head is away, they'll launch an attack immediately. Just like when Glenn fought the Supreme King of Death, there was a risk that the 5 demons or another faction could launch an assault on Sieghart itself. With the Dragon Lord and another unknown figure already aware of their absence, returning quickly was imperative. If grandfather-in-law says so, we should listen. Merlin smiled brightly and nodded. Why do you keep calling me grandfather? Glenn backed away, clearly flustered by her boldness. Because you are my grandfather-in-law. Merlin stepped forward as Glenn retreated, giving him a playful wink. It's nonsense, don't mind her. Rayon brushed Merlin aside and entered the Aryan family's residence. Thankfully, no one has died. Family head, you should return first. I'll move with the people from the Aryan family. With Sieghart potentially under threat, it was better for Glenn to return quickly while Rayon stayed behind to transport the wounded. But no need for that. Before Glenn could object, Merlin interrupted with a wave of her hand. I've already set up teleportation coordinates near Sieghart. With a snap of her fingers, a glowing blue portal opened in the air. Through the portal, they could see a snow-covered mountain near Sieghart. When did you? Rayon turned to Merlin, his jaw trembling in disbelief. He had only ever seen her in animal disguises and never imagined she had prepared something like this. Sieghart's defenses are tight, so I had to dig it carefully, bit by bit, Merlin said with a laugh, looking proud of her handiwork. Glenn stared blankly at Merlin, unsure whether to praise her or demand the immediate removal of the portal. She's a real stalker. Wrath shouted before retreating into the bracelet, clearly spooked. Sigh. Rayon sighed deeply and shook his head. Let's just move first and figure it out later. A church bathed in holy light and faith. Arg, a robust middle-aged man screamed, clutching his right eye. His eyeball, split in two, oozed out of its socket. Was the same eye Glenn had severed earlier. So you failed. Darius Robert smirked and gestured toward Bardiel, who approached the middle-aged man. Please spare me. Stay still. Bardiel grabbed the man's head with a cold glare. Crack. As blue light flashed from his palm, the man's body convulsed as if electrocuted, white smoke streaming from his eye. With a groan, he vomited black blood and collapsed dead. Who spotted us? Darius tilted his chin, urging Bardiel to explain. Glenn Sieghart, Bardiel replied, massaging his temple. Glenn, start from the beginning. Darius, intrigued, stood and approached Bardiel. Go ahead, he said. Yes. First, the Green King, the dual-headed ogre, and the soul-severing sword. Bardiel recounted the events as if he had been on the battlefield himself, detailing everything to Darius. I see, so that's what happened. Darius chuckled gleefully before sitting back down. To lose the dual-headed ogre, the soul-severing sword, and even the Green King, even if the fallen one isn't dead, Eden's losses must be astronomical. Kubara, standing behind him, narrowed his eyes and nodded at the dire situation. All 3 were grandmasters. The damage is immeasurable, though I doubt the heavenly demon cares about that. Darius smiled knowingly, as though he understood the heavenly demon's indifference. But his gaze shifted to the crucifix hanging on the wall as he clicked his tongue. The fallen one's words bother me. What did he mean by the final piece? Judging by his reaction, it seems he realized that Rayon Sieghart possesses the power of a demon king, Bardiel said, lowering his head slightly. That's possible. The fallen one himself wields demonic energy. However, Darius trailed off, his tone suggesting he wasn't entirely certain. In any case, the plan failed. Instead of growing stronger, we've suffered significant losses. Kubara sighed, lamenting the apparent collapse of their plans to bolster the 5 demons. Of course, Eden is in ruins, but we've gained something significant. Darius shook his head slowly, addressing Kubara. Glenn Sieghart won't be able to act for a while. He clicked his tongue as he gazed at the sunlight streaming over the crucifix. What do you mean Glenn won't be able to act? Kubara tilted his head, confused. Vitality has its limits, no matter how strong someone becomes. For someone like Glenn, who can't defy age, exhausting vitality will take a significant toll. He won't be able to leave Sieghart for some time. Darius chuckled, clearly delighted by the situation. It's your turn now, Beorn. At his call, a red-haired young man stepped out of the shadows of the church. What do you think? Have you absorbed enough of Rayon's power? Indeed, his talent and aura are extraordinary, Beorn replied with a satisfied nod. Just before transcending, is it? Remarkable, truly remarkable, Darius said, patting Beorn's shoulder in approval. Are you ready? Yes. Beorn met Darius's gaze with unwavering determination. Good. Darius placed his hand on Beorn's head and his form began to change. Wuong. As Darius released the restrictions on Beorn, a dark smile spread across his face. It's time for you to shatter Sieghart's prestige. As soon as Rayon returned to Sieghart, he took the wounded to the ragged Saint, Frederick. Saint, please help us. Rayon bowed his head and laid down the injured Joe wearing the orc helmet, Edgar clad in Death Knight armor, Rector as the Holy Sword Alliance leader, and finally Sylvia and Rimmer. I'll be counting on you as well. Glenn requested Frederick's assistance before departing for the family head's chambers. What is all this? Frederick gasped as he took in the sight of the wounded. When he spotted Merlin, his expression grew even more bewildered. Are these hostages? No, let me explain briefly. Rayon quickly shook his head and recounted the events that had transpired. To think Eden's wickedness could reach such heights. Frederick trembled with rage, barely holding back his tears as he let out a long sigh and began examining the wounded. As you said, Rector, Sylvia, and Edgar seem to have truly returned from the brink of death. Their vitality is still unstable. Then is there a problem? No, they just need time to adjust to the borrowed vitality. It'll take a while for them to wake up, but once their internal and external injuries heal, they'll be fine. Frederick shook his head, assuring Rayon that the three were no longer in danger. Phew. Rayon let out a deep sigh of relief, holding his head. If anything had gone wrong with his reunited family, it would have been devastating. Knowing they were safe finally set his heart at ease. Rimmer will wake up soon as well. He overexerted himself building the barrier, putting it above his own safety. I can't believe he made such a mistake. Frederick clicked his tongue, puzzled by the seasoned Rimmer's unusual misstep. It wasn't a mistake. Rayon bit his lip. Rimmer hadn't made a mistake, had become a shield to protect Rayon. Knowing his intentions made Rayon's chest ache even more. He was faster than me. It's annoying. Merlin growled at Rimmer like a displeased puppy, clearly upset that he had acted to protect Rayon before she could. I see. Rimmer, who was always joking and teasing, had risked his life to protect Rayon. He had even recently asked Rayon if he wanted to take on the responsibilities of a family head, a sign that he truly meant what he said. When he wakes up, maybe I'll give him money to gamble to his heart's content. Me too. Wrath suddenly sprang up, waving his hand enthusiastically. I want money too. There are mountains of things I want to eat. Kagak. Wrath shook his head, clearly unwilling to let gluttony have all the fun. All right. Rayon chuckled softly and nodded. What? Wrath's eyes widened in disbelief. What's gotten into you? Is the sun going to rise in the west tomorrow? You've done a lot for me. Rayon smirked and waved his hand dismissively. Among everyone who had helped him this time, Wrath's contributions were the greatest. For now, Rayon decided he would grant Wrath anything he asked for. Kaya Kagak. Huang. Wrath coughed but raised his arms triumphantly, clearly delighted. And lastly, your sister. Frederick furrowed his brow as he examined Ja, who lay unconscious before him. How should I put it? Her breathing doesn't feel human. He clicked his tongue, noting that she was breathing like an orc. She's definitely been consumed by the helmet, but there's something unusual. I'll need to take a closer look. Man, it seems she's already awake. Before Frederick could finish, crimson light burst from within the black orc helmet Ja wore. Grrrrrrr. Ja lashed out, slashing at Frederick's neck with her sharp claws. Bang, Rayon kicked the patient bed, diverting Ja's attention away from Frederick. Crunch, Ja crushed the bed like a cookie, but Rayon moved swiftly, striking with a frost-imbued fist. Erg. As his punch landed on her solar plexus, Ja clutched her chest and crumpled to the floor. Thud. Not missing the chance, Rayon struck the back of her neck, knocking her unconscious once again. Ja grit her teeth, resisting the urge to lose consciousness, but ultimately fell where she stood. Phew. Frederick leaned against the wall, exhaling heavily. I'll take care of my sister. Rayon shook his head and hoisted Ja over his shoulder. Though exhausted, he knew he had to address her situation immediately. All right, I'll look after the others here. Oh, but there's more. Rayon opened the door, revealing a long line of injured individuals members of the Light Wind Division and the Aryan family, all of whom had been hurt during the war. They waited outside Frederick's residence. As I mentioned, there was a war, so there are quite a few wounded. Rayon bowed deeply, entrusting the patients to Frederick. That damn Glenn, so that's why he disappeared so quietly. Frederick ground his teeth, recalling Glenn vanishing without a word. If this is how it's going to be, he should at least pay me for this. Despite his grumbling, Frederick beckoned the first patient inside, his actions matching his title as a saint. Rayon quietly checked on his family members, who were resting peacefully, before leaving Frederick's residence. Carrying Ja, Rayon entered the audience chamber where Glenn waited. Glenn opened a door to a secluded room on the right, leading down a staircase into the underground. Yes, Rayon nodded and followed Glenn. Unlike the grand atmosphere of the audience chamber, the staircase was low and well lit, making it accessible even for children. After descending to a depth of about 2 floors, they arrived at a softly pastel-toned room. The space was modest and unadorned, with a small bookshelf, comfortable-looking chairs, a table, and unfinished paintings scattered around. This was your grandmother's space when I was busy with work. Glenn ran his hand over the spotless bookshelf and chair, his expression unreadable. It's the most secure place in Sieghart. You should proceed here. He gestured for Rayon to use this room to access his mind. Ah, Rayon swallowed dryly as he looked around. He realized he'd never heard anything about his grandmother before. From the looks of the space, she must have been a humble person. Oh, grandmother. Merlin bit her lip, her voice thick with emotion. You're a little. Glenn frowned, clearly unsure how to handle Merlin's reaction. It seemed she was becoming harder to deal with by the minute. Merlin, let's just get started. Before Glenn could grow irritated, Rayon laid you down on the floor and gestured for Merlin to begin. Don't worry. Everything's ready. Merlin spread her hands, and a magic circle of interwoven light and darkness unfurled above the unconscious Sha. Wuong, a pillar of blue light shot out from the black orc helmet Sha wore. All you need to do is place your hands on this pillar of light. Merlin smiled, extending her hand toward the light and urging Rayon to join her. Please take care of it. Are you sure you're okay? You're not in the best condition right now. Glenn furrowed his brow, concerned for Rayon's well-being. I've done this before, so I know what I'm doing. If anything goes wrong, I'll pull back immediately. Rayon shook his head, reassuring Glenn that he had already made up his mind. All right, just don't push yourself too hard. After staring at Rayon for a moment, Glenn finally nodded. Yes. Rayon bowed his head before turning back to Merlin. When I count to 3, place your hands on the helmet. 1, 2, 3. As Merlin reached 3, she and Rayon extended their hands toward the blue light. Whoosh. In an instant, the world transformed. It wasn't a lush green forest. Instead, it was a forest blackened and dying. The trees were charred as if swept by a fiery calamity, and the undergrowth had turned to ash, leaving not even a single stem behind. The ground, instead of being adorned with leaves, was covered with thousand snow, tens of thousands soft monster corpses. This was no forest, but a graveyard. At the eerie heart of this land stood the king of the black orcs, alone. Like the orc helmet she had worn, 2 horns protruded from his forehead. His crimson eyes, as large as a human fist, gleamed as if they had been soaked in blood. His blackened body, resembling ink-stained steel, was even more imposing than an ogre's and appeared harder than iron. Finally, the massive stone sword he held in his hand looked powerful enough to bring down a fortress wall in a single strike. So that's the king's soul, Rayon thought, his gaze narrowing as he stared at the Green King, the ruler of this mental world. I expected him to be strong enough to transcend his kind, but this strong. At most, Rayon had expected him to be around the mid-level of a grand master, but now that he stood before him, the Green King exuded an aura so intense it could rival his own, a presence so overwhelming it made his skin crawl. Truly a creature befitting the title of Orc Lord and Green King, whom as Rayon scrutinized the Green King, his eyes shifted. Another soul's presence. Moments ago, somewhere in this world, he had sensed the presence of a soul that wasn't the Green King's. It was undoubtedly his sister, Jia. She's alive. But where is she? I can feel her presence, but I can't see her. Although he could sense the faint stirring of her soul somewhere in this mental world, her exact location eluded him. All he could see was the corpses, the scorched forest, and the Green King. In the end, I'll have to fight, won't I? Rayon sighed and stepped toward the Green King. The Green King, seemingly aware of his presence, slowly turned his blood-red eyes toward him. You. Just as Rayon placed his hand on his sword hilt, ready to draw the heavenly drive at any moment, the Green King's mouth opened. You're the human who blocked me outside. The Green King lowered his gaze and spoke in the continent's common language. Though the words and pronunciation were archaic, they weren't difficult to understand. You can speak. Lowering his hand from the heavenly drive, Rayon met the Green King's eyes. Now that I think about it, those eyes are clear. Unlike the savage gleam he'd seen within the helmet in reality, the Green King's gaze now held a calm and intellectual clarity. It was more like looking at a wise sage who had accumulated wisdom and experience than at an orc. I've been learning human language. After fighting so many battles, I picked it up naturally. Though his pronunciation was slightly off, the Green King nodded, assuring Rayon that understanding him wouldn't be an issue. How much time has passed since my death? He let out a low sigh as he looked around the ash-covered forest. Sorry, but I don't know. Rayon sighed and shook his head. Until recently, I didn't even know you existed. Is that so? The Green King muttered as if he had expected that answer, lowering his hand. Judging by your speech and fragmented scenes I've seen, it must have been at least several centuries. His gaze, filled with futility and anger, swept over the forest reduced to ashes, but human greed remains unchanged. No, it's grown even fiercer. The Green King's lips curled into a mocking smile as he looked at Rayon, seemingly ridiculing humanity through him. They went as far as to resurrect me just to use me. Were you killed while fighting humans? Rayon frowned, his gaze shifting to the pile of corpses behind the Green King. As he had suspected when he first saw the forest, the monsters and the Green King had all died at the hands of humans. Yes, war, a war we didn't want. The Green King nodded heavily, as though reliving the memories of his past life. Because of human greed, we lost our forest, our kindverthing. To survive, we had no choice but to go to war. His lips bled as he bit them, staring at the charred remains of his people. But the humans framed us, claiming we had attacked their villages first. Then they rallied armies from across the continent. In the end, my kin and I were swallowed by flames along with this forest. The Green King gently closed the eyes of a small orc corpse, trembling as he exhaled deeply. So you joined forces with Eden for revenge. Rayon swallowed hard as he stared at the Green King. If his story was true, it seemed he had been resurrected purely for vengeance against humanity. I didn't choose this, but the Green King firmly shook his head. What? Without your consent, you couldn't have been resurrected. To Rayon's knowledge, creating a monster's helmet or mask required direct contact with the soul and its consent. It was hard to believe he could have been resurrected without agreeing to it. Someone did approach me, but I was already weary and refused. Yet. The Green King frowned, as though even he couldn't comprehend what had happened. When I opened my eyes, I found myself in this body. Unable to control his soul, he was now trapped within it. Ah, Rayon clapped his hands softly. So that's why. Since the Green King's soul hadn't submitted to Eden, the external version of him had acted like a beast and fallen under the dual-headed ogre's control. The fallen one, how far are you planning to go? Destroying the souls of the living and toying with the souls of pitifully deceased monsters could only describe it as demonic, on par with Darius. He regretted not hitting him harder. Still, in this state, I might be able to communicate. The Green King didn't seem to harbor hostility, though he wasn't friendly either. He was clearly cautious, but Rayon felt he might be able to learn something about you from him. I have a question. Rayon took a step closer to the Green King, raising a finger. Where is the soul that originally inhabited this body? I cannot say. Unlike before, the Green King's gaze turned sharp and wary as he shook his head. Why not? The Green King kept his mouth firmly shut, refusing to answer. You won't talk. Rayon narrowed his eyes, resting his hand on the hilt of the heavenly drive. Then I'll have to get rough. Even so, I cannot say. The Green King, eyes filled with resolve, pulled the massive stone sword from the ground. Just the sight of him readying the weapon made the space tremble with an oppressive intensity. That's your choice, so bear the consequences. Rayon surged toward the Green King, drawing the heavenly drive. With the swift technique of unsheathing, the blade infused with Glacier's frost shot straight for the Green King's heart. Whoosh! The Green King twisted his stone sword upward, blocking the swift trajectory of the heavenly drive. Clang! The frost imbued in the heavenly drive clashed head-on with the condensed energy of the stone sword, releasing bursts of brilliant blue sparks. Heavy. Rayon gritted his teeth as he pushed against the crushing weight of the Green King's stone sword. His mental strength is incredible. In this mental world, victory wasn't determined by physical power but by mental fortitude. Feeling the Green King's overwhelming aura directly, Rayon realized it surpassed even the limits of a Grand Master's mental strength. But I'm no different. Confident that his mental fortitude was second to none, Rayon synchronized the Ring of Fire and deflected the Green King's stone sword. Green King widened his eyes, seemingly unable to believe that his strength had been overpowered. Not willing to be outdone, he summoned a more intense aura and swung his stone sword horizontally. Screech! Rayon responded with a diagonal slash of the heavenly drive, aiming to cut through the stone sword. The flame-covered blade pressed down on the stone sword and carved a streak across the Green King's chest. Whoosh! The Green King didn't seem to care about the injury and drove his stone sword down toward Rayon's head. Flare! Rayon raised a fiery shield along the blade of the heavenly drive, deploying the defensive form of the flame wall. Clang! As the flame wall collided with the stone sword, a curse escaped his lips. Damn it, the flame wall cracked deeply, and even the blade of the heavenly drive bent under the sheer weight of the blow. The Green King's mental strength was beyond what Rayon had anticipated. Humans may have killed me, but my soul never broke. The Green King pressed down with his stone sword, raising his chin. Do not underestimate me. I never did. Rayon channeled the principles of mid-heaven canon along the blade of the heavenly drive. The waves of condensed energy surged forth from the blade, targeting the Green King. Boom! The Green King drove his stone sword into the ground, a calculated move to shield his vital points without retreating. However, his exposed arms and legs couldn't escape the attack, and crimson blood gushed out, feeling like talking now. Rayon lowered the heavenly drive, staring at the bleeding Green King. Without a word, the Green King raised his stone sword again, showing no intention of yielding. Figured as much. Rayon nodded. A being with such immense mental strength wouldn't succumb to mere injuries. Sorry, but I'm in a hurry too. Rayon exhaled heavily. He didn't want to witness Sylvia's tears any longer and was determined to unite his family. Retreat wasn't an option for him either. Planting his left foot at a sharp angle, he brought down the heavenly drive with the principles of Beast King's sword. Boom! The crushing slash seemed strong enough to pulverize flesh and bone, yet the Green King held his ground, blocking the attack head-on without even groaning. Click! Rayon clicked his tongue and moved behind the Green King. Whoosh! As if expecting this, the Green King swung his massive sword in the direction Rayon approached, generating a pressure so immense it felt like his entire body was being crushed. He's been holding back his strength. Rayon lightly stepped forward, deploying flowing spatial steps to disperse the crushing pressure with the rising blue winds at his feet. Then he executed Frost Pond, aiming the silver and blue streaks of energy at the Green King's chest and waist. Crash! The Green King didn't dodge but slammed his sword into the ground, using the uprooted earth to block Frost Wave. Then he aimed the tip of his stone sword at his own head and lunged forward. Boom! Rayon retaliated with Flame Dragon Break. Flames shaped like a dragon roared along the blade, engulfing the king of black orcs. Whoosh! When the flames that could even scorch the mental world subsided, the Green King stood in the same spot, having endured the fiery onslaught without retreating. Could it be he's unable to move from that position? The sight of the Green King fighting from a fixed position seemed strangely peculiar. No, that's not what matters right now. Having entered this mental world without rest after the war, Rayon's mental strength was nearing its limit. If he couldn't bring the Green King down quickly, he would collapse first. Huff! Rayon steadied his breathing and firmly gripped the heavenly drive. I'll end this as quickly as possible. He raised the flame-infused heavenly drive toward the sky. Blaze! 1,000 petals bloomed atop the crimson tree, rooted in the blade, scattering fiery fragments like autumn leaves. The fragments turned into a storm of flames, engulfing the Green King. Gra! The Green King swung his stone sword wildly, trying to dispel the flames enveloping him. It seemed his memories from his past life made him despise being consumed by fire. Then I'll use that. Rayon advanced across the ash-covered ground, raising the tilted heavenly drive. 10,000 flames, cultivation, flawless sea of flames. The dwindling flames, suppressed by the Green King's stone sword, were reignited, surging into a massive wave of fire that seemed to reach the heavens. Boo! The Green King's aura shrank under the overwhelming might of flawless sea of flames. Ugh. Even the Green King, who had endured slashes and bursts of flesh without a groan, couldn't withstand the flames. His face contorted in agony, and a low cry escaped his lips. Where is the soul that inhabited this body? I cannot say. The Green King, as though even in death he wouldn't reveal it, stood his ground. Why? Rayon furrowed his brows when suddenly, a black void appeared in the air, and within it, a swirling blue cloud began to form. Wrath. It seemed Wrath had arrived late, just as when he followed after Rayon while wearing the helmet of the dragonoid Lokta. Rayon decided it was best to finish things quickly before Wrath could meddle. Crunch. Rayon clenched his jaw and gripped the heavenly drive with both hands. Whoosh! The Green King, resolute and refusing to die, raised his massive sword above his head and drew every last ounce of his remaining aura. Above him, the condensed energy blazed like a crimson sun. Gra! The Green King, pouring all his desperate will into the swing, brought the colossal sword crashing down. For a brief moment, the world seemed to darken under the immense wave of energy. Screech! Rather than retreat, Rayon stepped forward, raising the heavenly drive. Sword Field Creation Genesis Blade. In his fatigued state, a newfound mastery emerged, blooming from his spirit. The golden brilliance of his blade wiped out the crimson aura, illuminating the mental world with overwhelming radiance. Slash. The Green King's massive sword broke in half, and a large hole was torn through his chest. Yet even as black blood gushed from his chest and mouth, the Green King neither fell nor wavered, enduring in place. This is the last chance. Speak. The Green King, lifting his shattered sword, shook his head. Even in death, he seemed determined to stay silent. I'm running out of time. Rayon's vision blurred, and a sharp pain throbbed in his head. He had to resolve this here and now. Don't hold it against me. Rayon raised the heavenly drive, preparing to sever the Green King's neck, when pop! A sharp, resonant sound like a sealed lid being removed, echoed as something massive shot out from the void. You mustn't kill him. Kalok, Wrath, emerging from the open void, frowned as he looked down at Rayon. Within that orc's soul resides a human soul. What did you just say? Rayon glared at Wrath, who had dropped from the sky. Are you saying Zha's soul is inside this orc? I don't know if it's Zha or whoever, but there is definitely a human soul lodged within this orc's soul. Wrath nodded his thick chin firmly, emphasizing his certainty. If you kill this orc, the human soul will perish along with it. He furrowed his brows, warning Rayon not to harm the orc. Is this true? Rayon turned to the Green King, his brows knitted. The Green King remained silent, raising his broken stone sword. His crimson aura flared above his determined eyes, signaling his intent to fight to the end. Ha! Rayon's hand, gripping the heavenly drive, trembled as he ground his teeth. Knowing Wrath wouldn't lie, he realized he couldn't continue this fight. What are you thinking? Only to protect myself. The Green King shook his head, claiming that was all. You are. Rayon locked eyes with the Green King's noble gaze and faltered for a moment. Wait, is that even possible? Normally, when Eden's helmet is used, the monster's soul and the human host's soul merge, sparking a battle of wills. He himself had experienced this when he entered Lokta's mental world and absorbed his soul. But if Zha's soul still lingered within the Green King, it meant the merger was incomplete. He needed to investigate further. What's your name? Rayon lowered the heavenly drive to the ground and looked at the Green King. Merka. Unlike with questions about Zha, the Green King answered his name without hesitation. Merca, in the human tongue it means a tree with deep roots. I expected a king to scoff at the idea of having a name, but that's surprising. Rayon smirked lightly, shrugging his shoulders. The Green King, still wary, surrounded his broken stone sword with crimson energy. My name is Rayon Sieghart. I am the brother of the human whose body you now inhabit. Rayon revealed his identity, closing and opening his eyes calmly. Now can you tell me what happened? I refuse. Once again, Merca declined to answer, firmly gripping his broken stone sword. I do not trust humans. He snarled, baring his teeth as he looked at the charred orc corpses scattered around. Rayon exhaled deeply, observing Merca, whose anger only grew. This won't be easy. Merca had claimed he and his kin were deceived by humans, leading to their deaths, and that he had been trapped in this body against his will after his demise. It was no wonder he couldn't trust humans. Woo-um. Seeing Rayon's tense expression, Merca raised his aura again, assuming they would resume fighting. However, Rayon sheathed the heavenly drive and lowered his hands entirely. I've been through something similar, but I probably can't understand how you feel. While he had endured a hellish life under Darius in his past life, he'd learned the value of bonds after his reincarnation. Merca, on the other hand, had suffered even after death, tormented by Eden. Their pain wasn't comparable. Please, I didn't even know my sister was alive until recently. I don't want to cause my family any more pain. Rayon revealed his sincerity, bowing his head to Merca. Merca's hands trembled briefly, but his resolve didn't waver and he didn't lower his sword. Hey, orc, Wrath, looking down at Merca, twisted his lips. My vessel is speaking to you. Answer him. Kalok, Wrath, clearly frustrated, furrowed his brows. If you don't open your mouth right now, I'll turn you into an ice block. Enough, Rayon grabbed Wrath's arms and shook his head. How will you? As Rayon tried to restrain Wrath, his strength drained from his body and he slumped to the ground. No, it felt more like his soul was weakening. Are you okay? Wrath hurried behind him, supporting him like a chair. Wrath's cotton candy-like body was softer than any bed. You're not in a normal state. Kalok, your coughing, doesn't that make you abnormal too? Rayon lightly tapped Wrath's forehead. Don't joke around. If you push yourself any further, you'll either die or leave a permanent scar on your mental world. Wrath shook his head emphatically, urging Rayon to stop. Also, we still need to try the new ice cream flavor. Kalok, so that was your goal. Rayon chuckled faintly, letting out a deep breath. You're right, I've been feeling dizzy. Even while fighting, my vision was shaking. The fact that you couldn't sense the human soul inside that orc proves you weren't in a normal state. Kalok, Wrath nodded, stating that Rayon's condition had been abnormal since entering the mental world. Yeah. As Wrath had said, pushing through and fighting wasn't the right choice. Now he felt so faint that he could barely stay conscious. Merca, I'll return later. I hope you'll talk to me then. Rayon waved to Merca, whose steely gaze didn't soften, and closed his eyes. His soul and body completely drained, Rayon fell into a deep sleep without even reopening his eyes. Wrath set Rayon's fading form down and rose into the air. Whoosh! As a blue chill rippled like a lake, Wrath transformed from a giant cotton candy into the demon king of the frozen abyss, his frosty hair cascading like icy waterfalls. You are. Merca swallowed hard as he gazed at Wrath in his transformed state. You're not human. To think you still believed me to be human even after seeing my earlier blue cloud form, what a remarkably unbiased orc you are. Wrath curled his lips upward, seemingly amused by Merca's reaction. You've been deeply scarred by humans, haven't you? Your soul is brimming with malice and anger, yet you suppress it. That's impressive. Wrath could feel the rage emanating from Merca, enough to almost reach him. Yet Merca chose to suppress his fury instead of expressing a feat even human saints or sages could rarely achieve. I can trust no human. Grinding his teeth, Merca snarled, claiming it wasn't even worth showing his anger to humans. I don't know your past, but there's one thing I'm certain of, Wrath said, lifting a slender finger. The young human who disappeared earlier, I know exactly who he is. He acts strong but is fragile, appears cold but is warm inside. He is nothing like the humans who killed you, resurrected you, and mocked you. The Green King stayed silent but slowly lowered his stone sword. I'm not telling you to accept it now, but you'll understand it yourself if you experience it. Wrath tilted his head slightly, as if asking Merca to observe for himself. Ah, what a shame. That cursed brat has disappeared, so I'll be leaving soon too, Kalok. Wrath coughed, blood spurting from his mouth. It was a wound to his soul, caused by overexertion to aid Rayon. Injury is but a badge of honor for a demon king, Wrath said with a faint smile, wiping the blood from his mouth. Orc, I'll see you again. With a light wave, Wrath closed his eyes. I hope you come to enjoy ice cream balls too. With those parting words, Wrath vanished from the mental world. Ha. Merca lowered his stone sword only after Wrath disappeared. He let out a sigh of relief as he glanced at his feet, which hadn't moved a single step from where he'd stood. Rayon dreamed. It wasn't his dream, nor one belonging to a Sieghart ancestor. He saw not the dead forest he'd encountered in Merca's mental world, but a massive, vibrant forest full of lush greenery and life. It seemed his prolonged stay in Mirka's mental world had caused him to witness Mirka's memories in his dreams. From Mirka's perspective, Rayon saw a young human child. The child's attire and appearance exuded nobility, suggesting a high lineage. Though humans occasionally wandered into the center of the forest, this was the first time a child had appeared alone. The child's torn clothes and the blood of others staining them suggested they had been attacked while traveling and had fled here for safety. "It's all right, I won't hurt you." Mirka gestured clumsily, trying to reassure the child. Normally, he would have immediately sent the child away, but fearing that the attackers might return, he decided to bring the child to his tribe. Ah. Child screamed in fear, but eventually understood Mirka's intent and followed him. The boy, whose name was Eshian, didn't seem to have grown up as a noble. He played with the orc children, ate with them, and even slept beside them. Initially worried, the other orcs accepted Eshian as a guest after seeing him blend in so well with the children. Looking back now, it wasn't just Mirka, even the other orcs' gazes were filled with kindness. These orcs felt completely different from the orcs Rayon had known. A month passed, knights and mages began appearing near the forest, searching for someone. Unlike the attackers, these people appeared desperate, clearly searching for the child. Realizing they were here to find Eshian, Mirka asked the boy not to mention the tribe and sent him back. Eshian thanked Mirka and the orcs repeatedly before returning to the human world. As Rayon watched this heartwarming scene, the dream abruptly shifted. "My king, the humans are destroying the forest." An orc shaman, his white beard flowing down, knelt before Mirka. "This is different from before. They're not just cutting trees or gathering herbs, they intend to destroy the entire forest." The shaman raised his fist, insisting they fight before the humans ruined everything. "Let's wait and see." Mirka shook his head calmly, recalling the pure-hearted humans like Eshian and reassuring the orcs. Time passed. The humans went beyond the shaman's warnings, burning trees, slaughtering animals, and destroying the forest's balance. My king, the orcs knelt before Mirka, urging him to lead them into battle. "I'll go speak with them myself." Determined to avoid war, Mirka went to meet the leader of the humans destroying the forest. Confident in his command of the human language, he waited behind the largest tent when he saw a familiar blonde youth. As he caught the youth's scent, a memory surfaced of the child who had visited the forest 20 years ago. "Eshian, Mirka." Eshian appeared flustered but bowed his head with an awkward smile. "Why are you here?" "Ought to stop this deforestation." Eshian explained that he was the illegitimate child of a high-ranking noble and had been attacked while traveling to secure his position as an heir. He further revealed that the royal family had ordered the forest's destruction, but he had come to prevent it. Mirka nodded at Eshian. He felt relieved that their past bond had led to this moment, averting war. "Can I visit my old friends? Of course, they'll all remember you." Mirka took Eshian to the tribe. Eshian, reminiscing about his childhood, played with the orcs, ate, drank, and slept among them before departing. "Don't worry, I'll make sure this forest remains safe." His final words were so trustworthy, they left no room for doubt. It seemed Eshian had indeed kept his promise. The human encampments disappeared, and for 2 months, not even the shadow of a person was seen in the forest. As Mirka thought it was finally over and instructed the orcs to return to their usual lives, the entire forest erupted into flames, and the sound of hundreds of galloping hooves echoed down paths only orcs knew. Humans had come. They had set the forest ablaze and sent knights down the secret trails used only by orcs. And then kill these filthy orcs who dare to speak like humans. At the forefront of the extermination army sent to massacre the orcs was Eshian, the very person Mirka had trusted. His once pure gaze now burned with hatred as he cut down orc after orc. Later, Mirka learned the truth. Eshian needed accomplishments to secure his position as his family's heir, and he had chosen the deforestation of the forest and the extermination of the orcs to achieve that. The boy who once transcended the divide between humans and monsters, who once accepted the goodwill of another soul, had turned into a true monster, consumed by power and greed. Protect the children, shield the king. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the orcs were slaughtered while protecting their children, trying to halt the flames or defending their powerless king. Rah! For the first time, Mirka drew his stone sword and charged at the knights. His vision turned red as blood splattered everywhere, mixing with the corpses of humans and orcs alike. But there was no time to rest. Soon, rumors spread that it wasn't humans who had attacked the orcs, but orcs who had attacked the human village. This brought the continent's strongest warriors descending upon the forest. For every 10 humans who died, 100 orcs perished. For every 100 humans who died, 1,000 orcs perished. The once vibrant forest, full of life, was soon covered in the shadow of death. After sending the young orcs who hadn't yet awakened their wisdom down a hidden path, Mirka stayed behind with his warriors in the forest. Even then, they continued to follow him, this foolish and naive king, as if he were still their rightful ruler. Rumble. Before Mirka could even apologize to his followers, the humans' heroes broke through the forest's barriers and charged in. Grah. Swinging his cracked stone sword, Mirka let out a thunderous roar, directing his fury at humanity and the world. My name is Merca, the most foolish king in existence. After that, his vision was painted red. Heir Rayon sat up abruptly, his eyes wide open. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead from the vividness of the dream, as though he had experienced it himself. So that's what happened to him. Now he understood why Merca couldn't trust humans. Humanity had repaid his warm-hearted compassion with the blade of betrayal. If it had been Riano, had he been in Merca's place, would have annihilated the humans of the continent without hesitation. This won't be easy. After witnessing Merca's past, Rayon realized it would be incredibly difficult to win his trust. But he couldn't give up, not for Sylvia or Rektar. You're finally awake, huh, Kalok? Wrath climbed onto Rayon's bracelet, coughing dryly. This demon king is starving. Hurry and get up so we can eat. Wrath grumbled, claiming he was so hungry his belly was sticking to his back. Still looks pretty plump to me. Rayon grabbed Wrath's chubby cheeks and stretched them, tilting his head in mock thought. Silence. This demon king is far too noble to let hunger show outwardly. Kalok, Wrath furrowed his brows, urging Rayon to get up. Fine, I'll get up. Rayon chuckled lightly and started to rise when. You have awakened the aura of true wrath. You have defeated an overwhelming opponent. You have achieved an impossible feat. All stats have. Right. A string of messages appeared, announcing increases in his stats and traits, as though tallying up all his recent achievements. Damn it all. Wrath shook with frustration as he read the messages. I was already starving, and now it feels like my stomach is turning inside out. Kalok. Wrath waved his pudgy hands furiously, shouting indignantly. You truly enjoy tormenting this demon king endlessly. The growth messages are nice, but Rayon dismissed the notifications and climbed out of bed. I have more important things to do first. After making a request to Helen, Rayon headed toward Frederick's mansion. How long was I asleep? 2 days. Wrath clicked his tongue, muttering how pathetic it was. You're young, no, still a child, and yet your stamina is this weak. When I was your age, I used molten lava as a blanket. Didn't you tell me to rest in the mental world? Wrath had warned him not to overexert himself in the mental world because it could be life-threatening, yet now he was complaining about Rayon waking up late. The Demon King's double standards were baffling. A single day should have been enough. I haven't eaten anything for 2 whole days. My stomach's practically caving in. Kalok, Wrath shook his head, complaining about how hard it was to endure just smelling food. Still coughing, Are you okay? I managed to recover a bit by sleeping briefly. Kalok, although Wrath insisted Rayon not worry, he coughed dryly again, clearly still unwell. Is there no remedy for you? Brat like you dares to worry about this Demon King. Wait until the blood on your head dries. Kalok, Wrath furrowed his brows, dismissing the suggestion outright. You sure make a big deal about receiving rewards, though that's different. You think it's enjoyable for my abilities to be wasted on your incessant yammering. Wrath stubbornly insisted there was no need to worry. His mercurial nature made it hard to predict which mood he would stick to. Just get me some food already. All right. As Rayon engaged in their short banter, he arrived at Frederick's mansion before he knew it. Knock, knock, come in. Frederick's kind voice called from inside the mansion. As Rayon entered, he saw Frederick treating a patient in the medical room. Rayon, looks like you're finally awake. Rayon, before Frederick could finish, Merlin appeared from the back of the room, practically bouncing toward them. Eek, Kalok. Wrath, startled, let out a series of shrill cries and coughs. Did you sleep well? I carried you to the annex myself. Merlin waved her hand casually, as if asking if Rayon remembered. Your grandfather followed me the entire time with such intense eyes I thought he was a stalker. She boldly giggled, using Glenn as the target of her jokes. Lord Glenn did. Wait, why are you even here? Rayon widened his eyes in surprise, not expecting Merlin to be at Frederick's mansion. Because mother-in-law, father-in-law, and grandfather-in-law are all here. Of course I had to come along. Merlin tilted her head as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Don't you think you should change how you address them? Rayon's jaw twitched as he looked at Merlin, astonished that she still used such casual terms. While it was understandable during the urgency of the war, he hadn't expected her to stick with it. She was truly beyond reason. Hey, if you're here, deal with this. Martha appeared from behind Merlin, scowling deeply. She keeps getting in the way while I'm trying to treat people. I should be the one changing their bandages. I'm their daughter-in-law, after all. Merlin shrugged, as if she couldn't understand what the issue was. That's exactly why it's a problem. You can't even wrap the bandages properly. Martha gritted her teeth, glaring at Merlin. And why are you here? Rayon exhaled, turning to the visibly annoyed Martha. There are too many patients, so I've been helping out. Martha nodded toward the patients as if that should explain everything. Are you still learning medical skills? She picks it up so quickly, it's like second nature. She might surpass me soon. Frederick chuckled, noting that Martha's talents seemed to lean more toward medicine than the sword. You're still thinking about back then, aren't you? Martha had started learning medicine after feeling helpless when the Light Wind Division was attacked by the Spear Flame Demon. It seemed she still carried the weight of that regret. It's not just that. I want to save my mother. Martha lowered her head, biting her lip. I told you I'd save her, but deep down I had half given up. She exhaled heavily, setting aside a blood-stained bandage. As a mere master, I thought it was impossible to defeat the cult leader of the White Blood cult, one of the highest-ranked transcendents. But she met Rayon's eyes and gave him a faint smile. After seeing you rescue your family and how your family cared for one another, I gained courage. She nodded, saying it gave her hope that she too could save her mother. I see. Rayon lowered his head slightly, smiling. Though he hadn't saved everyone yet, knowing that Martha had gained courage made him believe he could rescue her too. I'll do whatever it takes for that day to come. Martha's determined eyes bore into his as she asked for his help. Of course, I'll help you to the very end. Rayon nodded firmly, moved by her resolve. Heh. Frederick smiled softly, pleased by the conversation between Rayon and Martha. Surprisingly, Merlin said nothing. Her fingers twitched as if she wanted to chime in, but perhaps out of respect for the family moment, she stayed silent. The beef girl has truly grown. Wrath clapped enthusiastically, marveling at Martha's progress. You say that every time. This time I mean it. She's not just some herbivore puffing up her fur, she's revealing her claws for real. Wrath chuckled, clearly impressed by her transformation. Are you actually complimenting me? The beef girl is one of my subordinates. Kalok. Wrath puffed out his chest, even while coughing, claiming he took responsibility for all his subordinates. You're right, responsibility is important. For family and for allies, we must see it through to the end. Reflecting on Wrath's words, Rayon turned his gaze to Frederick. How are my mother and the others? They haven't woken up yet, but they're recovering steadily. Frederick reassured Rayon with a calming gesture. May I see them for a moment? I'll guide you. Merlin eagerly stepped forward, opening the door to the right infirmary. Ha! Rayon exhaled softly as he stepped inside the room. I've been looking after them the whole time, changing their bandages, administering their medicine, even giving them massages. Merlin beamed as if waiting to be praised, bowing her head slightly. Just as Merlin said, Sylvia, Rektar, and Edgar looked visibly healthier. Their breathing was much more stable, and it seemed they would wake up soon. Mom, Kalok, Wrath, clinging to Sylvia's forehead, sniffled dramatically. This brat here hasn't fed me and just slept endlessly. I missed you, Mom. He patted Sylvia's head gently, pleading for her to wake up. Rayon bowed deeply to Merlin, gratitude and guilt filling his heart for what she had done during and after the war. Why are you bowing to me? Merlin pulled him upright and clasped his hands with both of hers. Are you confessing in front of your family already? Isn't it a bit early? She narrowed her eyes mischievously, curling her lips into a teasing smile. You're the one holding my hands. Rayon shook her hands off, his shoulders twitching in exasperation. By the way, Siwer is my sister. The infirmary only contained Edgar, Rektar, and Sylvia. She was nowhere to be seen. She's being kept in check by grandfather. There's a risk she might lose control. Merlin pointed toward the main building, explaining that Glenn was keeping an eye on Ja. Merlin, I need to re-enter my sister's mental world. Can you help me right now? That'll be hard on you, I'm fine. Although his body and mind still felt sore, seeing Mirka's past had left him restless. He couldn't afford to wait. All right. Merlin agreed, saying she would go ahead and prepare, and left for the main building. Her casual demeanor, even when heading toward the fearsome audience hall that scared even the direct lineage, left Rayon shaking his head in disbelief. Aren't you following her right away? I have something to do first. Rayon left Frederick's mansion and returned to the annex. In the short time he was gone, the annex's dining table had been set with an array of dishes, lovingly prepared by Helen and the maids. You made the right decision. To protect Lady Sylvia, young master must eat well. Helen, looking relieved, pushed the dishes toward Rayon. What in the world? These dishes. Kalok. Wrath, astonished by the spread, drooled at the sight of the food. You were whining about being hungry, so I asked Helen to prepare something, just some meals for now. Rayon sat at the table, waving a hand. We'll throw a proper feast with all your favorite dishes once everyone wakes up. This is more than enough. Wrath grinned widely, clearly satisfied with the current spread. Then the first choice is, obviously, the pineapple pizza. Wrath pointed to the pizza topped with an entire slice of pineapple, as if it were the most obvious answer. In the underground audience hall, Rayon explained to Glenn and Merlin what had happened in the mental world and shared Mirka's memories. That's an event I've never heard of before. Then again, there are so many that it'd be difficult to find. Glenn furrowed his brow, mentioning how capturing reclusive monsters or mystical beings to build achievements was still common practice. If the entire orc tribe possessed wisdom, they must have been an ancient race. Merlin exhaled softly, running her fingers across the old woman's mask she carried. An ancient race, Eden's ultimate goal. They were special beings who lived during the reign of the Dragon of Destruction. They possessed intelligence and power beyond that of humans. She clicked her tongue, lamenting that there were likely very few left. Eshian must have returned to the forest knowing that the Green King and the orcs were part of an ancient race, hoping to gain monumental achievements. Merlin clenched her fists, her voice trembling with disgust. It seemed she had experienced something similar. Sniffle, Wrath suddenly let out a sob, lowering his head. I didn't know it went that far, what a pitiful fellow. His eyes glistened, clearly moved by Mirka's rage and despair. Which is why we have to let him rest in peace. Rayon sighed, turning to Merlin. I'm going back in, got it. Merlin began condensing mana into her hands, preparing the gateway. Will you be all right? Glenn's gaze softened with concern. Entering another person's mental world consecutively isn't a good idea. No one else can do it right now. Besides. Rayon smiled faintly, nodding. I want to wake my sister up before my mother does. All right. Glenn placed a gentle hand on Rayon's shoulder, understanding there was no stopping him. Just don't overdo it. Yes. As Rayon turned to Merlin, Wrath waved a hand dismissively. I won't be coming this time. Wrath declared that he would rest in the bracelet, claiming he was full and needed sleep. I've already said all I needed to say to him. Said all you needed. It's none of your business. Wrath retreated into the bracelet, refusing to elaborate further. Such a simple guy. Rayon chuckled softly and looked at Merlin, who nodded, signaling she was ready. Then I'll be back. Taking a deep breath, Rayon reached out toward the blue pillar Merlin had created. Whoosh! In an instant, the familiar sight of Glenn and Merlin vanished, replaced by the charred remains of the forest mental world of the Green King, Mirka. Mirka stood in the center of the forest, just as before, holding his broken stone sword. Why have you returned? Mirka furrowed his brows, clearly puzzled. I told you I'd be back. Rayon approached Mirka, drawing the heavenly drive. Rumble. Mirka seemed to interpret Rayon's actions as a challenge, and a thick aura began to rise around his broken stone sword. Let's spar. Unlike Mirka, Rayon's blade radiated calm energy as he extended the heavenly drive. What? Mirka's eyes widened, unsure of what Rayon meant. The swordsmen of Sieghart spar to cultivate camaraderie and skill. It's training where we study each other's techniques without harboring intent to kill. Mirka's gaze wavered, unsure of Rayon's intentions. Tap. Rayon stepped closer, lightly tapping Mirka's stone sword with the flat of his blade. Since our swords have crossed, I'll take that as your agreement. Smiling faintly, Rayon struck Mirka's sword forcefully, sending a sharp vibration through it that made Mirka stagger. Furrowing his brow, Mirka swung his sword aggressively. Boom! Rayon blocked the strike and began speaking slowly. I was once chained by a human too. What are you saying? Unlike you, I wasn't deceived. My soul was bound by someone from the beginning. I had no freedom to do what I wanted or could have done. As Mirka trembled, Rayon shared his past. Of course, he couldn't reveal his reincarnation, so he crafted the story as if it had happened in his youth. It was how I managed to save Habun Castle. Thinking back, every step was a perilous gamble. Luck, youthful recklessness, and the favor of the castle lord who saw something in me, that's what saved me. Oh, I even brought back a child and a gift from there. Now that child is him, seems my time's up. Rayon noticed his hands starting to fade and chuckled softly. Having lived through so much, recounting even part of his life had consumed the time he could spend in the mental world. I'll be back soon. Rayon waved to the still bewildered Mirka before vanishing from the mental world like smoke. So. Mirka stared at the spot where Rayon had disappeared, biting his lip deeply. Who's the child and what's the gift? Whoosh. The light emanating from the helmet faded and Rayon slumped down. It's over, isn't it? Merlin smiled warmly at Rayon as he lay limp. Indeed. Glenn nodded and moved her to a bed. All right. Meanwhile, Merlin hoisted Rayon onto her back with ease. I'll take him back to the annex. Stop there, Glenn stepped in front of her, frowning. Today I'll carry him. What? Why, you carried him yesterday. It's only fair I do it today. Glenn extended his hand as if it were a foregone conclusion. What? That's not a thing. Merlin refused, keeping a firm grip on Rayon. Besides, it's rare for me to get to smell Rayon's scent like this. What scent? Stop saying such nonsense. Glenn snapped, flicking his hand. In an instant, Rayon was in his grasp instead of on Merlin's back. Even if you're my grandfather-in-law, some things are non-negotiable. Merlin clung to Glenn's coat stubbornly, refusing to let him take Rayon. You're not even afraid of me, are you? Why would I be afraid of you, grandfather? Merlin tilted her head, her wide eyes brimming with genuine confusion. What is this girl? Unlike others who feared and revered him, Merlin seemed immune to Glenn's presence, even casually calling him grandfather. It was incomprehensible. As much as Glenn wanted to scold her, Rayon and Je owed her a great deal, so he couldn't act harshly. Enough, I'll be taking him today. With that, Glenn marched up the stairs, Rayon in hand. No way. Merlin clapped her hands and Rayon slipped back onto her back. I'll go ahead, not so fast. Glenn snatched Rayon again and climbed the stairs, resolute not to let Merlin win. Merlin grunted and chased after him, shouting, even if you're my grandfather, I won't back down on this. And so the two of them, bickering like children, made their way to the annex, playing tug-of-war with Rayon. As soon as Rayon regained his strength, he returned to the audience hall to re-enter Mirka's mental world. While sparring, he continued sharing the story of his life. That's how I defeated the specters of Eden and saved the Saint of Rags. I was finally able to repay a childhood debt of gratitude. Those Eden bastards are everywhere, aren't they? There was a time I was captured by Eden during a mission. I thought there was no escape, but Lord Glenn and others came for me. The feelings I experienced that day can't be put into words. It was when I learned the intangible value of bonds. Bonds are deeply cherished in our tribe too. Helping even those who dislike you, your family must be like a tribe. The Aryan family we fought recently originally resided in a place called the Swamp of Death, the Eden Spectre who controlled that land. To mock life and desecrate the dead to that extent, that creature deserved obliteration. I'm glad you dealt with it. At first, Mirka wouldn't even respond, but now he listened intently, reacting with surprise, anger, or admiration as Rayon recounted his stories. It seemed he had become engrossed in the sparring and conversation alike, and so I was able to save my family this time. Rayon lowered the heavenly drive with a heavy breath, concluding his story with how he had reunited with his loved ones. There was nothing left for him to say, so your story isn't over yet. Mirka clicked his tongue in regret and lowered his stone sword to the ground. Like my ancestors, I wanted to form a good relationship with humans like you. He raised his gaze to the ashen sky above before slowly lowering it to Rayon. It feels like that wish has finally come true. Even if it's at the end, I couldn't be happier. Mirka smiled, not with resolve or bitterness, but with a warmth that radiated from his eyes. You. The oath I swore to protect that child binds me to this place. I vowed never to leave and never to let my will falter. He nodded and reversed his grip on the broken stone sword. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Rayon furrowed his brow, looking at Mirka. Mirka's smile deepened as he thrust the broken stone sword into his own chest. Pierce. The sword pierced through him, and crimson blood began to flow. Mirka. My oath, if I were to die here by someone else's hand, the child, Jo, would never wake again. I thought it would be better for her to remain asleep than to become a tool for monsters, a killing machine in their hands. Mirka, coughing up blackened blood, explained the oath he had taken. But with you, it's different. I trust you. I want to give that child a second chance at life. Even as blood gushed from his chest, his smile never wavered. He pulled the broken stone sword from his body. Splatter. Blood as red as any human's spilled out and stained the dead forest. Why? Rayon swallowed dryly, looking at Mirka. Why would you protect a human after being betrayed by one? He couldn't fathom how Mirka, who had been so deeply wronged by humans, could have made an oath to protect one. It was something Rayon himself could never do. If a beast bites me, should I become a beast as well? In his orc form, Mirka spoke with a humanity that surpassed most humans. Through this child's eyes, I will continue to watch your life unfold. With those final words, Mirka, along with the other orcs, turned into black ash and scattered into the wind. Whoosh! From the spot where Mirka had stood, a soft light began to rise from the ground he had steadfastly held until the very end. Hwa, a young girl with brown hair, appeared, accompanied by a small ember that flickered like a campfire. Strangely enough, she clung tightly to an old wooden sword as if it were a precious treasure. Rayon swallowed dryly as he gazed at the floating child. So that's Ja. Since she must have been much younger when she donned the Green King's helmet, it wasn't surprising that her soul took the form of a young girl. At least she doesn't seem hurt. Whoosh. Just as Rayon let out a breath of relief and was about to approach Ja, the black ashes left behind by Mirka's soul swirled around her and himself. He hesitated, wondering if he should block it, but the warmth he had felt from Mirka before emanated from the black ashes. Believing there must be a reason behind Mirka's actions, he lowered his hand. Hwa. As Mirka's black ashes carefully seeped into Ja, a deep crimson aura flared up from her like a tangible force of energy. Rayon watched as the interweaving lights of Mirka's and Ja's souls illuminated their encounter. Mom, Dad. In a world constructed solely from her mind, young Ja searched desperately for Sylvia and Edgar. The small cottage behind her, the steaming food, the lush greenery, and the tall trees all signified the happiness she had once known as a child. Where are you? Believing herself to still be in reality, Ja collapsed to her knees and cried out for Sylvia and Edgar. Of course, there was no answer. At some point, the food had grown cold, the trees and bushes had withered and fallen, and a layer of gray snow had accumulated on the cottage. Her despair had seeped into the world of her consciousness. Realizing that crying was futile, Ja stopped her tears and stood up. She neither ate the food nor entered the cottage. Instead, she reached out for the old wooden sword wedged between the firewood. Gripping the training sword, which seemed similar to the one Edgar had once used, she swung it weakly into the air. Dad. Her strike lacked power, speed, and proper form, but it was unmistakably Edgar's Mystic Soul sword technique. It seemed she was trying to overcome her fear by imitating Edgar's swordsmanship, an extraordinary feat for an ordinary child. It was at that moment Rayon truly felt that she was Sylvia and Edgar's daughter. Rumble. Just as Ja's mind began to recover, allowing her world to regain its greenery. A massive fissure tore through her realm of consciousness as another invaded it, Mirka's blackened, lifeless forest. Quah! The collision between the two worlds sent out an immense shockwave, shattering Ja's mental constructure. Cottage and forest disintegrated like brittle leaves. The overwhelming disparity in the strength of their souls had caused this phenomenon. Crackle. Like an elephant against an ant. No, the difference was even greater. Ja's mindscape was being pulled into Mirka's. Wooum. Mirka's crimson eyes gleamed as he approached Ja. His breath, tinged with the scent of blood, carried the unfiltered despair and rage from the moment he had been betrayed and killed by humans. Ja, paralyzed by his killing intent, collapsed in place, unable to even breathe properly. Human, Mirka tightened his grip on his stone sword, as if recalling memories of Eshian's childhood through Ja. Sadness and despair flickered in his wavering gaze. Rumble, Mirka raised his stone sword high. A simple downward slash would turn Ja into nothing more than a pool of blood, yet he hesitated, gritting his teeth as he looked at her. KRRGH. Before he knew it, his eyes no longer reflected his hatred toward Eshian, but rather his concern for the young members of his lost tribe. In the end, Mirka did not succumb to his rage. Instead, he slowly lowered his stone sword. Rather than a brutal vengeance against humanity, he had chosen mercy. You too must be nothing more than another sacrifice for those demons. Mirka bit his lip hard enough to draw blood, suppressing the despair and rage that threatened to consume him. If I were to kill you, I would be no different from those beasts. He forgave the malice of mankind and offered a prayer to the spirit of nature, hoping that the children of his tribe had survived. Haya, realizing that Mirka's killing intent had disappeared, she clutched her chest and exhaled heavily. What is your name? Mirka knelt down to meet Ja's gaze. Esha, noticing the warmth in his eyes, she hesitantly spoke her name. How did you end up here? I don't know. I was with my dad, and then these people with strange helmets flew in, and then. She trailed off, biting her lip, saying she couldn't remember anything after that. Where are we? Where are my mom and dad? This is hell. Then does that mean I'll never see my mom and dad again? Understanding the implications of hell, she clutched her hands together, eyes welling with tears. No, that's not what I meant. Flustered by her tears, Mirka stammered. Let me explain properly. This place is, just as he was about to clarify. Ja's realm of consciousness began to melt away like snow in spring. If the space completely collapsed, she would disappear along with it, so that was their plan. Mirka furrowed his brows as he watched Ja's world crumbling. The helmeted fiends must have known he wouldn't kill her. Instead, they had orchestrated a scenario where their two consciousnesses would collide, ensuring her death as a natural consequence. I won't fall for your schemes. Mirka struck his own chest forcefully, gripping his fists tightly as he reaffirmed his resolve not to direct his hatred toward an innocent child. Ja, what is the most precious thing to you? Mirka let out a quiet breath as he held Ja's increasingly fading hand. This. Ja lifted the old wooden sword she was holding. It's my dad's sword. It's a fine sword. Mirka nodded, saying it would do. Come with me. Taking Ja with him, he returned to his own realm of consciousness. Thud. Mirka slammed his stone sword down, sending a powerful shockwave through his mental world. Despite enduring excruciating pain that felt as if his very soul was being torn apart, he continued to destroy his own domain. Quang. After repeatedly striking with his stone sword, he finally managed to create an opening just large enough for a small child to fit through. Go inside. He gestured toward the hole as he spoke, but blood gushed from his mouth. His soul was clearly suffering severe damage. Are you okay, mister? I'm fine. Mirka wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and smiled. You said you wanted to see your mother and father, right? I will make sure you meet them. As if to reassure her, he gently patted Ja's head. Mister, what's your name? Just as she was about to step through the hole, Ja stopped and looked up. Her gaze no longer wavered, now saw Mirka as a person without fear. Mirka. He wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and spoke his name. The most incompetent and foolish king in this world. Wow, you're a king? Sleep now. As Mirka ran his hand over her forehead, Ja's body relaxed and she fell into a deep slumber. There's no time. Mirka's fingers trembled as he looked at the collapsing remnants of Ja's world. If he didn't act now, she wouldn't survive the destruction of her consciousness. Puaak. After sealing the hole she had entered, Mirka flipped his stone sword and mercilessly stabbed it into his own abdomen. Womb. Spilling the blood of his soul, he made an unbreakable vow until he remained in this place. Ja's soul would be protected, and unless he allowed it, she would never wake from her slumber. He did not think about revenge on Eshian or worry about his lost tribe. The only thing on his mind was saving the life before him. In that moment, his soul ascended to a higher state. Haya. Confirming that Ja's soul had safely settled within his domain, Mirka lowered his stone sword. He tamped down the ground to ensure she wouldn't wake too soon and let out a weary laugh. This will be a long time. Rayon bit his lip as he watched Mirka's soul encircle Ja's. Mirka. Even having witnessed it firsthand, he could hardly believe that an orc who had lost his tribe due to human betrayal had chosen to trust and protect a human child once more. Even as someone who had reincarnated, it was an astonishing sight. Rayon bowed deeply to Mirka's soul. It was a tribute, a gesture of respect from one person to another. Woo-woo. Mirka's soul let out a quiet hum, as if acknowledging the gratitude, then wrapped itself around Ja. Hwa. The black ashes left behind by Mirka seeped into Ja, transforming her appearance. From a small child, she matured into a bright, lively girl before finally returning to her present form. It was as if Mirka had used his own soul to help her grow, keeping his promise to protect her. Mirka. Rayon lowered his head toward Mirka's soul, which had now faded almost completely. If I ever get the chance, I'll look for your descendants to see if they're doing well. Whoosh. As Mirka's final fragment of soul seeped into Rayon, it carried a warmth unmatched by any other. Hwaa. The moment Mirka fully vanished, the blackened forest crumbled and the world of Zhi's mind was restored. The small cottage and lush green forest filled the once gray space. Rayon watched as Zhi descended toward the cottage, then lost consciousness. When Rayon opened his eyes again, he saw Glenn and Merlin furrowing their brows. "Grandfather, it's my turn this time." Merlin lifted her chin at Glenn in defiance. "What nonsense are you spewing? You carried him yesterday. And stop calling me grandfather." Glenn glared down at Merlin, deepening the furrow between his brows. "What else should I call you if not grandfather?" Merlin shook her head stubbornly, unwilling to back down. "There's no reasoning with you." Ahem. Rayon raised his hand toward the two. "Why are you two fighting? Huh, Rayon, why are you awake?" Merlin patted his stomach gently, urging him to sleep more. Ahem. Glenn also let out a long, regretful cough. "Those two, they were arguing over who should carry you." Wrath shook his head in exasperation. "They do this every day. It's exhausting." He clicked his tongue, complaining about how troublesome humans were. Rayon let out a small chuckle. Now he understood what they had been fighting about, rather than fighting over something so trivial him. Just as he was about to stand up and intervene, he noticed something strange. His body felt light. What is this? Ever since Wrath's descent, he had felt fatigued even after sleeping. But now that exhaustion had vanished in an instant. "Now that I think about it, you..." Wrath narrowed his eyes at Rayon. "What did you eat on your own? What are you talking about? I didn't eat anything. Your soul's wounds have completely healed. That's impossible unless you consumed something." Wrath grabbed him by the collar, demanding an explanation. "Rayon, what happened inside your mindscape?" Glenn's sharp gaze bore into him, realizing that something about Rayon had changed. "Wait, if I've changed then?" Rayon looked at Zhi, who lay on the bed. She too seemed to have fully embraced Mirka's soul, radiating a serene and pure energy. Gone was the despair and rage of the Green King that had once engulfed her. Instead, what remained was the innocence of the young Zhi whom Mirka had protected. The young lady's soul is growing. Even Merlin sensed Zhi's soul evolving and swallowed dryly. "What in the world?" Glenn turned swiftly toward Rayon, demanding an answer. "I'll explain." Rayon nodded with a soft smile. "About the true King Mirka." At the back of the annex near the lake, Rayon practiced his swordsmanship, keenly aware of the changes within himself. "I've grown stronger." His physical abilities had greatly improved after accepting Wrath, and his mana circuits had expanded, allowing him to circulate aura more swiftly. He had assumed that he would be stuck in a bottleneck upon reaching the peak of the Grandmaster level, but he hadn't expected to break through in such an unexpected way. KRRGH, this is infuriating. Wrath scowled at Rayon, furrowing his brows. "My descent was cut off halfway, yet somehow you still managed to benefit from it. How is this even possible?" The demon ground his teeth, grumbling about how Rayon always seemed to have ridiculous luck. "I have no idea either." Rayon chuckled and shrugged. His previous life had been a disaster, so perhaps fate was finally being kinder to him in this one. HMPH, rather than you, I'd rather see Mirka, the truly unfortunate one. If I had known what kind of man he was, I would have taken him as one of my subordinates. Wrath clicked his tongue, regretful that he hadn't had more time to converse with Mirka. "I feel the same." Rayon nodded, wishing he had been able to speak with Mirka a little longer. He wasn't meant to be born an orc. No, actually, saying that might be an insult to him. Wrath, uncharacteristically respectful, gave a small nod. "That's right." As Rayon recalled Mirka's final moments and was about to resume his training. Young Master Helen came running, her skirt covered in dirt. She was so frantic that, despite walking the same path countless times, she nearly tripped over her own feet. "What's the rush? You can take your time." "There's no time for that." Just as Rayon gestured for her to slow down, Helen urgently blurted out, "My lady has awakened, and so have the others." This is obviously the 5 demons. A stern-looking, one-armed old man slammed the table as he shouted, "The 5 kings don't even treat us like people. The 5 demons are pushing the 5 kings out of the continent, so choosing the 5 demons is the right choice now." He lowered his thick white eyebrows, asserting that the 5 demons were the answer for the rise of the 5 divine order. "The 5 demons are not just repulsive, they are evil beings." A blonde woman with sharp eyes calmly shook her head. "Trusting those who are completely different in the front and back is the same as suicide. They will undoubtedly discard us after using our strength." She closed her eyes, declaring that the 5 demons could not be trusted. "I don't care which side it is, as long as I get to fight to my heart's content." A middle-aged man with blue hair, dressed freely, stroked the spear resting on the table as he smacked his lips. "I've been feeling really pent up lately." Muttering about his frustrating life, he grabbed a bottle of alcohol and drank straight from it. That's exactly why battle maniacs are a problem. They don't think. The one-armed old man clicked his tongue and turned his gaze to the center of the table. "Thespian Emperor, what do you think?" He nodded towards a silhouette shrouded in darkness. "All 3 of your opinions are valid." With a beauty so radiant it seemed to dim the sunlight, thespian Emperor Ariel leaned forward with a smile. We cannot remain idle like this. We must choose one of the two factions. However, she raised a finger while glancing at the other leaders of 5 divine order. Let's delay our decision for now. There's not much time left, is there? The blonde woman, Bridget the Dark Sword Queen, narrowed her eyes. Right now, the 5 kings and the 5 demons are competing in an auction to win the power of 5 divine order. Thespian Emperor Ariel met the gazes of Kern the Spectral Spear, Bridget the Dark Sword Queen, and Drek the Demon Sword. An auction continues until the final bid is made. She smirked as she looked at the map of the continent divided between the 5 kings and the 5 demons. It's not too late to move after we see which side offers the greater reward. Oh. As soon as Rayon heard Helen's words, he rushed to Federic's mansion. However, instead of entering immediately, he stood at the entrance, catching his breath. What are you doing not going in? Wrath flailed his hands, murmuring about wanting to see their mother. I'm just a little nervous. Seeing Sylvia was one thing, but he didn't know what to say to Rector and Edgar. His mouth and mind felt frozen. Family solves everything just by meeting. Wrath urged him forward, pushing his back. Ah, fine. Rayon nodded absent-mindedly and stepped into Federic's mansion. You're here. Federic smiled, gesturing toward the room where 3 people were waiting. Rayon bowed his head before stepping into Sylvia's room. Despite his nervousness, the scene inside was completely unexpected. You idiot. Sylvia, frowning, stomped on Edgar's back. You plan to die alone. You should have thought about surviving together somehow. Ah, well, that's... What were we supposed to do if you died alone? How were we supposed to live after losing you again? Ignoring Edgar's excuses, she rained kicks down on him like a storm. It couldn't be helped. I couldn't think of anything else except saving you and father. You also threw yourself in danger to save me, Inja. It's the same thing. Edgar shook his head, saying he had no regrets about choosing to save Rector and Sylvia. That's not all. If you were alive, you should have contacted us somehow. Me Rayon Father Ranyon. Sylvia clenched her fist, glaring at Edgar. That was impossible. My body wouldn't move, and I was surrounded by monsters. I couldn't do anything. Even now, I'm still fighting off that damn Death Knight's soul. Edgar shook his head furiously, explaining his circumstances. Edgar, shut up, she's right. Rector frowned, siding with Sylvia instead of Edgar. You heard father. This is all your fault, all of it. Sylvia collapsed, unable to throw another punch, tears streaming down her face. It wasn't that she wanted to blame. Edgar was overwhelmed by the fear of losing her family again. I'm sorry. Edgar, understanding her feelings, repeated his apology as he embraced Sylvia. Mother, don't worry. From now on, this king will protect you. Wrath floated over and landed on Sylvia's head. Heh. Rayon couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Sylvia's disheveled hair made Wrath look like a baby bird nesting there. Rayon. Rector finally noticed Rayon and widened his eyes. Rayon, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Sylvia shoved Edgar aside and rushed over, checking his entire body. You didn't do anything reckless for my sake, did you? If you did, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Edgar clasped his hands together, begging Rayon to tell him he hadn't done anything absurd. Rayon, I heard you've done a lot. Rector sat up in bed. Tell me what happened while we were unconscious. He furrowed his white eyebrows, more worried about Rayon than his own condition. Sha, what about Sha? She's alive, right? Sylvia clasped her hands together as if pleading for good news. Rayon looked at the 3 of them, who were all more concerned about him and Sha than themselves, and smiled softly. So this is what family is. Rector, Sylvia, and Edgar cared more about their family than their own well-being, whether physically or in terms of power. He felt once again what it truly meant to have a family. You have a lot of questions, so I'll answer them all at once. Rayon turned his back to the 3 anxious people watching him. Rayon entered the audience chamber with Sylvia, Edgar, and Rector. I was expecting you. Glenn rose from his throne as if he had foreseen their arrival. Father, I greet you, father-in-law. Sylvia and Edgar lowered themselves as if about to kneel before Glenn. Glenn exchanged a glance with Rector before descending underground first. Let's go. Rayon led the 3 down to the underground chamber where Sha was staying. Sha, the moment Sylvia saw Sha, she rushed to the bedside and embraced her tightly. I never thought I'd be able to hold Sha again with my own hands. Edgar clung to Sylvia's side, holding Sha's hand even though she had not yet awakened. This child is my granddaughter. Rector bit his lip as if feeling the pain Sha had endured, silently watching over her. Wait, the violent energy that Sha had, it's gone. Edgar trembled as he noticed the change in Sha. Did she push out the Green King? His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he turned to Rayon. It's true. Sylvia swallowed dryly as she sensed the clear and stable energy within Sha. Rayon, what exactly happened? She bit her lip, pleading for an explanation. This is going to be a long story. Rayon asked them to sit and stood before them. He met their gazes one by one and began summarizing the events that had transpired. And that's how I was able to restore my sister's soul. Though, to be honest, it wasn't my doing, it was Mirka's. After explaining how Mirka had saved Sha's soul, Rayon stepped back, a benefactor and a saint. Edgar let out a heavy sigh while still holding Zha's hand. He left us with a debt that we could never repay, then departed just like that. Grinding his teeth, he regretted not being able to personally thank Mirka. If only we had met a little sooner. Sylvia also sighed, lamenting the fact that she had never met Mirka. Rayon, I have one question. Rector, who had been quietly watching over Zha, finally spoke. The Fallen One wasn't caught in the explosion, so how did you defeat him? His sharp eyes narrowed in suspicion, unable to comprehend the Fallen One's disappearance. HMPH. Wrath swallowed hard, sensing that his moment was about to come. I'll explain that part now. Rayon took a step back, ensuring Glenn, who had been waiting patiently, could also hear. When the Fallen One tried to kill us while we were defenseless, I borrowed strength from a friend. Rayon rubbed his ice flower bracelet as he smacked his lips. A friend? What kind of friend could possibly defeat the Fallen One? Rector and Sylvia widened their eyes in disbelief. Edgar, on the other hand, seemed to have already guessed something and quietly shut his mouth. This is a bit embarrassing. Wrath squirmed, feeling the attention shift toward him. You don't need to be embarrassed. Rayon stroked Wrath's head and shook his head. Many had helped in this battle, but Wrath had played the biggest role. Without him, everyone except Glenn would have been either captured or killed by the Fallen One. He was undoubtedly the hero of this victory. It was the Demon King. Rayon steadied himself and revealed Wrath's identity. The Demon King, a Demon King. Sylvia and Rector's eyes widened to the point of tearing. Yes, I borrowed power from a Demon King to fight the Fallen One. But if you borrowed power from a Demon King, doesn't that mean you had to offer your soul? Sylvia shrieked as she ran to Rayon and embraced him tightly. No, I won't let you go. Take mine instead. Despite only recently recovering, she wailed, saying she would rather die in his place. So you didn't offer your soul. Rector, noticing Rayon's composed demeanor, exhaled in relief. No, instead of my soul. Rayon glanced at Wrath, whose face was now red, and smirked. All I have to do is give him delicious food. Food, just food. Hold on what? This time, not just Sylvia and Rector, but even Edgar and Glenn stared at him with gaping mouths. Especially loves the meals Mother cooks at the annex. Rayon waved his hand, saying the Demon King only needed food. Sylvia blinked, unable to process the situation. Wait a second, then I was saved because of the Demon King's power too. Edgar, finally understanding how he had survived, clutched his chest. That was from a different Demon King. A second Demon King. Sylvia, overwhelmed, collapsed into a chair. My son is friends with a Demon King. No, with two of them. KHH. Meanwhile, Edgar clenched his fist and let out a thrilled gasp. Father, did you hear that? My son is friends with a Demon King. No, with two of them. I've never even seen a Demon King in my life, and he's made two of them his friends. This is history in the making. Laughing gleefully, he spread his arms wide in excitement. You fool. Sylvia frowned and smacked Edgar's back. Even after being apart for over 20 years, the couple still felt as if they had always been together. The warmth between them naturally brought a smile to Rayon's face. Rayon. Rector stepped forward and looked at Rayon. Then is your friend here right now? Yes, Rayon nodded calmly. He's right beside me, watching over us. As he spoke, he lightly nudged Wrath with his shoulder. I see. Rector straightened his clothes before kneeling on his left knee before Wrath. In the name of Rector of the Holy Sword Alliance, I offer my gratitude to the Demon King. That's right. This should come first. Edgar slapped his cheek lightly before kneeling beside Rector. With a bright smile, he expressed his gratitude toward Wrath. If you ever want something to eat, just let me know anytime. Sylvia also bowed deeply, bending her knees. Her eyes reddened as she expressed her appreciation for helping Rayon. Glenn stepped forward between the three of them and also knelt on one knee. With a composed voice, he bowed his head as well. This king. Wrath trembled, clearly not expecting such a display. I only did it because I could, and because it was a bother. His nose turned red as he quickly spun around. Are you crying? See, crying, nonsense. It's just the first time so many humans have thanked me after knowing who I am. Sniffling, Wrath insisted that he was simply caught off guard. You deserve it. Rayon smiled as he patted Wrath's back. And you too, Rayon. Glenn stood up and gave Rayon a warm smile. Me? Why? Even with the Demon King's power, defeating the Fallen One wasn't easy. You did well. He reached out and ruffled Rayon's hairknot as the cold head of the family, but as a father figure who simply wanted to protect his own. I feel the same way. Rector looked at Rayon with kind eyes and grasped his hand. He smiled the same way he did when he first taught Rayon how to wield a sword. It was nothing. No, it was my duty. Rayon waved his hands and bowed his head to Glenn, and Rector Sylvia, watching Rayon interact with his two grandfathers, could no longer hold back her tears. But we can't just express gratitude with words, can we? Rayon and the Demon King, shouldn't we do something for them? Edgar raised his hand, signaling to ask Wrath what he wanted. What's the point of asking? Wrath, wiping his runny nose, raised his chin. Food, a mountain of food, so much that even I can't finish it all, and bring an entire store's worth of bead ice cream. He patted his round belly, declaring that the great feast should be filled with delicious dishes. He says he wants a party. One with lots of food. Rayon nodded, summarizing Wrath's words. That's not what I said, say it properly. Wrath grabbed Rayon's hair, demanding a more accurate translation. Ah, so he's a demon king of gluttony. Edgar grinned in realization. No, I'm not. Wrath shrieked at Edgar. Don't compare me to that filthy glutton. I am the monarch of wrath. Shaking his head furiously, he demanded to be addressed correctly. Gluttony, well, you're not entirely wrong. Rayon chuckled, watching wrath flare up and Edgar teasing him. I'd freeze you all, but since I was thanked today, I'll let it go just this once. Wrath huffed, crinkling his nose as he begrudgingly held back his power. Just then, whoosh, a silver frost bloomed in the air, instantly wrapping around Wrath. Rumble, the silver frost that had wrapped around Wrath turned into a powerful storm, raging through the underground chamber. What's going on all of a sudden? Glenn and Rector sensed the sudden surge of freezing energy and instinctively stepped forward to shield Edgar and Sylvia. Come here, Rayon. Edgar stretched out his hand toward Rayon, while Sylvia, holding the still unconscious Sha, gestured for him to come quickly. Their eyes were filled with worry. It's fine. Rayon shook his head calmly, meeting the anxious gazes of the four people. I don't think this is anything bad. Assuring them, he turned to look at Wrath, still enveloped by the silver frost. There was no malice in the frost. It was vast and pure, as if it were a force of nature itself. Wrath's energy is amplifying. His presence, which had been somewhat diminished for a while, was gradually growing stronger. It seemed like this frost was transferring power to him. What exactly is happening? Glenn narrowed his eyes, signaling Rayon to explain. It seems my friend has obtained something. Rayon let out a small chuckle and lifted his gaze. Please wait a little longer. He placed a finger on his lips, gesturing for silence, then created a barrier around Wrath to ensure he wouldn't be disturbed. But Rayon smacked his lips as he observed the intensifying cold. Why is he growing stronger? Wrath hadn't experienced intense rage recently, so it didn't make sense for his strength to increase. Moreover, his growth felt similar to the enlightenment of a martial artist, which made it even harder to understand. This might take a while. Rayon turned to Glenn and Rector, suggesting with a nod that they should take Jo upstairs first. However, both of them shook their heads firmly, indicating they would wait. Sylvia and Edgar also stayed by Jo's bedside, unmoving, to protect her. Understanding their thoughts, Rayon bowed slightly before sitting down. As he quietly observed Wrath, a portion of the silver frost drifted toward him. Wuong, the moment the frost touched his skin, Glacier activated naturally, absorbing the chilling energy. What is this? The energy was even purer and stronger than Wrath's usual ice. Not only did it instantly replenish his depleted energy, but it also started expanding the scale of Glacier. Wuwash. To protect himself from the sudden surge of cold, his ring of fire and 10,000 flames cultivation resonated, generating a thick heat. Rumble. Just like when he first learned Glacier, the fire and ice clashed violently within his core. It's a little dangerous, but... Feeling the battle between flame and frost within him, Rayon smirked. I need to make this energy my own. His soul had healed, but his body was still wounded. By absorbing both the frost and the heat, he could restore his depleted energy and heal his injuries. Wuong. He activated his ring of fire to its peak. The 8 thickened rings elevated his soul's realm while pressing down on the rampaging flames and frost. Slowly, he guided the energies into different channels, maximizing his body's healing. The scars on his body, as if healed by Troll's blood, began closing on their own, and his expanded Danshin and Mana circuits were filled with pure energy. Rayon opened his eyes with a satisfied smile. If Mirka had helped him grow his soul, then Wrath had helped heal his body and restore his aura. It was a series of fortunate encounters. He really is like a giving tree. Even as he grew stronger, Wrath continued to look out for him. This demon king was endlessly generous. Just as Rayon nodded toward Wrath in gratitude, the storm of frost around him began to subside. Whoosh. The now smaller frost storm condensed and was instantly absorbed into Wrath's body, bursting into a brilliant radiance. Whoosh. Once the light settled, floating in midair was a giant ball of cotton candy. Wrath's body had puffed up, looking swollen as he flapped his arms. He resembled an overgrown, untrimmed puppy or cat. Yuhehehe. Wrath tilted his head back and let out a refreshing laugh. At last, enlightenment has found this king. Declaring himself a great being, he nodded proudly. Enlightenment. He actually reached enlightenment. Rayon blinked at Wrath in disbelief. He had thought it was possible, but seeing it actually happen was astonishing. Indeed, just look at these magnificent arms. Wrath lifted his thickened limbs, urging Rayon to behold his grand form. Rayon licked his lips as he examined Wrath, who now looked like a fluffy feline. Your energy hasn't grown as much as that frost storm, but your presence has definitely changed. Your soul seems to have reached a higher level. You've observed well. Through enlightenment, my soul has ascended to a greater height. This is a far more profound growth than mere power. If I had climbed just a little higher, I might have even shed this form. Wrath twisted his head, explaining that in his realm, spiritual growth was far more difficult than strengthening his power. To think that something like this would happen in the human world, even this king did not foresee it. He smiled brightly, delighted by the unexpected development. That reminds me, I need to ask you something. Rayon narrowed his eyes, watching Wrath grin. Where exactly did you gain enlightenment? You're the monarch of Wrath. Even though Rayon often teased him about being a glutton, Wrath was still a demon-kinged monarch of Wrath. Yet he had felt no anger during this process, so where had his enlightenment come from? It was not from rage. Kelluk, Wrath shook his head calmly. Those humans, your family's heartfelt gratitude lifted my soul to greater heights. Just from their gratitude, the relationship between demons and humans is built on transactions. That was how our deal began as well. Wrath's gaze slowly swept over Glenn, Rector, Edgar, and Sylvia. But your family, they couldn't even sense or see me, yet they still expressed their gratitude. That unfamiliar emotion is what helped my soul grow. Wrath lowered his eyes, admitting he hadn't expected such a transformation. It's probably similar to how that old man Nadine changed when he experienced warmth. He cast a long, meaningful glance at Glenn, as if he felt some kind of kinship. Honestly, I don't get it. A demon growing through emotional exchange with humans, that's just a human's preconception. Demons aren't simply evil. Kelluk, Wrath tapped his forehead, reminding Rayon to think of Uriel the Archangel. Well, that's true. Either way, I'm glad. Rayon let out a soft chuckle and nudged Wrath with his elbow. Glad? What do you mean? Wrath tilted his head. That you got stronger. What? You always complained about how only I was getting stronger. It actually bothered me. Even though he had often teased Wrath about it, deep down it had weighed on him that Wrath's power seemed to weaken as his own grew. Congratulations. Heh, what's the point of congratulating me now? You've already stolen way more FR Kelluk. Wrath waved his hand dismissively, then coughed dryly. Wait, if you've grown, why do you keep coughing? Rayon tilted his head, looking at Wrath curiously. Just because I've grown doesn't mean my soul's wounds have disappeared. Wrath shook his head as if Rayon was being dense. I healed, though. Rayon pointed to himself and blinked. His soul had been restored when he absorbed Mirka's ashes, and just now, Wrath's energy had helped him heal his physical wounds. That's because you're weird. Wrath groaned, muttering that it was strange for a demon king to call a human odd. You're annoying in every way. Just as Wrath was grumbling, he suddenly stiffened and lifted his head. Wait, why did you get stronger again? His eyes widened as he sensed Rayon's growth. Just a moment ago, Rayon briefly explained what had happened while Wrath was experiencing enlightenment. That damned thief. Wrath ground his teeth and lunged at Rayon. Why did you steal a piece of this king's power? If all of that had returned to me, I could have shattered this vessel and ascended. I didn't steal it. The part that separated from you just happened to be absorbed into me. Then you should have spat it out and given it back to me. Rayon let out a long sigh and shook his head. Wrath claimed his soul had matured, yet his mentality remained unchanged, or perhaps it had got worse. Stop sighing and hand it over. Wrath grabbed Rayon's collar and shook him vigorously. Clearly, it wasn't just about the lost Frost wanted something else. Our Rayon, is something wrong? Sylvia asked worriedly, noticing Rayon's exasperated expression. No, everything's fine. Well, except for my sister still being unconscious. Rayon glanced up at Wrath and smiled. How about we have a feast today? The moment he said that, Wrath let go of his collar. This king agrees. Prepare a grand banquet immediately. Wrath dusted off Rayon's shirt and grinned widely. Pineapple pizza and mint chocolate ice cream are a must. And bring that new product that the gluttonous fool ate. Rayon sighed as he watched Wrath insist on competing with gluttony. Did he become the monarch of Wrath because someone stole his food? In the abandoned Aryan family estate, where neither humans nor monsters remained. A lone figure, clad in a black robe, walked along a path littered with corpses. The vultures and hyenas tearing at the rotten flesh seemed entirely unaware of the robed figure's presence. Standing at the center of the battlefield, the figure lifted their head. From within the deep hood, a pair of gleaming blue eyes flickered as if they were reliving the war that had taken place here. Moving slowly, the robed individual made their way to the exact spot where Rayon had defeated the fallen one. They stood there for a long time, unmoving, before finally exhaling through parted lips. I wasn't mistaken. Their voice, which could have belonged to either a man or a woman, was filled with certainty, without a doubt. Reaching out a pale hand from within the robe, they touched the ground where Wrath's frost had once covered. A slow, eerie smile spread across their lips. Wrath. Indeed, this king is far beyond any ordinary demon. No one can rival my noble soul. As Wrath was praising himself, he suddenly darted his eyes around and trembled. What's wrong? Rayon tilted his head, noticing Wrath's sudden silence. I don't feel right. It's like a sudden chill just hit me, Kelluk. Wrath furrowed his brows as if disturbed by an ominous presence. Can a demon king catch a cold? It's not an illness. It feels as if my very secrets have been exposed. Wrath exhaled sharply, a sense of unease creeping into his voice. Then that means I'm about to get another reward. Rayon chuckled. Every time Wrath got anxious, it always resulted in him receiving something beneficial. He had a feeling it would happen again. Shut up, that won't happen this time. Wrath spun around as if refusing to accept his fate. That's not something you can decide. Grrr. Wrath trembled, unable to argue further. Since we're talking about it, I might as well check my reward. Rayon smiled faintly and was about to summon the system messages he hadn't reviewed yet when. Knock knock, a gentle knock was followed by the door opening. Rayon, come eat. Sylvia waved her hand, motioning him to join for dinner. Food, it's food, Kellogg. Wrath, who had been sulking over missing his reward, leaped up like a frog. Hurry and follow mother. This king is starving. Unable to wait any longer, Wrath scratched his back like a restless puppy or kitten. All right, just stop scratching. Rayon pushed Wrath away and followed Sylvia outside. Let's go quickly before it gets cold. Sylvia smiled brightly and led the way to the dining hall. Seeing that, Rayon couldn't help but smile as well. It's a relief. The thought that he could have lost this moment still made his heart sink. The only thing on his mind was the need to grow even stronger. As he steadied his breath and approached the dining hall, he noticed that all the maids were gathered in the lobby instead of setting the table. Normally, they dined together, so this was unusual. Helen, why are you all here? I thought it would be nice for you to have a private meal with your family and talk about everything you haven't had the chance to. Helen bowed her head, saying she and the other maids would wait outside. Rayon smiled softly at Helen and the maids. Their thoughtfulness warmed his heart, and all he could say was a simple word of gratitude. Young master. As he met the maid's eyes and was about to step into the dining hall, Judil stepped forward. Make sure you choose wisely. She bowed her head slightly, hinting at something. Choose. What choice? Hey, as Rayon blinked in confusion, Wrath flopped around like a freshly caught fish. Hurry up and go inside. The food is getting cold. Salivating uncontrollably, Wrath's drool dripped onto Rayon's head. You'll see for yourself when you go in. Judil bowed again, signaling him to check the situation firsthand. All right. Nodding to Judil, Rayon stepped into the dining hall. Kaya! Wrath let out an excited cry as he took in the feast laid out before him. All of this king's favorite foods are here. There isn't a single thing missing. Rubbing his cheeks, he let out an ecstatic giggle. However, Rayon wasn't looking at the food. He was looking at the people seated at the table. As expected, Sylvia and Edgar sat together in the center like a proper couple. Glenn and Rector, on the other hand, had taken seats on opposite sides of the table, leaving the chairs next to them empty. Rayon, come sit here. Rayon, this seat is open. Both Glenn and Rector gestured to the empty seats beside them, calling his name at the same time. Rayon closed his eyes tightly as he saw the two men glaring daggers at each other. This is the choice. Rayon, don't just stand there. Sit down. Glenn gestured to the seat beside him, his sharp gaze lifting. If Rayon didn't sit down immediately, it looked like Glenn might bring down the azure sky sword onto the dining table. Rayon, your food is getting cold. Rictor tapped the empty seat to his right with a gentle smile. However, his eyes carried a chilling intensity, as if he would draw his sword if Rayon didn't sit beside him. Ahaha. Rayon let out an awkward laugh, his eyes darting back and forth. Why are these two acting like this? Glenn and Rictor had been treating each other like lifelong rivals, competing the moment they met. He could understand it when it came to swordsmanship training, but now they were competing over who he should sit next to. He had no idea what to do. No, I'll think about the reasons later. Right now, the important thing is where I sit. It was true that his relationship with Glenn had improved after many conversations, but Rictor had ascended to the rank of the Holy Sword Alliance leader to protect him and had watched over him like a shadow. He couldn't make a careless decision. What are you doing? Just sit anywhere and pick up your fork. Cough. Wrath, completely oblivious to the situation, patted Rayon's back, urging him to eat. Since Wrath's soul had grown stronger, the impact was quite painful. Just stay still, please. Rayon pushed Wrath away, biting the inside of his cheek. I can't decide. What should I do? He was starting to think that fighting the fallen one again might be an easier decision. Normally, I'd sit next to Rictorno, my grandfather. From what he knew of Glenn, he was a broad-minded person who wouldn't care about such trivial matters. However, Glenn clearly saw Rictor as a competitor, so this time it might not be the best choice. Sitting next to my grandfather is also a problem. Rictor was still recovering from his injuries. He had barely woken up, and if Rayon sat next to Glenn instead, it might cause him unnecessary stress. While Rayon was clutching his forehead and furrowing his brows, the sound of footsteps approaching from outside the dining hall echoed. I brought stew. The voice didn't belong to Helen or any of the other maids, but it was unmistakably familiar. Rayon quickly turned around. Merlin, dressed neatly in a maid's uniform, entered the dining hall carrying a bowl of stew. Ick. Wrath shrieked and bolted away from Merlin. That's it. That lunatic was the reason I was feeling chills. He finally realized it and hid behind Rayon. Merlin, why are you here? Rayon blinked in confusion. I just helped out a little. Merlin explained that she had nothing else to do, so she had helped the maids prepare the meal. She carefully placed the stew on the table. I made it together with Mother. She smiled, assuring them it would taste good, and then sat down in an empty seat. You looked like you were struggling to find a seat. Merlin slightly tilted her mask, revealing her red lips. Want to sit here? She smoothed out her maid's skirt, patting her lap as if inviting Rayon to sit there. Glenn and Rictor, who had been glaring at Rayon, quickly averted their gazes in embarrassment. Kaya, Sylvia turned bright red, rapidly blinking in shock. Son, how in the world did you manage to captivate that crazy Merlin? Edgar widened his eyes in disbelief. I have no idea. Rayon let out a deep sigh, shaking his head. It was just a joke. Of course, you could sit here, but… Merlin smacked her lips in disappointment and then stood up. Enjoy your time with your family. Unexpectedly, she left after saying that. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he watched her back. That woman, Merlin, was always reckless, charging forward with little regard. But strangely, whenever family was involved, she kept her distance. It seemed that family held a special meaning for her. Come to think of it, I don't really know what happened to Merlin. Aside from what he had seen through Lochter's memories and the information available to the outside world, he knew very little about her past. She had helped him in many ways, so if the opportunity arose, he wanted to hear her story. Rayon, Rayon. As soon as Merlin disappeared, Glenn and Rictor once again called his name, gesturing toward their seats. Neither of them had any intention of giving up. Please, just sit anywhere. I'm going to die of old age at this rate. Even Wrath clutched his stomach, pleading for Rayon to pick a seat. Rayon gritted his teeth and was just about to take a step. Enough already. Why are you making things difficult for him instead of acting your age? Sylvia slammed the table and stood up with determination. Rayon, never mind them. Sit next to me. She frowned at both Glenn and Rictor while calling Rayon over. I was just… Glenn and Rictor lowered their gazes in embarrassment. Then where am I supposed to sit? Edgar, who had been sitting beside Sylvia, blinked in confusion. If the child is struggling, you should step in to help. How can you just sit there and watch? Sylvia scowled and kicked Edgar aside. Caught off guard, Edgar tumbled off his chair and rolled onto the floor. Son, sit with your mother. Sylvia smiled warmly, just like she did when she used to call him over as a child, as expected of our mother. Wrath raised his arms in triumph. Yes, Rayon let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Most of the time, Sylvia's overprotectiveness was overwhelming, but today it was the best and most reasonable decision. As Rayon sat beside Sylvia, Glenn and Rictor smacked their lips in disappointment. Now that the situation was resolved, all he could do was laugh at their reactions. Edgar rubbed his waist, sore from Sylvia's kick, and moved to sit on the opposite side of the table. Before we start eating, just a moment. Sylvia lifted a bottle of liquor from the center of the table. She poured drinks into Glenn, Rictor, Edgar, and Rayon's cups before returning to her seat. I want Rayon to pour mine. Yes. Rayon nodded and took the bottle, filling Sylvia's cup. Today is a joyous occasion, so I'd like everyone to say a few words. I'll start. Sylvia raised the glass that Rayon had filled, a gentle smile appearing on her face. Our family has endured so much hardship, so I hope that from now on we only have happy moments together. She wished for everyone to be free from sorrow before turning her gaze toward Edgar. Realizing Sylvia's intention, Edgar stood from his chair. Edgar, keep your speech brief. Rictor shook his head, looking embarrassed by his overly talkative son. My apologies. Let me start over. I believe that Sylvia, Rayon, and Je have suffered far more than I have. As their father, I want to make sure that from now on they only have smiles on their faces. Edgar clenched his fist, his words full of sincerity. Of course, I have more to say. I can't just move on without thanking both of my fathers. It was surprising enough that my father suddenly appeared. Father-in-law, you should say a few words too. Sylvia cut Edgar off and passed the turn to Rictor. Rictor gently ran his fingers along his cup and nodded. I only have one wish. I just want you all to be happy. He said that was all, then raised his glass toward Glenn. I have many regrets in my life. Glenn sighed heavily as he looked at Sylvia and Rayon. You all are a family that was brought together under the hardest circumstances. I hope you never hurt one another and that you spend your time together with no regrets. His unwavering gaze fell on Rayon, as if ensuring that his wish would come true. Everyone keeps saying they wish for happiness, but not every day will be filled with joy. However, Rayon calmly stood from his chair, shifting his gaze toward the head of the table. As long as both my grandfathers are here, I feel like we can overcome anything. With those words, he raised his cup toward Glenn and Rictor. Cough. Glenn and Rictor, completely unprepared for their grandson's praise, turned red and let out consecutive coughs. Son, you're getting good at socializing. Edgar grinned, giving Rayon a thumbs up. Of course, he's my son. Sylvia beamed proudly and pulled Rayon into a tight hug. Rayon blinked in confusion. He hadn't been trying to flatter them, had spoken from the hearts. Their delighted reactions caught him off guard. The four people at the table found his flustered expression endearing and laughed even more. I do congratulate you all on becoming closer as a family, but… Wrath clutched his puffed-up head and shrieked, For the love of everything, can we eat now? You wretched humans, this is torture. After finishing their meal, Glenn and Rictor took a walk toward the Lord's training grounds. I didn't know Sylvia was such a good cook. Rictor chuckled softly, having enjoyed a delicious meal after so long. I only found out recently myself. Glenn gazed at the darkening sky and let out a quiet sigh. It seems we both have many regrets. Rictor looked down at the fine sand of the training grounds and smacked his lips. They say that when you grow old, all you remember are the regrets. Glenn shook his head as if it was inevitable. That seems to be true. For a while, the two men simply stood in silence, watching the sunset. The time I spent teaching Rayon here was the happiest in my life. Rictor smiled faintly, recalling those moments as true happiness. I once thought that as long as I had those memories, I could endure a lifetime in hell, but I never expected an even greater joy to come. He turned to Glenn, his smile deepening. Rictor lowered his head in apology. Given my position, I had no choice but to keep things hidden from you. I understand. I would have done the same. Glenn nodded calmly, as if he had long since come to terms with it. And I too owe you my gratitude. He let out a quiet breath as he met Rictor's gaze. Glenn too bowed his head in appreciation. Their eyes met and a warm smile passed between them. Now we just need you to wake up. Then I won't have any more wishes left. Rictor's fingers trembled as he spoke of his final wish. Don't say that. You still need to be there to see Rayon and you get married. Glenn shook his head, telling him not to leave the children with any more wounds. You're right, that was a thoughtless remark. Rictor lightly tapped his forehead, regretting his words. By the way, how is the Holy Sword Alliance? Glenn looked at him with concern. My disciple sent a response, saying there haven't been any problems yet. Rictor pulled out a letter from his pocket, narrowing his eyes. Fallen One and the other members of the 5 demons don't know where the Holy Sword Alliance has relocated, so it should be safe for now. He reassured Glenn that there was no need to worry for the time being. Even so, we never know when a problem might arise, so I plan to return as soon as you wakes up. That would be the right decision. Glenn slightly lowered his eyebrows, indicating his agreement. That being the case, I have a proposal for you. Rictor raised a cautious hand toward Glenn. It's about Rayon. After finishing his meal, Rayon returned to his room with a box of pearl-shaped ice cream, a gift from Helen. Cue quickly, open it. Wrath licked his lips as he stared at the cold air seeping out of the box's edges. Even after eating all that, you still want more. Rayon let out a small chuckle as he looked at Wrath. The glutton had devoured most of the dishes in the dining hall, yet he still wanted more. It seemed that as his body had grown, so had his stomach. Are you sure you don't have an eating disorder? I told you not to compare me to some mindless glutton. Cough. Wrath vehemently shook his head in denial. Enough nonsense. Just open the box. I need to see what kind of ice cream it is. Cough. No matter how I look at it, you're definitely one. Rayon shook his head but nonetheless opened the box. A stream of blue frost spread outward, revealing 4 pearl-shaped ice creams inside. 2 were mint chocolate, speckled with white chocolate pieces, while the other 2 were a bright yellow, resembling bananas. Ooh, Wrath marveled at the sight of the 4 ice cream pearls all at once. Living through everything was worth it. Cough, hurry and eat them. Which one first? Of course, the mint chocolate. No, wait, maybe we should try the new flavor first. But classics are classics, so maybe the mint chocolate after all. Wrath flailed his arms indecisively, unable to settle on a choice. If you can't decide, then I'll choose. I've had plenty of mint chocolate before, so I'll start with the new flavor. Just as Rayon reached for the unfamiliar yellow ice cream, a sudden message appeared before his eyes. Wrath has achieved spiritual growth through a new emotion. You have accomplished a great feat. All stats have increased by 30 points. New trait. A string of reward messages filled his vision. What? Why now? Cough. Wrath's eyes widened in disbelief. Rayon narrowed his eyes at the messages. It looks like it's a reward for the growth of your soul. No, but why is it going to you? Wrath yelled, completely flabbergasted. And how is that my fault? Arg, damn it, this has to be intentional. That blasted system is messing with me on purpose. Grinding his teeth, Wrath swore he would destroy everything the moment he returned to the demon realm. Come to think of it, I never checked the rewards from before either. Rayon smirked and summoned the messages from the rewards he had earned after the war. GHHHK. Wrath's eyes trembled violently as an overwhelming number of message windows flooded Rayon's vision. There are quite a lot. Well, considering all the things I did, wait, what? Rayon had been casually scanning through them, but suddenly his eyes widened. This reward. All stats have increased by 30 points. The trait Aura Manipulation has been created. The rank of the trait Water Resistance has increased. The rank of the trait Demonic Energy Adaptation has increased. The rank of the trait Water Affinity has increased. The rank of the trait Eye of Wrath has increased. The rank of the trait Snowflower's Veil has increased. Rayon swallowed dryly as he read the trait Aura Manipulation among the many messages filling the air. Aura Manipulation. Aura was a unique energy that only Eden's ghosts or top-tier monsters could wield. It was a power forbidden to humans. He had no idea why it had appeared in his status. Wait, could it be? Closing his eyes, he recalled Mirka's final moments. The Orc King had matured his soul to match her actual age and then transferred the remaining energy to him. It seemed Mirka hadn't just elevated his soul, had also granted him the power of Aura. Mirka, Rayon bit his lip deeply. You really went all the way, even after being betrayed by humans. Mirka had bet his soul on trusting one again. He was a true king with an incredible spirit. A aura, you even got aura. Wrath's eyes widened in disbelief as he read the message. That damned orc. Why did he pass down aura too? Even in the demon realm, only the Balrogs use it. He flailed his arms wildly, on the verge of losing his mind. I don't know either. Rayon sighed and opened the details of aura manipulation. Aura manipulation. When emotions surge, the king's aura residing in your soul is drawn out. The king's aura. It seemed that the aura Mirka had passed down wasn't an ordinary one, but the condition that required emotional upheaval troubled him. Since he didn't feel any energy at the moment, it was likely impossible to use it in a calm state. This will be difficult to utilize. You fool. Wrath clicked his tongue in exasperation. Remember how the wrath you use so naturally now was once uncontrollable. Cough. He furrowed his brows, insisting that just like anger, constant attempts would allow him to master it. That's true. Rayon nodded at Wrath. Back when he first received Wrath's power, it had been agonizing to the point of near death, but now he could wield it freely as if it were his own. Since he had even absorbed the power of a demon king, there was no reason he couldn't make aura his own as well. Rayon chuckled as he lightly patted Wrath's head. Helpful. Wrath trembled upon realizing he had just given advice. I didn't help you. You were just so dense that I had no choice. Cough, he vehemently denied it, turning his head sharply. And if we're done, hurry up and eat the ice cream, just a bit more. Rayon pushed the ice cream box aside and checked the previous reward messages. You have drawn out the true power of Wrath. You have defeated an overwhelming opponent. You have accomplished an impossible feat. All stats have increased by 40 points. The rank of the trait Focus has increased. The rank of the trait Snowflower's Absorption has increased. The rank of the trait Snowflower's Lance has increased. The rank of the trait Divine Power Blooming in Darkness has increased. Since these rewards were from the war, the stat increase was a significant 40 points, and his traits had grown across the board. This is great. GRRR. Rayon glanced at Wrath, whose body was gradually turning into a trembling pink fluff like a cotton candy creature, and checked the final message. The title Unyielding One has been upgraded to One Who Overcomes the Impossible. One Who Overcomes the Impossible. A title granted to those who have defeated an opponent beyond their current capabilities. Effect: when fighting an enemy stronger than yourself, your stats and presence are enhanced. This is ridiculous. Wrath snapped his jaw shut at the sight of the upgraded title. You didn't win that fight alone. You used my power. With my strength, even a small mutt could have taken down that masked bastard. Cough. He shook his head furiously in disbelief. I admit it does feel a little unfair. But Rayon shrugged as he watched Wrath tremble in frustration. It's already mine. If you want it back, go ahead and try taking it. Arg, you damned brat. As Wrath lunged at him with a shriek, Rayon casually plopped a yellow pearl of ice cream into his mouth. A refreshing chill spread, followed by the fragrant taste of mango and the sweet richness of banana. Its texture was crisp and sherbet-like, making the fruit's flavors even more pronounced. Wrath stopped mid-punch, collapsing like a deflated balloon. The harmony of mango and banana is phenomenal. Whoever crafted this ice cream is a genius. He kneaded his own cheeks in delight, declaring that he would make the ice cream's creator one of his subordinates. Of course, his ability to describe flavors was still horrendous. Next, Rayon picked up the mint chocolate pearl with white chocolate bits and took a bite. Nothing special. Unfortunately, aside from the added white chocolate, the taste wasn't much different. It was still the same sharp and bitter mint chocolate. Nothing special. The white chocolate makes the mint flavor even fresher and more refined. Wrath muttered that Rayon was a tasteless fool, furrowing his brows. Yeah, you're the expert. Rayon smirked and pointed at the remaining 2 ice cream pearls. You've tried both now, so choosing should be easier. What will you have next? The classic never fails, mint chocolate. Wrath waved his pudgy fists, urging Rayon to eat faster. Fine. Listening to Wrath's excitement, Rayon finished the remaining 2 ice cream pearls and set the box down on the floor. This is the joy of living. Without pearl ice cream, this king would not have existed. Wrath patted his now round belly with satisfaction. You couldn't even choose at first, but now you're decisive, huh? Rayon tilted his head while sitting on his bed. That reminds me. Because of that choice, there's something I need to tell you. Something you need to tell me. Remember when I told you to sit anywhere in the dining hall? You're still on about that. At the time, I had no choice. That's not what I mean. Wrath shook his head, his eyes suddenly serious as if he had summoned his true form. Someday you might have to make a choice that involves their lives. What? Those 2 old men, or your mother and the pointy-eared one, your father and your sister. One day you might have to weigh 2 or 3 lives against each other on a scale. Rayon swallowed dryly as he met Wrath's ominous gaze. You act like you have nothing to lose when throwing away your own life, but when it comes to your subordinates or family, you hesitate. Wrath lowered his chin, his glowing eyes dimming. You'd better think about it carefully. Just like you said, life isn't always full of happy moments. Rayon fell into silent contemplation, absorbing Wrath's final words. Needing to clear his head, Rayon decided to take a walk. He was heading toward Buckmang Mountain when he spotted a lone figure by the lake. It was Edgar. Rayon had assumed he would be with Sylvia, but instead he was near the water, swinging his sword. Mystic Soul swordsmanship. His swordplay is a little different from yours. Wrath yawned and shook his head. That's the original technique. Unlike Rayon, who had learned swordsmanship through manuals, Edgar's sword movements were alive, refined, and full of purpose. Since it was a valuable learning opportunity, Rayon quietly observed from a distance. Whoosh, like searching for light in the darkness, Edgar's majestic sword movements suddenly twisted unnaturally and struck the ground. Edgar trembled, clutching his wrist before falling to one knee. Are you all right? Rayon rushed to his side, supporting him before he could collapse completely. I am fine. Edgar forced an awkward smile and shook his head. That damned Death Knight suddenly interfered. He tapped his trembling wrist as if it were nothing and stood up. In that case, why not take this chance to purge the remnants of the Death Knight from your mind? Rayon clenched his fist as he looked at Edgar. If you ask Merlin, she could easily. The moment he mentioned Merlin's name, the lake split apart with a burst of blue light. Did someone call me? From the divided waters, Merlin emerged, clad in her black robe. Wrath, who had been lazily resting on Rayon's head, shrieked like a fish caught on a hook and leaped into the air. That lunatic. She's a real lunatic. This is insanity. Panicking, he dashed into the frost flower bracelet, trembling in fear. Why are you? Rayon, just as startled as Edgar, took a step back, swallowing hard. I wasn't sure when you'd call me, so I was waiting. Merlin flicked the water off her robe and beamed. Haha. Edgar let out an awkward laugh, his eyes darting around in disbelief. Don't worry, father-in-law. If I help you, this will be over in no time. Merlin licked her lips as she approached Edgar. The old woman's mask she wore somehow made her even more terrifying. The magic I used on the young lady should work. No, Edgar firmly shook his head, despite his evident fear. What? Why? Rayon asked in Merlin's place, unable to comprehend. If the Death Knight's soul still lingers in your mind, it must be uncomfortable. I want to overcome it myself. Edgar clenched his fist and pounded his left chest. For decades, that Death Knight controlled my soul. It was incredibly powerful. To be honest, I'm still afraid of it. His eyelids trembled as he admitted his lingering fear. That's exactly why I have to defeat it on my own. If I can't even do this, I won't be able to move forward. His determination resonated deeply. He wanted to conquer this fear himself, for the sake of protecting Sylvia and Ja. In that case, I understand. Rayon smiled at Edgar and nodded. Having a son suddenly appear in my life is a bit awkward, but I hope we can get along. I look forward to it as well. Rayon firmly shook Edgar's hand until a pale hand suddenly rested on top of theirs. I look forward to it, too, father-in-law. Merlin grinned from beneath her mask, pressing both of their hands together. Haha. Edgar's eyes darted around as he let out a hollow laugh. Son, what in the world did you do? He frantically signaled with his chin, begging Rayon to fix this. Rayon simply closed his eyes tightly. Late at night, when everyone else had fallen asleep, Rayon sat alone in the training grounds, attempting to draw out the aura residing in his soul, but the aura did not respond to his will. Rumble, sensing the disturbance, Wrath rubbed his eyes and emerged from the bracelet. What are you doing? Are you picking a fight with this king? He narrowed his eyes, ready to throw hands. No, it's just the aura won't move. Aura. Wrath scoffed and looked at Rayon. How do you expect to draw out aura when all you're doing is stoking your anger? Rayon lowered his hand, explaining that he hadn't intended to draw out Wrath's power in the first place. Whoosh. As he resonated with the ring of fire to elevate his soul's rank, the rampaging anger gradually settled down. No matter how many times I see it, that ability is freakish. Cough. Wrath grumbled, clearly irritated. Once Rayon had fully suppressed the outburst of Wrath's energy, he tried to manipulate his aura again, but it still didn't budge. This isn't easy. Don't even think about saying weak things. Wrath scowled, scrunching his nose. You wield my wrath as if it's second nature, yet you struggle with something as trivial as aura. Cough. He clenched his teeth, demanding that Rayon forcefully drag the power out. You've got a point. Rayon chuckled. Hearing Wrath bark orders at him only made him more determined to succeed. First, I should loosen up a bit. His stats had increased by a total of 70 points in a short period. To fully adjust to his improved physique, it was best to start with sword training. As he was about to move on from basic sword drills to Fangs of Insanity, the door to the training grounds opened and Rictor walked in. Grandfather. Rayon lowered Azure Sky Sword and bowed his head to Rictor. Call me whatever you're comfortable with. Rictor shook his head, unconcerned. I had a hard time getting used to it at first, too. He smiled gently, as if fully understanding Rayon's hesitation. Ah yes, Rayon nodded. While Glenn had become familiar to him as grandfather, it was still difficult to naturally call Rictor or Edgar by their familial titles. Were you training your sword? Yes. Since my body is in better condition, I wanted to resume training. That's a good mindset. A swordsman must adapt to his body, not just his sword. Rictor nodded approvingly and stepped back, signaling for Rayon to continue. After bowing to Rictor in acknowledgement, Rayon unleashed a sequence of techniques: Fangs of Insanity, Snowflower Swordsmanship, Azure Sky Sword, and Mystic Soul Swordsmanship before finally lowering Azure Sky Sword. His body felt lighter than ever, allowing his sword techniques to flow faster and more precisely. The realization of his growth made him smile instinctively. Mystic Soul Swordsmanship has reached a solid level. It's coming together nicely. I made some improvements after observing my father's technique. That foolish brat, if nothing else, he does have talent in swordsmanship. Rictor nodded, satisfied with what Rayon had learned. I also saw some unfamiliar techniques. You've worked hard. Lord Glenn advised me to observe and master as many sword styles as possible, so I've been striving to learn as much as I can. In that case, there's a perfect place for you. A smirk crept onto Rictor's lips, as if he had caught Rayon at just the right moment. Would you be interested in going there? By a place that suits me perfectly, could it be? Rayon gazed into the air for a moment before turning his eyes toward Rictor. Are you referring to the Holy Sword Alliance? Rictor currently belonged to the Holy Sword Alliance, an organization filled with swords and swordsmanship like a mountain. The only place that could be considered a perfect fit for what he was describing was indeed the Holy Sword Alliance. That's right. Rictor nodded as he gripped the sword at his waist. As you know, the Holy Sword Alliance is part of the Five Demons. They have committed numerous atrocities to obtain swords and swordsmanship, including killing people and desecrating graves. Despite revealing his faction's dark history, his gaze remained unwavering. But that was the will of the previous leader of the Holy Sword Alliance. True to their nature as a group of sword fanatics, they respect and follow the strong. Ever since I became the leader, I haven't committed a single evil act, so it's purely survival of the fittest. Exactly. The Holy Sword Alliance doesn't distinguish between good and evil. They simply worship and follow powerful swordsmen. Rictor furrowed his brows, explaining that the faction's nature changed depending on its leader. It's not just the leader. The hierarchy within the alliance is determined by the martial prowess and swordsmanship of all its members. The reason I was able to become the leader of the Holy Sword Alliance was due to that very system. He casually lowered his hand and grasped his own shoulder. Since everyone within the alliance, from the leader to the gatekeepers, is obsessed with the sword, countless sword techniques and countermeasures have been accumulated within the Holy Sword Alliance. You could turn all of that into growth and experience. Rictor nodded, convinced that this would be a great opportunity. Rayon licked his lips as he gazed into Rictor's calm eyes. This might not be a bad idea. Although he had reached the peak of the Grandmaster level, he had yet to even face the wall of transcendence. If he wanted to climb even higher, gaining new experiences wouldn't be a bad option. This king approves. Wrath eagerly raised his round fist. Why all of a sudden? Rayon was taken aback. He had expected Wrath to insist on staying in the annex and eating home-cooked meals instead. You're the grandson of the big boss. There will definitely be delicious food. Haha. Wrath licked his lips, already fantasizing about the exquisite dishes he would get to eat. Rayon had briefly entertained the possibility, and indeed, Wrath had given a food-related answer like the glutton he was. You don't need to worry about safety. I secretly relocated the Holy Sword Alliance headquarters without the Five Demons knowing. Rictor smirked, confident that none of the Five Demons were aware of their current location. So you really only planned on extracting information from the beginning. Rayon let out a small laugh at Rictor's satisfaction. My only concern was rescuing you and Sylvia. Rictor sighed briefly, admitting that he had wanted to protect them in Edgar's stead. Feeling the sincerity in his words, Rayon bowed respectfully. No need for that. We're not strangers. That reminds me. Rictor's eyes gleamed as if something had just occurred to him. Not long ago, someone reached the transcendent level. Whether you converse with him or spar, it will be beneficial to you. He twirled his fingers, offering to arrange a meeting. Transcendence. Rayon tightened his grip on his heavenly drive. He knew nothing about this person, not their name, face, or age, but just hearing that they had reached transcendence ignited his competitive spirit. It seemed he had truly become a swordsman in both mind and spirit. I will go. Without any hesitation, Rayon made his decision and bowed to Rictor. However, I must first get the Patriarch's approval. Considering the recent dangers he had faced, even if he was going with Rictor, he needed Glenn's permission first. That won't be a problem. Rictor shook his head nonchalantly. I already got his approval. What? He already approved? Yes. He said he would leave the decision up to you. He smiled, saying it was an uncharacteristic response from Glenn. Rayon bit his lip as he looked toward the Patriarch's residence. Rictor had said it was unlike Glenn, but to Rayon it was very much like him. The Patriarch wants me to grow stronger. It was clear that Glenn had placed his trust in him and made this decision for his sake. To meet his expectations, Rayon resolved to go to the Holy Sword Alliance and focus on his training. When do you plan to leave? Now that I think about it, you've been away for quite some time. I need to see Ja wake up. I plan to leave as soon as she regains consciousness. I understand. Rayon found that agreeable since he wanted to greet his sister before leaving. Now that our departure is settled, how about we have a little chat through our swords? Rictor drew his blade as if suggesting a friendly duel. That sounds good. Rayon smiled lightly and raised his heavenly drive. By the looks of it, this won't end until tomorrow. Wrath muttered in boredom before retreating into the ice flower bracelet. Yaon, hearing Wrath's exaggerated yawn, Rayon swung his blade toward Rictor. Boom. You approved Rayon's trip to the Holy Sword Alliance. Rimmer narrowed his eyes as he looked up at Glenn. At a time like this, why? He let out a deep sigh, unable to understand Glenn's reasoning. In these chaotic times, staying within the Five Demons' territory is actually safer than taking on missions. Since the Holy Sword Alliance has relocated and no one knows its current location, there's no risk of another faction attacking. Glenn shook his head calmly, showing his trust in Rector. Moreover, the current leader of the Holy Sword Alliance is strong. If he fully recovers from his internal injuries, he will be able to challenge the heads of the Five Demons. I'm not questioning the safety issue, I'm asking about something else. Something else. You don't want to send Rayon to the Holy Sword Alliance, do you? You cherish your time with your grandson too much. Rimmer raised his eyebrows knowingly. I'm curious as well. Roan, too, looked at Glenn with intrigue. I may not have spent much time with Rayon, but Rictor has spent even less. He ascended to the leadership of the Holy Sword Alliance for Rayon's sake. I wanted to give them some time together. I am not such a petty man. Glenn looked down at Rimmer with a gaze full of disappointment. That's a great thought. But what will you do if, by giving in so much, Rayon ends up liking his paternal grandfather more? Rimmer rolled his eyes dramatically, clearly teasing Glenn. That would never happen. Glenn shook his head firmly as if such a thing was impossible. There's a good chance it might. Rimmer wagged his finger, denying Glenn's certainty. Rayon still doesn't call you grandfather easily. He says patriarch much more often. That's because it's a formal setting. As you're well aware, Rayon is still like a child when it comes to family relationships. He's like a chick that's just broken out of its shell. And now you're sending him off to his paternal grandfather. Rimmer smirked mischievously. They'll get close immediately. Later on, he might start calling Rictor grandfather while still calling you patriarch. Rimmer turned to Roan as if asking for confirmation. Ha ha ha. Roan chuckled at Rimmer's amusing words. Oh, I stopped by the training ground a little earlier, and Rictor was teaching Rayon swordsmanship. Rayon was smiling the whole time and even calling him grandfather constantly. Is that the power of a true grandfather? The training ground? Which one? Glenn sprang from his throne. The 5th training ground, of course. Rimmer spread his right hand, showing 5 fingers. My stomach feels off. Glenn clutched his abdomen, stepped off the platform, and immediately left the audience chamber. Despite his words, instead of heading to the restroom, he leapt out the window and dashed toward the 5th training ground. Kehaha! Rimmer burst into laughter as he watched Glenn run. I knew it, that ridiculous pride of his. That was cruel. Roan shook his head, though he couldn't hide the smile on his lips. Let's go watch how this turns out. Rimmer slung an arm over Roan's shoulder and headed toward the training ground. He wore a mischievous grin, already picturing the struggle on Rayon's face. Boom! As Rayon was practicing his mystic soul swordsmanship under Rictor's guidance, the doors to the training ground slammed open. And thinking it was Rimmer, he turned around, only to see Glenn glaring at him with a fierce expression. Patriarch, what brings you here? I couldn't digest properly, so I came out for a walk. Glenn waved his hand dismissively, though his eyes gleamed like a hunter on the prowl. Okay. Rayon nodded in confusion before resuming his sword technique. Tusk, just as he was about to thrust toward the upper left using the 5th stance, Glenn clicked his tongue. You should extend it faster and stronger from that position. He crossed his arms, murmuring about increasing both the speed and power of the technique. Understood. Rayon listened to Glenn's advice and reinforced the sharpness and velocity of his attack. No, that's wrong. Rictor shook his head firmly. That may increase speed and power, but it diminishes the unique essence of the Mystic Soul Sword. It throws off the balance. Return to the original form I taught you. He demonstrated the proper stance once again. All right. Rayon nodded and followed Rictor's instructions, bringing back the distinctive flow of the Mystic Soul Sword, which allowed for a smoother transition between movements. HMPH. Glenn pursed his lips, seemingly conceding that Rictor knew more about this particular technique. Whoosh! After refining his Mystic Soul swordsmanship, Rayon immediately transitioned into practicing his Azure Sky Sword. Your swordsmanship is excellent as always. However, it would be better if you drew the sky higher. Understood. Following Rictor's suggestion, Rayon focused his energy on creating a vast and lofty sky within his technique, making it feel as boundless as an autumn sky. That's not it. Glenn strode forward, shaking his head. The true essence of the Azure Sky Sword lies in its boldness and grandeur. He demonstrated, emphasizing the overwhelming aura and sheer presence rather than height. Understood. Rayon quickly adjusted, infusing his strike with powerful momentum, his blade soaring through the air as if splitting the heavens. This time Rictor remained silent, seemingly acknowledging Glenn's perspective, while a satisfied smirk formed on Glenn's lips. And so their barrage of corrections continued. Rayon, drenched in sweat, desperately followed both of their instructions. Rayon, use a heavy strike there. Rayon, go for a swift attack. Speed is key. At the dining hall, they had teased each other playfully, but now both Glenn and Rictor were completely serious, pouring their energy into teaching him. His head spun so much that he wasn't even sure what kind of sword strike he was making anymore. My heart aches. They were both so genuine in their guidance that it pained him. He could feel himself improving, but keeping up with them was exhausting. At least one saving grace was that both of them were master swordsmen who had perfected countless techniques. Both Glenn and Rictor firmly admitted when something wasn't right and gave precise feedback, though that only made things even more overwhelming. Huff. As Rayon exhaled a rough breath and continued swinging his sword, he sensed someone approaching the training ground. Mother, please let it be Mother. He turned toward the entrance, desperately hoping for Sylvia's arrival. But instead, he saw Rimmer and Roan stepping inside. I was right, wasn't I? Rimmer clapped his hands in delight as he watched Rayon caught between Glenn and Rictor. I told you this would happen. He laughed so hard he clutched his stomach, clearly entertained by Rayon's distressed expression. Haha. Roan chuckled dryly, as if he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Well, since it's come to this, how about we make a bet? Let's see whose advice is more accurate. I'm putting my money on the patriarch. Rimmer casually pulled out a gold coin, openly proposing a wager. Rayon, what are you doing? Hurry up and demonstrate your swordsmanship. Rayon, this time bring out your sensory sword. Glenn and Rictor completely ignored Rimmer, focusing solely on their competition of swordsmanship advice. Rayon almost wished the two of them would just fight each other instead. He raised his heavenly drive with an exhausted grip and shot a glare at Rimmer. You, no salary for a year. Even after being tormented by Glenn and Rictor all day, Rayon still couldn't catch a break. Naturally, it was because of wrath. Did you not promise to buy me whatever I wanted? Get going already. We just had some yesterday. It was only 4 scoops. Wrath smacked his back, demanding more ice cream, a whole box of mint chocolate, and another of the new flavor. He huffed, blowing frosty air, insisting Rayon keep his promise. Shaking his head, Rayon stepped into the ice cream shop. As he approached the counter to place his order, a familiar face caught his eye. Run-On was standing still in front of the ice cream display case, staring at it like a statue. She slowly turned her gaze toward him. Oh, the ice cream girl. As expected, she's here. Wrath grinned, delighted to see his kindred spirit. Rayon. Run-On blinked lazily, her eyes lighting up slightly in recognition. How's your injury? All healed. She casually waved her arms and legs in a dance-like motion, showing she was fine. Answering that way to such a question was oddly fitting for her. Are you here to get ice cream? Yeah, I'm buying some for my mom and dad. Run-On nodded, saying she planned to get several flavors. I'll buy it for you. Pick whatever you want. Her eyes brightened just a little as she immediately pressed her face back against the glass to choose. Let's pick ours quickly too. Wrath's eyes sparkled as he scanned the display alongside Run-On. We already decided mint chocolate and the new flavor. But now that I see it, that one looks good too. He smacked his lips at the sight of the pink strawberry ice cream. 3 boxes would be too much. We don't come here every day. Buy it for me. Wrath flailed in the air, demanding the extra scoop. Fine, but you're only eating one today. Deal. He nodded his chubby jaw in satisfaction. Rayon let out a long sigh. Am I raising a demon lord or a child? He still couldn't figure out what kind of creature Wrath was, capable of being so different when serious versus when eating. Rayon, just as he was about to order Wrath's ice cream, Run-On approached. Did you pick everything, not ice cream? Can I ask you for another favor? She lowered her gaze slightly, as if she had something important to say. What is it? He was open to granting her request, so he asked first. Spar with me in front of my parents. Run-On bowed her head, earnestly making her request, while Rayon and Run-On discussed their sparring match. Something's not right. Frederick let out a deep sigh and took Zha's wrist, checking her pulse. Examining her pupils, breathing, and the flow of mana within her, he gently lifted her eyelids. I see now. Frederick bit his lip as if he had just realized something. What is it? What's wrong with her? Glenn lowered his gaze heavily as he observed him. She's perfectly healthy. Her wounds have healed, her life force is full, and all 3 of her dantions are stable. Frederick clicked his tongue, saying she was so well that she couldn't even be considered a patient anymore. Then why can't she wake up? Rictor, staring at Zha, spoke with trembling lips. There's no issue with her body, not even with her soul, however. Frederick stroked Zha's hair and let out a deep sigh. There's a problem between the two. Run-On, as they walked along the main road leading to the Sullian household, Rayon glanced at her. Why do you want to spar in front of your parents? It wasn't a difficult request, so he had agreed. However, he didn't understand why it had to take place at her home in the Sullian household. There's something I want to show them. Run-On lowered her left hand and gripped the hilt of her snowflower sword at her waist. What do you want to show them? That I've changed? She spoke as if that was all there was to it, her gaze steady and resolute. Woo-um. Runon's aura flared with sharp yet noble energy, as if she were preparing for a life or death duel. Sensing the gravity of her stance, Rayon narrowed his eyes. Is this about what happened with Sylvia? Runnon wasn't one to talk much. To understand her intentions, he would first need to go through with the spar. What are you doing? As Rayon suppressed his curiosity and continued following Runnon, Wrath suddenly leaped up. Since you're not fighting yet, eat the beet ice cream first. Wrath impatiently demanded that he take out the ice cream. If I eat it now, it might distract Runnon. Rayon pointed toward Runnon, who was already summoning her focus as if the duel had begun. Huh, you're really okay with this. Won't it disturb the ice cream girl? Are you sure? Rayon nudged Wrath with his shoulder, grinning. Wrath groaned as he looked at Runnon. I have no choice then. Eat it right after the duel. Declaring that he would make a noble sacrifice for the ice cream girl, Wrath turned away. Is that so? Rayon chuckled as he saw Wrath's face redden. He really is soft-hearted. If it were anyone else, Wrath would have thrown a fit and insisted on eating immediately. But because it was Runnon, he held his tongue. It was still unbelievable that this cotton ball-like creature was supposed to be a demon king. I do want to see the demon realm you spoke of someday. Rayon ran his fingers through Wrath's soft fur with a smile. Are you serious? Wrath lifted his head, eyes wide. Yeah, I'm curious about what kind of place the demon realm you ruled over is like. He wanted to see the subordinates Wrath cherished and the world he had once dominated. That's an excellent idea. Those demon realm scoundrels need to experience being bitten by a crazy mutt like you. Wrath's mischievous grin spread wide. If you do as this king says, you can reach the demon realm. Of course, it will take a lot of effort and preparation, but you can definitely do it. Not now. Rayon pushed away Wrath, who was panting like an excited dog. I'll go after everything is settled if I survive. The darkness looming over the continent remained, and his revenge against Darius was unfinished. He didn't even know if he would still be alive once his grudges and hatred were resolved. Stop spouting nonsense. You're like a leech, you'll definitely outlive this king. Rayon chuckled and patted Wrath's head just as Runnon stopped in her tracks. We're here. Lifting his head at her words, Rayon saw the Grand Sullian household. It was his first time returning since the incident with Sylvia, but there didn't seem to be any significant changes. Young lady, you've returned quickly. A middle-aged swordsman guarding the front gate bowed to Runnon. Yes, she nodded, and the swordsman smiled before opening the gates. Sir Rayon, you've come as well. The swordsman turned to Rayon and bowed respectfully. Apologies for the sudden visit. No need to apologize. Sir Rayon is always welcome here. He smiled warmly as if Rayon was always welcome. Rayon returned the greeting and stepped into the Sullian household. This way. Instead of heading toward the central mansion, Runnon veered left toward the garden. Following her curiously, Rayon soon spotted her parents, Lorcan and Clara, seated at a garden table, engaged in conversation. Runnon, you're so late, I was dying to see you. Lorcan rushed toward her but froze upon noticing Rayon. Rayon Sieghart, how are you here? His jaw trembled as he stared in shock. You're being rude to our benefactor. Clara smacked Lorcan's back before stepping forward. It's been a while. Welcome. She gracefully lifted the hem of her dress and greeted him with proper etiquette. It's been a while since I last saw you both. Rayon placed his hand on his chest and bowed politely. Ahem, good to see you. I was just startled, that's all. Lorcan scratched the back of his head, looking embarrassed. Judging by his cautious demeanor, he was still a doting father, ever watchful over his daughter. We met at the ice cream shop. Runnon nodded, explaining that she had brought Rayon from there. Oh, you were just having a snack together. That's nice. Clara clapped her hands lightly, pleased. No. Runnon shook her head firmly while gripping the hilt of Snowflower. I brought him to spar. She pursed her lips, emphasizing that this had nothing to do with snacks, it was about a duel. What a spar? Why all of a sudden? Both Lorcan and Clara widened their eyes in surprise. Just watch. Runnon let out a slow breath and stood in front of Rayon. You don't have to go all out, but don't hold back like we're in a training ground. Got it. Her usually vacant eyes now gleamed with sharp determination. Seeing that she was serious, Rayon adjusted his aura level to match the early stages of Grandmaster. Control your strength properly. Your early Grandmaster level is already stronger than most people's high-level Grandmasters. I know. Rayon nodded and raised Heavenly Drive into a middle stance. Schling. Runnon, stealing her resolve, smoothly drew Snowflower without hesitation. Clang, the two swords met just like in their training duels, and they each took 2 steps back. Kying, Runnon kicked off the ground aggressively and thrust Snowflower forward. A blade of frost blossomed from her silver sword, rushing toward his chest. Clang, Rayon deflected her strike with Glacier Fang, his eyes narrowing. She's grown. Her sword no longer carried the same hesitations from before. She had shed her past weaknesses, turning her battlefield experiences into strength. Schwip, despite her first attack failing, Runnon didn't retreat. She launched her second offensive, her frost scattering into shards of ice that rained down like a blizzard. Kwayang, Rayon countered with Snowstorm's swordplay, his blade dancing with the essence of the absolute sword. The frigid winds howled, shredding the descending frost into nothingness. thud. As soon as the frost storm died down, Rayon stepped forward using supreme harmony steps. Crying, he slipped into her left side and thrust Heavenly Drive at her waist. Run-On, instead of avoiding it outright, dove into her own space using light wind. Her movement wasn't just evasive, it was an attack as well. Good movement, but it's still lacking. Rayon stepped back and slashed downward with Crimson Strike in the direction she was dashing. Whoosh. Determined to fight until the end, Run-On blocked the strike with her frost-coated blade. Clang. But the difference in their aura was too great. Run-On was sent flying, rolling across the ground. Even as pain racked her arm, she got up and charged again. Clang. Rayon, his expression icy, directed a 10,000 flames cultivation burst at her opening. Whoosh. The crimson flames consumed her frost, slamming into her chest. Thud. A shockwave erupted as Run-On crashed into the ground once more. Her disheveled hair scattered around her face and blood dripped from her forehead. Run-On, what is this? Clara and Lorcan trembled, unable to believe how intense the duel had become. Not yet. Ignoring the pain, Run-On rose again. Heir. Despite her injuries, her sword grew sharper, reaching the extreme peak of precision. Clang. Rayon, honoring her request, didn't suppress his aura. He shattered her attack completely. Boom. Run-On was flung across the garden, her impact overturning the grass. Run-On, stop this already. Clara and Lorcan rushed forward to stop her. No. Run-On rejected their hands and stood up on her own. I can still fight. She gripped Snowflower tightly, her determination unwavering. Isn't this too much? Wrath furrowed his brow, urging restraint. Look at her eyes. Rayon pointed at Run-On's gaze with Heavenly Drive. Her usually vacant eyes burned with unwavering resolve. She let out a fierce cry and dashed forward. Her limbs weren't moving properly, yet her steps held a mystical grace like a divine dance. Clang. Rayon, unwilling to hold back, met her strike with full force. Cheeing. This time she didn't tumble, she only dropped to one knee as she was pushed back. Just as Rayon sensed something odd, Run-On, still hunched, slipped into his left side. That won't work. Even though it was an unexpected movement, it wasn't beyond his perception. To end this, he slashed diagonally with Heavenly Drive. That moment. Flash. Run-On's eyes gleamed. As if she had been waiting for this, she twisted Snowflower's blade at an angle. Chi-ing. Using the frozen edge of her sword, she redirected Heavenly Drive, seamlessly shifting into an offensive stance. Swoosh. Before he knew it, her frosted blade was at his throat. A completely unpredictable swordplay. Rayon twisted his wrist, forcibly repositioning Heavenly Drive to deflect her attack. Clang. Snowflower was sent flying into the air, and Run-On, completely drained, collapsed. Blood trickled from her lips. Run-On. Lorcan rushed over and caught her. Enough. Clara embraced her tightly, begging her to stop. I saw Rayon save his family. Run-On slowly lifted herself. She looked at Lorcan and Clara, biting her lip, but my brother never came back. Run-On. Lorcan's eyes widened. Hadn't expected her to say that. That's why I have to finish it. I have to stay in the Light Wind Division to make it happen. She lowered her head, pleading for them not to ask her to leave. Run-On. Lorcan and Clara both bit their lips as they saw the growth in their daughter. Now I understand. Rayon watched as Run-On's family silently held hands, nodding slightly. They must have asked her to leave the Light Wind Division. Lorcan, sensing the growing turmoil on the continent, had likely urged Run-On to leave and become a Sullian swordswoman instead. Run-On used this duel to reject their proposal. She had challenged him today to prove her determination to survive in Light Wind Division and stop Syria. Yeah, she's changed. The girl who loved bead ice cream and struggled with expressing emotions was no longer here. The swordswoman standing before him was a true warrior, armed with the resolve to become stronger for her family. Rayon quietly placed the ice cream box he had bought earlier on the table. Not wanting to disturb Run-On, Lorcan, and Clara's moment, he silently exited the Sullian estate. You finally have some sense. Wrath nodded approvingly. HMPH, I don't need flattery. Despite his words, Wrath beamed with satisfaction. To think the ice cream girl has grown this much, I'm deeply moved. Wrath nodded as if watching a child grow was a wonderful thing. Since I'm in a good mood, let's eat ice cream too. He waved his small, round hands, urging Rayon to take out the mint chocolate. Mint chocolate, I already left it back there. Didn't you buy two? I didn't have time to. Rayon shrugged. Go back and get it right now. Wrath shook his head violently, demanding he retrieve it. How am I supposed to go back? They're probably deep in conversation by now, drowning in tears. Can't you see the tears flowing from this king's eyes? Wrath clutched his head, wailing, you fool with no sense. Pressed by Wrath's relentless whining, Rayon ended up buying another mint chocolate ice cream before returning to the annex. As he was about to eat one in the garden, Merlin exited the annex and approached him. Wrath, who had been dancing in anticipation of ice cream, immediately ducked behind Rayon's back at the sight of Merlin. Don't talk to her, just let her pass. He clung to Rayon's clothes, pleading for him to ignore her. How could I do that? Rayon shook his head and walked up to Merlin. Where are you going? The patriarch called for me. Merlin smiled brightly, as if she had already gained his approval. What approval? Our relationship, of course. She twirled her fingers together like a thread as if he already understood. Hearing such nonsense made Rayon briefly regret not listening to Wrath's advice. Your mother and father are there too, come with me. Merlin grabbed his wrist, leading him along. The direction they were heading in was Frederick's estate. Why there? The only patient left at Frederick's estate was Ja. Realizing that Merlin had been called to where Ja was, an ominous chill ran down his spine. We're here. Merlin confidently pushed open the door and waved. Come this way. Glenn nodded with a heavy gaze. Sensing the grave atmosphere, Rayon followed Glenn into the patient room without a word. Ja lay on the bed, surrounded by the others. What's going on? Rayon swallowed dryly and looked at Glenn. We examined Ja in multiple ways, suspecting something unusual about her inability to wake up. Frederick stroked Ja's hair, sighing deeply. It seems she's in a state where she can't wake up. What do you mean? The gap between her grown body and her young soul has widened too much. Her soul isn't connecting with her body. He bit his lip, admitting he had never encountered such a case before. Especially concerning is how little energy remains in her highly developed upper dantian. At this rate, she may never wake up. Frederick massaged his temples, admitting his helplessness. No way. Rayon turned to look at Sylvia and Edgar. Having already been told, their shoulders trembled. Is there a way to treat her? I don't know. We need to figure it out. Frederick shook his head, saying he had no answers yet. Looks like it's my turn. Merlin stepped forward, placing her hands on her hips. I'll take a look. She reassured them with a light smile before placing her hand on Ja's forehead. Whoosh, a sacred yet mysterious blue light enveloped both Merlin and Ja. For a moment it felt as if only the two of them existed in the room. As the long silence stretched, feeling like an eternity, Merlin finally opened her eyes. It's as I thought. She turned around, narrowing her gaze. The Green King helped her soul grow, but because she didn't awaken on her own, the connection remains unstable. She explained that Ja wouldn't be able to wake up on her own. This is exactly what I suspected. Wrath let out a quiet sigh. Just like how I would lose control if I entered your body, she's facing a similar issue. Her soul and body are out of sync, preventing her from waking up. He clicked his tongue, saying this wouldn't be easily resolved. Is there a way to wake her up? Glenn's voice was desperate as he looked at Merlin. It's difficult. Merlin lowered her gaze, folding her hands together. Edgar bit his lip so hard it bled, clearly blaming himself again. Sylvia knelt beside the bed, holding Ja's hand. She looked utterly devastated at the thought of losing her daughter again. Damn it. Rictor clenched his fists so tightly that blood dripped from his palms, unable to even touch Ja. Rayon gritted his teeth. His family had finally reunited, yet another problem arose. The suffocating frustration made him feel nauseous. Merlin, is there really no way? Rayon stepped closer to Merlin, who was deep in thought, biting her lip. There is one. What? Rayon's eyes widened. Rictor and Sylvia also stood up in shock. I said it was difficult. I never said it was impossible. Merlin gazed at Ja with a look of pity before parting her lips. There is definitely a way. Really? Rayon looked at Merlin with trembling eyes. Is there really a way to wake her up? Even Saint of Rags Frederick didn't know how to wake Ja, so he had half given up. He never expected Merlin to give a definitive answer. His heart began pounding as if it would burst. Please, I beg you. Sylvia approached Merlin and grabbed her hand. Tell me how to wake Ja. She knelt down, willing to do anything. You wouldn't lie about this. Edgar stepped beside Sylvia and nodded. I beg you as well. Please help us wake Ja. He too knelt before Merlin, just like Sylvia. For the couple who thought they had lost their daughter, there seemed to be no fear left. Just tell us the way. Glenn cast a heavy gaze at Merlin and stepped forward. She's been asleep for 20 years. We can't just leave her like this. With trembling hands, he clenched his fist, willing to pay any price. I feel the same. Rictor bit his lip as he listened to Ja's faint breathing. I cannot go anywhere without seeing my granddaughter wake up. He also bowed his head to Merlin, pleading. Merlin. Rayon approached Merlin and clasped his hands together in front of him. Please tell us how. He bent his waist, speaking from the heart, not because of his two grandfathers, his mother or his father. In Ja's life, he saw his past self. He wanted to break the fallen one's chains that bound her soul and grant her freedom. Why are you all acting so burdensome? Contrary to her words, Merlin drew a bright smile and took a step forward. Don't worry, she can definitely be awakened. She tightened her grip on Sylvia's hand as she spoke. Are you really sure? Sylvia let her tears fall as she chose to believe in her words. Of course, however, it won't be easy, and it's not something that can be done right away. Merlin clicked her tongue in regret. Not something that can be done right away. Rayon tilted his head at Merlin. Can't we just enter the mental world like before? It's different this time. Merlin shook her head firmly. Back then, the Green King had opened the mental world for the young lady, but now she is alone. If you or I force our way in with magic, her soul could suffer a severe shock, and if that happens... She cracked her knuckles harshly. There's a high chance she will never wake up again. Then what do? We need a material that allows us to safely face her soul. What kind of material? Soulstone. Merlin raised her hand as if getting to the main point. A mirror enveloped in rainbow light floated above her palm. It's an object that allows one to face a soul without any burden. Are you talking about that mirror? Rayon swallowed dryly as he stared at the shining mirror in Merlin's hand. This is the one I found, but there should be other forms of it. Merlin sighed heavily, indicating that finding one wouldn't be easy. Where is that mirror located? Glenn narrowed his eyes at the mirror Merlin was showing. It's an artifact of the Fallen One. Merlin let the mirror hover in the air and frowned. It's something he used when crafting special helmets or masks. He always carried it with him, so now that we don't even know if he's dead or alive, it's impossible to find. She clicked her tongue in disappointment. You mentioned there are other forms of it. Where are they? Rayon clenched his jaw as he looked at the mirror gradually fading away. I don't know. Merlin slowly shook her head. No one knows what form it might take or where it is. What do you mean? A soulstone isn't something you can find just by searching for it. It appears by coincidence. By coincidence? He asked again, unable to understand. Once every few decades, when the sun and moon are closest, the heavens passage briefly closes. Lost souls wander and settle into nearby objects. When that happens, a soulstone is created, shining with rainbow light. Merlin raised a shimmering rainbow light above her palm. We call it a soulstone, but because it appears by chance, it might not even be a stone. It could be a dead tree, a plant, or even an object that's already been touched by human hands. I've searched the entire continent through the eyes of animals, but I couldn't find one. It doesn't emit any special mana or aura, and its distinctive glow only appears at the moment of its creation. That's why so few people even know of its existence. She let the flickering light in her palm dissipate, saying they would have to begin searching now. Then how can we recognize a soulstone? Someone like you, or a transcendent, would know just by touching it. A soulstone contains someone else's mental world inside. Merlin sighed, saying even a grandmaster might be able to recognize it. Explain it in more detail. Glenn reached out as if he wanted to engrave the information in his memory. Of course, Merlin nodded and summarized everything she had explained so far, so it's referring to lost souls. Wrath nodded in understanding. You know about it too? This king saw one just once in the demon realm. It had no taste, no significance, so I discarded it immediately. He clicked his tongue as if regretting throwing it away. Soulstone. This won't be easy. The others also seemed unfamiliar with soulstones, their expressions darkening. Since it was an object created by chance, had no distinct features upon formation, and required at least a grandmaster's level to even sense, it was only natural for everyone to feel despair. Sylvia could no longer hold back and began sobbing as she held Ja's hand. It hadn't been long since she had last smiled without worry, and yet she was crying again. It felt as if the world was subjecting her to a relentless trial. I have something to ask. Rayon turned his gaze away from Sylvia and looked at Merlin. Je know, if my sister doesn't wake up for a while, will there be any problems? Right now, she's just in a sleeping state. As long as her body is properly nourished, there's nothing to worry about. Merlin winked, assuring him that there was no urgency. She's right, Je's body is simply in a state of slumber. Frederick vouched for her, easing Rayon's worries a little. Of course, if too many years pass in this state, the gap between her soul and body may widen. Merlin shook her head, emphasizing that they shouldn't delay for too long. Roan. At Glenn's call, Roan suddenly appeared out of thin air. Yes, Patriarch. Roan bowed his head solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Contact the black market, all branches, vassal families, and allied forces. Not a single one is to be left out. Glenn removed the long coat draped over his shoulders and left the hospital room, looking like he intended to personally take action. I should also search for other possible methods. Frederick said he would reach out to other healers and priests before heading to the medical office. Sylvia, let's go home for today. Staying here will only make it harder for Je. Edgar took Sylvia, who was crying so hard she seemed ready to collapse, back to the annex. Victor bit his lip. Once again, he had been unable to even touch his granddaughter. He followed Edgar in silence. Merlin, I have one more question. After the others left and only the two of them remained in the room, Rayon approached Merlin. What is it? Merlin tilted her chin as if telling him to ask anything. If we obtain the soulstone, everything will be solved, right? Without any problems, of course. She hesitated for a barely perceptible moment before nodding. Are you sure? Yes. Just trust me, Merlin smiled, assuring him that she would definitely wake Je. I'm not just asking about my sister. I mean, yeah, will you be okay? Rayon narrowed his eyes as he met Merlin's gaze. Since this was magic that involved handling souls, he needed to confirm that Merlin wouldn't suffer any consequences. You're worrying about me in this situation. You really are the best, Rayon. Merlin let out a heated sigh and threw herself toward him. Rayon hurriedly stepped back, taking 5 quick steps to evade her. You didn't have to back away that far. Merlin clicked her tongue in disappointment. Just answer the question. Are you really going to be okay? Of course, it's no different from entering the helmet. She waved a hand dismissively, saying there was nothing to worry about as long as they had the soulstone as a medium. That may be true, but if there's any risk, you have to tell me. Got it. Merlin saluted, pressing her hand to her forehead. You have a lot of people to contact, don't you? You should get going. She tapped her wrist as if reminding him of the urgency. you're right. Rayon nodded as he glanced at Cha. Even excluding the black market, which Glenn would handle, there were still many people he needed to reach. He had to move quickly. He bowed his head to Merlin before leaving the hospital room. There's no need for such words between us. Merlin waved lightly, seeing him off. Ha. Watching Rayon's retreating figure, she let out a quiet sigh. Whichever way this goes, it won't be easy. With hollow eyes, Merlin sat on the chair beside the bed. As she stroked his hair, she gave a sorrowful smile. This might not be the right thing to say, but I envy you, young lady. Like a child's crude drawing, a pirate ship stood proudly on the raging waves. The water's coming in. Bail it out, quick, pull from this side. We're going to capsize. Is Lady Eris at the helm? Why is the ship rocking so much? Unlike the elegantly swaying pirate ship, the crew on the deck moved as if they had two bodies, desperately fighting against the waves. So annoying. Perched at the ship's prow, Eris blinked her eyes lazily before placing a hand on the hilt of her sword. The moment she drew the silver blade, the dark clouds and the towering waves battering the ship split in half. Whoosh! A rift tore through the heavens and the sea, causing the pitch-black storm to subside in fear. As the storm clouds parted, the sun emerged, pouring its warm radiance upon the pirate ship as if blessing it. Ha! Eris let out a deep sigh as she gazed upon the now calm sea. Did I neglect him too much? She scratched her head and turned to look at the false captain, Reborn, who had approached without her noticing. I may have raised him a little roughly, but I didn't think he'd cut off contact like this. Eris frowned slightly, regretting not having treated him with more warmth. If you had been more affectionate, the young master would have died before he even left. Reborn chuckled dryly as he met Eris's melancholic gaze. I too am curious about the young master's whereabouts, but I doubt he's in any real danger. As you always say, he's not someone who would get beaten up just anywhere. He shook his head, reassuring her. That kid may be quiet, unlike Rayon, but he still had a strong desire for strength. I expected to hear news about him naturally, but for things to be this silent. I believe he's hiding his identity. With all the wars breaking out lately, there have been stories of rising warriors. Perhaps he's one of them. Hiding his identity, that does sound like him. That idiot never cared about fame to begin with. Eris clicked her tongue as she watched the gentle waves. Sigh, thinking of Rayon reminds me of my own son. I must be failing as a mother. She shook her head in disappointment. Unlike the young master, Lord Rayon is rather clumsy in such matters. Reborn smiled knowingly. The young master excelled in everything: martial arts, human relationships, strategy, and tactics. There was nothing he couldn't do. Of course, Lord Rayon possesses even greater talent, but strangely enough, when it comes to relationships, he is even more awkward than a child. Yeah, I've never seen a kid struggle so much just to call someone aunt. Eris chuckled, recalling Rayon's awkward expression. He only started calling me aunt after he became a direct descendant. It was both refreshing and ridiculous. She nodded, remembering how fun it had been competing over whether he would call her aunt or call Glenn grandfather first. My son was too quick-witted in that area to be amusing, but hearing Rayon call me aunt suddenly made me miss him. Eris clicked her tongue as she ran her fingers through her red hair. Just in case, I'll gather information on swordsmen who have recently made a name for themselves. The young master may be hiding his identity. Don't limit it to just swordsmen. Check all martial artists. That fool could suddenly decide to fight with his fists. Understood. Reborn smiled lightly and was about to step back when Kiik, a white seagull, flew down and landed in front of Eris. The bird raised its leg impatiently, revealing a piece of paper tied to it. How cocky. What's written on this, Thatha? Eris chuckled and untied the paper from the seagull's leg. The moment she read the contents, her breath came out rough and uneven. What is it? 2 years ago. Eris reread the note twice, her hands trembling. Someone saw my son. Huh. Standing atop the platform of the 5th training ground, Rayon let out a thin breath. No news yet. It had been 4 days since he had spread word about the Soulstone, but there was still no response from anywhere. Even Glenn hadn't said anything, which meant that neither Zieghart's intelligence network nor his personal connections had found anything. Well, they did say it would be difficult to find. Even Merlin, who had given him information about Soulstones, admitted they were nearly impossible to locate. Finding one immediately would have been stranger. Honestly, it's a miracle for humans to find one at all. Wrath furrowed his brows as if it were obvious. Wrath, you mentioned that I could go to the demon realm, right? Are you seriously thinking of going there just for this? Idiot. That's impossible for you right now, and it would take an absurd amount of time. Wrath shook his head, calling it an unnecessarily roundabout method. Ha, I figured as much. Rayon ran a hand through his hair as he looked up at the sky. For now, I should focus on other things. The only fortunate thing was that Jo wasn't in immediate danger. Frederick had also said he would search for a medical treatment, so Rayon needed to come up with other possible solutions as well. After clearing his thoughts, he lowered his gaze to watch the Light Wind Division training. They fully adapted to the master level. Although Yua and Yulia still needed time, the other swordsmen had grown proficient in handling their energy. Their experience in the recent war had been a great help. and he observed the captains who were both guiding the others and honing their own skills. Just as he had noticed before, Run-On was continuously growing stronger, while Martha and Burin wielded their swords with fierce determination, unwilling to fall behind. All three were on the verge of breaking through. Experience really is everything. Rayon smiled faintly and stood up. Just as he was about to begin his own training, the doors to the training ground burst open and Rector stepped inside. Rayon immediately descended from the platform and approached him. "Grandfather, looks like I interrupted your training." "No, not at all." Rayon shook his head, saying he had just been about to start. "I have nothing left to do here, so I'm returning to the Holy Sword Alliance." Rector nodded, stating that he would personally search for the soulstone there. "What about you?" Rayon let out a quiet sigh as he met Rector's steadfast gaze. "When are you leaving?" "I plan to depart tomorrow." Rector answered without hesitation, having already made up his mind. "Then I'll go with you." Rayon nodded. There was nothing more he could accomplish by staying here, so it seemed wiser to follow Rector and seize any opportunities that arose. "And I have a favor to ask." "A favor?" "Yes, when we head to the Holy Sword Alliance." Just as Rayon was about to explain his request, boom, the doors to the training ground burst open as if they were about to break apart, and Dorian rushed in with crumbs still stuck to his mouth. "Sir, have you heard the news?" Dorian, looking thrilled to have caught Rayon at the right moment, shook his plump head. "The Thespian Emperor has come to the main gate and is requesting an audience with the Patriarch." "The Thespian Emperor is here." Rayon frowned as he watched Dorian munching noisily. "That's right, I heard she arrived at the front gate just a moment ago." Dorian nodded enthusiastically, saying all the swordsmen outside were talking about it. "First, deal with that bread." Rayon pointed at the crumbs stuck to Dorian's chin. "Oh yes, sir." Dorian chuckled and stuffed all the crumbs into his mouth. "Whatever kind of bread that is, it looks delicious." Wrath licked his lips, feeling hungry. "Bring some to this king as well. My hunger is making my head spin." "Q Huck, the only bread I have is Nadine bread, if you're okay with that." "In no need, this king shall keep his mouth shut until dinner." Wrath shouted his refusal and disappeared into the ice flower bracelet. Did the Thespian Emperor come alone? Rayon let out a short sigh and looked back at Dorian. "No, she brought her subordinates with her this time." Dorian shook his head, explaining that unlike before, the Thespian Emperor hadn't come alone. "Did she say why she requested an audience with the Patriarch?" "No idea." Dorian shrugged, saying he had rushed over the moment he heard the news. "The High General has already sent a message to the Patriarch, so he should be coming soon." Dorian pointed toward the main gate and muttered that the atmosphere didn't seem bad. That makes sense. Although there had been some minor conflicts with the Five Divine Order, they weren't enemies, so there was no reason to refuse the visit. The Thespian Emperor. Rector stroked his chin and turned his gaze toward Sieghart's front gate. Did she gain some sort of enlightenment? His eyes narrowed as if he could already sense the Thespian Emperor's aura. "If you say enlightenment, then could it be?" Rayon widened his eyes and looked at Rector. "Yes, she must have had a major realization, given how much stronger she's become in such a short time." Rector nodded, confirming that the Thespian Emperor's energy had grown noticeably more powerful. Can a transcendent really gain enlightenment that easily? The realm of transcendence is mysterious. Some gain nothing for 10 years, while others reach new heights in just 10 seconds. He smiled faintly, saying it was an utterly unfair world. But why would the Thespian Emperor suddenly come here? Probably to assess the value of the Five Divine Order. Rayon rested his hand on his sword and furrowed his brow. He didn't know exactly how strong the Thespian Emperor had become, but he could guess why she was here. Right now, battles between the Five Kings and the Five Demons are taking place all over the continent. Even the minor factions allied with them are at war. In this situation, Rayon sighed as he looked toward Sieghart's front gate alongside Rector. The Five Divine Order holds immense value, as they have both a Transcendent and a Grandmaster. Whichever side they choose could tip the scales of war. Indeed, Rector nodded in agreement. On top of that, the Five Divine Order lost much of their influence and reputation after the Holy Sword Alliance Lord's attack. They won't miss this opportunity to regain their standing. You've already figured everything out. Rector smiled, looking proud of his grandson. It was obvious. Rayon scratched the back of his head. He was well aware of what kind of person Ariel, the Thespian Emperor, was, so understanding her motives wasn't difficult. In our current situation, unless the Thespian Emperor's offer is too unreasonable, we should consider accepting it. However, Rayon smirked and turned to Rector. The circumstances have changed. No one knows that Sieghart and the Holy Sword Alliance are now connected. The Thespian Emperor was likely trying to increase her own worth by playing both sides between the Five Kings and the Five Demons. Normally, they would have no choice but to entertain her offers. But with Rector, the Holy Sword Alliance Lord, being his grandfather and merely a nominal member of the Five Demons, her plans were nothing more than an illusion. That's right. Rector chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Of course, we must not reveal your identity here. The clan will likely issue a gag order on this matter as well. Rayon placed a finger to his lips, emphasizing the need for secrecy. There's no one outside the clan who knows, right? The Dragon Lord had been too focused on Rayon's use of demonic energy to notice Rictor, and the Fallen One had been beheaded. Even if the latter somehow survived, it would take time before he could reveal anything. For now, this was a secret only they knew. If I'm to follow your plan, I should suppress my presence as well. Rictor clicked his tongue and instantly concealed his aura. Even though he stood right in front of Rayon, his presence became completely undetectable. Rayon bowed his head toward Rictor. This benefits us all, and more importantly. Rictor gently patted Rayon's head. He smiled, as if telling Rayon to get used to it. Yes, before we leave for the Holy Sword Alliance, what was the favor you wanted to ask? Rictor lifted his gaze, realizing he had almost forgot. I'll tell you after the Thespian Emperor leaves. Very well. He nodded, saying they would talk again at the annex before leaving the training ground. Wow. Dorian let out a breath of admiration as he watched Rictor's retreating figure. Your grandfathers are both amazing. They are. Rayon nodded in full agreement. They're on a level I can't reach. Even if he eventually caught up to Glenn and Rictor in terms of strength, he felt that their convictions and willpower were something he would never be able to match. Rumble Sieghart's massive front gate, now even sturdier than before, opened with a deep, resonant sound. High General Elian stepped forward. Welcome to Sieghart. His voice was formal and respectful, following the order to treat their guests with courtesy. The Thespian Emperor Ariel offered a gentle smile as she bowed. As she slowly raised her head, her elegant demeanor left the martial artists stationed outside the outer fortress momentarily dazed. Ahem. Elian cleared his throat, infusing his voice with aura. The martial artists, whose gazes had blurred, snapped back to their senses and straightened their backs. We apologize for our rudeness, honored guest. It's quite all right. Ariel waved her hand dismissively, as if she was used to such reactions. I appreciate it. She thanked him and walked behind Elian, her subordinates following closely. This place is still as beautiful as ever. Ariel glanced around Sieghart's lush, vibrant interior, her lips curving into a soft smile. It seems even more lively than before. Elian, though receiving a compliment, merely gave a slight nod without showing much emotion. As Ariel and Elian engaged in light conversation while approaching the main building, her gaze was drawn to a tall swordsman standing to the right. Rayon Sieghart, the sly little brat who had humiliated her twice, was staring right at her. His noble features, as if illuminated by a halo, remained unchanged, but something far more shocking caught her attention. He's already reached the peak of Grandmaster level. Though he hadn't yet reached the threshold of transcendence, it was undeniable that he had ascended to the very limit of the Grandmaster realm. This is absurd. Even she, once praised as divinely gifted, had only reached the master level at that age. Rayon's martial talent was so overwhelming that it sent a chill down her spine. That image comes to mind. She recalled the time she had drawn his celestial energy with great effort, only to find a devilish figure staring back at her. Overcome with fear, she had immediately closed the book. Now, seeing him in person, she couldn't help but wonder if he had truly sold his soul to a demon. However, Rayon's true danger lay not in his sword, but in his mind and his silver tongue. Having been fooled twice, she refused to fall for his tricks again today. It's been a while, Light Wind Division leader. Ariel smiled warmly at Rayon. Yes, Rayon merely gave a brief nod, his expression indifferent. A flicker of irritation arose within her, but she suppressed it, maintaining her smile. I heard you were gravely injured. I'm relieved to see you're well. Yes. His response was once again curt, showing no intention of engaging in conversation. I must meet with the Patriarch, so let's talk another time. This time, Rayon didn't even reply. He simply nodded once, exuding an air of supreme arrogance. You little brat, not this time. Despite his insufferable attitude, Ariel maintained her smile. She had already been fooled twice before. Falling for his cunning mind again would mean she was unfit to lead the 100-sex alliance. Shall we proceed? Still carrying a serene expression, Ariel moved toward Elian, who had stepped away to give them space. Ah, yes. Elian, momentarily flustered, blinked before resuming his role as a guide. Good, Ariel exhaled slowly and twisted her lips slightly. I won't let something so trivial get to me. Having suffered too many defeats at Rayon's hands, she instinctively felt the sting of annoyance. However, she had prepared herself mentally in advance, making it easier to endure. Feeling satisfied with her composure, she continued walking until the grand entrance of Sieghart's main hall appeared before her. The preparations are not yet complete, so please wait here for a moment. Elian led them into an opulent guest chamber before stepping outside. Ha! Zakin, the leader of the Sword Corps, sank into a chair and let out a deep sigh. Sieghart truly deserves its reputation as the ruler of the North. Everyone here exudes the aura of a lion. Among them, Rayon Sieghart stood out the most. His appearance aside, even the faint pressure he emitted was enough to make my skin crawl. Brial, the leader of the Magic Corps, shook his head in disbelief. Rayon Sieghart's real weapons aren't his presence or his sword, it's his damn mouth. Ariel erected a soundproof barrier and shook her head. Do not, under any circumstances, fall for his mental tricks. Just think of him as a barking pup and ignore him. But wasn't he rather reserved? Brial tilted his head, recalling how Rayon had barely spoken. He was pretending. That brat has more schemes than you can count. Ariel bit her lip, warning them never to lower their guard. Still, I'm not sure if our plan will work. Being inside Sieghart's domain feels unnerving. It will work. Crossing her long legs, Ariel shook her head. Right now, not just Sieghart, but all of the five kings are suffering from a manpower shortage. Battles are breaking out everywhere, leaving them unable to send reinforcements. Meanwhile, the five demons can create inhuman forces, which means one side is bound to accumulate more losses over time. She smirked, likening it to a gambling table where the opponent's hand was already visible. In other words, we hold all the winning cards in this deal. She clasped her hands together, her expression that of someone who had already won. But that doesn't mean we should be careless. Keep thinking ahead. Yes, ma'am. As Ariel continued instructing her subordinates on key strategies, a soft knock echoed through the chamber. Come in. She spoke calmly, and the door opened to reveal an elderly butler with a kind smile. It was Roan, the former assassin known as the King of Death. The preparations are complete. Roan gave a respectful bow before gesturing outside. Please proceed to the audience chamber. Understood. Ariel straightened her attire and followed Roan to the chamber's entrance. Rumble. With a slight movement of Roan's hand, the heavy doors of the audience chamber swung open, revealing a crimson carpet stretching toward a towering dais. Atop the golden throne sat Glenn, his presence unwavering as if he were an immovable mountain. Flanking him were Sieghart's executives, standing with their hands behind their backs, radiating a chilling aura. And to the right of the chamber, leaning against a pillar, stood Rayon Sieghart, staring straight ahead. Ariel glanced at Rayon and let out a soft chuckle. So that's why he acted that way. Ariel had found it odd that Rayon had barely reacted earlier, but now it made sense he had been waiting to confront her here. He was still as cunning as ever, but this time, things were different. It wasn't her or the five divine order that were desperate, it was Sieghart and the five kings. I greet the sky of the north. Ariel stepped into the center of the audience chamber and bowed. Though her true thoughts were far from sincere, her gaze gleamed with respectful solemnity. Rise. Glenn waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such formalities were unnecessary. Ariel bowed once more before meeting Glenn's gaze. You are not an enemy. There's no reason not to welcome you, so. Resting his fist against his chin, Glenn's crimson eyes gleamed as he looked down at her. What is it that you seek? His expression showed that he already knew the answer. Seek, you say. Ariel's lips curled into a thin smile. As expected, he's no ordinary man. To ask her purpose so bluntly, it was only natural for the man who stood at the pinnacle of Sieghart. His presence alone made it clear that he would never allow himself to be led by anyone. Then I'll get straight to the point. Lowering the hands she had clasped together, Ariel nodded. As you are well aware, Lord Patriarch, wars of various scales are breaking out all across the continent. Though things were evenly matched at first, one side is beginning to falter. Despite her insinuation that the five kings were at a disadvantage, Glenn's expression remained completely unchanged. I understand that Sieghart has also suffered considerable losses, the vassal families as well. Ariel smiled slightly as she nodded. So, Glenn's right eyebrow twitched as if he was already tired of hearing her talk. The five kings are strong. But they are not large enough to oversee the entire continent while battling the five demons. So, Ariel licked her lips. It was time to begin. We, the five divine order, will lend you our strength. A sharp intelligence gleamed in her eyes. What do you want in return? Glenn nodded as if he had known from the start. As expected, he had no choice but to accept. Though Ariel didn't know the full details, she had heard that the Aryan family had collapsed completely. There were also reports of significant injuries among the Iron Division and several other combat units. He couldn't afford to refuse. We do not require monetary compensation. As a martial artist, I am not drawn to such things. Ariel smiled faintly, making it seem as though she sought only the noble path. She bowed her head as she spoke. They may think it's a small request, but this was the real prize. To establish influence, one needed people. And to gain people, one needed time and effort. If they provided aid in life-threatening situations, the rescued would naturally develop loyalty and follow their saviors. With some careful manipulation of information, it would be easy to sway entire regions away from the five kings. If everything went according to plan, by the time the war ended, the five divine order would hold influence nearly equal to that of the five kings. Glenn rested his chin on his fist and narrowed his eyes as if in thought, for reference. Ariel raised her finger, her dark eyes flashing. The five demons approached us first with a significant offer, but we refused and chose to come to you instead. As she clasped her hands together again, she smirked inwardly. He has no choice but to accept. If they allied with the five demons instead, the balance of power would collapse entirely. Sieghart would be forced to accept, even if it meant taking a loss. That woman is still as greedy as ever. As Ariel smiled in satisfaction, a quiet voice came from behind her. Even after getting beaten so badly, it seems she hasn't learned her lesson. Rayon Sieghart. He shook his head as if he were disappointed. He's right. She looks just like me when I'm about to lose everything at the gambling table right before I go completely broke. Rimmer cackled, clearly enjoying himself. Ariel forcefully erased the irritation from her face before turning around. Division Leader Rayon, you are not a child anymore, are you? If you have something to say, come forward and speak properly. Rayon always used these mocking tactics to disrupt people's composure. But this time she wouldn't fall for it. She steadied her breath and gestured for him to step forward. Since you insist, I'll say it clearly. Tilting his head slightly, Rayon gazed down at Ariel. You speak as if this war hinges on the 5 divine orders' decision, but you only have 2 choices. His crimson eyes burned like an eternal flame. Obey or die. Why aren't you answering? Rayon twisted his lips into a smirk as he stood before the Thespian Emperor. It's simple. Will you follow us in live, or will you side with the 5 demons and die? He extended his index and middle fingers straight, as if giving them a choice. Rimmer's eyes widened. He looked flustered, as if he hadn't expected the conversation to suddenly turn to life and death. And nephew, Balder, who had been laughing joyfully, turned pale. His lips trembled slightly, showing his own shock. Are you threatening us right now? The Thespian Emperor, instead of appearing intimidated, curved her lips into a deep smile, as if she welcomed the situation. For the renowned strongest family on the continent, Sieghart, to try and leash us with force, what a truly disappointing choice. She let out a mocking laugh and lifted her chin. But neither I nor White Whale submit to strength, no matter what external pressure may come. Delusions are free, but you're taking it too far. Rayon sighed and scratched his ear with his pinky. What, did you seriously think we were threatening White Whale of all things? He shook his head with a smirk. You're underestimating Sieghart far too much. As you said, we are the continent's strongest force. Do you really think we would attack you unprepared while you're completely vulnerable? Rayon lightly tapped his temple, as if telling her to think rationally. Regardless of what choice the Divine 5 Lords make, we will send you back safely. In fact, we should even assign you an escort. Then, what did you mean by death just now, after the war? The mockery in Rayon's eyes was replaced with a sharp glint. If we win the war between the 5 kings and the 5 demons. He clenched his open hand into a fist, grinding his teeth. We will destroy everything the Divine 5 Lords have built. The Thespian Emperor swallowed dryly, feeling the storm-like force emanating from Rayon. Of course, we must exclude the Pirate King. Rayon unfolded one finger again, flashing a grin. As you probably know best, the true Pirate King is actually on our side, so we'll exclude him. He tilted his chin as he corrected himself. So let me say it again. If you stand behind the 5 demons, then after the war, the name, Divine 5 Lords, will cease to exist in this world. Rayon spoke with a voice dripping with killing intent, locking eyes with the trembling Thespian Emperor. It was true that his martial strength was far weaker than hers, but at this moment, it wasn't strength that dominated the situation, it was strategy and information. After the war. The Thespian Emperor bit her lips so hard that tooth marks were left behind. Then, are you saying that even if we side with the 5 demons, you are confident you will win the war? You're already at a disadvantage, so how in the world? That is none of your concern. Rayon shook his head indifferently. There is no reason to share crucial information with someone who may become our enemy. You only need to decide, will you die by Sieghart's hands, or will you follow Sieghart? He watched the hesitation in the Thespian Emperor's gaze, pressing her for a decision. Her mind must be in turmoil. She had come to Sieghart thinking she held the advantage, believing she had the power to sway the war's tide. But she lacked information. Right now, the Thespian Emperor was reeling from the shocking possibility that all of the Divine 5 Lords, excluding the Pirate King, could defect to the 5 demons. She was sharp and calculating, someone whose imagination could spiral into the unknown when given a hint of uncertainty. That's exactly what I was aiming for. The Thespian Emperor and White Whale acted boldly, but in reality, they never made a move without thorough calculations. Faced with an unforeseen variable, they wouldn't make a hasty decision. Lord, the Thespian Emperor turned away from Rayon and approached Glenn. Are you truly entrusting Sieghart's future to the Light Wind Division's commander? He has earned his merits, but isn't he still too young? Her fingers trembled as she demanded a proper answer. This is the heart of Sieghart. Karun placed his hand on his sword, his sharp gaze glinting ominously. Lower your voice. A chilling pressure surged from him, as if he would unsheath his sword if she raised her voice again. I don't know about the future, but this sure is refreshing. Balder nodded vigorously, declaring his trust in Rayon's words. Lord. Unlike his 2 brothers, Denier looked at Glenn, clearly believing that the negotiations with the Divine 5 Lords shouldn't end like this. My thoughts. Glenn met Rayon's gaze and gave him a small nod. Are the same as the Light Wind Division's commander. He then turned his cold eyes to the Thespian Emperor, beckoning her with a slight curl of his finger. And besides, weren't you the ones who tried to threaten us first? When did I? The 5 demons promised you great rewards first, didn't they? That means you were weighing the benefits from both sides. Glenn raised his chin, his gaze cold. You knew exactly what the 5 demons are, yet you still attempted to use them as leverage. The divine 5 lords are more disgraceful than I had expected. The thespian emperor bit her lips, unable to refute him. Live or die, those are your only choices, but forcing an immediate decision wouldn't be wise. Glenn leaned back into his throne and shook his head. Return to White Whale and think deeply about your answer. However, he granted her time but made his stance clear with a dry gaze. It would be best to give your answer before the war accelerates. No one welcomes those who try to play both sides. With that, Glenn dismissed her with a flick of his hand. Tusk, tusk. Rayon clicked his tongue at the thespian emperor. If you had just come offering help, we would have treated you well. This is why people say those who overthink things are idiots. He shook his head in disappointment. It was as if the person who had exuded such a heavy presence moments ago had transformed into an entirely different person. In gambling, it's always the ones who think they're the smartest that lose their money first. The guy who runs errands at my place used to be a professor. Rimmer scoffed, shaking his head at their foolishness. Your place, oh my gambling den. I've been going there so much that it just feels like home now. He chuckled, casually admitting that he sometimes gambled there himself. The thespian emperor bit her lip, unable to refute Rayon and Rimmer's mocking remarks. Then we'll be taking our leave. She carefully bowed to Glenn before stepping back. I won't see you out. Glenn waved a hand dismissively. Understood. The thespian emperor gave a slight nod and turned away. She left the audience chamber, her subordinates following behind her, unable to hide their confusion. Ha ha ha. Balder burst into laughter before she had even completely exited, his voice booming so loudly that the ceiling trembled. How do you have such guts? He grinned and gave Rayon a thumbs up, clearly impressed. Balder, your laughter is too loud. Karun frowned at him but also gave Rayon a small nod, as if acknowledging his actions. As the Light Wind Division's commander said. Glenn rose from his throne and looked down at the gathered executives. Sieghart will never bow to threats. We won't spare even a single coin for those who try to weigh rewards on a scale like bats. Remember this well. Yes, the swordsman's eyes gleamed like sharpened blades, moved by his unwavering declaration. Lord, now that the meeting is over, may I leave first? Rayon bowed, as if he had urgent business. We will stop here for today. At Glenn's gesture, the audience chamber's doors opened, and Rayon was the first to step outside. Denier remained where he was, staring at Rayon's departing back with lifeless eyes, as if drained of all moisture. Why, your majesty? Sword Corps Commander Sakin moved close behind the thespian emperor, swallowing dryly. Are we really leaving just like this? If we do, our entire plan. His voice trembled as if he still couldn't believe the situation. For now, just as the thespian emperor Ariel was about to respond, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it, she had thought she had the upper hand this time, but an unexpected counter had thrown her off balance again, leaving her internally wounded. It felt like she was trapped in a nightmare. I still can't make sense of this. She had believed she was fully prepared for Rayon Sieghart, yet her expectations had been completely shattered. His silver tongue seemed to be growing just as fast as his martial prowess. Your Majesty, Sakin gasped at the sight of blood dripping from Ariel's hand. I'm fine. Ariel wiped the blood away with a handkerchief and shook her head. It was just a burst vessel in my mouth. She muttered that she had bitten her tongue on purpose, unwilling to let anyone know that a boy much younger than her had caused her internal injuries. We should just side with the 5 demons. Magic Corps Commander Burial clenched his fist. He's definitely bluffing. We should ally with the 5 demons and make him regret. No, Ariel wiped the blood from her lips and shook her head. We can't move until we confirm whether it's a bluff or not. Neither Rayon Sieghart nor Glenn Sieghart were fools who would tell obvious lies. If they were truly confident in victory, even with 4 of the Divine 5 Lords defecting to the 5 demons, no, if they were at least certain they wouldn't lose. What is it? She ran through all the information she had, but nothing added up. If anything, the current state of affairs with dragons and the angels coming into play was disadvantageous for Sieghart and the 5 Divine Order. As soon as we return, gather every last piece of information on the war, especially everything related to Sieghart. Ariel bit her lip. She intended to personally verify every detail about Sieghart. There must be something. Just as she put the blood-stained handkerchief into her pocket, she heard quiet footsteps approaching. When she turned around, Rayon Sieghart was walking toward her. What do you want now? Ariel tried to keep her expression calm, but the thick veins bulging on her forehead betrayed her frustration. I have a request. Rayon extended his hand, his gaze steady. Ariel wanted nothing more than to twist that arm and break his waist, but she gritted her teeth and held back. A request. White Whale's intelligence network is as famous as the black markets. I want to commission you based on that reputation. He smiled as if it were a simple business deal. We're quite expensive. Ariel furrowed her brow slightly. I'm looking for something called a soul stone. Rayon ignored the mention of price and went straight to the point. Soulstone, how do you even? Ariel swallowed hard. The very existence of soulstones was a well-guarded secret, yet Rayon had spoken of it so casually. If you bring it to me or tell me its location, I'll offer you an appropriate reward. I'm sure it will be something you want. Rayon smiled as if he was testing white whale. Then, with a wave of his hand, he turned and left without hesitation. Ariel bit her lip as she watched him walk away. How does he know about soulstones? And why is he looking for one? She couldn't tell if he truly needed it or if he was simply testing them. Her head spun so much that she wanted to punch the damn brat. Damn it. She stood frozen in place for a long time before finally moving her heavy steps forward. You idiot! As Rayon returned to the annex, Wrath's face popped up. How could you openly reveal that you're searching for a soulstone? You should have mentioned other things as well to mislead them. Wrath scowled, looking utterly exasperated. If I had done that, it would have been obvious that I desperately needed the soulstone. Rayon shook his head as he caught Wrath's tail. What? The Thespian Emperor is sharp, especially when it comes to reading people's intentions. If I had mentioned multiple items, she would have figured out that the one I truly wanted was the soulstone. The Thespian Emperor was a giant in the intelligence world, leading the second largest information network on the continent. With her insight, if he had thrown multiple items into the conversation, she would have undoubtedly realized that the soulstone was the crucial one. However, by stating it outright when she was already mentally shaken, she would now be left wondering, was the soulstone truly important? Was he testing her, or was he aiming for something else entirely? In that state, she wouldn't be able to make a rational judgment. That's why I even used the Ring of Fire. He had resonated with the Ring of Fire earlier to completely suppress his emotions. With his extreme level of acting, even the Thespian Emperor wouldn't be able to tell if he truly needed the soulstone or not. Damn smart ass. Wrath scrunched his nose as he glared down at Rayon. You must love having such a sharp mind. It means you want so many things. Speaking of which, I want some bread. Of course, as always, Wrath ended the conversation by talking about food. Nadine bread. No, Rayon teased Wrath as he arrived at the annex. By the lake, he saw Rick Tor standing still. Both Glenn and Rick Torthy's old swordsmen seemed to have a fondness for lakes. You're back quickly. Rick Tor turned around with a smile as Rayon approached. Is it all done? Yes, as expected. Rayon recounted everything that had happened in the audience chamber. Ha ha ha. Rick Tor lifted his chin and let out a hearty laugh. Indeed. By now her mind must be spinning so fast that she doesn't know what to do. He smirked, regretful that he hadn't seen the Thespian Emperor's rattled expression firsthand. The Divine Five Lords won't be able to act recklessly now, and you've gained another intelligence network to track down the Soulstone. That's a huge gain. Yes. I was lucky that everything fell into place. It wasn't luck. Rick Tor shook his head, his eyes warm. It was your strategy that worked. They say people should fear Rayon Sieghart's tongue more than his sword, and it seems to be true. With a proud look, he placed a hand on Rayon's shoulder. Now that everything is settled, tell me, what is it that you want from me? The Light Wind Division's captains are on the verge of breaking through. Would it be possible to take them to the Holy Sword Alliance training grounds? Rayon bowed his head. He wanted to give Burr and Martha and Run on the opportunity to grow stronger. You're still close with them, I see. Rick Tor chuckled as he looked at Rayon. They're more like friends than subordinates. Then it's fine. Without hesitation, Rick Tor nodded. As a grandfather, how could I refuse my grandson's friends? He smiled, as if granting permission was a given. For them to agree to go to the Holy Sword Alliance training grounds, they must have a strong sense of challenge. Agree. They never agreed to anything. Rayon tilted his head. What? Rick Tor blinked in confusion. If they didn't agree, then do they oppose it? No, I never asked them. Rayon smirked, his eyes turning cold. If I say we're going, then we go. There's no need to ask their opinion. Rick Tor swallowed dryly as he saw the chilling gleam in his grandson's eyes. Are they really his friends? After receiving permission from Rick Tor, who seemed somewhat flustered, Rayon returned to the 5th training ground. Rimmer was nowhere to be seen, likely having gone straight to the gambling hall instead of returning to the training ground. Meanwhile, Martha, Burin, and Runnon were helping the swordsmen with their training. What are you all doing? Didn't you eat dinner? You need to swing with all your strength over there. Martha, looking frustrated, smacked her chest before demonstrating a move herself. Put strength into your pinky and extend your sword all the way. That small difference could determine life or death between you and your enemy. Burin corrected the swordsmen's stances, guiding them to execute more precise sword techniques. The right side is open. Run-On pointed out gaps while sparring with the swordsmen, helping them patch up both small and large openings in their defense. Burin, Martha, and Run-On each had their own teaching styles based on their personalities, but they were doing their best to train the swordsmen. It seemed that all 3 of them could easily take on the role of instructors. Ice Cream Girl, Beef Girl, and Big Eyes. Wrath scanned Burin, Martha, and Run-On as they taught the swordsmen, then let out a chuckle. Those kids have really grown a lot. Yeah, their growth is obvious. Rayon followed Wrath's gaze and nodded. If they get a good opportunity at the Holy Sword Alliance training, reaching the highest tier of master level won't be impossible for them. Excluding himself, there were very few people who could match Burin, Martha, and Runon's talent. At this rate, it wouldn't take long before they reached the pinnacle of the master stage. That's not what I meant. Wrath shook his head calmly. To me, you're still just a brat, so do you think their level of strength would impress me? Then what do you mean, mental growth? Wrath smiled softly as he looked at Burin, Martha, and Runon. When I first saw them, they had no room in their hearts for others. They only focused on their own wounds, pushing people away, sinking deeper into the darkness in their hearts. But now, Wrath raised his round hand, pointing at the 3 division leaders, whose eyes now held a new vibrancy. Even when they stand before their own growth, they sincerely dedicate themselves to teaching their subordinates. It means they've matured enough to accept others. That is a change I truly appreciate. Wrath chuckled, saying that Burin, Martha, and Runon had learned the value of bonds. That's true. Leaning against the training ground wall, Rayon nodded. But you've changed even more. Runon used to fear her brother, Syria, and had deep anxiety about blood. Martha was blinded by the sole goal of saving her mother, trampling over others to achieve it. Burin pushed himself harshly, desperate not to be abandoned by his father. In their childhood, they had been consumed by their inner darkness, unable to see the world around them. But now, after going through numerous experiences, they regarded the Light Wind Division as family, willingly dedicating their valuable time to training the swordsmen. Rayon could feel that Burin, Martha, and Runon had truly learned the importance of bonds. What are you smirking about? Wrath suddenly thrust his face close to Rayon. You've changed even more than they have. Wrath furrowed his brows as if frustrated by Rayon's obliviousness. The brat I first met and the one standing here now are completely different people. That's true. Rayon gazed at the darkening sky and nodded. Of course, I know that. More than anyone, he had realized the value of bonds. The difference between his past life as an assassin and his current life as a Sieghart swordsman was like heaven and earth. It could never ignore it. What are you laughing about by yourself? Martha lowered her sword and walked toward him. If you're here, then help out already. Why are you slacking off? She frowned, telling him to change into his training attire quickly. The meeting should have ended by now. Burin scanned Rayon up and down, clicking his tongue. Don't tell me you were gambling with the vice division leader. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Latecomer. Runon also stepped forward, furrowing her brows deeply. You're always late these days. She pouted as if annoyed by his tardiness. The vice division leader is always late or doesn't even show up, so why are you only picking on me? Rayon sighed, looking at their sharp gazes. You think that beast would understand if you scolded him? Martha scoffed, twisting her lips. Yeah, that guy doesn't listen anyway. Burin sighed, seemingly in agreement. Ugly Rimmer. Runon murmured dejectedly, lowering her shoulders. Rayon opened his mouth, glancing between them. He wanted to defend Rimmer since the man had helped him today, but he had nothing to say. Forget about that fool and take care of the swordsman now. Martha waved her hand dismissively. We need to warm up too. Burin drew his sword, saying he was counting on Rayon. I'm still lacking. Runon nodded, agreeing that she hadn't practiced her swordsmanship enough. You guys are really craving some action. Rayon chuckled, watching the 3 of them burn with determination. Well, of course, we're squad leaders. We have to train ourselves while guiding others. Martha frowned as if it was the most natural thing in the world. That reminds me, I have something to tell you. Rayon beckoned Burin, Martha, and Runon to come closer with a flick of his finger. We're heading to the Holy Sword Alliance for training tomorrow. Pack your things. He nodded toward the dorms, telling them to go prepare. Holy Sword Alliance training? Just like that. You're joking, right? That's too sudden. Martha and Burin widened their eyes in shock. Do you need a day or two to get ready? I told you now, so that should be plenty of time. Rayon raised his chin confidently, the very picture of shamelessness. This is the opportunity you've all been waiting for to train and spar to your heart's content. Are you not coming? If you don't want to, then you can stay here and hang out with the vice division leader while he whines about borrowing money. Of course, if I come back and you haven't improved, we'll be having an intensive focus training session. Rather than a suggestion, Rayon shrugged as he blatantly issued a threat. Do you even have a heart? Wrath sighed, exhaling in disbelief. You really are. Well, we still need some time to mentally prepare. Martha and Burin bit their lips in frustration. I'll go. Runon raised her hand immediately, blinking her vacant eyes as if there was no question about it. That's the spirit. Rayon nodded in approval. All right, now you two. I'll go. Fine, I'm going, damn it. Burin and Martha eventually gave in and agreed to go to the Holy Sword Alliance for training. It's all settled then. See, everything was resolved peacefully. Rayon smiled brightly, nodding as if he had handled things diplomatically. What part of that was peaceful? That was pure coercion. Wrath shook his head violently. What happened to all that warmth you were talking about just moments ago? That never existed in the first place. Rayon waved a hand dismissively, pushing Wrath aside, division leader. Can I come too? Dorian, who had been listening from behind, raised his hand. There might be some useful items at the Holy Sword Alliance, so I really want to check it out.